Hello everyone, I have quote for you. Everyone was born lonely. Humans are like isolated islands, floating in the sea of fate. Human encounters are like the collision of these lonely islands, and once they touch, there would be an effect. Sometimes, the islands would stick together, in the name of interest, kinship, friendship, love, and hate. But eventually, they would separate, walking towards the path of destruction. This is the truth behind life. Unfortunately, people are always afraid of being alone. They crave the liveliness of human crowd and they refuse to do nothing with their time, because once they face loneliness it meant facing pain and hardship, but once they can face this pain people would obtain talent and courage. Thus there is saying high achievers are definitely lonely. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And support for new PC. Chapter 1, Pixiu MCU. Marvel Movie Universe, abbreviation, MCU, number, Earth 199999. Washington, somewhere in the woods and grass on the banks of the Potomac River. Pixiu slowly opened his eyes, but the dazzling sunlight made him unable to close them again. Am I dead? Then the scene before losing consciousness flashed in my mind, and a thought arose. But the voice in his ears made Pichu cautiously open his eyes again, and then looked around. Lying on the grass, this is a tree, why is it so big? Am I in prehistoric times? When Pixiu saw the surrounding environment clearly, he was almost dumbfounded. The sky is still blue and the clouds are still white. The plants are still green too. But those trees are too big too. Could it be that he inherited the cliched routine of dog blood and was struck by lightning? So is this the other world or the parallel world where Raichu is revived? Beep. A crisp voice suddenly rang in my ears. The shocked Pixiu was taken aback. Just as he was about to follow the routine and subconsciously call out whether it was a human or a ghost, the other party had already given the answer. Hi Master, I am the Infinite Evolution System. You died from a lightning strike in the original world, and you were reborn in the Marvel movie universe with my help. Infinite Evolution System? Marvel. Pixiu's eyes widened. He could also encounter this kind of thing in novels. Could it be that he is the creature named the protagonist in the legend? But when he saw the big trees covering the sky, Pixiu couldn't help asking. System, is there something wrong with this Marvel world? Is this an enlarged version of the parallel universe? After speaking, Pixiu blinked and looked around. Well, it's still such a big tree, it's not dazzling. As for the Marvel movies, he's seen every one of them. As for the comics, although he hasn't read them, he knows them from various aspects. Knowing that there are a lot of masters in it, I just destroy a universe to play when I have nothing to do. Then it kept restarting and so on, creating a bunch of parallel universes. The same is true of DC next door to Marvel, and there will be a restart from time to time. Pixiu said that he is not very interested in the messy settings in the comics, and it is easier to accept the movie. As for the weakening of characters that others complain about, Pixiu said that he doesn't care. He didn't read manga anyway, and he wasn't a manga fan either. He just likes to watch movies, just follow the settings of the movie. Master, there is nothing abnormal in this world. The system replied. Then why is the grass so big? Pixiu didn't believe it. Did the system want to deceive him? Master, that's because you are not human now. Lying on the grass, dog system, are you scolding me? Hearing the system's answer, Pixiu was stunned. This dog system calls its master, but still calls itself not human. And many more. Just when he was about to scold back, Pixiu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little behind. He found that his body seemed a little strange, as if there was something different, especially the feeling that there was an extra hand behind him. Turning his head to look, a black fur tail shaped like the number 7 came into his eyes. I go. Seeing this tail, Pixiu was shocked. He even had a fluffy tail. Did he become a S.H.I.E.L.D? Master, you are no longer a human, nor a S.H.I.E.L.D, but a Pichu. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in time. Wait, Pixiu? Pichu. Pixiu froze for a moment, almost thought he had become himself. But then I realized that the Pixiu mentioned by the system should be another Pichu. At this time, the system that understands the master's wishes made a holographic panel in front of Pixiu's eyes. The upper and lower rows on the left are Pixiu's information, and his 3D portrait is on the right. Pixiu immediately looked to the right. A small mouse with a light yellow color in general, a circle of black hair growing outside the big ears, a round head, and round watery eyes. Under the neck, there are also M-shaped black hairs that look like bat darts, short hands and feet, and a black tail. On the cheeks on both sides, there are also circular pink hairs, as if they have been stamped with 2 seals. It's completely a 2-dimensional painting style, and it looks very cute. Seeing himself now, Pixiu's mood was a little hard to describe. Because he has already recognized what he is. Pichu, a Pokémon spirit in Pokémon, Pokémon. If you only talk about Pichu, most people may not understand it. But when it comes to Pikachu, everyone will be familiar with it. Pikachu is a Pokémon that evolved from Pichu. Seeing his current image, Pixiu was speechless for a long time. Being struck by lightning and passing through, logically speaking, shouldn't one be reborn through soul piercing or something? Why did he become an electric mouse? System, explain to me the reason. Just ask if you don't understand. Pixiu thinks that with the power of the system, he must know the reason. Master, because you were struck to death by lightning, when I met you during the journey, I randomly chose a creature with lightning attributes to help you reshape your body. And many more. Pixiu felt a little depressed, and couldn't help complaining. Thunder attribute creatures, why aren't they powerful creatures like thunder beasts and thunder dragons? I'm also your master anyway, isn't it? If I'm too low, wouldn't it be embarrassing to say it? Master, this was chosen at random. Picking Pichu can only mean one thing. Pixiu's face darkened, a black line appeared on his head, and a well appeared on his forehead. BD, is this dog system looking down on me, the great African chief? As if sensing what Pixiu was thinking, the system sounded again. Chapter 2. Master, being able to choose Pichu means that your destiny belongs to you. Your name happens to be the same as your current identity. Is this a coincidence? No. Besides, the master still has me. With the evolution system, even if you are Pichu, you can become a god mound. As long as you work hard, you will be able to reach the peak of human, rat birth in the future. It will not be a problem. Depend on. Hearing the system's comfort, the corners of Pixiu's mouth twitched, extremely speechless. Reaching the pinnacle of rat life? That's not a mouse, I want to turn back into a human. That's all, let's be safe when it comes. After being speechless, Pixiu didn't bother to worry about his identity anymore, it has become a fact anyway. After all, he has no other ability except to accept that ability is particularly powerful. Immediately afterwards, Pixiu looked at his information on the left. Name, Pixiu, Pichu. Gender, neutral. Category, Mouse Pokémon. Rating, 1 star. Attribute, electricity. Height, 0.3 m. Weight, 2.0 kilograms. Skills, electric shock, coquettish. Status, unevolvable, condition not met. Looking down one by one, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he saw the skills. Being like a baby, I can FKU, what kind of unlucky cute animal skills? After complaining, Pixiu didn't bother to look at the effect of the skill, put away the holographic panel, and then went straight to the topic. System, tell me quickly, how can I evolve to become stronger, and do you think I can save it, and have the possibility of turning back into a human? Marvel Universe, this is not a good place, even the movie universe is full of disasters. So even if you become an electric mouse, strengthening your strength and protecting yourself is the most important thing. As for whether you can turn back into a human, this is the second most important thing. After all, you are used to being a human, and suddenly you are no longer a human. Pixiu said that he really can't get used to it for a while. Master, if you want to evolve, you need to devour a lot of energy and convert it into evolution points. Because you are a creature with electrical attributes, the basic energy is locked as electrical energy. In addition to electrical energy, other energies that have reached the source level can also be absorbed, but you need to evolve to a certain extent. The owner, otherwise you cannot open the source energy absorption module. Which kind of energy is the source level? Pixiu was a little puzzled. System, for example, the infinite gems in this universe, infinite gems belong to the treasure of the rule category, and the energy contained in it belongs to the original level of energy. Oh, I see. Pixiu nodded his head in understanding. By the way, can I absorb lightning from nature now? Yes, Master, but for the time being, I hope that Master will not take risks, because your current strength is not enough to resist the strike of a lightning bolt in nature. Pixiu. In fact, he really had this idea just now. Because he thought of the information he had seen on the internet before. The average energy of an ordinary lightning bolt is about 5 billion joules, which is about 1,400 kilowatt-hours without considering the loss in the transmission and storage process. And in addition to ordinary lightning, there is also a more powerful super lightning. Super lightning refers to rare lightning that is more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary lightning. The electricity generated by ordinary lightning is about 1 billion watts, while the electricity generated by super lightning is at least 100 billion watts, and may even reach trillions and 10 trillion watts. Since the basic energy can only absorb electric energy, it is better to go to a place where lightning is often generated, and find a way to eat a few lightning bolts, and the energy will not just come. As a result, as soon as this thought arose, it was ruthlessly killed by the system. This made Pixiu a little depressed, and couldn't help complaining. System, why are you such a rubbish, can't you absorb the lightning before it strikes me? Master, the system wants energy absorbing, and it needs your body to be in contact with the energy, Master, so that it can absorb it, and the efficiency of energy absorbing is also determined by your level, Master. The system seemed aggrieved. Also pushed the pot. Seeing the system pushing the pot to him, Pixiu couldn't help rubbing his face with both hands. Chi chi chi. Immediately, wisps of golden electric arcs danced around the face and small hands. System, you are indeed a piece of rubbish. If you don't let me tell you what you are doing, if you turn me into a thunder spirit, thunder beast, or thunder dragon, there will be so many troubles. Obviously, Pixiu still can't let go of his transformation into Pichu. As a big man, if he wants to change, he has to become one of those powerful and domineering ones. In the end, it turned into a cute electric mouse. Although it can discharge and evolve, but such a thing as a force, it fell from the sky into the big pit in one fell swoop. System. What else can it do? It is also very desperate. After all, in front of certain rules, even it can only obey silently, otherwise it is likely to be remade. These days, as a system, it is getting more and more difficult to mix. Okay, tell me quickly, how many evolution points do you need to evolve into Pikachu? Seeing that the system is silent, Pixiu can stop. Master, to evolve into Pikachu at your level, you need 10,000 evolution points. How do you calculate the difference between electrical energy and evolution points? Pixiu asked the main point. System, according to the conversion ratio of 200:1, absorbing 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity can get 1 evolution point. I'll go, such a large ratio. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu was taken aback. 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, this is only 1 evolution point, and this evolution point is too difficult to earn. And to evolve from Pichu to Pikachu, you need 10,000 evolution points. In this way, 10,000 evolution points are equivalent to 2 million degrees of electricity. It turns out that I am still a big energy consumer. Calculated on the basis of 0.5 yuan for 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, that is 1 million RMB. This means that there is not so much money after selling him. Well, the electricity price mentioned above is the electricity price of the Great Heavenly Dynasty. As for the price of the United States, Pixiu does not know. It's not cheap anyway, and Pixiu can't afford that money. Pixiu made a trip to the ground like a salty fish, looked at the sky with white clouds, and said silently. System, where am I now? Chapter 3. Master, your current location is near the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters tri-curved wing building. What? I'm near the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu's eyes widened, and he jumped up in shock, and ran outside with short legs. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters Triggerwing, Trident, building. Pixiu, who has watched the movie, definitely knows this place. Located on Roosevelt Island on the Potomac River in Washington, it is far away from the Washington Monument, and not far from the famous Lincoln Memorial and Watergate building. Soon Pixiu ran out of the prime jungle and saw the tri-curved wing towering tall in the distance. Cautiously looking around, Pixiu said secretly, "System, why am I here? Have I been discovered when I came to this world? I am a foreign creature, and it is still the kind with a strange style of painting. If it appears near other people's headquarters, it will be over if it is monitored." Although he didn't make any noise, it's always right to be careful. Who let the current self be just a weak mouse? Master, the landing location was chosen randomly, but Master, don't worry, I'm here. When you came to this world, no one found you. The system sounded weakly at first, and then became domineering again. Pixiu. What a random choice, just pushed the pod away. However, Pixiu was relieved that he was not discovered by Ancient One or some great gods. Looking at the three-curved wing building, a thought suddenly popped up in Pixiu's mind. When I come near the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, the system will come here because I am a big energy consumer, so I can't harm ordinary people. After all, there is a large base under the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building, and there will definitely be no shortage of power. But why come here? Wouldn't it be good to go to the big family of Stark? It's so dangerous here, it's easy to become a guinea pig. Looking at the tricurved wing building, Pixiu was silent for a long time. Finally found a direction, without any hesitation, turned around and ran away cleanly. This is a good place, but unfortunately the strength is not enough. When you have enough strength, come back and do harm. With this thought in mind, Pixiu's short legs moved extraordinarily powerfully. Time passed and night fell. Pixiu sneaked around and searched carefully for a long time, finally found the target. Finally got into an apartment. While the owner was asleep, Pixiu came to a certain socket, holding a found wire with his little hand, blinking his big eyes to communicate with the system in his mind. System, will I be okay, will it hurt? After all, being electrocuted is not a comfortable thing. Master, relax, feel free to insert it, it won't hurt at all. The system encouraged Pixiu. Okay, here I come. Pixiu stared at the hole of the socket with a pair of big eyes, took a deep breath, and then inserted the wire in his hand. Chi chi chi. With a flash of lightning, the electric current rushed towards Pixiu along the wire. The evolutionary system released a strange force attached to Pixiu's body, and the electric current was swallowed up by the evolutionary system as soon as it touched Pixiu's body. The efficiency of the evolution system energy absorbing is linked to Pixiu's level. Now the level of Pixiu is Pichu, so the evolution system can absorb 10 kWh of electricity in 1 minute, and 600 kWh of electricity in 1 hour, which is equivalent to 3 evolution points. At the same time, the electric meter located somewhere in the room began to change rapidly. And when Pixiu saw the electric current coming, he didn't feel it at all, and he let go of the hanging heart. Then I suddenly thought of a question, system, if you draw 10 kWh of electricity a minute, won't it cause a trip? Master, please rest assured that this problem does not exist in the system. Pixiu. Well, you are a system that does not speak science, so you have the final say. Since there is a system guarantee, Pixiu is not worried about whether it will trip or not. Silently stealing, coughing, borrowing the phone. Time passed bit by bit. The sky gradually turns white. 8 hours passed, and Pixiu also stopped borrowing electricity. At the moment, he was almost drowsy, and he persisted with his tenacious will. After all, he seldom practiced immortality before, and he was not a member of the immortal family. 600 kWh for 1 hour, 4800 kWh for 8 hours. In 8 hours, Pixiu only gained 24 evolution points. According to this efficiency, I don't know how long it will take to reach 10,000 evolution points. After borrowing the electricity, Pixiu quickly found a place to hide. Persisting until the homeowner went out, Pixiu went to the corner, curled up into a ball, with big triangular ears resting softly on his head, and immediately fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. Pixiu opened his eyes suddenly, then stood up, first looked around vigilantly. Safety. Relaxing vigilance, Pixiu thought with his mind, System, how long have I been asleep? 3 hours, master. The system replied. Pixiu, it's only been 3 hours. Why does it feel like I used to sleep until I woke up naturally? I'm not tired at all, and I'm still very energetic. After much deliberation, Pixiu calculated this into Pichu's physique. He is Pichu now, and his level is only 1 star. How strong is he? Regarding this point, the system gave Pixiu an approximate data. Physical fitness, similar to that of a junior high school student with normal physique. Skill: electric shock, release a bolt of lightning to cause a fatal blow to the enemy. The upper limit of the power is related to the strength. The power file size can be adjusted freely. The form of the skill can be researched and discovered by yourself. As for acting like a baby, it's worth not mentioning it, because Pixiu didn't even watch it. If you don't look at skills, in terms of strength and speed, Pixiu is still far behind normal adults. Relying on electric shock skills, Pixiu can easily kill ordinary people in seconds. After all, it is an electric-type Pokémon, and only electricity can be used. Forget it, keep borrowing the phone. Rubbing his cheeks with both hands, a string of golden electric arcs came out. Pixiu left the hiding place, and took the wire to find the previous socket. Chapter 4. The boring journey of borrowing electricity started again. Just like that, another day and night. Pixiu borrowed a total of 18,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity from this family, which is 90 evolution points. Finally, under the condemnation of conscience, Pixiu decided to change to another family. 18,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity, placed in Dacian Cheo, calculated at 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour, that is more than 9,000 yuan. Who knows how much the residents of the United States spend on electricity? Pixiu couldn't bear it. Besides, borrowing so many kilowatt-hours of electricity for more than a day will definitely attract the attention of relevant departments. It is better to slip away and change places as soon as possible. So before dawn, Pixiu slipped out of the apartment. After Pixiu left the apartment, he went to other places to start looking for the next target to borrow electricity. Not long after Pixiu left, the owner of the apartment received a call from the power company, informing him of the abnormal electricity consumption in his apartment, and would send someone to check it. When the homeowner learned that he had used 18,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity in just over a day, his first reaction was disbelief, but he almost passed out after confirming it. Then Pixiu kept moving from one place to another, staying in each place for at most 1 day. Moreover, the location of the crime chosen each time must be at least 1,000 meters away. Then, the strange things about the huge power consumption of some people's homes in a short period of time were quietly spread on the internet, attracting the attention of many people. Unknowingly, 3 months later, in the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building, in the director's office, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, wearing a black windbreaker and blindfold, is sitting on the boss chair, looking at the files in the computer. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Nick Fury raised his head, looked towards the door and said. The door opened, and a woman in a black S.H.I.E.L.D uniform walked in with a notebook. Her long brown hair was tied into a ball head, her bangs were half parted to the left, she had a beautiful appearance, a tall figure, and a pair of blue eyes were as beautiful and charming as jewels. The expression is slightly cold, giving people a very capable feeling. "Hill, what's the matter?" Looking at the woman who came in, Nick Fury couldn't help asking. Maria Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D's deputy director, is also his right-hand man. "Sir, look at this." Coming to the desk, Hill put the laptop in his hand on it, and then turned the screen to Nick Fury. And when Nick Fury checked the above information, he said, This is the electricity consumption of several nearby blocks. The users on this site have inexplicably consumed a large amount of electricity in a short period of time. The first case was 3 months ago. According to the collected information, every head of the household who strangely consumes a large amount of electricity said that he had no knowledge of it, and no problems were found after testing. From the first case to the present, a total of nearly 100 cases have occurred in 3 months. The only certain same factor is that the heads of households who consume a large amount of electricity strangely are at least white-collar workers, and their families are relatively wealthy. Until now, the cause of the strange power consumption has not been found out. Looking at the documents and listening to Hill's narration, Nick Fury frowned slightly. After reading the information, Nick Fury looked at Hill with a trace of seriousness. Is there any evidence that can be classified as a supernatural phenomenon? Yes, sir, take a look at this. Hill nodded with a serious expression. Then he turned the laptop over, tapped the keyboard with both hands for a while, and turned out some pictures and cropped video materials. Sir, I have asked someone to call the surveillance near the relevant location and found that this unknown creature, which looks a bit like the mouse in the animation, has appeared at the incident location. And according to the video, this unknown creature should have some intelligence, and there is a 65% possibility that it is related to the strange consumption of a large amount of electricity. Nick Fury looked at the picture that popped up on the computer, his right eye couldn't help but squinted, his expression was a little dignified. And the unknown creature in the picture is none other than Pixiu. Looking at the information about Pixiu, Nick Fury looked at Hill. What about external data processing? Hill, it has been destroyed, and only I have a copy. It is good. Nick Fury nodded, and said, this incident is tentatively scheduled to be level 6 top secret, named Lightning Rat. Check it out. Yes, sir. Hill nodded. Yet. Nick Fury also nodded, and then said, notify me of new discoveries. Yes. Hill nodded and left the office with the computer. After Hill left, Nick Fury stood up with a calm face, came to the special glass window, looked at the bustling city outside, and murmured. Is it the same creature as that one? With a trace of uncertainty and sigh, subconsciously raised left and right, touched the left eye covered by the blindfold. Obviously he has a story. At the same time, unaware that he was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D, Pixiu is quietly sneaking into the next target. It is a country-style villa. The owners are a man, a woman, and a child. At the moment all 3 of them had already left the door. Pixiu's small body squeezed in through the gap between the fences in the backyard, and then pushed open the glass sliding door of the backyard, and then closed it after entering. Then I found the socket in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, and turned on the suction without any hesitation. In 3 months, he has stored nearly 6,500 evolution points, that is to say, he has absorbed about 1.29 million, nearly 1.3 million degrees of electricity. However, it is still about 3,500 points away from the 10,000 points required for the upgrade. According to the current situation, if 1 month is counted as 30 days, it will still take about 1.5 months. Just when Pixiu absorbs electricity. A room on the 1st floor of the villa. A fat pig-like Alaskan is sleeping. Ah! Suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had noticed something, got up from the nest, and ran upstairs excitedly. Soon came to the master bedroom, it found Pixiu. Definitely, Pixiu also found it. Chapter 5. Whose pig is this? Seeing the huge figure rushing towards him menacingly, Pixiu couldn't help but widen his eyes, and let out an exclamation with surprise on his face. In Alaskan ears, it's pie, Piku pie. The sound of. After all, there are different races and language barriers, and Alaska obviously can't understand Piku's skin language. Alaska is getting closer and closer to Pixiu. In desperation, Pixiu could only temporarily stop borrowing electricity. 2 small hands rubbed the pink battery box on the cheeks. Chi-chi-chi sounded continuously, strands of golden electric arcs danced on Pixiu's small hands and cheeks. Piku, pie. Go, shock. Rubbing lightning with his hands, Pixiu launched an electric shock skill at Alaska. definitely is the kind that controls power. During these 3 months, Pixiu also fought with many animals. Like some stray dogs. At the beginning, the stray dog suddenly attacked. Pixiu was so scared that he didn't pay attention, and launched a normal power electric shock, which directly turned the stray dog into a black and died. Later Pixiu learned to control the power of the electric shock, file size. Golden lightning shrouded Pixiu's body, which was 30 centimeters high with big ears, and a golden lightning bolt as thick as a little finger bombarded Alaska in an instant. Ah! Struck by lightning, Alaska let out a miserable howl, his hair exploded, he twitched, turned around and ran back, crawling back downstairs. Hey, why don't you just stay here and come to trouble me? Seeing Alaska fleeing, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head, and sighed silently in his heart. If Alaska knows, it will definitely cry out for injustice. It just wants to make friends, why does it call when it meets, can it still play happily? Keep going. Pixiu didn't bother with Alaska either, turned around and grabbed the wire to continue borrowing electricity. It has been 3 months since I came to the Marvel world, and Pixiu also has a little understanding of the timeline. Just a few days ago, when he was hiding in someone's home, he saw Tony Stark's press conference announcing the closure of the Stark Group's weapons department on the TV news. After all, it is a movie universe, Tony's appearance is hard to recognize. As for Pixiu, it was just a group of 26 English letters that were recognized separately. Once combined, why would a scumbag who doesn't know English understand English? This is definitely a credit to the system. After all, people are in a foreign land, and things like language still need to be mastered. Others may not understand what you say, but you must understand what others say. As for his skin language, Pixiu said that few people can understand it. Time passed slowly. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Nick Fury got a call from Hill. Sir, a large consumption of electric energy was found at the single-family house JM05, 1 kilometer southwest of the George Washington Memorial Highway, which is exactly the same as the previous case. It appeared again so soon. Nick Fury looked down, and said, "Let Natasha Romanoff, forget it, Hill, you take someone there first, and I'll be there later, don't act without authorization." As he said that, Nick Fury got up and walked outside. "Yes, sir," Hill answered, and Nick Fury hung up. Several S.H.I.E.L.D's black Lexus GX left S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and rushed towards the single-family villa No. JM05 where Pixiu is located. On the front door of each car, the S.H.I.E.L.D logo is printed, with an eagle pattern surrounded by a circle. About 2 minutes after they left, Nick Fury also drove his exclusive car, located the location information sent to him by Hill, and left the headquarters building. In the villa, Pixiu sat on the ground with a bored face, holding the wire with one hand to absorb electricity, and trying to touch the big ear on his head with the other hand. "But with short hands, I can't touch it at all." In the end, he rolled his eyes helplessly, and had no choice but to chat with the system. "Pixiu, system, it's so boring, let's talk about something." "System, master, what do you want to talk about?" "Pixiu, you said that I am an outsider, when the director of the family planning office snaps his fingers, will I be counted in the 1/2 chance?" The system hesitated a bit. The system is not very clear." "Pixiu, aren't you a system, you don't even know about this little problem." "System, master, wait for me to calculate." After a little while. "System, master, according to calculations, since you are in this universe, at least your personality has not transcended this universe, then you will be affected." "Pixiu, that is to say, if you snap your fingers, there is a 1/2 chance that I will turn into ashes." "Talking about the system, can you take me to other universes?" "System, this is possible, but you need to reach a certain level as the master, and then you can open the other world travel function." "Pixiu, travel function? What do you mean? The system can explain it to me clearly." "System, the other world travel function allows you, the owner, to leave the Marvel movie universe and go to other film and television worlds, but there is a time limit. You can stay in each world for up to 3 months, and then you must return to the Marvel movie universe. After using it, there will be 5-month cooldown. Pixiu, I can only stay for 3 months at most, and there are still 5 months to cool down. Is this cooldown counted from the moment I go to another world? System, the calculation starts from the second of going to other world, that is to say, after the owner returns from other world, he needs to wait 2 months in Marvel movie universe before opening it again. Pixiu, understood. Tick, tick. The air was suddenly quiet. Rubbing arcs on his face with his little hands, Pixiu said again, System, you are an evolutionary system, and my current level is 1-star Pichu, can you tell me what mound is behind the 3-star Thunder Mound? Chapter 6. I'm sorry Master, the Master wants to know the information of the next level, you need to evolve before you can know. A weak voice from the system sounded. Pixiu rubbed Ark's hands for a moment, and said in surprise, you mean, if I want to know the level information after 3-star Raichu, I need to evolve to 3-star to know. System, that's right, Master. Pixiu, then I'm only 1-star now, but I already know that 2-star Pikachu is behind 3-star Raichu. Regarding this, what do you say as a system? System. This is a special case. The system couldn't help being embarrassed. Pixiu, okay. Pixiu, by the way, the system, if my strength is to reach the level of Thor Awakening, what will be my level by then? System, Master, you need to reach 4 stars, Just halfway through the speech, the system suddenly found something was wrong, and the sound immediately disappeared. Tisk, little system, it's a pretty quick brain. Seeing that the system had no sound, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips, as if it was a pity. Pixiu, system, come here, let's talk about something else. System. Pixiu, why are you silent in the system? Talk, I am alone, a Pichu is a bit boring, hurry up and talk to your master. The system is silent. So next, Pixiu was talking to himself silently, and the system became the best listener, listening to Pixiu's messy and inappropriate words. During the period, the system did not say a word, and Pixiu wondered if the system blocked him temporarily. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Outside the villa, several of S.H.I.E.L.D's vehicles were parked on the side of the road outside. In the first car, in the passenger seat, Hill holds a 10-inch file-size black tablet in his hand, looking at the data on it. On her right ear is a black wireless earphone. On the tablet computer, the electricity consumption data of Pixiu's villa is displayed. Through the change of electricity consumption data, she was sure that Pixiu was still in the villa. A few minutes later, Nick Fury also arrived here. Nick Fury and Hill stood together, and around them, more than a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D agents stood around with serious and meticulous expressions. After coming here, the neighborhood was temporarily taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it is a super organization jointly formed by the 5 permanent members of the Earth, responsible for the security of the entire Earth, and dealing with events that cannot be handled by the general relevant departments. Oh, by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D is not called by this name now, its full name is also called Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and its headquarters is located in the United States, the world's most powerful country. Nick Fury looked expressionless, looked at the villa and asked, Hill, is the target still at the villa? Wearing a simple and atmospheric black windbreaker, he looked a bit domineering. Hill on the side looked at the villa and nodded, it's still there, sir, should we take action? Nick Fury pressed the wireless earphones on his ears, and gave an order, start action, set up no dead spot surveillance around the villa, strictly guard it, and allow the use of anesthesia net guns. Yes. The agent of the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D heard the command and responded, took out the tools from the car, and then acted quickly to set up surveillance around the villa. At the same time, there is also a special anesthetic net gun, which can shoot a special net with a diameter of 2 meters, with dense spikes on it, which contains a large amount of anesthetic drugs, which is enough to easily bring down an elephant. 5 minutes later, everything was ready. Nick Fury and Hill brought 3 agents to the gate of the yard. After a short operation, 1 agent directly opened the gate of the yard. For the villa door, it is also a set of operations before. After opening the door, the 3 agents looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury nodded. Taking out the anesthesia net gun, Nick Fury and Hill looked at each other, with Nick Fury leading the charge, slowly pushed the door open, and then walked gently into the villa. As the 2 big bosses of the agent organization, the skills of the 2 of them are almost full in some aspects of the agent, which is much stronger than the agents they brought. Hill followed closely behind. After entering, the 2 quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for Pixiu. Glancing around, but failing to find it, Hill gestured. Behind them, 3 S.H.I.E.L.D agents also entered the villa. Several people carefully checked in the living room, kitchen, and toilet. Hill brought an agent to the 2nd floor, the agent went to the 2nd bedroom, and Hill walked gently towards the master bedroom where Pixiu was. His eyes are sharp, his expression is serious, and he pays attention to any movement. In the master bedroom. I said the system, but you didn't make a sound, did you make a sound? Pixiu, who was talking to himself, suddenly noticed something, the communication with the system stopped abruptly, and the 2 big ears on his head moved. Big watery eyes rolled around, Pixiu let go of the wire, stood up and looked in the direction of the door of the master bedroom. This is the sound of footsteps, someone entered the villa. Blinking his eyes, Pixiu pulled the wire out of the socket, then moved his short legs and ran under the big bed in the master bedroom. Lying on the ground, Pixiu looked towards the door of the master bedroom. At the same time, the voice of an agent sounded in the wireless headsets of Nick Fury, Hill, and others. Chapter 7. Attention, attention, the power consumption of the villa has returned to normal value, the target may have found you. Discovered. Nick Fury and the others in the villa froze slightly upon hearing this, but there was not much change, but their gazes glancing around became sharper. In the master bedroom, Hill's eyes were sharp, like a preying falcon, quickly scanning around. His eyes flicked over the sockets on both sides of the bed, then the air conditioner, and finally looked at the socket next to the window, only 10 centimeters from the ground. Looking around, there is no sign of Pixiu. She quickly locked onto one spot. That is under the bed. The furniture in the bedroom is very simple, except for the bed and the bedside table, there is basically nothing else. The wardrobe is connected to the wall, and there are some photo frames hanging on the wall. The windows and the closet are closed. If Pixiu is still in the room, the most likely hiding place is under the bed. Thinking of this, Hill pulled out a small flashlight from his waist, then squatted down, turned on the flashlight and irradiated it under the bed, holding the anesthesia net gun tightly in his right hand. Under the bed, Pixiu, lying on the ground, rolled his big eyes, staring at the feet that were getting closer without blinking, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. The shoes don't look like the owner of the villa, who could it be? After a little while, a beam of white light was on the ground, the person seemed to be squatting down, and the white light was also coming towards the bottom of the bed. Pixiu quickly got up. Seeing this change, he didn't know that the other party was about to search the bottom of the bed. After getting up, Pixiu ran back slowly on his short legs. This bed is double-sided, with wooden boards at the front and back, and there is nothing blocking the left and right sides. While running, Pixiu's little brain also turned. Why does it feel like the other party is looking for something? Could it be that he is looking for me? No, I've always been very careful, no one should have noticed me, right? And it doesn't look like an ordinary person, is it the FBI, CIA, or something else? Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D? The main reason why I think of S.H.I.E.L.D is because Pixiu thought of his own behavior of borrowing electricity. In the past 3 months, he has borrowed more than 1 million kilowatts of electricity. The places where the incidents happened are all residences, not industrial sites. In the Marvel movie universe, it seems that there is no problem with being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. The little brain was spinning, and when the light of the flashlight shone under the bed, Pixiu had already run out of the bed, poking his head and looking at the direction of the door from the side. Shrinking his body and closing his body, Pixiu hid on the other side of the board and leaned close. Standing at this position, you can see Pixiu at a glance from the entrance. But if you look under the bed, you will be blocked by the wooden boards, and you will not be able to find Pixiu outside. Plop, plop. Pixiu found himself very nervous, as if he could hear his own heartbeat clearly. Even the two storage boxes on the cheeks felt like they were about to release electricity, but they were forcibly pressed down by Pixiu. If it is discharged at this time, wouldn't it be exposed immediately? Hill looked at the bottom of the bed, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk staring at his prey, and he scanned the bottom of the bed with the help of the flashlight, but he didn't see anything. So he stood up slowly. She, got up. Pixiu was leaning on the wooden board, the big ears on his head trembled slightly, and he could hear a little movement, and couldn't help but move in his heart, and went under the bed cautiously. Ah! At this moment, a howling sounded like a wolf's howl sounded downstairs. Hill's expression froze upon hearing this, and he quickly turned around and ran outside. Seeing that the person had gone out, Pixiu under the bed couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and touched his round belly with his small hands, soothing his frightened little heart. Outside, Hill left the master bedroom, and another agent who searched the second bedroom also ran out. The two walked up the spiral staircase to the first floor, and saw an agent squatting on one knee, holding a fat pig-like Alaskan dog in his arms. Obviously, the wolf howl just now came from Alaska. Nick Fury and the other two agents stood not far away. Nick Fury glanced at Alaska, tapped his finger on the wireless headset, and said, "What did you find out there?" Report, no abnormalities were found at the number 1 monitoring point. Report, no abnormalities were found at the second monitoring point. Report, no abnormalities were found at the third monitoring point. Hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, the S.H.I.E.L.D agent in charge of monitoring outside responded immediately. The content of all replies is the same, and no abnormalities are found. Attention all, the target should still be in the villa. Once you find the target, don't attack it. If you find the target has the intention to attack, you can counterattack. Nick Fury pressed the earphones, narrowed his right eye slightly, and scanned the surroundings sharply. It is also conveying new instructions. Nick Fury also considered this order. Judging from the information they obtained, Pixiu has never harmed anyone, and it seems that there is only one purpose, which is to steal electricity. So Nick Fury thought he could look at the situation first. If Pixiu was as terrifying as that guy back then, if they got annoyed, their fate would not be much better. And if electricity is stolen, Pixiu's ability can be temporarily attributed to electricity. In case he could manipulate it to attack, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being electrocuted. In mild cases, the whole body is paralyzed and unable to move. In severe cases, the electric current pierces through the heart, resulting in immediate death. After all, because he believed in a certain guy, he lost one eye. Being able to consume more than 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity in 3 months, Nick Fury thinks that if Pixiu wants to kill people, it should be very easy. Yes. After hearing Nick Fury's instructions, those agents also responded. Hill came to Nick Fury, looked at Alaska, frowned, suddenly thought of something, looked at Nick Fury and suggested. "Sir, we can try to use Alaska. If other animals break in, I think Alaska should find something. After all, dogs are very good at finding things, otherwise there would be no police dogs. Sir, here's a discovery." At this time, the agent holding Alaska suddenly made a sound. Chapter 8. Hill and Nick Fury frowned and hurried to their side. The agent exposed the lower part of Alaska's neck and said, "Sir, there are signs of electric shock or burnt in Alaska. On Alaska's chest, there is a place the size of a palm file, and the hair has turned into charred black, which is obviously the trace left by Pixiu's electric shock before. Alaska made contact with the target and the target attacked it." Seeing the scorched black area on Alaska's body, Nick Fury and Hill looked at each other with serious expressions, and already had some guesses in their hearts. Hill immediately had an idea, gently pressed the earphone and said, "Jim Agent, bring in the target's picture. After a little while, an agent walks in quickly with a tablet. On the tablet computer, what is displayed is a processed and clearer picture of Pixiu, which is intercepted from the surveillance video. S.H.I.E.L.D took the tablet and placed the screen in front of Alaska. Ah! Seeing Pixiu on the screen, Alaska frowned and let out a terrified howl. His ears fell down, and his desire to survive broke out, and he broke free from the agent's arms. Wow, woof woof! After breaking free, Alaska bared his teeth and roared a few times towards the stairs leading to the second floor, then shrugged and ran back to the den set by the owner. Although it roared handsomely, it was even more embarrassing when it ran away. Alaska returned to the nest, shivering in a ball. Obviously, Pixiu's electric shock will make it unforgettable for a lifetime. Alaska broke free violently, and the squatting agent almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stood up with his hands on the ground. When Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D saw the changes in Alaska, they immediately understood that Alaska had indeed seen Pixiu, and they were educated. But it didn't kill Alaska, which made Nick Fury slightly relieved. Continue to search, mainly search the second floor, don't miss any possible hiding places. A thought flashed in Nick Fury's mind, looked at the others, and said something with a serious expression. Alaska barks towards the stairs, indicating that Pixiu is probably on the second floor. Inside the master bedroom. After S.H.I.E.L.D left, Pixiu immediately ran out from under the bed, carefully walked down the stairs, and stopped at the corner, her big ears trembling slightly, eavesdropping on the sounds on the first floor. When Pixiu heard that they planned to conduct a thorough search, Pixiu had an urge to discharge himself. At the moment, he was sure that these people came to find him. To be honest, Pixiu doesn't intend to be exposed until his strength is not enough. But man is not as good as God. Pixiu was not surprised that he was discovered. He was just an ordinary person before, even if he crossed over and became Pichu, he didn't think he could hide from everyone's attention. Pixiu is already very proud of being able to commit crimes for 3 consecutive months before being caught. Now that he was discovered, Pixiu is not very worried. Because when he accumulated 5,000 evolution points, the system opened up a new skill for him. High-speed movement. Unleash lightning and use the power of lightning to greatly increase your own speed. It is as fast as lightning, and the effect of skills will increase with the improvement of strength. The high-speed movement skill, those who have watched the animation, basically know that it was a standing skill used by Pichu to avoid enemy attacks at first, but it was replaced by a flash of lightning. In the Pokémon game, it seems that it takes more than 30 levels to learn skills. However, Pixiu is not playing games after all, nor has he traveled to the animation world, so the form of skills has also been modified by the system. As for how strong the effect of high-speed movement is now, for example, without using high-speed movement, it takes about 16 seconds for Pixiu to run 100 meters, but it only takes about 8 seconds if using the flash of lightning. It can be seen how exaggerated high-speed movement is to Pixiu's speed increase, so that it can barely match the lightning fast in the skill brief description. And the skill effect will increase with the growth of Pixiu's strength. Would you like to go out and meet them for a while? Hiding behind the corner, Pixiu's big eyes kept rolling, and he began to think in his mind, resisting the urge to use his hands to rub his cheeks to create an electric arc. It stands to reason that at this time Pixiu should avoid the edge for the time being, sneak up first, and then come out to play casually when he has enough strength. This is a wise choice. But it seems a little bad to just go like this, at least you have to figure out who is looking for him again. Tisk, let's go out and see who it is it S.H.I.E.L.D? Anyway, with the high-speed movement, they can't catch me without adequate preparation. In the end, Pixiu decided to take a risk to find out who was following him. Definitely, I made this decision mainly because I heard what the person who should be the team leader said before. Find the target and don't attack for now. That being the case, there is nothing to be afraid of. After Pixiu figured it out, he raised his short hands, which were barely enough to touch his eyes, and couldn't help rubbing the battery box on his cheeks. Strands of golden arcs suddenly crackled and danced wildly. Pixiu doesn't know why he likes to rub his cheeks with his hands so much. Could it be that rubbing electricity is fun? I don't understand. Anyway, every time I finish rubbing, I feel happy. After rubbing his cheeks with both hands, Pixiu walked out of the corner and jumped towards the first floor, jumping the level 1 ladder. Then he looked at the people in the hall. After seeing their appearance, Pixiu subconsciously raised his right hand and rubbed it on his cheek again. At the moment he knew he was being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the dark-skinned, bald-headed, blindfolded, and overcoated Mayor Pokémon is so recognizable, not much less recognizable than Tony Stark. There is also Maria Hill Agent, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. beside him, a mature, capable and tall lady who gives the illusion of an ice beauty because of her meticulous expression. For Pixiu, who is half a Marvel fan after watching all the Marvel movies, he immediately recognized these two S.H.I.E.L.D. bosses at first glance. Chapter 9. Sir. At this moment, the previous agent holding Alaska found Pixiu who was watching them at the stairs. His shock was flashed, and he quickly raised the anesthesia net gun in his hand and yelled loudly. Nick Fury and Hill, as well as the other agents, also changed their expressions slightly, turned around quickly, and looked sharply towards the direction of the stairs. The next moment, they saw the living Pixiu. Except for Nick Fury, the rest of the agents, including Hill, raised their anesthesia net guns at Pixiu. Once Pixiu had the intention to attack, they would shoot immediately. Don't shoot yet. Looking at Pixiu, and meeting Pixiu's eyes, Nick Fury looked calm, raised his hand and said something. Yes, sir. After hearing this, several agents saw Pixiu's expression change slightly, and there was a hint of shock between their brows, but they still strictly followed the order and just looked at Pixiu vigilantly. Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury squinted his eyes slightly, his face changed slightly, and he seemed a little dignified. As a king of agents, his ability to see people is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he can even read a lot of information from some subconscious expression changes and body movements of people. Now he seems to see the light of wisdom in Pixiu's big jewel-like eyes, as if he is facing a person instead of an animal. This made Nick Fury pay more attention to Pixiu. Pixiu jumped down the stairs, walked to the living room, and jumped on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Rubbing the battery box with his right hand on his face, wisps of golden electric arcs were rubbed. Pixiu looked at Nick Fury 3 meters away with wide eyes, and said, "Are you trying to catch me as a guinea pig? He is so rare and peculiar." After being caught, it is estimated that the mouse did not run away, which is considered nonsense. Nick Fury. Hill. Other agents. They looked at each other in blank dismay. Because Pixiu's words are like this in their ears. Pi, Piku Pipi. Even though they are super agents who are proficient in multiple languages, even Nick Fury is helpless in the face of the leather language they have heard for the first time. Different races, language barriers, very uncomfortable. But Nick Fury could tell that Pixiu was probably talking to them. There is no way, Nick Fury can only speak English, tentatively said. Well, can you understand what I'm saying? Hill and other agents on the side couldn't help but glance at Nick Fury. Hill was thoughtful, and looked at Pixiu carefully, and a heart-wrenching emotion emerged in her heart. She really wanted to hug Pixiu in her arms, just like petting a cat. After all, Pixiu's appearance is so cute, it is not a problem to say that it can be killed by men, women, and children. The rest of the agents felt that Nick Fury was joking. How can an animal understand their human words, even though the appearance of this animal is not the same as that of animals in nature? However, the next moment, they were all a little dumbfounded. Pixiu nodded to them. Is this really understandable? Everyone was taken aback, even Nick Fury, who had been prepared for a long time, was also taken aback. The importance of Pixiu has been raised to the top secret level 7. I can really understand it. Seeing Pixiu nodding, Nick Fury and the others were shocked. Nick Fury and Hill were a little better, but the other agents were so surprised that their eyes widened and their mouths were slightly opened, with the urge to exclaim. But after all, he is not an ordinary person, so he suppressed his impulse. A solemn look flashed across Nick Fury's face, he suppressed the shock and remained calm, looked at Pixiu and said. You need electricity. That's right, Pichu. Pixiu nodded and said, rubbing his right hand on his cheek, a series of golden electric arcs were generated immediately, and then he started to play with his hands. Different from animations and games, Pixiu, the Pichu, can perfectly control its own electricity, discharge it when you want to discharge it, and don't let it go if you don't want to. Unlike the original Pichu, when surprised or laughing, he will discharge himself, and then startle himself. Hearing Pixiu's answer, Nick Fury narrowed his right eye slightly, as if he was thinking about it, and looked at Pixiu with a kind smile and said. Would you like to go to my place? I have a lot of electricity. You don't have a problem with how much you need. S.H.I.E.L.D and other agents couldn't help but glanced at Nick Fury, their expressions moved slightly but they didn't speak, and then they all watched Pixiu's reaction to see if Pixiu would agree. Pixiu was a little stunned when he heard the words, the arc between his hands dissipated, and a pair of big eyes stared straight at Nick Fury. Then he came back to his senses, his eyes rolled around, but he was full of complaints in his heart. Damn, does this mother think I'm stupid to provoke Phokexia, who can say such bluntly stupid things? Is she trying to trick ignorant children? The kind who give me a lollipop and leave. The complaints are the complaints, but after thinking about it, Pixiu understood why Nick Fury said that. After all, he still underestimated himself. Nick Fury still regards himself as an animal after all, even if he has some intelligence and can even understand their speech, but an animal is still an animal. I regard myself as a simple boy, so I want to start with what I want. Unfortunately, if it was just a Pichu, it might have gone with him. So Pichu rolled his eyes at Nick Fury, pulled the corner of his mouth with his hand, made a face, then twisted his body, turned the little butt to him, and slapped his butt with his hands. Not only that, but also yelled at him, fool. Definitely, it sounds like Pichu. Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Pixiu's actions. So spiritual, so anthropomorphic? This is not a monster. After being stunned, Nick Fury's face turned darker when he realized it, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he didn't know what to say when he opened his mouth. He was despised by an animal. Although I couldn't understand what Pixiu said, it was already obvious in body language. If you don't understand this, there are only two kinds of people. One is blind, and the other is mentally immature. Obviously Nick Fury doesn't belong to either of the above. He understood everything, and his face was a little ugly. Chapter 10. Pichu. S.H.I.E.L.D and the others at the side came back to their senses and couldn't help smiling immediately, especially seeing the change in Nick Fury's expression. The smile in their hearts became stronger. But thinking of Nick Fury's identity, everyone endured it. So S.H.I.E.L.D and others couldn't laugh when they wanted to, which made their expressions look very awkward. After all, they are professionally trained, and they can't laugh. Mommy Fok. Seeing the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D and others, Nick Fury's expression became even uglier, and he couldn't help cursing inwardly. But after all, he is not an ordinary agent, and his professionalism is outstanding. Soon Nick Fury suppressed the depressed emotions in his heart and regained his composure. Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury is already hesitation in his heart, whether to put him in the S.H.I.E.L.D level 8 top secret file. Judging from the reaction just now, it proves that Pixiu is very smart, and he can see his little juju immediately. But after thinking about it, Nick Fury decided to take another look. Just when he was about to say something, Pixiu had already stood up, raised his head slightly, stared at Nick Fury with big eyes, and said, Director Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D, could you please take me to Tony Stark's place? When talking, the big ears on the head trembled slightly. Nick Fury was stunned. He saw Pixiu looking at him, and said Pichu, Pichu Pichu Pichu. Who will tell me what the hell is he talking about? On the side, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Pixiu with softer eyes, which seemed to reveal a kind of impulsiveness. Now she really wants to take Pixiu home to raise her. After all, she is also a woman, and she has very weak resistance to Pichu, a kawaii creature that came out of the second dimension. What's more, Pichu's cuteness can not only conquer women, but also men. Definitely, This is just an idea, she is a super agent, so naturally she is not so smart that she thinks that Pixiu is as docile as a domesticated rabbit. What's more, there is a saying that rabbits will bite people when they are in a hurry. If you have never seen it, who knows what kind of danger is hidden under Pixiu's cute appearance. Hey, I've given you pointers, don't blame me if you don't understand. Seeing Nick Fury's confused face, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head, sighed regretfully, then stretched out his hand and pointed to the tablet on Hill's left hand. Give me the computer, Pichu Pichu, dot. Confused, Nick Fury didn't understand for a while. Instead, Hill, who has been staring at Pixiu, subconsciously looked at his left hand. After seeing the tablet computer, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He held up the tablet computer, and Hill looked at Pixiu tentatively and said, "This." "That's right, Pichu, dot." Pixiu nodded, then stretched out his right hand and hooked at Hill. Seeing this, Hill glanced at Nick Fury, and Nick Fury nodded. Then Hill put the anesthesia net gun in his right hand back into the holster on his waist, and walked towards Pixiu with the tablet. When she came to the side of the coffee table, Pixiu patted the side with his hands a few times. Hill quickly understood the meaning and put the tablet on the coffee table. Pixiu came to the side, squatted down, swiped on the tablet with his hands, found the document function, and clicked to see that there was nothing in it. Click to create a new document, and Pixiu quickly clicks on the screen. Hill on the side just watched like this, watching Pixiu operate on the tablet, amazed in his heart, and once again understood how smart Pixiu is. This is a monster who can even use a tablet computer and type. Are you sure you're not alone? Soon Pixiu finished typing, stood aside, pointed at the tablet computer with one finger, and called to Hill, "Come and see, Pichu Pichu." Hill looked carefully. "I need a lot of electricity, if possible, please send me to Stark Industrial Park, thank you." Seeing Pixiu's typing, Hill frowned first, then looked at Nick Fury who was standing there without moving, and said, "Sir, he needs a lot of electricity, and asked us to send him to the Stark Industrial Park." Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury was slightly taken aback, watching Pixiu's right eye slightly narrowed, his thought flashed. Seeing Nick Fury looking at him thoughtfully, Pixiu also looked straight at him. Seeking help from Nick Fury, Pixiu naturally has considerations. The act of borrowing electricity has been caught, and they will definitely not allow it if this continues. So the next step is to find a way to absorb electricity in a legitimate way. As for telling Nick Fury that he needs a lot of power, there's nothing to hide, and it won't affect him. Could it be that Nick Fury can also cut off the electricity in the whole of Washington? And Pixiu also has its own plans. That is to find a partner with the money ability next, and the most basic requirement is to manage the full amount of money. There are only two people that Pixiu can think of and are suitable for now. One is Tony Stark and the other is Nick Fury. One is a super rich man who is close to 100 billion, and the other is a big boss of a super organization, both of which can meet Pixiu's needs for a large amount of management. Two people. Pixiu is partial to Tony again, is not very fond of Nick Fury. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D has now become a snake and shield bureau. This time Nick Fury has sent out a mission to find himself, and it may not be long before Hydra knows about it. At that time, I am afraid that there will be a lot of trouble. Thinking of being targeted by Hydra people, and then constantly wanting to catch himself as a guinea pig for research, Pixiu felt his scalp tingling. Trouble is something that everyone doesn't like. The most important thing now is to quickly improve your strength, at least quickly evolve to 2 stars and become Pichu, so that you can have a certain self-protection ability. Looking at Nick Fury, Pixiu had a rough analysis of his current situation. In general, if you want to be happy, salty fish, and wander around, you must improve your strength. Nick Fury thought for a moment, put his hands behind his back, looked at Pixiu calmly, and said slowly, "Do you know Tony Stark?" Pixiu nodded, "I know, Pichu, dot. If you need electricity, I can help you to a certain extent." Looking into Pixiu's eyes, Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Now Tony Stark still has a lot of things to understand. Pixiu is a magical creature with unknown dangers, he can't let him move around at will. Therefore, it must be monitored to avoid any accidents. If it is really impossible, then we must find a way to kill Pixiu, so as not to cause disasters to the common people in the future. It is so harmonious now, after all, it is because of Pixiu's performance. If Pixiu attacked people everywhere, causing casualties and panic, then a large number of agents would have been dispatched with lethal weapons to kill Pixiu. But now, Nick Fury has a new idea. Chapter 11. Looking at Nick Fury, Pixiu was lost in thought. After a while, Pixiu clicked on the tablet. Hill watched from the sidelines and acted as the messenger. "What do you need?" Hill said after reading it. Hearing Hill's message, Nick Fury looked at several other agents and ordered, "You guys go out first." "Yes, sir." Several agents heard the words, but there was no hesitation, and they left the villa with a reply. "I have a plan here, and I need your participation." After several agents left, Nick Fury looked at Pixiu with deep eyes, and said in a deep voice. At the moment, he no longer regards Pixiu as a simple animal, but as a person with an animal body. In fact, what he thinks is the truth, but he will never know it. Plan. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu became thoughtful. Could the plan he was talking about be the Avengers' plan? If so, he didn't expect that he would be the first person to be invited, Pokémon. Shaking his head at Nick Fury, Pixiu clicked on the tablet. Hill took a look, and then looked at Nick Fury. "It can be another way, such as cooperation. You provide me with the electricity I need, and I can promise to help you solve a matter within my ability in the future." Nick Fury squinted his right eye when he heard this, and stared closely at Pixiu's eyes with a blank expression on his face, giving people a sense of invisible deterrence, which made people feel afraid. But Pixiu was not afraid at all, blinked his big eyes, and played a game of staring with him. So for a while, the air was suddenly quiet. Hill lingered on both Pixiu and Nick Fury before finally focusing on Pixiu. After all, cuteness is justice. The staring Pixiu is so cute in Hill's eyes, okay? Needle drop could be heard, and the two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and one eye with both eyes. After a while, Nick Fury finally lost the battle first. After all, Pixiu was completely confident, and when Nick Fury didn't know enough about Pixiu, he didn't dare to make certain decisions at will. Blinking his dry eyes, Nick Fury still maintained his majesty, and said in a deep voice, 10 pieces. Are you thinking of Peach? Hearing Nick Fury's lion open his mouth, Pixiu immediately wanted to raise his middle finger at him, but when he stretched out his hand, he found that he didn't have a middle finger. So I could only curse at Nick Fury, who couldn't understand anyway. After scolding, Pixiu typed on the tablet. Hill looked a little weird after reading it, and glanced at Nick Fury, wanting to laugh but couldn't. Seeing Hill's reaction, Nick Fury's black question marks. Taking a deep breath, Hill held back a smile and said, "What are you thinking, UBD, why don't you go to heaven with 10 pieces? Even if you sell you, it's not worth 10 pieces, okay? Just 1 piece is not negotiable. Motherfucker." Hearing Hill's recitation, Nick Fury's face sank, as black as coal, and he almost said his catchphrase. Oh, forgot one thing, his face is already very dark. When the mantra was about to burst out, Nick Fury held back. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times. Nick Fury's face was as black as ink, his right eye was fixed on Pixiu, and he said in a deep voice, "Ju, don't forget what you did." Apparently, what Nick Fury was talking about was the borrowing of electricity by Pixiu. In response to this, Pixiu stretched out his right hand, raised his thumb, and then turned his hand upside down, shaking it up and down twice. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury's face became even uglier. Pixiu typed a few words on the tablet. Hill, 1 thing, not negotiable. Nick Fury, 8, I can help you erase what you did before. 1 thing is not negotiable. Pixiu typed, Hill relayed. Nick Fury, 7 things, except for the offset of the previous thing, as long as it can be provided within the range of my ability, there is no problem with how much electricity you want. Then, chattering, rattling, and chattering, Hill, who was acting as the messenger, looked weird. Because her boss, the dignified boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, is actually bargaining with a mouse-like creature that looks so cute that it looks fried, just like buying vegetables in a vegetable market. If this is said, I am afraid that a group of people will be stunned. 5 minutes later. The haggling between Pixiu and Nick Fury is finally over. At the moment, both of them are very satisfied. The final condition is that Nick Fury can provide Pixiu with all the power he needs within the scope of his ability, but Pixiu must help him with 3 things within the scope of his ability in the future. There is also an additional condition. Although they do not restrict Pixiu's activities, Pixiu cannot hurt people at will, cause panic, and cannot easily expose his ability in front of others. Pixiu is very satisfied with the conditions finally reached. After all, everyone gets what they want. He now needs a lot of electricity to grow, and with the backing of the director of the Snake and Shield Bureau, he can definitely manage a lot. As for the 3 things he promised, this is even easier to say. In the conditions, it is clearly pointed out that we can do what we can. As for the scope of this ability when there is a need, Pixiu thinks it mainly depends on whether he is comfortable or not. But since he agreed, as long as Nick Fury doesn't turn against him, Pixiu has no intention of reneging on his debt. As a human being, Pixiu still has this basic quality. What? You say I'm a Pokémon now? Sorry, Pixiu has always regarded himself as a human being, and he is very proud of being a human being. Even though he wears an animal body, his soul is still human. After the conditions were confirmed, Nick Fury looked a lot better, but he still looked stinky. With a smile on his face, Pixiu patted his round stomach in satisfaction, and then typed a sentence on the tablet. Chapter 12. Then arrange a place for me that is safe and undisturbed first, and then solve the power problem for me. S.H.I.E.L.D made a broadcast immediately. No problem. Nick Fury nodded. Seeing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, and was about to jump off the coffee table, but suddenly thought of something, and ran back to the tablet, typing on it. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D looked at each other, both a little puzzled, not understanding what Pixiu was going to do. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the tablet, and after reading it, his eyes slightly enlarged and his brows raised. He was surprised at first, but then he couldn't help showing a happy smile. The above content is impressive. Messenger, come and pick me up. S.H.I.E.L.D stretched out his hand and hugged Pixiu, who had been waiting for a long time. The moment he hugged Pixiu, he felt the soft hair on Pixiu's body, and S.H.I.E.L.D showed a satisfied smile. Ah, I finally hold this cute creature in my arms. After hugging Pixiu, S.H.I.E.L.D was so surprised that he went so far as to want to rub Pixiu. Snapped. Seeing someone's intentions, Pixiu squinted her eyes, and immediately slapped her hand away with a paw, and then yelled at S.H.I.E.L.D. Woman, can you be greedy for my uncle's body? I'm just thinking about Peach. To S.H.I.E.L.D and Nick Fury, that's Pi, Chopi Piku Pikachu, Piku. Although I can't understand it, judging from Pixiu's actions and human-like expression, Pixiu must be warning S.H.I.E.L.D not to do something excessive. Being slapped away by Pixiu, and seeing Pixiu's disgusted face, S.H.I.L.D was stunned for a moment, then a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. Just like that, S.H.I.L.D obediently walked out with Pixiu in his arms, while Nick Fury picked up the tablet, looked around and left behind. A few minutes later, everything was packed, and the group left here. In the car, S.H.I.L.D sat in the co-pilot seat of Nick Fury's car, while Pixiu sat on S.H.I.E.L.'s lap, and discussed the issue of living with Nick Fury. After setting up the smart driving, Nick Fury looked at Pixiu and said, I'll arrange a room for you in our staff dormitory, what do you think? No, Piku. Pixiu hastily shook his head and refused. US.H.I.E.L.D can be renamed the Snake Shield Bureau, and all the agents in it are from Hydra. Wouldn't it be a trap to go to your place? Seeing Piku shaking his head and refusing, Nick Fury said deeply, then what are you going to do? At this time, S.H.I.L.D also thoughtfully put the tablet in front of Pixiu, and the document software has been opened. Glancing at S.H.I.L.D, Pixiu had an idea in his mind and started typing on the tablet. After Pixiu finished typing, S.H.I.L.D showed the content to Nick Fury. Is my messenger status high? This is what Pixiu typed. As for Hill's status in S.H.I.E.L.D, Pixiu is naturally very clear, but these things are not suitable to be revealed at this time. After all, in previous conversations, Pixiu never said that he knew them. Seeing Pixiu's inquiry, Nick Fury took a look at Hill, thoughtful for a moment, then looked at Pixiu and nodded, "It's okay." "Okay? You're a bad old man, you're very bad, a dignified deputy director, and a level 9 agent is just okay, I believe you." Hearing Nick Fury's answer, Pixiu rolled his eyes subconsciously, complaining in his heart. Tuko to Tuko, Pixiu still made a reply. "Pixiu, since it's okay, there should be an exclusive house outside, so I'll go to her house." As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Hill must have his own house outside, but whether he will live there is a question. Maybe most of the time he is in S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, not only Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D people basically have their own houses outside, but because of the S.H.I.E.L.D system, they basically live in the staff dormitory of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just like the residence Nick Fury arranged for Captain America after he woke up, there are basically agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing what Pixiu typed, Nick Fury didn't rush to answer, but looked at Hill and asked about Hill's decision. Anyway, Hill is also S.H.I.E.L.D's second in command, and it's impossible for Nick Fury to say a word on this kind of thing. "No problem." Hill looked at Pixiu upon hearing this, and then nodded to express his agreement. "Very good." Seeing that Hill agreed, Nick Fury said to Pixiu, "Since that's the case, the Hill agent will be in charge of your affairs from now on. If you have any needs, you can tell her." "Okay, Pichu." Pixiu nodded, indicating that there is no problem. So next, Nick Fury conveyed an order to the other agents that today's events should not be disclosed, and then let them return to the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters first. And he drove his specially modified black technology car, asked about Hill's residence, and took Pixiu and Hill towards Hill's residence. At the same time, returning to a car in S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, an agent took out a special mobile phone from his pocket and sent out a piece of information. The agent sitting next to him didn't react when he saw this scene. Obviously the agent knew what he was doing. After an hour, Pixiu and his party came to Hill's residence, a detached villa on Columbia Island. Columbia Island is not very far from Roosevelt Island, where the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building is located. It is also located in the Potomac River, and it is far away from the Lincoln Memorial. Hill's independent villa covers an area of about 900 square meters, built a wall, surrounded by trees, has a garden of about 300 square meters, an outdoor swimming pool of about 100 square meters, and an outdoor parking lot of more than 100 square meters. The villa has 4 floors, and the upper 3 floors are equipped with a small private theater and gymnasium. The basic configurations such as study room, bedroom, dining room, toilet, bathroom, and kitchen are naturally available. As for the next level, it is the basement. Surrounded by trees outside the villa, the nearest residents are all 30 meters away from the main road, so it seems relatively quiet, and the surrounding environment is very suitable for relaxation and retirement. Chapter 13. Looking at such a luxurious villa, Pixiu squinted his eyes and glanced at Hill beside him. Is the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D so rich? Thinking about it carefully, Pixiu found that Hill is really a rich woman, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is rich and beautiful, but unfortunately, she is not the same as before, so don't say anything, but strive to save decades of struggle. Definitely just kidding, as he used to be an ordinary person, Hill still doesn't like him. It's a pity that it has now become a Pokémon, and it is still a neutral kind. Men seek women, women seek men. Men seek men, women seek women. So, what do neutrals look for? Could it be? Alas! Pixiu didn't dare to continue thinking. Yes, Pichu has no gender, but it doesn't mean that Pixiu has no gender. And doesn't having no gender mean that there are multiple development directions, in case you can do whatever you want in the future. Ahem, Pixiu. At this moment, a dry cough accompanied by Nick Fury's seemingly puzzled voice sounded. Let's go, Pichu, Pichu, dot. Pixiu immediately came back to his senses, quickly shook his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, rubbed his cheeks, and ran towards the villa while rubbing the electric arc. On the way here, Pixiu typed and told Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D that he would call himself Pixiu in the future, and that he was a Pichu. And Pixiu also checked and found that there is no Pokémon and related derivative works in this world. As for why not, don't ask, it's setting if you ask. After entering the villa, Nick Fury didn't stay long before leaving. So only Pixiu and S.H.I.E.L.D are left. When S.H.I.E.L.D introduced this villa to Pixiu, she said that she usually only comes back to stay 5 or 6 days a month, so she usually hires someone to clean it, so the villa is quite tidy. Then S.H.I.E.L.D arranged a room for Pixiu, which was a second bedroom next to the master bedroom. Then asked Pixiu what he needs. But Pixiu waved his hand, telling her to leave first if she has something to do, he won't run around here. Then, under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D, he sat down next to the socket, put the 3-month-old iron wire into the hole of the socket, and sucked up the electricity openly. As for the electricity bills consumed by S.H.I.E.L.D, it is natural that Nick Fury is responsible for reporting it to S.H.I.E.L.D, and then deducting it from S.H.I.E.L.D's expenses. Seeing that Pixiu started smoking directly, S.H.I.E.L.D looked around and found that there seemed to be nothing about her here, so he talked to Pixiu, drove a car to the parking lot and left. She also has to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. As the deputy director, there are many things to deal with. For S.H.I.E.L.'s departure, Pixiu just waved his hand to say goodbye. Thinking of Hydra, Pixiu couldn't believe that they wouldn't think about it after they found themselves. Even if he came to S.H.I.E.L.'s house, Pixiu felt that the villa would probably be poisoned by Hydra. But Pixiu doesn't bother to care about so much anymore, accumulating evolution points is the kingly way now. After a month and a half, when the evolution points are enough, and the evolution reaches 2 stars to become Pichu, then Pixiu doesn't have to worry too much about Hydra. When they dare to come, Pixiu doesn't mind letting them enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime electrotherapy. Time passes, S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. After S.H.I.E.L.D returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, he stopped by Nick Fury's office. I'm back. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury said, the Lightning Mouse file has been cancelled, and the top-secret document registered at level 8 is named Pichu. Below level 8, there is no right to view it. Agents of level 8 and above can view it. You need to contact me or you apply directly. Yes, sir. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded upon hearing that. Putting his hands on the table and crossing his fingers in front of him, Nick Fury also nodded, and continued, I will leave the investigation of his threat to you. It is related to my future plans. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, and didn't ask what the plan Nick Fury was talking about. The file of the Avengers project, Nick Fury has not yet activated it in the S.H.I.E.L.D repository, because the right person has not yet appeared, so it has been delayed. It was only a draft before, and after confirming the identity of Tony Iron Man, Nick Fury began to officially confirm the Avengers plan, and then officially activated the registration. As Pixiu thought before, Nick Fury did have the idea of including Pixiu in the pending personnel of the Avengers plan. Whether he can become a full-time member depends on the follow-up development. It's just that Pixiu directly rejected it, and Nick Fury also temporarily suppressed this idea. Go ahead. After telling S.H.I.E.L.D everything, Nick Fury said. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded again, turned and left the office. After S.H.I.E.L.D left, Nick Fury came to the bedside, with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky, his eyes were deep, and he whispered softly, only him, or there are others. The other side. After S.H.I.E.L.D left the office, he returned to his own office, then logged into the S.H.I.E.L.D internal network, deleted the previously registered 6th level file Lightning Rat, and re-registered a new file. As for the various materials collected before, they were naturally transferred from the backup to the new file. In an office in the headquarters building. Former director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Alexander Pierce is looking at the computer screen on the desk. It contains all kinds of information about Pixiu collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. After reading Pixiu's information, Pierce narrowed his eyes slightly, looking narrow and long, with an inexplicable expression on his face, giving people a very strange feeling. After a while, Pierce took out a special mobile phone and dialed a certain number. Beep, beep, the phone is connected after a while. Send someone to find the magical little animal that Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D took away, and then catch it, maybe we will get a lot of useful things. As soon as the call was connected, Pierce said lightly. Yes, sir. A voice came from the phone. Hydra hail. Pierce said again, and the other end of the phone replied, and then Pierce ended the call and put the phone away. Then the corners of Pierce's mouth rose slightly, showing a meaningful smile, and he started to delete and completely destroy all relevant information in the computer. Chapter 14. Time flies like an arrow. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During these half a month, Pixiu did not waste a single minute of the 24 hours a day. Pixiu also asked S.H.I.E.L.D to find a very long wire, one side was connected to the specially made line, and the other side was twisted into a circle, which was held by Pixiu in his hand. In this way, Pixiu has a large range of activities and can move freely in the room. It will not be bound by a small wire next to the socket as before. Half a month has passed, and in another month, Pixiu will be able to collect all upgrades to 2-star evolution points. During the past half month, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to the villa every day, rested in the villa at night, and worked in Pixiu's room if he was there during the day. Pixiu doesn't care about that either. Because he knew what S.H.I.E.L.'s purpose was. It is nothing more than observing his daily behavior and seeing if he can learn some other information about him from it. After all, who made him act too smart, and originally so miraculous? If there is an opportunity not to take the opportunity to observe more, then I am sorry for their status as agents. This day, it seems to be business as usual together. S.H.I.E.L.D worked in Pixiu's room for a while, then left the villa for S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. And Pixiu is lying on the bed with a stand in front of him. And there is a tablet computer on the stand, and Pixiu watches movies while sucking power. Thinking back to the previous 3 months, when he was sneaking around every day, Pixiu suddenly felt satisfied. These days are not better than each other, a comparison is a sky and a ground. Half a month has passed, and while surfing the internet on a tablet computer, Pixiu also saw all kinds of latest information about Tony Stark and Stark Group. For example, the stock market situation of the Stark Group, and since Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons department, the news has been kept behind closed doors. Looking at the relevant news on the internet, Pixiu knew that the story of the Marvel movie was about to officially begin. Wait for that classic sentence to appear, and then there will be an era of chaotic dances of gods and demons. But Pixiu is not in a hurry, because it is useless to be anxious. Now the speed at which the system absorbs electricity depends on his level. If he wants to improve efficiency, he must evolve his level, otherwise he can only follow the steps step by step. Anyway, among all the events in Marvel's 10 years, Pixiu must be involved only in the finger-snapping incident. 10 years is enough time for Pixiu to develop. Pixiu doesn't believe that in 10 years, he still can't evolve enough to start the system's otherworld travel function. If you can't, then you can only look at the face. Even if it is gone, it will be hit back by another snap of the fingers at that time. Pixiu said that he is not afraid. While Pixiu was watching a movie in his room, 5 or 6 black cars came outside the villa. Then more than a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car with stern expressions. After looking around, they took out several large silver boxes from the trunk. He opened the big silver box, took out an anesthetic gun from it, and headed towards the villa. The two at the front looked at the monitors at both ends of the gate, took out 2 silencer pistols from their pockets, and Biu smashed the monitors with 2 shots. Then one person quickly stepped forward, unlocked the door, opened the door, and entered the courtyard of the villa. Abolish the monitoring, unlock the lock, and the division of labor is very clear. These men in suits and sunglasses moved extremely quickly, and their movements were clean and neat, obviously they had received professional training. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. This is. Hill, who was working in the office, saw the red prompt that popped up on the computer, his face changed slightly, and he quickly tapped the keyboard twice, and another window popped up on the computer. Looking at the multiple windows that were full of snowflakes in the pop-up window, Hill frowned slightly, and tapped the keyboard a few more times. Snowflakes flashed on multiple windows inside, and then the screen began to reverse. From the screen, Hill saw the men in suits and sunglasses, and their behavior of blowing up the surveillance cameras with guns. Not good. Hill quickly got up and ran outside. Since Pixiu moved into her house, she and Nick Fury have remodeled all the monitoring outside the villa, directly connecting Hill's office and another place. Every few hours, Hill is debriefed. At the moment, less than half an hour has passed since the last report, and Hill did not expect to have a sudden accident. From the surveillance, it was obvious that those men in suits and sunglasses were heading for Pixiu. Nick Fury's office is just across the street. Hill's expression was dignified and his eyes were stern. After approaching Nick Fury, he said directly, "Sir, unknown armed men have broken into the villa, and their target is Pixiu, no accident." "What?" Nick Fury, who was processing Tony-related documents, raised his head suddenly when he heard the words, frowned slightly, narrowed his right eye slightly, and said while standing up quickly, "Take people out immediately." "Yes." Hill nodded. Then the two got on the elevator and headed downstairs. When the two came downstairs, there were already 5 S.H.I.E.L.D cars ready. Except for the first car, there were several cold-looking S.H.I.E.L.D agents sitting in the other cars, with agent headphones made by S.H.I.E.L.D on their ears. Nick Fury and Hill sped to the first car, and the convoy sped away from the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, heading for Hill's villa on Columbia Island. Chapter 15. In the car. Nick Fury looked at Hill with a slightly sullen face, and said in a deep voice, "Contact the agents stationed on Columbia Island and ask them to rush over there immediately. If they can be caught, they will be caught. If they can't be caught, they will be killed on the spot. They've set off and will be here in 2 minutes." Hill nodded slightly, stopped his movements, and reported the situation to Nick Fury. "It takes half an hour to get from the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters to the villa on Columbia Island, even if it is fast." Half an hour later, the daylily was cold. Fortunately, Nick Fury and Hill have already arranged an agent team in the nearest residential area, 5 kilometers away from the villa, to be responsible for checking the surveillance of the villa. When they set off, the other side had already taken action and rushed towards the villa. At the same time, in the villa. What sound? Pixiu, who was watching a movie, blinked his big eyes, rubbed his cheek with his right hand, and the 2 big ears on his head vibrated slightly, listening to the sound outside. He seemed to hear something breaking just now, but he couldn't hear it very clearly. A movie is playing on the tablet, and the sound is not loud. Pixiu can be sure that it is not the sound from inside, so the sound just now must have come from outside. Moreover, Pixiu felt the 2 electric sacs on his cheeks were slightly warming, which made him a little vigilant, because every time he felt this way, he was bound to encounter something. And quite possibly dangerous. Pixiu clearly remembered that the first time this happened was when the stray dog he had electrocuted to death suddenly jumped out of the corner. Is there danger approaching? After rubbing the slightly heated electric bag, Pixiu shook his 2 big ears, let go of the wire with his left hand, and then paused the tablet computer playing the movie. Chirp jumped from the big bed to under the bed. Pixiu ran towards the door. Pichu can run upright on 2 legs like a human, or run on all 4s with both hands, 4 limbs. If you run on 4 legs, you must be faster than 2 legs. When you activate the skill high-speed movement, you need to use all 4 limbs together to exert the power of the skill. After all, Pichu is a mouse Pokémon, and mice naturally run on 4 legs. A lot of footsteps, it's hard. As soon as he came to the door, Pixiu heard a lot of footsteps, his big eyes rolled, and his mind turned quickly, thinking about all kinds of possibilities. In fact, there are not many kinds. Pixiu's first reaction was that S.H.I.E.L.D brought someone back. But after thinking about it, Pixiu discarded this guess. This is S.H.I.E.L.'s own private villa, how could he bring anyone back casually, let alone he is here now, even if S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to, that bratty Nick Fury would not agree. Throwing away this guess, Pixiu immediately thought of another name for S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be someone from Hydra? As soon as this idea came up, Pixiu felt that it was almost inseparable. The moment he was targeted by Nick Fury, Pixiu knew that he would face Hydra sooner or later. Half a month has passed now, and Hydra found here, and there seems to be no problem. If it wasn't Hydra, then it must be a hostile person, otherwise his 2 electric bags would not be slightly warm to warn of danger. Thinking in his mind, Pixiu also poked his head out from behind the door quietly, and took a quick glance outside. No one, safe for now. At the same time, after entering the hall on the first floor, more than a dozen Hydra members immediately divided into 2 teams. One team searched on the first floor, and the other team came towards the second floor. Pixiu didn't see anyone and didn't go out in a hurry, but used his keen hearing to pay attention to the movement outside. When he heard the hurried footsteps from bottom to top, Pixiu knew that the other party was coming up. When he came outside, Pixiu's eyes were sharp, and he rubbed his hands on his cheeks. A ball of golden electric arc kept beating, and the terrifying electricity was rapidly accumulating in the electric bag. As the footsteps got closer, Pixiu could also feel that the heat of the electric bag was getting higher and higher. At the moment, he was sure that the other party was definitely coming for him. Since it's aimed at me, don't blame me for being rude. Pixiu stared closely at the stairs, his eyes were sharp and cold, and there was a fierce killing intent emerging in his heart, although there was some hesitation, but decisively prevailed. In this world, does Pixiu know what kind of fate he will face if he is caught by someone with malicious intentions? The fate of a 100% guinea pig. People respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 10 feet. If people offend me, I will pay back exactly what they have. This is Pixiu's code of conduct. Generally, he doesn't cause trouble, but when something happens to him, he is not a cowardly person, seems like something is wrong, and it is impossible to suffer. Soon, the 7 or 8 Hydra members who came upstairs, the 2 first appeared at the stairs. When Pixiu saw them, they also saw Pixiu. Electric shock. Pixiu immediately activated his skills, and bright lightning shrouded his whole body. With a chirping sound, 2 golden lightning bolts as thick as an adult's thumb burst out from Pixiu's hands. 2 bolts of lightning instantly landed on the 2 Hydra members walking in front. Find the target. After seeing Pixiu, 2 Hydra members were just about to react, but Pixiu had already launched an attack. Just a thought flashed in their minds, and they were struck by lightning. Lightning landed on their heads, and the powerful electric current instantly scorched the hair of the 2 of them. With a scream, they twitched violently and fell backwards. Not good. The Hydra members behind them only felt a golden light flash in front of their eyes, and then their companions screamed and fell towards them with smoke coming from their heads, and their expressions changed. The members behind them subconsciously stretched out their hands to pick it up. As soon as they made contact, the electric current was transmitted to their hands, and they withdrew their hands suddenly in pain. 2 Hydra members who were electrocuted crashed into them. However, the electric current generated by the electric shock has dissipated at this time, so it did not continue to cause subsequent damage. The 2 people behind quickly supported them, and a group of people squatted down immediately, using the stairs to cover themselves. Several Hydra members who were searching the first floor reacted quickly after hearing the movement, and found a place to cover themselves. On the stairs, 2 Hydra members saw the hair of their companion who was shocked was blackened. The skin on the face was festered, and some places were even scorched. When he was terrified, he quickly made several gestures to his companion. And after Pixiu killed 2 Hydra members with an electric shock by surprise, his gaze seemed to become sharper again. If S.H.I.E.L.D was here, his heart would be blown away. After all, Pichu's appearance is really too cute, even if he makes a fierce expression, it will only give people a kind of fierce feeling, the kind of cuteness that explodes in an instant. Definitely, the exciting premise is that they are not enemies. Rubbing the lightning with both hands, Pixiu stared at the stairs, seeing no movement, and then heard some slight sounds from below, and his big ears trembled. Apparently the folks at Hydra are looking for ways to attack. But do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide from me? Naive. Pixiu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. He rubbed his hands on the battery box and mustered up his strength. Bright golden lights shone all over his body, accompanied by wisps of jumping electric arcs. Chapter 16. Electric Shock. Chi chi chi, a brilliant electric light erupted from Pixiu's small body, jumping continuously in the air, hitting the wall at the stairway, and then splashing downwards. That's right, this is arc lightning, a deeper application of electric shock skills. In the few months since he came to this world, Pixiu has not only devoted himself to absorbing electricity, but has also conducted a lot of careful research on the skills he possesses. Well, except for a certain coquettish skill, Pixiu hasn't even seen the skill effect. After all, it can be seen from the name. As a dignified man, Pixiu said that he can't speak to others, and he doesn't rely on being cute for a living. Pixiu erupted an electric shock in the form of arc lightning, and the 6 Hydra members squatting on the stairs who were thinking about countermeasures couldn't help being startled when they heard the sound of the electric current. When they saw the arc of lightning striking the wall, they felt bad in their hearts, subconsciously trying to dodge, but it was too late. After all, none of them expected Pixiu to have such a move. Although Pixiu's strength is limited, the speed of the lightning he emits is also close to the speed of sound. With such a short distance and the area of effect damage, they all fell for it. Golden arcs danced on their bodies, and the sting of the electric shock made them scream one by one, rolling downward like a gourd. The 6 people rolled into a ball at the corner of the stairs, the exposed skin was ripped apart, the hair was scorched black and curly, and even wisps of black smoke curled up. The 6 Hydra members twitched a few times, and finally fell silent, obviously following in the footsteps of their companions. Using the arc lightning application of an electric shock, Pixiu took out 6 Hydra members at once. Adding the 2 who were electrocuted to death before, there are 8 in total. With 2 shocks, Pixiu killed 8 Hydra members by surprise. With such electric shocks, Pixiu said that he could do 100 more without feeling weak. Although his physical fitness is almost the same as that of a junior high school student, he is a fantasy creature after all, and he was created by the system with supreme power. In this way, it is natural not to treat Pixiu with common sense. For electric shocks of standard power, in Pixiu's current state, after releasing 200 times in a row, he will feel some physical exhaustion. If you want to exhaust your physical strength, you need to release the electric shock skill about 500 times. In addition, Pixiu has amazing resilience. If it recovers by itself, it only takes 3 hours to recover to its peak. It can also be charged to speed up recovery. In the lobby on the first floor, the 5 Hydra members could not help but look horrified when they saw their companions rolling down at the corner of the stairs. A Hydra member came back to his senses and quickly whispered, "The target's danger is beyond the response range, the target's danger is beyond the response range, do you want to retreat?" On the road outside the villa, there was a man in a suit sitting in the driver's seat in every car, and there was also a person in the co-pilot's seat in the front car. Sitting in the co-pilot seat was a middle-aged man with a somewhat rough appearance. He was also wearing sunglasses, and he could faintly see a scar above his right eye, and there was a tablet computer on his lap. Hearing the sound from the earphones, the expression on the man's face seemed to change, and he asked, "What happened?" The man in the villa looked at the stairs vigilantly, and quickly said, 8 members were attacked and died." "What?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief when he heard this. Before they acted, they found out everything. Only Pixiu was in the villa, which meant that within a short time, Pixiu killed 8 of them. One must know that less than a minute has passed since they entered the villa. After being shocked, the middle-aged man suddenly caught a glimpse of the prompt on the tablet, and said with a serious expression, "The task continues, the time limit is 2 minutes, and it will be executed immediately." Through location monitoring, it can be seen that the special operations team that Nick Fury placed in the residential area has already rushed here, and it will not be long before they arrive here. Originally, they thought that this mission would be relatively simple, and they could completely retreat before the arrival of the Special Operations team. However, to his surprise, 8 of their talents were killed by Pixiu just after entering. But even so, it was impossible for him to order a retreat. Because if this task fails, it will be difficult to have another chance. After giving the order, the middle-aged man changed the channel and said, "The mission has changed, please support immediately, we must catch the target." While speaking, the middle-aged man got out of the car, came to the rear and took out a tranquilizer gun. The man in the suit in the driver's seat of the next few cars also got out of the car immediately, took out an anesthesia gun from the rear, and then a group of people ran quickly towards the villa. Inside the villa, after receiving the order, that person took a deep breath and gestured to the other 4 Hydra, then formed a group of 2 and 2, and walked towards the stairway behind one another. To get to the second floor, you can only take the stairs, or you can turn over the balcony or the window from the outside, but the road behind is obviously not feasible now, and the time does not allow it at all. Knowing that hard hitting will be life-threatening, but there is no choice but to go hard, after all, Hydra hail. Pixiu's big ears in the upstairs hallway trembled slightly, and he could hear the voices below clearly. You must know that his hearing is much better than that of ordinary people. Hee. Hearing the voice below, Pixiu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although his strength is still not as tough as Hydra, it is still possible to kill some people. If the timing wasn't ripe, Pixiu said that after killing these Hydra members, he would go to the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters immediately to give electrotherapy to the Hydra members he knew. Even this Hydra action, Pixiu can guess who is behind the scenes. In the Snake and Shield Bureau, who else is the largest existing Hydra boss besides the former director Pierce? As for Dr. Zola, who stored his consciousness in the machine, he was not in the mood to pay attention to himself. Others were planning other big things. Hydra, wait! The thought flashed by. Pixiu rubbed the battery box on his face with hands like scissors, stared at the stairs very sharply, and already had a countermeasure in mind. Chi! Countless electric arcs burst out from the battery box, as if sparks were being sprayed. Pixiu activated the skill high-speed movement, his whole body was covered by lightning and electric arcs, and the battery box continuously released lightning. Pixiu used all 4 limbs together, as if turning into a golden lightning and rushing downstairs. And the few Hydra members below who were quietly moving towards the upstairs, immediately trembled when they heard the crisp electric current sound, and their hands holding the anesthesia gun tightened. Without daring to blink, he pointed the muzzle of the anesthesia gun forward. A few seconds later, Pixiu appeared in front of them from around the corner. Chapter 17. Shot. The moment the 5 Hydra members saw Pixiu, an idea popped up in their minds, and then frantically pulled the trigger of the anesthesia gun in their hands at Pixiu. The anesthesia gun they brought was different from the normal ones. The bullets inside were also specially made, with 9 bullets in the magazine, which could be fired in bursts like pistols. The bullet is made of a mixture of various special drugs. Once it hits the target, it will shatter, and then penetrate into the target's body from the pore, and the effect will take effect within 20 seconds. If you are shot multiple times, the time to take effect will also be shortened due to the increase in potency. Not 2 loud gunshots rang out continuously, and the 5 Hydra members frantically pulled the trigger at Pixiu without pausing at all, with the intention of finishing the bullet. After all, they don't want to follow in the footsteps of their companions. However, Pixiu with the high-speed movement turned on is extremely fast, coupled with his relatively small size, he swayed left and right, trying to dodge the anesthetic bullets that hit him. When the 5 Hydra members saw this, they all showed panic and retreated while shooting. With sparks and lightning all the way, Pixiu still caught up with the 5 Hydra members. Then, electric shock, electric shock, electric shock. 5 bolts of lightning burst out from Pixiu one after another, hitting the 5 Hydra members in an instant. What? The screams kept ringing out. After the 5 Hydra members got hit, they screamed and fell to the ground. Their bodies twitched a few times before they died and played GG. At the same time, in the courtyard of the villa. Damn it! The middle-aged men who had just arrived here changed their expressions when they heard the screams coming from the villa, cursed secretly, and immediately quickened their pace. Well, is there anyone else? After killing the 5 Hydra members, Pixiu had just turned off the high-speed movement when he suddenly heard a voice from outside. His expression couldn't help changing, and then turned into lightning and came under the coffee table in the living room. Then he put his gaze in the direction of the door and narrowed his big eyes slightly. About 5 or 6 seconds. The middle-aged man led the other 4 Hydra members into the villa quickly, and immediately looked for the nearest cover after entering the gate. The movements were clean and neat, but within 3 or 4 seconds, all 5 of them found cover. Then he poked his head out cautiously, and began to observe every corner of the hall, especially around the corpses of several companions lying on the other side of the stairs. Seeing this scene from under the coffee table, Pixiu couldn't help but smile badly. He didn't think that Hydra people are really not afraid of death, so don't blame him. The guests are so enthusiastic, Pixiu naturally wants to give them a little gift. He rubbed his right cheek with his right hand, lightning flashed all over his body, and released an arc-shaped lightning strike at a Hydra member with his head sticking out. Not good. The man sensed something was wrong and immediately retracted his head. However, it was still too late. The lightning hit the cover and exploded, splashing a little on his face, instantly leaving a few more wounds on his face. What? Even after special training, that Hydra member couldn't help covering his face, let out a scream, and his body twitched even more. There! Pixiu released the electric shock, and the other Hydra members immediately discovered Pixiu's hiding place, and fired several shots at Pixiu's location without caring about his injured companion. After Pixiu delivered the electric shock, he had no intention of staying at all. The high-speed movement started, turned into a flash of lightning and left the spot in an instant, with sparks and lightning all the way, attacking them by taking advantage of their small size and fast speed. Dodge left and right, and if you find a chance, you will send out an electric shock. During the period, he was almost hit by a member of Hydra, but fortunately, he was out of danger, and at the critical moment, Pixiu managed to avoid it. In less than half a minute, the 5 Hydra members were wiped out by Pixiu again. Looking at the corpses around, Pixiu fell silent. He used to have to hesitation even to kill a chicken, but now he killed so many people at once. Call. Finally, taking a deep breath, Pixiu shook his head, throwing out the complicated emotions in his heart. There was a reason for the incident, and Pixiu could only let himself accept it. After all, he doesn't have many other abilities, except that he is particularly strong in accepting abilities. Otherwise, how could he adapt to the fact of time travel so quickly? Pixiu has always had clear grievances, and Hydra wanted to die, so don't blame him for taking revenge on them. At the same time, among several cars driven by Hydra members, only the driver of the first car was left. At the moment, he was looking at the monitoring screen of the tablet computer in his hand. Damn, there's not enough time. Seeing the monitor on the map getting closer and closer, the man looked serious and couldn't help cursing in a low voice, then took out a silencer pistol from the hidden compartment in front of him. Then he picked up the binoculars placed outside and looked in the direction of the gate of the villa. But nothing was seen. Seeing this, he opened the communication channel and asked, "Did you successfully capture the target?" Most afraid of the sudden silence of the air, he did not receive any reply. Because his teammates have all played GG. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. After waiting for 8 seconds, there was still no reply. The man's face became very ugly. He tore off his sunglasses and earphones, and looked towards the direction of the villa with an uncertain expression. There is only one such situation, and that is that all the people who entered the villa died. Glancing at the tablet, the man cursed in a low voice, started the car, then turned a corner and left quickly in another direction. Less than half a minute after he left, 2 black S.H.I.E.L.D exclusive cars arrived, and then 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agents got out of the car with guns in hand. After checking the 4 cars parked on the side of the road and finding no one, they immediately crouched slightly and rushed into the villa. Approaching the villa cautiously, the two agents at the front on both sides of the door glanced at each other, quickly stretched their heads to check the villa hall, and then gestured. Then he lowered his body slightly and quickly rushed into the villa, the muzzle firmly locked in front of him. This is. As soon as they entered the villa, these S.H.I.E.L.D agents were all stunned. Because they saw the corpses of those Hydra members, each of them looked extremely miserable, their skins were torn apart, and they were even charred black. As professionally trained agents, they can naturally see that this is an injury left by a powerful electric shock. Then they thought of Pixiu. As Nick Fury's special operations team here, they naturally know a little bit about Pixiu. "Sir, this way." At this time, an agent who came to the stairs shouted. The rest of the people also walked over. Then I saw several corpses piled up in a ball at the corner of the stairs. "Go up, be careful." Among the 8 agents, one of the middle-aged men who looked very mature and stable looked up, said something to the other agents, and then took the lead. Chapter 18. Meanwhile, in the room, Pixiu naturally also noticed that someone entered the villa again, but he didn't notice the hostility, and he didn't even warn the battery box, so he relaxed a little. Since no hostility was detected, it should be Nick Fury's people. However, Pixiu did not let down his vigilance completely because of this. Before being uncertain, there is nothing wrong with being careful in everything. Jumping off the bed, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, then came to the door, paying attention to the movement outside, poked his head out slightly and glanced at the stairs. After a little while, those S.H.I.E.L.D agents carefully appeared in Pixiu's eyes. Pixiu looked at those cautious agents, hesitated for a moment, revealed half of his body, and rubbed the electric arc on his face with his left hand, ready to start high-speed movement and electric shock at any time. Soon, the middle-aged agent at the front appeared at the stairway, attracted by the sound of the electric arc, quickly followed the prestige, and saw Pixiu with half of his body exposed. He was still nervous at first, but after seeing Pixiu, the tension in his heart dissipated a little, and he quickly lowered the muzzle of the gun to the ground, and shouted at Pixiu. "Pixiu, we are the agents sent by Chief Fury to protect you." It's impossible not to say that, especially when he thinks about the tragic death of those people who were shocked by electric shocks. He feels uneasy in his heart, for fear that Pixiu will treat them as enemies and send them an electric shock. Hearing the middle-aged agent's words, and the fact that the battery box did not show signs of warning, Pixiu felt relieved, retracted his body and returned to the room. "Hi." Seeing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to the other agents and said, "Go and check other places to see if there are any fish that slipped through the net." He then pulled out a cell phone and sent Hill a message. Beep beep, the bell rang. Hill took out his office mobile phone and saw the text message sent to her by the middle-aged agent in the villa. The above content was as follows. "The target is safe, and the intruders are suspected to be completely wiped out." Seeing the text message, Hill heaved a sigh of relief, turned his head and reported to Nick Fury, "Sir, I just received a report that the intruders are suspected to be completely wiped out, and Pixiu is fine." "Really, very good." Hearing this, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but there was not much change on the surface. He just nodded slightly, and his eyes were very deep, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. Seeing this, Hill didn't say anything more. As for what Nick Fury is thinking about, as a super agent, although she cannot be 100% sure, she can roughly guess a little bit. It is nothing more than the question of why Pixiu was exposed, and who are the identities of those who shot Pixiu. Without bothering Nick Fury, Hill sent an instruction to the other agents in the team, saying that the mission had been cancelled, and asked them to return to headquarters to wait for the mission. There was nothing to say next. Meanwhile, in the villa, except for the middle-aged team leader, the 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agents checked the rooms of the villa scatteredly. After finding no living intruders, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they moved all the corpses together, put them in the spacious living room, and groped them to see if they could find something that represented their identities. Pixiu wasn't interested in what the S.H.I.E.L.D agents were doing. He held the wires on the ground in his hands, jumped back on the bed, and continued watching the movie. With this incident, Nick Fury will definitely strengthen the defense here, and Hydra should not send anyone again in a short time. And what he has to do is to hurry up and accumulate evolution points. As long as he collects the evolution points and evolves to 2 stars to become Pichu, then he can arrange revenge. Time passed slowly, half an hour later without knowing it. When Nick Fury and Hill came to the villa, they first took a look at the dozen or so corpses stacked in the living room. Seeing their tragic death by electric shock, both Nick Fury and Hill's expressions changed slightly, and they had a clearer understanding of Pixiu in their hearts. Although they have long guessed that Pixiu should be able to easily cause death by electric discharge, they have never seen it before, and the feeling of seeing it with their own eyes is naturally different. Looking at the appearance of those corpses, one can imagine the power of the electric shock released by Pixiu. Believe me, absolutely no one wants to try it. After letting other agents go outside to guard and deal with the aftermath, Nick Fury and Hill came to Pixiu's room. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Pixiu, who was leisurely watching a movie. Sitting on the soft quilt, the big ears on the head moved, and a pair of watery, jewel-like crystal clear eyes stared straight at the tablet screen. Even when they came in, Pixiu didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't notice them at all. Nick Fury's complexion seemed to turn darker, and he expressed a little helplessness for Pixiu's heartlessness, so he coughed dryly to attract Pixiu's attention. Pixiu turned his head slightly, and squinted at Nick Fury. His expression was somewhat similar to a certain expression. Chapter 19. Nick Fury looked at Pixiu and said in a deep voice, "Pixiu, have you provoked anyone outside?" It is still impossible to determine the identity of the intruder, so Nick Fury plans to ask Pixiu first, in case Pixiu, the person involved, knows. Hearing Nick Fury's question, Pixiu paused the movie, turned to look at him, rolled his eyes at him, and said angrily, "What do you mean? Do you not trust me for the way I am? Piku, Pipi Piku, Piku Piku. Speak in human language, oh no, type." Nick Fury's expression sank, a look of helplessness flashed by, and he expressed a headache for Pixiu's skinny language. Because if Pixiu scolded him, even in front of him, he might not be able to hear it. However, as the head of the agent, relying on the skill of observing words and expressions with one hand, he can still see a little bit of the meaning he wants to express from the changes in Pixiu's expression. For example, expressions such as happy, helpless, angry, speechless, etc., when it comes to specific meanings, forgive him for being powerless. There is really no way for different species. Hill on the side looked at Pixiu with a faint smile on his face. The 2 weeks of getting along with each other has not been fruitless, at least she feels that the relationship with Pixiu has become much closer, and she might be able to satisfy the thoughts in her heart at some point. At this time, Pixiu also typed on the tablet, and then changed the direction. "Pixiu, as a virtuous Piku, I usually don't take the initiative to provoke others. I think it must be your fault. Mommy Fawk." Seeing the content on the tablet, Nick Fury couldn't help cursing inwardly, expressing his madness at Pixiu calling him a marinated egg. Although he really wanted to teach Pixiu a lesson and let him know what it means to get someone else's random nickname, but thinking of the tragic situation of those corpses before, he decided not to remember the villain's mistakes. As for Pixiu's words, Nick Fury chose to ignore them, and said in a serious voice, "This place has been exposed, should I arrange it for you in the agent dormitory?" No, I'm right here, Pipipi, Piku Piku, dot." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu shook his head and refused without thinking. "It's safer here, in S.H.I.E.L.D, it's not like throwing yourself into a snake's net, and there is a fat orange inside, what if you are interested in him? Okay." Seeing Pixiu's refusal, Nick Fury took a deep look at Pixiu, and did not continue the discussion on this issue, but said, "In this case, I will arrange a group of people to guard nearby, and rearrange the external monitoring and connect it to this room." "Very good, Piku." Hearing this, Pixiu gave Nick Fury a thumbs up. In fact, after this battle, Pixiu has a clearer understanding of his own strength. As long as there are no special weapons or various traps arranged in advance, it is not a big problem to deal with agents or mercenaries of the previous Hydra members. Even if Hydra dispatched Winter Soldier Bucky for a one-on-one duel, Pixiu said that Bucky would just get an electric shock. If one shock is not enough, then 2 shots, if 2 shots are not enough, then 3 shots. Even though Bucky's physique was transformed by Hydra to be far superior to ordinary people, he could still withstand Pixiu's electric shocks enough to easily kill an ordinary person a few times without dying. After a while, Nick Fury and several agents loaded the corpses into the car and left the villa, leaving only Hill with 2 agents to deal with the following matters. Meanwhile, in an office at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Pierce stands in front of a window, debriefing his men, his expression constantly changing. Time flies, just like the time between classes, the class bell will ring if you don't pay attention. After the Hydra attack, Pixiu spent a month peacefully in the villa. On this day, Pixiu threw away the wires and locked the door. Pixiu has been in the Marvel movie universe for over 4 months now. After more than 4 months of hard work, Pixiu finally collected 10,000 evolution points, which is the first step on the road to infinite evolution. On the big soft bed, Pixiu rubbed his little hands excitedly, and the 2 electric storage boxes on his face seemed to release a little bit of electric arc because Pixiu was too excited. The system comes out quickly, I want to evolve. Pixiu hurriedly communicated with the system that had been diving for a long time. Then a neutral but magnetic voice from the system rang in Pixiu's ears, Master, are you sure you need to consume 10,000 evolution points to evolve into a 2-star creature? Too much nonsense, confirm the evolution. Pixiu was looking forward to it, even a little impatient with the system's inquiry. System, did he start evolving? As the sound of the system fell, a strange and powerful force instantly appeared in Pixiu's body, and then spread to every place inside and outside Pixiu's body. A strong drowsiness came over, Pixiu didn't panic, and fell into a deep sleep along with the drowsiness. Evolution will fall into a deep sleep for half an hour, and this time will increase with the higher the evolution level. But Pixiu doesn't have to worry about his safety while evolving. Once the evolution is activated, the system's protection mechanism will be triggered. With the existence of the system's protection mechanism, even a master of the multi-universe level will not be able to hurt Pixiu. After Pixiu's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, countless golden arcs danced on Pixiu's body, his body was suspended from the bed, and finally wrapped in a golden light cocoon. Just like that, Pixiu wrapped in a golden light cocoon floated in midair in the room. Chapter 20. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, the golden light cocoon enveloping Pixiu burst open, turning into countless light spots floating around Pixiu, and then they all returned to Pixiu's body and disappeared completely. As countless light spots dissipated, Pixiu opened his eyes, his body fell slowly, and landed gently on the bed. At the moment Pixiu's physical appearance has changed a lot. Its body is like a gourd with the same file size from top to bottom. It looks fat and fluffy. Its body is basically covered with golden yellow soft hair, and the abdomen area is a bit brown. A pair of long ears, with a slanted oval-shaped black hair on the top, looks like a small mouth, which looks like a number 3 from the side. The big black and shiny eyes are like 2 black agates, and there are 2 red circles on the round face, which is the unique power storage box of the leather family, and it can definitely be called an electric bag. The back of the tail was originally black, but at the moment became bigger and longer, especially at the end of the tail. It was half the size of the face, and the hair became golden yellow, looking like jagged lightning. That's right, Pixiu from at the moment has become a 2-star creature judged by the system, also known as Pixiu, whose overall image is similar to the one in the live-action movie. With a wave of his little hand, Pixiu could clearly feel that there was a terrifyingly powerful power in his small body, and there was no problem before he punched him. Moreover, Pixiu can feel that his various sensory abilities have been greatly enhanced. With the door closed, he can even clearly hear what Hill said downstairs. And the mind is also very clear, it seems to be able to control all kinds of changes in oneself perfectly. The various changes in the body, compared with when I was a 1-star before, there is no problem in describing it as reborn. But Pixiu is not clear about how much he has changed after evolution. So Pixiu raised a question in his heart. System, how strong is my current physical fitness? The system also immediately gave an answer, Master, your current physical fitness is comparable to that of Captain America when he was at his peak. What, it's on par with Captain America's peak period. Hearing the system's answer, Pixiu was a little startled. He didn't expect that his evolution from 1 star to 2 star would take such a big span. You must know that when he was 1 star, his physical fitness was just the same as that of a normal junior high school student. Now he has reached the theoretical peak state of human beings from a junior high school student, which is not a small step. I believe everyone who has watched the movie has a general understanding of how strong Captain America's physique is compared to normal people, especially in Captain America 2 holding the helicopter, which fully embodies his strength. After watching Captain America 2, Pixiu was amazed by the performance of Captain America, so he went to the internet to check the physical data and ability of Captain America. Captain America's strength has reached the peak of normal human theoretical potential. His upper body strength can bench press 554 kilograms, press 363 kilograms, and even lift the Hulk. Without a run-up, he can jump over 3 meters in height and 6 meters in length in an instant. He can easily open the handcuffs or break free from the chains, and he can kick open iron doors and walls with one kick. In terms of speed, Captain America's average speed is 48 km per hour, which can be increased to 78 km per hour when faced with threats and emergencies. He once ran 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers, in 73 seconds, and he can also run and complete the 40-yard, 36.5 meter, sprint in 3.82 seconds. In terms of defense, the muscle and bone density of Captain America has been greatly strengthened, and it has also reached the highest value of human theoretical density. For example, if you hit him with a wooden baseball bat, the stick will break in two, and Captain America will only feel a little pain. Even if he is hit by a car, he will not be fatally injured. In addition to changes in strength, speed, and defense, Captain America also has super high agility and reaction ability, allowing him to even dodge bullets and see ballistics. Super endurance, super self-healing power, super memory, super sensory ability, etc. All of the above together have created Captain America, a monster among normal humans. And now Pixiu has evolved from 1 star to 2 star. In terms of physical fitness, it is already comparable to Captain America's peak data. Pixiu said that if he has the opportunity, he will try to split 50-50ths with Captain America. So don't look at Pixiu's small size and very kawaii appearance. Although the fist is not as big as a sandbag, the fist of Xilongbao file size is not something everyone can eat. In addition to this terrifying change in physical fitness, Pixiu also found that after he upgraded to 2 stars, he seemed to have mastered 2 new electrical skills, one of which is well known. So Pixiu opened his data panel, and a holographic projection appeared in front of him. First, after taking a look at his current appearance as Pikachu, Pixiu focused on the information data on the left. Chapter 21. Name, Pixiu. Gender, male sign. Category, Rat Pokémon. Level, 2 stars, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Height, 0.4 m. Weight, 6.0 kilograms, constant under normal conditions. Skills, electric shock, coquetry, high-speed movement, flash of light, 100,000 volts. Status, unevolvable, condition not met. Looking at his personal panel, a smile appeared on Pixiu's round face. His level has been promoted from 1 star to 2 stars, and his form has also evolved from Pichu to Pikachu, and from the previously genderless Pixiu to a male Pikachu. In terms of strength, he only increased by 1 star, but his strength has increased by more than 10 times. You must know that in terms of physical fitness alone, Pixiu has risen from the level of an ordinary junior high school student to the peak of human theoretical potential, comparable to the peak Captain America. This is just physical fitness. If you add the electrical skills you have mastered, Pixiu said that he will play 10 Captain America. In the skill column, there are 2 electric skills, a flash of lightning and 100,000 volts. Pixiu checked their skill introductions. In a flash. Releases lightning to wrap the whole body, Setsuna bursts out at extremely high speed, and launches a head impact on the enemy's abdomen, with a locking function and invincible defense. The power file size depends on the strength. 100,000 volts. Instantly release 100,000 powerful bolts of lightning to bomb a map with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The lightning comes with a paralysis buff. If you fail to hit the decedent, you will be unable to move for a short time. The specific effect depends on the difference in strength and the actual situation. Looking at the introduction of the two skills Flash of Lightning and 100,000 volts, Pixiu expressed his satisfaction. The original skill effect of Flash of Lightning is pounce on the enemy with lightning speed, and you will definitely be able to preemptively attack. But in the system, it has become a tracking missile, and it is still the kind with an invincible buff. Could it be the rocket hammer? As expected of a system, even 100,000 volts has been changed into a map gun. Satisfied with turning off the personal panel, Pixiu clenched his fist with his right hand and muttered, with single target attack skills, running skills, and map guns, can we consider revenge? Pixiu has always been a person who repays kindness with revenge and kindness. Being targeted by Hydra before, Pixiu naturally couldn't let them go easily. Definitely, now there is only one enemy identified by Pixiu. That's Pierce, the Hydra boss hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. In the current period, with a little thought, the only person who can issue such an order must be Pierce. Leaving other things aside, Pixiu is definitely going to talk to Pierce. After figuring out his own changes, Pixiu asked silently, System, how many evolution points do I need to upgrade to 3-star if I upgrade to 2-star? System, Master, you need 1 million evolution points. Hearing this, Pixiu suddenly had a black question mark face. After being startled for a while, he came back to his senses and said in a bad mood, System, tell me, the evolution point has doubled by 100 times, won't your conscience hurt? It took him more than 4 months to get 10,000 evolution points. Wouldn't it take more than 30 years to collect 1 million evolution points? If things go on like this, when the plot of Infinity War comes 10 years later, wouldn't he be completely cold? Although it was said before that he would be beaten back by a snap of his fingers, he is an outsider after all, and he was killed by a snap of his fingers. Who knows if he can be beaten back smoothly? What if something goes wrong when he calls back because he is an outsider? Pixiu can't guarantee that his luck will be that good. Besides, Pixiu is not the kind of person who puts his own fate on luck. After all, if you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of what happens. The system also quickly gave an explanation. Master, have you forgotten the strength change of this evolution? Every time you evolve, your strength will increase by 10 times or even dozens of times, so is 100,000 evolution points more. Besides, as your master level increases, the efficiency of the system's energy consumption will also increase. Before that, it could consume 10 degrees of electricity in 1 minute, but now it can consume 1000 degrees of electricity in 1 minute. As long as there is no waste of 24 hours a day, every minute and every second, after more than 4 months, Master, you will be able to gather the evolution points to evolve to the 3-star level. Definitely, if you, Master, can obtain high-level electric energy or original energy during this period, then this time can be greatly shortened. If the owner has enough original energy, even if he evolves to the point of transcending the multi-universe, there will be no problems, and there will be no worries at all. Tisk tisk tisk. After listening to the system, Pixiu expressed that he was convinced. That's right, although there are many evolution points needed, at least one's own strength will increase terrifyingly after evolution. If it needs a lot of energy, and the increase in strength after evolution is not good, then Pixiu will have to suspect that this system has malicious intentions. And 1 million evolution points, if converted, is 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity sounds like a lot, but it depends on who or what it is for. If 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity is used in first-tier cities, it may only take a few days. Although it is indeed a lot. But with 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, you can exchange for a strong man who is dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than Captain America. Nick Fury definitely does not have the slightest hesitation. Besides, this is the Marvel movie world, a world where thousands of races in the universe and gods and demons coexist. There are countless kinds of powerful energies, and it is impossible to count them if they are used to transform electricity. Take Iron Man's arc reactor for example. Although I don't know how powerful the arc reactor is, but from the performance point of view, an arc reactor can convert a large amount of power per second, and the power output in just 1 second may be enough to swallow the current Pixiu for a long time. Therefore, looking down from a high position, 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity is really nothing. Chapter 22. So what should we do next? After the evolution, Pixiu raised his hand and rubbed his cheeks, playing with the golden arc, rolled his big round eyes, and began to think about what he was going to do next. Go to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and kill Pierce? Although Pixiu wanted to do this very much, after thinking about it, he decided to postpone it. First of all, he has no evidence to prove that Pierce is Hydra. Nick Fury was promoted by Pierce, and his trust in Pierce is very high. Just based on the fact that he was attacked once, Nick Fury wouldn't believe his words. Moreover, in the eyes of Nick Fury, Pixiu is just an unknown mouse-like creature named Pichu, who is human and intelligent, but how did he know that Pierce is Hydra? As the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury knows Hydra quite well. As far as he knows now, Hydra has been disbanded. Unless there is conclusive evidence, there are so many bad guys and terrorist organizations in the world, it is impossible to suspect a disbanded Hydra if something bad happens. So if he goes to S.H.I.E.L.D to kill Pierce now, he will definitely have a falling out with Nick Fury. Pixiu doesn't want to fall out with Nick Fury for the time being when he hasn't found his next home yet. Although Nick Fury is a super agent leader, many times his behavior style is not liked by others, but that is only because he is an agent. As an agent, Nick Fury is undoubtedly very good at this point. If Pierce is killed now, although it is cool, it will have a great impact on his future actions. You can't steal electricity everywhere under the pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D, right? Knowing the plot of the Marvel movie universe, Pixiu naturally has a different vision. His enemies are those big bosses who want to destroy the world, such as the director of the Cosmic Ecology Office who is likely to kill him with a snap of his fingers. This is his real enemy. Although Pierce is one of the consuls of Hydra, he is still just an ordinary person after all, and killing him is just a matter of electric shock. Anyway, Pixiu decided to spare Pierce's life first. The most important thing is to use the aircraft carrier S.H.I.E.L.D to accumulate evolutionary points to make yourself stronger. As for Pierce or the Hydra organization, as long as they don't attack him in the future, then he decided to settle everything later. Definitely, if Pierce dies again, there's nothing he can do about it. Let's watch the news first. Rubbing the electric arc, Pixiu didn't bother to think about so many messy things. Thinking too much would only make people feel annoying. Simple, concise and clear. Turning on the tablet, Pixiu searched for various news on the internet. Ignoring the news about Tony Stark and Iron Man that filled the screen, Pixiu continued to search for other news information. After a while Pixiu found interesting news. There are rumors that near Corvo University this morning, a fierce armed conflict broke out between the US military and an unidentified enemy. 2 college students witnessed all of this. Corvo University, the US military has a fierce armed conflict with the enemy, could it be? Looking at this post and the high-profile news with many comments 2 days ago, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand, blinked his big eyes and muttered. It looks like Hulk is right. In the Marvel movie universe, Hulk appeared in 2008, the same year that Iron Man was born. In the movie Invincible Hulk, General Ross of the military used weapons made by the Stark Group in order to capture Hulk, paving the way for entering the Avengers Alliance series of the Marvel movie universe. After Hulk, Iron Man 2 and Thor came. Among them, Thor was demoted to the Earth in 2011. It is only 2008 now, and there are still 3 years to go. Pixiu thinks that after Thor regains his strength, he can slap Thor, who has not yet had the power of awakening Thor. Thor, I don't know how much Thor's lightning energy will be. Thinking that Thor is Thor, Pixiu murmured with excitement and anticipation. Although the Thor in the movie universe is not as crazy as in the comics, he is still a god anyway, and the lightning power he masters must belong to high-level energy. When the time comes, Thor must recharge him. Thinking of this, Pixiu grasped the wire with his left hand and continued to swallow the electricity. While devouring electricity, he flipped through the news information on the internet. As for whether the system will swallow the power of the tablet due to contact, do you still have to worry about it? Just when Pixiu devoured the electricity again, in a villa tens of meters away, 2 groups of 12 S.H.I.E.L.D agents are hiding inside, and they will immediately dispatch to protect Pixiu's safety if something unexpected happens. Since the Hydra attack a month ago, Nick Fury has used his position to requisition a villa near the Hill Villa to serve as a temporary base for the Special Operations Team. Although he knows that Linju's strength doesn't seem to need the protection of his agents, but he and Pixiu are partners, so we still need to do some superficial work. What's more, the main purpose of the members of these Special Operations Teams is to monitor Pixiu's whereabouts. How is this possible, sir? Look at it. An agent sitting in front of the computer suddenly let out an exclamation, as if he saw something incredible. Chapter 23. What happened? With an exclamation, the faces of all the agents in the villa changed. Thinking that terrorists were attacking again, they quickly took out their weapons and quickly came behind that agent. That agent at the moment happened to be on shift, and he was responsible for checking the various surveillances of the Hill Villa. After all, with so much monitoring, it is impossible for all of them to stay there all day and night. In order to maintain their own state, they must adopt a shift system. Look, sir. The agent quickly pointed to a computer on the table and said. Just now, the power loss of the villa where the target is located suddenly soared, and the power lost in 1 second reached 16.66 degrees. After calculation, the power lost in 1 minute may reach thousands of degrees. This one. Hearing that agent's speech, the rest of the agents were a little dumbfounded. With an exclamation, they thought it was someone attacking them. The result is just a case of power loss. The middle-aged man who is temporarily leading the 2 special operations teams, S.H.I.E.L.D Level 6 Agent Tren looked slightly down, looked at the agent while putting away his weapon and said, Agent Bengui, as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, have you forgotten the professionalism of the agent? A little power loss made you so fussy. It seems that your level 4 agent qualification needs to be reassessed. Ha! Hearing this, Agent Benji was a little dumbfounded, but he still looked at Agent Terran unwillingly and said, Sir, isn't this unusual? To know that the total amount of electricity lost in 1 minute has exceeded the total amount of electricity in 1 hour in the past, it must be that something has changed in the target. Terran agent heard the words, frowned slightly and took a step forward, looking at the power data displayed in the computer. Shenling said, Well, you are right. Let's forget about this matter, let's not take it as an example. I will report the power issue to the higher UPS. Yes, sir. Agent Benji breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and quickly responded, and then checked the monitoring screens on the 2 computers next to him. For a more comprehensive surveillance, Nick Fury had someone install dozens of surveillance cameras outside Hill's Villa, monitoring at 360 degrees with almost no dead ends. However, no suspicious personnel have been found nearby in the past month, because the vigilance of these Special Operations Team agents has subconsciously dropped a lot. After all, time is a very terrifying force, enough to wash away most things in the world, whether it is tangible or invisible. They are all under the influence of time. Those who cannot be affected by time are the top existences at the level of the gods of the universe. After contacting the alert, Agent Thrun immediately reported the matter to Hill. In the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building. After receiving the report, Hill, who was working, was moved in his heart, put down what he was doing, and then found Nick Fury, who was dealing with Tony Stark's matter. "Sir, there has been an abnormal change on Pixiu's side." After seeing Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't go around the bush, and said straight to the point. "The Tren agent of the Special Operations Team just reported that the power consumption of the villa has increased sharply, and the power loss in 1 minute has exceeded the amount in the previous hour, and it will reach thousands of degrees." "What?" Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned, a look of surprise appeared between his brows, and he murmured, "Thousands of kilowatt-hours of electricity is lost in a minute, what is that Pixiu guy doing? 1,000 kilowatt-hour per minute, 60,000 kilowatt-hour per hour, and 1,440,000 kilowatt-hour per day. S.H.I.E.L.D's normal daily power consumption is about the same. In other words, Pixiu can use up the electricity of their S.H.I.E.L.D in 1 day. You must know that the power loss caused by Pixiu for 3 months before could not reach this horrible value, but now it exceeds the amount of 3 months in 1 day, which is to let God. Even if he is rich and powerful, he can't stand Pixiu using electricity like this. If the time is short, it's okay, but if it takes a long time, no matter how rich and powerful he is, he can't stand Pixiu's wool-grabbing behavior, and Pixiu might be able to squeeze all his hair." With a headache, Nick Fury stood up and said, "Come on, let's go and see what's going on." "Yes." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. She was also quite interested in her heart. For S.H.I.E.L.D, knowing everything about Pixiu is even several times more interesting than knowing about Tony Stark's iron armor. After all, for a woman with normal hobbies, even as an agent, the temptation of a super cute thing is much stronger than that of a high-tech armor. As far as S.H.I.E.L.D himself is concerned, he is not very interested in iron armor. Half an hour later, Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D drove to the villa and found Pixiu. After seeing Pixiu, both Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D were stunned. Because Pixiu's appearance has changed a lot compared to before, if it wasn't for the 5-point appearance from before, they would all regard Pixiu as other creatures. Pixiu naturally found them, turned to look at Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D, with a normal but cute smile on his face, waved his right hand at them, and said, "Yo, why are you all here, Pikachu?" Chapter 24. Are you Pixiu? Seeing Pixiu's changed appearance, Nick Fury was shocked, and he even confirmed it with some uncertainty. Compared with before, Pixiu is much bigger and fatter. Definitely, in terms of cuteness, it has not decreased at all compared to before, but has increased. Well, this is the point of view that emerges in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind when he looks at Pixiu. "It's me, Pickup." Pixiu looked at Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D and nodded. For the shock and confusion of the two, he thought of this before he evolved. After all, after the appearance changed from Pichu to Pikachu, although they are still electric mouse Pokémon, and many similarities can be seen in appearance, the changes are still great. This change in appearance happened suddenly. If Nick Fury and the others didn't feel shocked and puzzled when they saw it, then there would be a real problem. After nodding, Pixiu flicked on the tablet with his right hand. "Open your document software, and start typing." After typing, turn the direction of the tablet so that the screen faces Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. The two looked up. "Why do you come to me together? Do you need my help?" In fact, Pixiu has roughly guessed the reason for their visit. It should be related to the situation of absorbing electricity. He also calculated before that 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity in 1 minute will be 1,440,000 kilowatt-hours in a day, which is more than the accumulated electricity absorbed in the past 3 months. In this case, Nick Fury must come to confirm the reason. "What's your situation now?" Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, and chose to get straight to the point. His deep gaze made it difficult to see through what he was thinking. Hearing this, Pixiu blinked his big eyes, and took small steps to the tablet and started typing. "It's nothing, it's just that I'm full for the time being, so I've grown up a bit." When Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D saw it, the corner of Nick Fury's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His expression seemed to be speechless, and even his face seemed to turn dark. Is there any difference in words?" Nick Fury was like this, and S.H.I.E.L.D on the side also showed a strange expression, wanting to hug Pixiu in his arms with a smile, and then rub this naughty guy hard like a pillow. Temporarily full, so grown up a bit? Big is indeed big, but is it really just a little bit bigger after eating? This point, let alone they don't believe it, even another person might not believe it. Could it be that Pixiu treats them as fools? Facing the gaze of the two, Pixiu looked at them with big watery eyes without any guilt, and his big round face seemed to reveal innocence. Seeing this, the corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched again. Although he had rarely met him, he was sure that Pixiu must be a cunning little fox. Although it looks harmless to humans and animals on the outside, it is a vicious beast that has killed more than a dozen people. It is undoubtedly appropriate to describe it as a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you believe Pixiu's appearance, then you probably don't know how he died. Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Seeing Nick Fury staring at him without speaking, and seemed to be thinking about something, a question mark appeared on Pixiu's head, and he typed a sentence on the tablet. "Hey, Braised Egg, what do you want to do?" Seeing what Pixiu called him, Nick Fury felt helpless, but he could only let himself not care about this name, looked at Pixiu and said. "How much electricity do you need now?" This question must be known. Otherwise, Pixiu would be able to consume more than 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity a day, and after a month or even a few months, even if he was rich and powerful, he would not be able to withstand Pixiu's consumption like this. "Maybe, get someone to help you." Naturally, the more the better. Pixiu didn't hide it either, but gave a vague answer. Even Pixiu himself doesn't know how many degrees it will need to convert into enough evolution points if it evolves to the later stage and converts it into electricity. Therefore, things like electricity are only used at the beginning. In the future, rule-like treasures like infinite gems must be planned to use the original energy to transform evolution points. Even if infinite gems is not available for the time being, isn't it possible to go to other film and television worlds, to some movies and TV drama worlds with mythological backgrounds? Is there still a little bit of energy missing? Mommy fuck. Hearing Pixiu's vague answer, Nick Fury couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. He had a feeling of trance, and he might become a poor man if this continues. Although he can now record the expenses caused by Pixiu's absorption of electricity in S.H.I.E.L.D's use expenses, but he can't stand Pixiu's crazy use. And we can't misappropriate too much funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. There are so many places in S.H.I.E.L.D that need a lot of funds. After all, there are still a few people on S.H.I.E.L.D. So most of the costs are out of his own pocket. Hearing what Pixiu said, Nick Fury's thoughts became more and more firm. Sure enough, he should be blessed to share. However, this matter still needs to be observed before a decision can be made. So Nick Fury looked at Pixiu and said lightly, "We still have some things to deal with, so do what you have to do, and we will talk about it next time when we are free." Saying that, Nick Fury glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, turned around and walked outside. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled at Pixiu, then turned and followed. Chapter 25. S.H.I.E.L.D closes the door. "Sir." After arriving on the first floor, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Nick Fury in front of him and spoke. Nick Fury stopped at his feet, turned around and glanced at the second floor, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said softly. "You can talk to the power company after a while, and let them maintain the power supply demand here." "Understood." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. "Pixiu's power consumption has increased significantly now, so we really need to greet the power company. By the way, what's going on with the military?" Nick Fury asked again. S.H.I.E.L.D looked a little serious. "They replied to us that they can handle their affairs by themselves, and it is enough for us to help track them down." "Humph." Nick Fury snorted softly, and said, "Then temporarily assist the military. If things get out of control, S.H.I.E.L.D can't get into trouble. I've been following up on this point, don't worry sir." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in understanding. "Very good." Nick Fury nodded, then turned and walked outside, saying as he walked, "Any new reports from Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson?" "No, it's business as usual." "Really, maybe I have to meet him again," Nick Fury said meaningfully. Next, Nick Fury and Hill left the villa and headed back towards the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. In the room. After Nick Fury and Hill left, Pixiu flipped through the news on the internet that only had a small amount of Hulk-related news, and whispered in his mouth. The street fight in New York hasn't happened yet, should I go and see it? Judging from the time, Dr. Banner will go to New York with his girlfriend and the daughter of General Ross in the next few days to find the university doctor whose online name is Mr. Blue. Then there's the Hulk and the Abomination battling it out on the streets of New York. Forget it, let's just suck electricity honestly. After thinking about it, Pixiu still shook his head and gave up the idea of watching a play. As a bystander, Pixiu didn't really want to participate in that battle. Although his physique is comparable to that of the peak Captain America, this physique is really nothing compared to the terrifying power of the Hulk and the Abomination. And Pixiu doesn't know if his current electric shock can seriously damage the Hulk or the Abomination. After all, others are notoriously rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Even if it is bombed by tank shells, it only leaves some traces, and there are no obvious wounds, and it has super self-healing power, and organs can regenerate even if they are damaged. So Pixiu didn't want to join in the fun. To fight head-on with Hulk, Pixiu felt that at least he had to reach Samsung. According to what the system said before, as long as he evolves to a 4-star creature, he can match the powerful strength after Thor Awakening, and after Thor Awakening, it is no problem to crush the normal Hulk. As for the future, maybe it can be 50-50. After all, the angrier Hulk is, the more terrifying his power becomes. Unless Hulk is directly beaten at the beginning, otherwise he might be killed if he keeps fighting. Then Pixiu watched the video online. Time flies. Before you know it, it is approaching dusk. In a military base. General Ross sat at the top, with his military generals on both sides, and military technicians on the outside, and a technician was reporting. Sir, after checking with S.H.I.E.L.D's database, the relevant contact information of the aliases Mr. Green and Mr. Blue have been locked. After layers of screening, it has been confirmed that the identity of Mr. Lan is Samuel Stern, a PhD from the Grayburn College in New York. Just this morning, Mr. Green sent a meeting message to Mr. Lan. We have notified the local police. The police are conducting relevant investigations on major roads and will closely cooperate with our relevant actions. After the technicians finished their report, the first General Ross looked at the officers below and said, "Then everyone, get everything ready now, and I don't want any more accidents tonight." "Yes, sir." Hearing Rose's words, the officers present responded one after another, then got up and left the meeting room. Ross looked at a soldier standing aside. "What's going on with Bronsky?" "Sir, everything is fine." The soldier replied immediately. "Very good." Rose nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Since he was going to catch Hulk, his clothes naturally needed to be changed. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Hill, who was about to go home, looked at the notification and found Nick Fury with his laptop. "Sir, the military has taken action, and the target is the Grayburn College in New York. What should we do?" "Well..." Nick Fury sighed slightly, and then said to Hill, "Order people to be ready at any time, and then let Phil Coulson take charge first. If there is something that the military cannot control, we will take over. If the matter exceeds Phil Coulson's ability range, notify me immediately." "Okay, I'll go now." Hill nodded, then turned and left Nick Fury's office, and went down to order all the things arranged by Nick Fury. After receiving the notification from Hill, Phil Coulson, who was in Manhattan, immediately drove to the location of Grayburn College with his men. At the same time, there is also a team of S.H.I.E.L.D agents driving from S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. On the other side, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend Betty also found Dr. Stern. Chapter 26. New York, Grayburn College. Banner and his girlfriend Betty found Dr. Stern, and Dr. Stern took them to the biological cell line laboratory assigned to him by the college. Looking at Banner, Dr. Stern looked surprised and couldn't help saying, "I've been wondering if you really exist." I didn't expect you to be so low-key. It really shocked me. Hearing this, Banner was expressionless, even a little helpless. But he could barely understand Stern's mood. If this incident hadn't happened to him, maybe he would feel the same after knowing about it. Looking at Banner, Dr. Stern continued. This matter is not as simple as a picnic in the park. Even if everything goes smoothly, even if the guidance is successful, even if the dose is calculated accurately, we still cannot confirm whether you will really recover. Or, you can only get temporary stability. Also, if the dose is wrong, then there's a good chance that toxins will be produced. I don't know that either. As he spoke, Dr. Stern made gestures, indicating that he was also unsure. Banner and Betty exchanged glances. Afterwards, Banner looked at Dr. Stern and said, "You should know that there is another situation. If the dosage is wrong and cannot be carried out as expected, then you will be very dangerous. Once there is a mistake, if Hulk appears, Dr. Stern will be the first to bear the brunt. The fate of an ordinary person facing Hulk can be imagined." Haha. However, Dr. Stern couldn't help but shook his head and smiled when he heard the words, looked at Banner and said seriously. "Listen, I've always been curious to play cautious, and it's never been a problem. So, should we do it now?" Hearing Dr. Stern's confident words, Banner and Betty looked at each other again. Since the other party has such confidence, they have no choice until now. So Banner nodded. At the same time, on the other side, more than a dozen police cars from the New York Police Department and a large number of military vehicles rushed towards the location of Greyburn College from several streets, and the military technicians even quickly obtained all monitoring permissions in this area. In the dark, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D and eyeliners of FBI, CIA, and other organizations also came nearby. As for whether Hydra has eyeliner, few people know this. But according to Hydra's habits, this kind of thing must be inseparable from them. With such a big battle, the military can be said to be watched by all forces. The main purpose is to keep an eye on the military's every move. The secondary purpose is to see if there is any benefit to be gained from it. It doesn't matter if you don't get any benefits. Soon, the military and the police all rushed outside Greyburn College. Snipers took control of all the best commanding heights in the vicinity. As for the major entrances and exits of Greyburn College, they were naturally guarded. However, Banner, Betty, and Dr. Stern, who were preparing to eliminate Hulk in the laboratory, did not realize that they had been surrounded by the military and the police. In the Hill Villa, while devouring electricity, Pixiu looked at various news or gossip about New York refreshed on the internet. It didn't take long to see someone upload some videos. Clicking on it, I found that it was a picture of the military and the police driving through the streets of New York City. It's time to catch the Hulk. Looking at the big scene in the video, Pixiu guessed the key point at once. After all, in this period of time, it seems that only General Ross leads people to capture Hulk. Then, Emil Bronsky, the soldier injected with the imperfect super soldier serum, threatened Dr. Stern to inject him with Hulk's blood. And then a great villainous abomination that could almost rival the Hulk was born. If it weren't for the fact that abomination doesn't have a passive ability that gets stronger the more angry it gets, with the abomination's ability, even Hulk is basically not good enough in front of him. After all, hate was hitting Hulk at the beginning. The Hulk and the abomination are fighting, and the streets of New York don't know how many innocent people will die tonight. This point, Pixiu is naturally clear. Although this is a world derived from the movie, it is a real world after all. Although there are few scenes in the movie about the deaths of ordinary people in the war, sometimes there are even no shots at all, and they are only represented by shots such as explosions. But even if you don't think about it, you know that the number of people who died in this kind of war will certainly not be a small number. It is no exaggeration for ordinary people to say that they are as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Hulk or the abomination. Definitely, although I felt a little bit unbearable after knowing it, Pixiu didn't want a heart attack or anything. Because if he made a move, things would be a little different. Today, he is only exposed to the Snake Shield Bureau's site. To be involved in the Hulk's battle with the abomination is to be exposed to the eyes of the entire world. Once exposed to the public eye, he will face potential threats from all forces in the world. Although he is not afraid of other people's threats, but after all, it is a lot of trouble. Go on for as long as you can now. Although Pixiu knows the truth that people are in the rivers and lakes, they can't help themselves, but at least when walking in the rivers and lakes, they must let themselves not be afraid of the thing of how can you not get your shoes wet when you often walk by the river, right? Beep beep. Just then, a video call popped up. Chapter 27. Beep beep. Just as Pixiu was flipping through the online information, a video call request popped up suddenly. Well, who is it? Seeing the object displayed as Eagle King, Pixiu couldn't help staring, full of doubts in his heart. Although puzzled, but hesitated for a while, Pixiu agreed. Because this tablet computer belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D, not everyone can hack it. With agreement, the next moment Pixiu couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek. The crackling sound was accompanied by the jumping golden arc. I saw a familiar person appear on the tablet. He wears an eye patch over his left eye, has dark skin, is bald and has no hair, and wears a black fur coat. Gen. Who else but Nick Fury, this guy? He even took the nickname of Eagle King, which made him think who it was. Looking at Nick Fury, Pixiu immediately chose to curse. Are you stupid? Turned on the video to find me, do you think you can understand what I say? You are too self-sufficient, the dignified agent leader, can you use your brain when you go out? Nick Fury on the other side was confused by the sudden string of words from Pixiu. Although he couldn't understand what Pixiu said, judging from Pixiu's expression, he felt a deep malice, and his nose was still a little itchy. Are you scolding him? His face darkened, and Nick Fury directly turned off the video. Then 3 seconds later, a text chat box popped up with a sentence on it. Eagle King, Pixiu, were you scolding me just now? Tisk. Looking at this scene, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips slightly. Then typed back. That's right, I'm just scolding you. Why are you so good at opening videos for me? Is it just to scold you? Oh, I see. You want to experience that you can't understand others scolding you, but it is indeed scolding. Don't you feel, let me tell you earlier, I am willing to satisfy the request of the big sponsor several times a day. Mommy Fawk. Looking for scolding, who would find someone to scold him pervertedly? Seeing Pixiu's reply, Nick Fury's face turned black, he blew his beard slightly and stared, and was almost blown out of his head by Pixiu's deadly reply from Deadman. Oh, almost forgot, he has no hair on the top of his head. Chatting with Pixiu, Nick Fury found that sometimes he really couldn't control himself. Because Pixiu's mouth is too short. Well, like that Tony Stark guy. Doesn't he know who paid for the meal, electricity, he is eating now? Is this the attitude towards the patron's father? Taking a deep breath, with the thought that humans are not as knowledgeable as other creatures, Nick Fury returned to normal, and sent a message to Pixiu. Eagle King, how strong are you now? Seeing Nick Fury's inquiry, Pixiu's big ears twitched, and he instantly became alert. Pixiu, why are you asking this? Look at my appearance. I'm 0.4 meters tall and weigh only 6 kilograms. Do you think I'm strong? Come on, I'm really super weak, okay? Now I can't even beat a cat. I don't know what Nick Fury is going to do, but let's be humble and get it done. Mommy Fawk. Nick Fury couldn't help it again, and uttered his words of reason. Super weak? Can't even beat a cat? Could it be that he killed those people in front? Taking 2 deep breaths, Nick Fury thought that there was still business to do, and calmed himself down. Eagle King, be serious, there is business, don't forget the agreement between you and me. Sure enough, there is something. Seeing the news of Nick Fury, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand. Then he replied, okay, I feel that I can easily fight 10 now, so Captain America is not a big problem. Well, the premise is that they don't have shields. Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. Beat 10 Captain America captains, thanks to you for daring to say that. There are so many Captain fans in the world, especially the United States. It is estimated that more than 80% of the people in the country are fans of the team. He remembered that his right-hand man, Phil Coulson, was a huge fan. If Phil Coulson sees this, he will probably have to reason about it anyway. Although a little speechless, Nick Fury believed what Pixiu said in his heart. When I met Pixiu before, Pixiu said that his appearance changed only because he grew up. But Nick Fury wouldn't be fooled into believing it. He thinks that Pixiu should have absorbed enough electricity to meet some kind of requirements similar to evolution or mutation, and then become a more powerful creature. This can be seen from the fact that Pixiu can consume the huge power of the past 3 months in one day. In the past, Pixiu could easily electrocute more than a dozen well-trained and well-equipped terrorists. Now that he has become stronger, he may really be called a monster. Definitely, monsters or something. He just thought about it in his heart, saying that it was impossible to say it. After all, he is now in a cooperative relationship with Pixiu. Although I don't know if Pixiu is a native product of the Earth, but judging from Pixiu's performance, it should not have any malice towards the Earth or its people. Definitely, the premise is not the enemy. Judging from the fact that Pixiu killed more than a dozen terrorists, although Pixiu is usually snarky and even harmless to humans and animals, once he becomes an enemy, he will not show any mercy. This is the current observation of Nick Fury on Pixiu and the related conclusions. Chapter 28. Eagle King, since you are strong enough, I may need your help for a mission here. The possibility of definitely asking you to take action is relatively small. Do you want to think about it? Pixiu raised his eyebrows. What is it? After typing the reply, Pixiu suddenly thought of Hulk. Is it possible? Drip drip. The notification sounded, and Pixiu looked. Eagle King, to deal with a monster that may mutate, it has an extremely strong defense that can block heavy fire weapons such as tanks and large caliber guns, and the terrifying power to easily lift a car. Nick Fury did not hide the truth from Pixiu, combined with the information currently collected by S.H.I.E.L.D, he also made a profile of Hulk's strength. After all, they have seen all the actions of the military. In order to catch Hulk, the military did not hold back at all. He even bought sonic weapons from the Stark Group before, but blocked Banner in Corvo University, and Hulk failed miserably after attacking. Tisk. Seeing the message from Nick Fury, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips, but there was no surprise in his heart. After all, there's nothing else S.H.I.E.L.D can do to get him now, except Hulk. Rubbing his cheeks, Pixiu couldn't help muttering, if I tell him that there will be a monster exactly like Hulk in the future, and then make a scene in the streets of New York, I wonder if he will jump up. Definitely, Pixiu is just thinking about it, saying it is impossible to say. The appearance of the abomination was a complete accident. Who would have known that because of the imperfect super soldier serum, the soldier Bronski was completely psychologically distorted, and then frantically wanted to inject Hulk's blood. Even Bronski's boss, General Ross, was caught off guard. After playing with the electric arc for a while, Pixiu typed a reply. For this kind of thing, are you sure you want me to hold the line or even make a shot? He didn't say it, but Pixiu knew Nick Fury knew what he meant. On the other side, Nick Fury frowned slightly seeing this. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Don't worry, I will mobilize the power in my hand to block the dissemination of information on the internet, so that you will not be exposed to the world. I believe you, Ghost." Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Block, what can you block? At most, it is to hide from ordinary people, but is he worried about ordinary people? But I also said that people are in the rivers and lakes, and people can't help themselves. So Pixiu also knew that he would be exposed sooner or later. That being the case, there is no need to hide yourself too deliberately. Pixiu, boiled eggs, since this is the case, then the 3 things, this time counts as 1. Eagle King, yes, but the premise of using it is that you need to make a move, otherwise the conditions still count this time. Pixiu rolled his eyes, all right. I don't want to argue with him so much. It would be fine if he can go out this time without taking action. Pity. Eagle King, then just wait, Hill is already on his way to the villa. Okay. Pixiu replied, then went under the bed and pulled off the wire. Since it is time to go out for activities, Pixiu started to move his body on the ground, such as twisting the waist, kicking the legs, and punching. To be honest, although he is quite capable of staying at home, he has to stay at home in order to become stronger. But after not going out for several months, Pixiu still misses the beautiful scenery of the colorful world outside. And compared to nerds, Pixiu still prefers to take risks. Isn't it uncomfortable to travel to every corner of the world, witness the same world but different scenery, and pursue a sense of accomplishment amidst danger and excitement? Nearly 20 minutes later, S.H.I.E.L.D came to the villa. Then Pixiu asked S.H.I.E.L.D to carry him to the car, took the tablet computer to the passenger seat, and waved to S.H.I.E.L.D as a gesture of departure. Then continue watching the movie on the tablet. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled slightly, then suppressed his smile, focused his eyes on the front, and drove Pixiu to the location of Greyburn College intently. At the same time, having arrived near Greyburn College, Phil Coulson, who joined the S.H.I.E.L.D agents, received a notification from Nick Fury, telling him that S.H.I.E.L.D had brought a helper. Helper? Looking at Nick Fury's message, Phil Coulson replied first, and then he was a little confused. When he came, he also applied to Nick Fury to check Hulk's relevant information. Also know how powerful Hulk is. That is completely a humanoid missile, and it cannot be matched by manpower at all. Although he is a big fan of Captain America, he also thinks that Captain America is not a match for the Hulk guy. After all, his main fan is the spirit and contribution of Captain America, and his strength is not the big head. Now Nick Fury sent a helper, could it be Iron Man? No, probably not. Let's not say that Tony is not very interested in military affairs, and Nick Fury will not spend a lot of money to hire Iron Man to help the military settle their troubles. After all, General Ross and their S.H.I.E.L.D have not been able to deal with each other. If it wasn't Iron Man Tony, who would Nick Fury's helper be? Chapter 29. After half an hour, S.H.I.E.L.D took Pixiu to the vicinity of Greyburn College. Phil Coulson, who was notified by his subordinates, immediately walked up after seeing S.H.I.E.L.D coming. "Sir, you are welcome." Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Phil Coulson was puzzled for a moment, because he didn't see the shadow of the helper Nick Fury said, and S.H.I.E.L.D got out of the car alone. But soon he knew. After S.H.I.E.L.D got out of the car, he walked around to the passenger seat from the front and opened the door. Then he hugged Pixiu out of it. Seeing Pixiu that S.H.I.E.L.D carried out, Phil Coulson was taken aback for a moment. Is this the helper Nick Fury was talking about? Looking at Pixiu, whose file size is about the same as a cute rag doll, Phil Coulson was full of doubts. What kind of animal is it? He has never seen it before, and he somehow feels that Pixiu's painting style is not in the same dimension as them. After lifting Pixiu, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson agent, he is Pixiu, and he is also the helper invited by director Nick Fury. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s words, even the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D agent in charge of security couldn't help but glance this way. Then I saw Pixiu in S.H.I.E.L.'s arms. Think of S.H.I.E.L.D, and everyone's in the same mood as Phil Coulson. What? Are you kidding me? This fluffy, cute-looking, yellow mouse-like animal is director Nick Fury's help? Are you sure you're not playing tricks on them? When everyone was complaining, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Phil Coulson and asked, how is the situation now? Hearing this, Phil Coulson came back to his senses, glanced at Pixiu, and his eyes met each other. He couldn't help but feel a little strange, but he still looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, "Sir, just now, the military has controlled the target, and now they are retreating. Under control." Hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D was a little taken aback. She has seen videos of the military fighting the Hulk, and she understands the horrors of the Hulk. Why did the military control the opponents so easily this time? That's right. Phil Coulson nodded. People from the military and the New York Police Department are evacuating now, but General Ross hasn't left yet. According to the situation, they will all be evacuated soon. Although Phil Coulson is not quite sure why the military was able to control Hulk this time without making a big fuss, Dr. Banner, the host they controlled Hulk, has confirmed. So he also let the agent who came to support from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters return first, and was about to contact Nick Fury, and after reporting the matter, he took his people back to Manhattan. In that case, let's go too. Hill frowned slightly after hearing this and gave the order. The military has settled all the matters well, and it is useless for them to stay. Naturally, they have to go back and continue to deal with the matter at hand. Although the trip was in vain, Hill still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had seen the battle between Hulk and the military, and she didn't want Hulk to go berserk in New York, otherwise there would be many casualties in such a densely populated place. Wait, pick up. At this moment, Pixiu, who was neglected, spoke out. Taking his eyes off of Phil Coulson, whose hairline is worrying, and who might succeed Nick Fury, Pixiu kicked lightly on Hill's arm with his shins. Then he jumped up from Hill's arms and onto the front hood beside him. Then he pointed to the co-pilot's position. Seeing Pixiu's actions, Phil Coulson, who was in contact with Pixiu for the first time, looked confused, but Hill immediately understood, opened the car door and took out the tablet computer inside. Then Pixiu typed a line on it. When Hill saw it, the expression on Xiao's face suddenly became a little weird. Sir? A dazed Phil Coulson looked at Hill. Hill then turned the tablet around to show Phil Coulson. Don't worry, let's wait a little longer. Just now, I watched the sky at night and counted with my fingers. I found that the evil energy gathered above covered the stars and the moon. I am afraid that disasters will happen. Phil Coulson took a look, then subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. The corners of his mouth could not help twitching slightly, and a so-called black line seemed to appear on his face. Watching the sky at night, counting with your fingers? The evil spirit gathers to cover up the image of the stars and the moon? Obviously it's just cloudy tonight, so we can't see the moon and stars. Why do you, an animal like a yellow mouse, type on a tablet? Why, as an animal, you speak in such a similar way to the fortune teller he once had the honor to meet in Huaxia, Asia? Phil Coulson found that there were thousands of complaints in his heart, but he didn't know how to say them. So for a moment, Phil Coulson's expression became extremely weird. Sir? In the end, Phil Coulson could only look at Hill. Seeing Phil Coulson's question, Hill looked at Pixiu, met Pixiu's big eyes, looked at each other for 8 or 9 seconds, and then said slightly. In this case, we are waiting. She thinks that Pixiu should not be a joking person, mouse, although she prefers to tease her boss, but she thinks that Pixiu's cuteness, and intelligence can tell the difference. Yes, sir. Seeing that Hill has said that, Phil Coulson will naturally not say anything more. So, everyone continued to wait, monitoring the military and Greyburn College and the surrounding situation through satellites, hoping to see if anything would happen after all. Although apart from Hill, other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Phil Coulson, don't believe it very much. Chapter 30. At the same time, inside Greyburn College. A female soldier interrogating Dr. Stern. You mean, you can make more Hulks? No. Dr. Stern sat on the chair, shook his head and said. Not yet, I can only make a part of it, and I can't make a complete Hulk yet. It's just an accidental product, and my goal is to make something better. Looking at Dr. Stern, the female soldier put her hands on her hips and said thoughtfully, so, Banner is the only one. Before he could speak, his body shook suddenly, and he fell to the ground. Dr. Stern was taken aback when he saw this scene, and then saw a familiar figure appearing behind him. It was Bronsky, the soldier who rushed in and beat Banner violently. After knocking out the female soldier, Bronsky, who was covered in cold sweat and had a strange expression on his face, looked at Dr. Stern with a seemingly evil smile on his face and said, "This woman is annoying." Looking at Bronsky, Dr. Stern couldn't help complaining, "Why do you like beating people so much? This guy beat Banner and Betty as soon as he came in. And now even hitting his own people." He found that he couldn't understand Bronsky's thoughts. However, when Bronsky heard Dr. Stern's complaints, his face suddenly turned cold, and he reached out and took out a pistol, aiming at Dr. Stern's head. It seemed that if he said one more word, he would immediately collapse him. What? Leaning back, Dr. Stern was full of helplessness. Why did you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? ####. Hearing this, Bronski gritted his teeth slightly and shook his head, looked at him and said coldly, "It's not what you did, but what you are going to do now. I want what you extracted from Banner." At this time, Dr. Stern frowned slightly, looking at Bronski, who was sweating profusely and with a slightly pale face. A look of excitement appeared between his brows. Dr. Stern stared into Bronski's eyes, stood up and said, "You've had some injections, haven't you? That's not enough, you can also see what Banner looks like after transformation. I want to be like him too, and you have to turn me into that." Bronski's face showed a morbid expectation. This. Dr. Bronski's words moved Dr. Stern's heart. After all, he has always had such an idea. Once he succeeds, the Nobel Prize will come to him. But looking at Bronski, he still said, "But I don't know what you inject, the result after mixing may be ugly." Humph! Bronski snorted coldly, switched the pistol to his left hand, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Dr. Stern's collar, then lifted him up and looked at him fiercely. Okay, I didn't say I didn't want to." Seeing this, even Dr. Tesson knew that Bronski was reaching his limit. Then the next step is a set of procedures for injecting serum. Infused with blood and exposed to gamma rays. Roar! Bronski, who was injected with Banner's blood, let out a pained and angry roar, just like the roar of a beast. Blood vessels all over his body burst, and his skin appeared strangely silver-gray. The next moment, the gamma rays from above shone on his forehead. Then, under Dr. Stern's horrified gaze, Bronski's body shape began to undergo terrifying changes, and he swelled up like a Hulk. The terrifying spine on the back protrudes one by one, the ribs on the chest are clearly visible, the silver-gray skin is also mixed with green spots, and the eyes are also faintly green. With a wave of his arm, Dr. Stern flew upside down and hit the instrument containing Banner's blood. His head was bleeding immediately and was stained with Banner's blood. Roar! Feeling the powerful force coming from his body, Bronski, who still had reason, uttered an excited roar, and the sound spread hundreds of meters away. Attracted nearby soldiers and police officers who had not yet retreated. Bronski, who has completed his transformation, can't wait to fight Banner or Hulk and is ready to avenge his shame. With a bang, it shattered the wall of the research room, and Bronski jumped down. With his huge size and terrifying weight, he happened to crush a police car directly below. Afterwards, Bronski, who had already been affected by negative emotions, embarked on a journey of demolition and demolition on the street, experiencing the refreshing feeling of wanton catharsis. The other side. The S.H.I.E.L.D agent, who was monitoring things here, saw the images monitored by the satellite, and after a change of expression, he quickly zoomed in on the images. Seeing the terrifying abomination, he quickly called Hill and Phil Coulson. "Sir, something has happened." Hearing this, Hill and Phil Coulson immediately looked at each other, their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly came behind the agent, looking at the satellite surveillance screen on the computer screen. "This is the Hulk." Seeing the hatred inside, both Hill and Phil Coulson were taken aback. At first they all thought it was the Hulk, but then realized that Banner and Ross had left in a helicopter, and that the Abomination and Hulk looked different in some ways. So Hill and Phil Coulson immediately understood that this was a creature like the Hulk. Then the two suddenly turned their heads to look at Pixiu, who was standing on the hood of the car. Chapter 31. Look, I said it all, Pikachu. Seeing Hill and Phil Coulson's eyes, Pixiu blinked his big eyes, spread his small hands towards them, and then said something that made Phil Coulson confused. On the contrary, Hill, who has frequent contact with Pixiu, can roughly see what Pixiu wants to express from Pixiu's demeanor and behavior, and his expression is a little strange. Even for Hill, who has been in contact with Pixiu for several months, at the moment, he was deeply suspicious of what Pixiu seemed to know that hatred would appear. Judging from Pixiu's expression, it seems that he already knew that the abomination would appear. It is very difficult not to make people curious. "Sir." At this time, the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D agents all set their sights on S.H.I.E.L.D and Phil Coulson. S.H.I.E.L.D looked away from Pixiu, looked at a dozen or so S.H.I.E.L.D agents around him, and said with a serious expression, "Be prepared to fight. First assist the police to evacuate the people here, and all of them are not allowed to act without my order." "Yes, sir." The dozen or so Aegis agents around responded one after another when they heard the words, and then each of them took out their weapons with serious and focused expressions, and scattered towards the nearby streets. After S.H.I.E.L.D gave the initial instructions, he took out his mobile phone to contact Nick Fury. After telling Nick Fury what happened here, there was silence for a few seconds before Nick Fury heard the sound. "Give the phone to Pixiu." S.H.I.E.L.D didn't hesitate, and put the phone to Pixiu's ear. Then Nick Fury's voice came. "Pixiu, it's up to you at the scene, do your best to stop that new Hulk." "Don't worry, pick up." Pixiu replied. Now that the hatred appeared, he didn't mind trying the intensity of the hatred. He wanted to see what kind of damage a villain who could compare to Hulk would suffer if he received an electric shock after he evolved to 2 stars. After all, if you want to know how strong you are, you must fight against a stronger existence. Just when Pixiu was about to do something. On the other side, the soldiers who were chasing Abomination also told General Ross what happened here. General Ross, who was on the helicopter, was taken aback when he heard Hulk appearing, and turned his head to look at Banner, who was still sitting there obediently. Then through the camera on the soldier's helmet, he saw the invincible hatred on the street. How is this possible? Seeing the loathing, General Ross was in disbelief. Banner is clearly here, but who is that Hulk? Even Banner couldn't believe it when he saw the loathing. However, when he and Betty looked at each other, he suddenly thought of Dr. Stern. Only Dr. Stern has copied his blood in large quantities. So, this new Hulk must have something to do with him. When he learned from the soldiers that the Abomination was heading for Broadway, General Ross immediately ordered the helicopter to turn around and let all the soldiers who had left return. Regardless of how the Abomination had arisen, the international community would definitely think that it had something to do with him, so he had to get this trouble out of the way. Otherwise, let the hatred rampage in New York, and his days as a general are almost at an end. The other side. Phil Coulson was driving the car, S.H.I.E.L.D was holding Pixiu in the co-pilot, and the two chased along the road to where the Abomination was. Pixiu's tablet was connected to the S.H.I.E.L.D network, and was used as a prop to check the satellite surveillance Abomination. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Nick Fury was sitting in the office, looking at the Abomination in the satellite surveillance, with his hands resting on the table, his fingers crossed in front of his chin. His expression was calm and his eyes were deep, making it difficult to guess what was going on in his mind. New York, Broadway. Beep, beep, beep. 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 Boom. The sound of car horns, police sirens, guns, explosions, and the terrified screams of pedestrians around, all kinds of sounds mixed together, it seemed very chaotic. The vehicle on the avenue was smashed flat by 2 fists of the Abomination, then raised and thrown tens of meters away, smashing another vehicle flat and causing an explosion, igniting raging flames. Cars weighing several tons are like toys in the hands of the Abominable. Police officers and soldiers launched attacks on Abomination, but their bullets hit Abomination's body, not even qualified to make him feel pain. Instead, it attracted the attention of hatred, and then picked up a car and slammed it at them. For a while, police officers and soldiers suffered heavy casualties. In just a few minutes, counting ordinary people, the number of casualties is probably close to 100. Watching all this through the satellite monitor, Pixiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Witnessing a large number of innocent ordinary people involved in such a thing with his own eyes, he always felt a little unbearable. After all, most people like peace and security. Only in a peaceful and safe environment can you do what you want. Like being an otaku, or a traveler. Although Pixiu was able to change his mentality and kill those Hydra members mercilessly, it was only because the other party wanted to harm him, and even wanted his life. It's nothing to do with yourself. If everyone is too high, and you encounter something that you can't solve and you have to do, but no one will help you, then what will you do? Although Pixiu doesn't think he would choose to sacrifice himself for other strangers like Captain America, but this does not prevent Pixiu from appreciating the lofty spirit of Captain America. Chapter 32. Flames Burn on Broadway. The sound of guns and guns kept ringing in my ears. It was also accompanied by a kind of chilling and weird laughter. Bronski, who turned into an abomination, wreaked havoc on the avenue at the moment. In his hands, cars weighing several tons were like small toys, and they were easily thrown tens of meters away. The extremely tough skin made it impossible for bullets to penetrate and hurt him. Even a large-caliber machine gun could not cause substantial damage to the abomination, it just made him feel itchy, or was bitten by a mosquito. Not only did it not hurt him, but it drew the hatred of hatred. A car arced through the air, hitting either a police car or a military jeep. In this case, if you are lucky, those police officers or soldiers can escape from the car in time. And sometimes, the abomination pounced on it himself. With its huge size and terrifying weight, it directly crushed the car, and then grabbed the police officers or soldiers and threw them flying. The police and military, facing the powerful hatred, have little power to fight back, even if they have powerful thermal weapons. At the moment, Pixiu and S.H.I.E.L.D, along with Phil Coulson, were already on the street 100 meters away. Once here, Phil Coulson didn't move on. If you go further, once you are targeted by the abomination, you will not have enough time to react. Pixiu. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Pixiu, seeing that he had no intention of making a move, he couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Don't worry, there is still someone who hasn't shown up. Turning his head and looking up at S.H.I.E.L.D, Pixiu typed out the words in the document after splitting the screen on the tablet. Seeing Pixiu's words, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned slightly, with a puzzled look on his brows. Someone else didn't show up? Who is Pixiu waiting for? Could it be Tony Stark? After all, Pixiu said before that he knew Tony Stark. Could it be that Pixiu contacted Tony Stark when she wasn't paying attention, and asked him to come and help? S.H.I.E.L.D was puzzled, but seeing that Pixiu was not panicking, he could only restrain himself. 100 meters away. S.H.I.E.L.D stood there and looked around, his eyes glowed green, and he had a very evil smile on his face. The vent just now made him feel very happy. And now, he wants to find Hulk. After finding it, I don't do anything else, just want to beat him to death. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the sound of the helicopter's propeller spinning suddenly came from above. The hatred raised his head and looked up. After seeing the helicopter in the air, he raised his head and let out a roar. Hulk! Apparently, he knew Banner was in that helicopter. Inside the helicopter, Banner heard the roar of hatred, looked at the screen broadcast by the soldiers, and showed hesitation, but finally made up his mind, looked at General Ross with firmness and said, "Let me go. I have a way to try. Maybe I can stop him." Banner! Betty on the side exclaimed when she heard the words, and looked at Banner worriedly. After all, Banner has already been injected with the antidote serum, so how could he be the opponent of that monster? That's right, in her opinion, her boyfriend is not a monster, but the abomination below is. Leaving aside the difference in appearance, just talking about the behavior of the two, the abomination below is like a demon, the pair of green eyes and the smile on the face make people shudder. Looking at Banner, General Ross' face was very ugly. His proud soldiers were like ants in the hands of the abomination, and seeing the devastation the abomination had wrought on Broadway, he knew he was in danger this time. I don't know how many people who didn't like him in the past but couldn't get rid of him would take advantage of this incident and directly go to Mr. President, and even take him to a military court. Seeing Banner staring at him closely, General Ross took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked at his daughter Betty. "Betty, let him try it. They were still enemies before, but now they have to need the help of the enemy." It made the very proud General Ross feel very uncomfortable. "Believe me." Banner looked at Betty, kissed his daughter in front of General Ross, then came to the open hatch, looked at the city hundreds of meters below, and took a deep breath. Emboldened, Banner jumped from the helicopter. Betty's eyes were slightly red, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of her eyes. She came to the window and looked down extremely nervously and worriedly. On the other side, General Ross was also looking down. Although very unhappy, he still hopes that Banner can kill the abomination. As long as the hatred is killed, then he will have a way to excuse himself. To be able to get to his current position, with his accumulated connections and background, it is not easy to be brought down. Under the gaze of General Ross and Betty, Banner fell from the sky with a whoosh. In mid-air, Banner, who was gritting his teeth trying to suppress the Hulk, opened his eyes suddenly, a look of astonishment emerged, and subconsciously let out a FK. Then with a bang, Banner smashed hard into the concrete road. A human-shaped crater was smashed into the ground, and there were cracks all around. General Ross and Betty, who saw this scene on the helicopter, widened their eyes slightly, their faces were full of astonishment, and the first thought in their hearts was that they subconsciously thought that Banner had fallen to his death. A thing suddenly fell from the sky, and it landed more than 10 meters away. Phil Coulson and Hill in the car were slightly taken aback, and looked towards the landing point vigilantly. At this time, a big hand protruded from the pothole and appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 33. Bang bang bang! The ground cracked, and with the sound of explosions, a huge amounts of human figure crawled out from the ground, and its size was still growing, destroying all the clothes on its body. Well, except for that pair of trousers, there is basically no damage above the knee. Ah! Banner, who transformed into a Hulk, let out a roar towards the abomination, then tore off the pieces of clothing on his shoulders, and stared at the abomination nearly 100 meters away. Then he took steps and walked forward step by step. With every step on the ground, there will be a dull sound of bang. This shows how terrifying Hulk's weight is. Hulk! Looking at Hulk, the evil smile on his hateful face became more and more permeating. He kicked the car at his feet aside, then stretched his neck, and rushed towards Hulk. Boom boom boom! Countless cars in the middle of the road were all knocked over or smashed into pieces, and the hatred passed by seemed unstoppable. When the abomination ran, every step crushed the solid concrete floor. Huge footprints nearly 10 centimeters deep were left on the ground along with countless tiny cracks around them. Soon, the two behemoths collided together. There was a bang, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. The terrifying airwave shockwave swept away towards the surroundings. Centered on Hulk and the abomination, the ground around 2 meters was cracked. You punch, I punch. You kick, I kick. Without any skills, it's just a direct and crisp punch to the flesh. The two humanoid missiles fired, and the surrounding cars and houses were as fragile as a piece of paper. As long as they were touched by any of them, they would all be destroyed. Not to mention ordinary people, even the police and military were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Many people's complexions changed drastically, showing a deep look of horror. Can they really deal with this kind of monster? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D's car. Seeing Hulk fighting with the abomination, Pixiu started typing on the tablet. Commander, please open the door. By the way, wait a minute and try to go as far away as possible. Pixiu, be careful. Seeing what Pixiu typed, Hill looked at Pixiu worriedly, but still opened the car door with his hand. Although I know that Pixiu is not an ordinary creature. But now that she has seen the humanoid missile like Hulk and Abomination, even though she knows that Pixiu is capable, she still can't help but feel a lot of worry about Pixiu. After all, if you only look at the appearance, no matter the Hulk or the Abomination, they can easily crush Pixiu with one hand. Who made Pixiu look so harmless to humans and animals? Relax, Pikachu. Seeing that Hill was worried about himself, Pixiu smiled brightly at him, and then jumped out from the passenger seat. Worried about safety? Don't worry about this kind of thing at all. While hand-to-hand was no match for the Hulk and the Abomination, he wasn't out to fight them. My big skin god is Faye, okay? Relying on skills to make a living, such things as hand-to-hand combat are not suitable for him at all. High-speed movement, on. After getting out of the car, Pixiu immediately activated the skill high-speed movement, and the electric storage bags on both sides of his cheeks instantly burst out with dazzling golden lightning covering his whole body. Crackling! With golden light and lightning all the way, Pixiu turned into lightning and disappeared in place. The speed was so fast that Hill and Phil Coulson could only see golden arcs jumping in the air, and then a golden light flashed in front of their eyes, and Pixiu disappeared. Seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Phil Coulson stared slightly with shock on his face. Seeing this scene, Hill showed a strange expression, and then he was slightly relieved. Sure enough, Pixiu is full of mystery. With the speed shown just now, no matter how terrifying the strength and defense of Hulk and the Abomination, in terms of speed, I'm afraid they can only eat the ashes left by Pixiu. With such a speed, even if he can't win, Pixiu's self-protection is absolutely stable. Boom! Hulk was kicked in the chest by the hatred, and his huge body flew backwards like a cannonball. It flew out 40 or 50 meters and smashed hard on a car. Ha 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 ha! Kicking Hulk away, Abomination let out a smug laugh. He still clearly remembered that when he was in Corvo University, he was kicked far away by Hulk like this in front of Hulk. Laughing, Hate held up the burning scrap car and was about to throw it at Hulk. Pikachu! At this moment, a cry suddenly sounded, making the rational hatred stunned. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Crackling! However, what caught his eyes was an incomparably gorgeous golden electric light. The next moment, he was covered in electric shocks released by Pixiu. After being upgraded to 2 stars, the power of the electric shock has also increased by more than 10 times than before. The golden lightning as thick as an arm struck fiercely on the face of the unprepared hatred. What? The electric shock stung his face, and the severe pain caused the hatred to let out a scream full of pain, and the raised car reflexively threw it in the direction of Pixiu. Golden lightning flashed, and Pixiu came behind the Abomination. Ah, I'm going to kill you! With the severe pain on his face, Rage felt as if he was blinded by the hatred, roared out of his mouth, and crazily launched attacks around him. Definitely, this is just nonsense. Turning on the high-speed movement, Pixiu didn't panic at all. Chapter 34. Electric Shock. Coming behind the Abomination, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks with both hands, and launched the electric shock again. Crackling! Lightning exploded from Pixiu's body, drawing arcs in the air and landing on the abnormally protruding spines on the back of the Abomination, and then countless tiny electric arcs danced on the Abomination's body. Roar! Being shocked by electricity again, Hate trembled all over, and then roared again and again. When he turned around, he grabbed a car by his side and threw it in the direction of Pixiu. However, Pixiu once again turned into lightning and came to the rear of the Abomination. Pixiu looked behind the Abomination and found that his electric shock could cause damage to the Abomination. Well, leaving a charred black area of the file size of the food basket. Obviously, even if it can cause damage to the Abomination, the damage is very limited. With Abomination's strong resilience, this injury doesn't seem to have much effect other than causing him some pain. The military's heavy-caliber guns couldn't even penetrate the Abomination's defenses. And Pixiu is only at the 2-star level. In terms of physical fitness and the level of Captain America, the electric shock can already cause a certain amount of damage to the Abomination, which is quite extraordinary. After some comparison, Pixiu also knew how strong Abomination and Hulk are now. In the classification of the system, the Abomination and the normal Hulk are probably both 3-star creatures, and they are the more powerful ones among the 3-star creatures. Before awakening, Thor's strength is almost the same as that of Abomination and normal Hulk. With Mjolnir, his strength should reach the peak level of 3 stars. Awakening's Thor can reach 4 stars, and if he masters Stormbreaker, his comprehensive strength may reach the peak level of 4 stars, close to 5 stars. Just when Pixiu gave the Abomination another shock, a roar came. Pixiu's ears moved, and he stepped aside and turned his head to look. I saw that Hulk, who had been kicked away by the hatred before, finally regained his senses, became more angry, and his strength increased a lot, and he charged quickly from a distance. Every step will crack the ground, and one step will go several meters. Quickly coming to the side of the Abomination, Hulk clenched his fist with his right hand and slammed it on the face of the Abomination. There was a bang. The Abomination is sent flying by Rage's Hulk. The huge body shattered the wall and flew directly into a 5-story building. After flying the abomination, Hulk saw Pixiu beside him. Seeing Pixiu, who was rubbing the golden arc on his cheeks with both hands, Hulk had doubts on his brows, but was occupied by an angry look in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a black figure flew out of the building with a roar. Hulk turned his head to look, and the next moment he was hit hard on his head by a black shadow. Then Hulk took a few steps back, his feet became unsteady and he fell down, pressing on a police car, flattening the front end of the police car directly. Pixiu took a closer look. What flew out was a 3-seater waiting chair. Then the huge figure who hated also rushed out of the building. Under the terrifying recovery power, Abomination has already recovered his eyesight. After rushing out, he immediately found Pixiu with the golden electric light effect, and his face was full of ferocity. It turns out that you are such a little thing, courting death. After seeing Pixiu, the Abomination rushed towards him directly. Pixiu quickly turned on the high-speed movement and stepped aside. Then Tai Han's hatred directly smashed the wall of the building behind. Hey, damn it! Abomination rushed out of the building accompanied by smoke and dust, and began to look for Pixiu's figure. After finding Pixiu's figure, the hatred rushed over again. You really think I'm afraid you won't succeed? Seeing the hatred rushing again, Pixiu's gaze changed, and a terrifying lightning burst out, enveloping him instantly. Lightning flashed, start! With a kick of Pixiu's legs, it boomed like a cannonball, with a golden tail of lightning, ejected with an unstoppable force, and slammed its head into the belly of the Abomination. The skill flashes with lightning, and it comes with lock and invincible defense when it is activated. Boom! A loud explosion spread out hundreds of meters, and golden arcs scattered all over the sky. Hate's whole body was wrapped in electric arcs, he only felt numbness and severe pain in his abdomen, and the terrifying impact hit him, causing him to temporarily lose control of his body. Faced with Pixiu's flash of lightning, the Abomination flew up tens of meters, drew an arc in the air and hit the ground hard, with half of its body embedded in the ground. Wow, cool! Falling to the ground, Pixiu couldn't help but let out an exclamation when he saw this scene. As expected of a mutated skill, this power is extraordinary. What? In the car, Phil Coulson and Hill, who were watching the satellite surveillance, saw that Pixiu had directly knocked the Abomination into the air, and they were shocked and stunned. After all, the size difference between Pixiu and Abomination is too great. Pixiu, who can crush Abomination with one hand, knocks Abomination into the air for tens of meters. This contrast catches them off guard. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Nick Fury, who had been watching the situation here, saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly, and his hands with crossed fingers tightened slightly. In a luxury villa in Malibu Beach, California, Iron Man Tony Stark watched the video played by J.A.R.V.I.S, and when he saw Pixiu knocking the Abomination out, his face was full of shock and curiosity. J.A.R.V.I.S, immediately search for all the information about this creature. I want to know what kind of creature this cute, powerful yellow-haired mouse is. Okay. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded from all around. The appearance of Pixiu and ability aroused intense curiosity in Tony's heart. On the helicopter. Seeing such a miraculous and powerful Pixiu, General Ross immediately showed a thick and hot color on his brows, and then his expression was a little strange, and his mind moved. Betty on the side opened her mouth slightly with a look of shock on her face, but then she came back to her senses and quickly looked at Hulk, who had been hit in the head by the waiting chair before. Pixiu cast his skills in a flash, shocking everyone who saw this scene. Chapter 35. When Pixiu hit the Abomination with a lightning headbutt. On the other side, Hulk, who was knocked down by the Abomination, also shook his head and got up. Patting his dizzy head, Hulk looked around, looking for the figure of Abomination. When he saw the hatred lying on the ground 50 or 60 meters away, he was slightly taken aback. What's wrong with this guy? At the moment hates a lot of golden electric arcs beating on his body. After being hit by Pixiu's skill, at the moment's whole body was paralyzed by the huge electric current. Even though his recovery ability is amazing, it will take some time to recover. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods. A 2-star comprehended mutation skill can cause so much damage to a 3-star level, extremely powerful abomination, and one can imagine the skills that will be comprehended later. In fact, Pixiu really wants to try the 100,000 volts turned into a map gun. But the current environment does not seem to be suitable for bombing with map cannons. Hearing the movement, Pixiu turned around to look. Facing Hulk's eyes, Pixiu pointed to the abomination over there and said, "Big fool, go, hit him hard." Facing Pixiu's words of Pika, pick up, Pikachu, Hulk was dumbfounded. Roar! Hulk growled at Pixiu. The meaning seems to be saying, "What are you talking about? Can you speak human language? It really is a big fool." Seeing this, Pixiu cursed and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Crackling, lightning flashing randomly. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was released, piercing the sky, and blasting over a distance of tens of meters on the body of the abomination who had already broken out of the paralyzed state. Then Pixiu gestured at Hulk with his fists clenched, bouncing up and down as if punching. Still saying in his mouth, "Hit him, rush up and ride on him, greet his head with your fist that is bigger than a sandbag, what are you still doing, hurry up, you big fool." Hill, who saw this scene through the surveillance camera, opened his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a starlight in his eyes, an AST-like smile appeared on his face. At the moment Pixiu's actions are simply too cute, she's heartbroken. Fortunately, Phil Coulson's attention on the side was also on Pixiu, otherwise he would have seen the appearance of Hill at the moment, and I'm afraid the authority of the boss would have been lost. Roar! Seeing Pixiu's movements, Hulk looked at the abomination over there, first yelled at Pixiu with some inexplicable discomfort, and then rushed towards the abomination. That's right, he understood what Pixiu meant. That is to fight hatred. Damn it, I'm going to tear you up, little thing. And the abomination at the moment was shaking his head and trying to get up from the ground, his face was full of anger, and his mouth was roaring, with a feeling of impotent rage. Roar! The Hulk who leapt up jumped on his face, and punched the head of the abomination with a fist. He staggered from the abomination, and his head directly knocked the ground out of a big hole. I haven't completely relieved God's hatred and almost passed out because of it. After all, even a normal Hulk has a strength of hundreds of tons. The power of a punch that exploded in anger is more than 100 tons. If it wasn't for the abhorrent physical strength that is stronger than the normal Hulk, it is very likely that he has been punched in the head by the angry Hulk now. Punch after punch. The angry Hulk kept hitting the head of the abomination. The dizzy loathing could only subconsciously raise his hand to block his head. Yeah, hit him, left hook, right hook. Pixiu came to the side and kept cheering for Hulk. Hearing Pixiu's cheers, Hulk seemed to be playing harder. And those who saw this scene through the monitoring, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their expressions were very strange. Especially Hill, seeing Pixiu like this, couldn't help bursting out laughing, covering his mouth with his hands and chuckling, feeling a little happy because he saw a new side of Pixiu. With Pixiu's shouts and cheers, Hulk beat Abomination dozens of times. After dozens of strokes, the Abomination seemed to lose consciousness. His head was embedded in the ground, and his body was twitching slightly, obviously losing his fighting power. Seeing that the Abomination was dizzy, Pixiu turned his head and looked around. I saw the military personnel approaching slowly, looking at Hulk and Pixiu with solemn expressions mixed with a little fear, moving very slowly, as if they didn't dare to get too close rashly. As for the hatred, just ignore it for the time being as it looks like it's about to die. Then I should leave too. Seeing that things were coming to an end, Pixiu muttered, and then said to Hulk, "Hey, big fool, see you next time." After the voice fell, Pixiu activated the high-speed movement, turned into a golden lightning, and disappeared in front of everyone at a terrifying speed of more than 50 meters per second. Roar! Seeing that Pixiu disappeared, Hulk roared in confusion, then saw the military soldiers around him, turned his head and glanced at the landing helicopter, and there seemed to be a trace of reluctance on his brow. But at the next moment, Hulk jumped up suddenly, quickly left towards the distance, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. It didn't take long for Hulk to disappear from the satellite surveillance. "Sir!" Seeing that both Pixiu and Hulk had left, a soldier immediately contacted Ross. After Ross's expression changed slightly, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Leave them alone, take the fainted one away immediately." The origin of Pixiu is unknown. Although Hulk is gone, the abomination is still there. As long as he can get something valuable from the abomination, he will still be General Ross after today. "Yes, sir." Hearing Rose's order, the soldiers responded, and then quickly approached the fainted abomination. Some soldiers wanted to inject narcotics into the body of the abomination, but found that they couldn't pierce the skin of the abomination, so they had to pack the abomination away like this. The other side. After Pixiu left, he found Phil Coulson and Hill. Chapter 36. Behind a street corner 100 meters away. When Pixiu came back here, Hill and Phil Coulson looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, Pixiu's previous performance gave them a lot of shock. Hill looked as if he just met Pixiu for the first time. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed Pixiu make a move. Although Pixiu killed more than a dozen terrorists before, she also knew that Pixiu was killed by electricity. Whoever let Pixiu like to rub electric arcs on his face when he was free. After witnessing it with my own eyes, I was directly shocked by Pixiu's strength. That small body can burst out with such terrifying power. Even an abomination as terrifying as the Hulk can be sent flying 50 or 60 meters away. This kind of huge amounts of contrast gives people the feeling that it is no less than a mortal who has injured a powerful god. "Look at what, Pichu." After jumping into the car, Pixiu glanced at Hill and Phil Coulson, then shook the dust off the geo, went to the tablet, opened the document and started typing. "What are you still doing? Get out of here quickly." Seeing what Pixiu typed, Hill took a deep breath and turned to look at Phil Coulson. "Let's go." Hearing this, Phil Coulson took a deep look at Pixiu before driving away. As for the other dozen or so S.H.I.E.L.D agents, after Phil Coulson drove, they also quickly got into the car, and the three cars followed Phil Coulson's car and left in an orderly manner. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Is this your real strength? Or is there something hidden? Nick Fury repeatedly checked the surveillance video from Pixiu's attack to his disappearance, and then played it slowly, using the computer to calculate Pixiu's speed. After a while, when the result came out, Nick Fury showed a look of surprise. According to the calculation results, the instantaneous speed of Pixiu's appearance, departure, and dodge of the hate attack all reached a super high speed of 49 m/s 51 m/s. If Pixiu can maintain this speed, then Pixiu may run at a speed of 180 km per hour. You must know the data in the Captain America record. The average speed is only 48 km per hour, and the maximum speed can reach 78 km per hour in critical situations. But Pixiu seems to be 2.30 times faster than Captain America's top speed. When Pixiu collided with the abomination, the speed exploded instantly. After calculation and simulation, it even exceeded the speed of sound, reaching a terrifying speed 3 times the normal speed of sound. In the air, the propagation speed of sound is about 340 m/s at 1 standard atmospheric pressure and 15 degrees Celsius, which is 3 times the normal speed of sound, which is 1020 m/s. Attacking at this speed in a short distance, it is possible to avoid such an attack. Nick Fury thinks that only the person who was 10 years ago can do it. After all, that was the most powerful existence he had seen so far. Although Hulk and Abomination are powerful, in his mind, they are still a lot worse than that person back then. After learning more about Pixiu's strength, Nick Fury's thoughts moved again. Looks like it's time to try the invitation again. At the same time, military. When General Ross watched the soldiers packing away the unconscious Abomination, he said to his confidant who was following him, "Immediately ask someone to find information about the mysterious creature before. I want to know what it is." "Yes, sir." The confidant nodded, and after a salute, he turned and left quickly. Betty, who was heartbroken because of Banner, Hulk's departure, heard her father's words, and couldn't help looking back at General Ross. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing." Glancing at Betty, General Ross said something lightly. Hearing this, Betty pursed her lips slightly, took a deep look at General Ross, and then said nothing more. Rose's heart, she knew it well. Although she is not ashamed of such behavior, she just has more than enough heart but not enough energy. What's more, now in her heart, Banner's safety is undoubtedly more important. Somewhere in a villa. Pierce watched the video recorded by Hydra's eyeliner from Broadway in New York, and saw Pixiu, who showed his prowess in this battle. His eyes narrowed slightly. The last time he sent people to capture Pixiu, only one person left failed miserably. Because of the unknown of Pixiu's real background, and the fact that the action was a surprise, Nick Fury increased a lot of defense around the villa. So he never sent anyone to capture Pixiu. After seeing Pixiu's strength now, although Pierce is extremely afraid, he is also more excited. That's right, although I'm afraid of Pixiu's display of strength. But seeing the ability displayed by Pixiu, he was even more moved. If you can capture Pixiu and get Pixiu's gene, will you be able to graft this lightning controlling ability to the powerful Hydra warrior? If their Hydra fighters can master this ability, wouldn't the world be at their fingertips? As for the consequences of provoking Pixiu, are you kidding me? Is Hydra the kind of organization that fears consequences? Cut off one head, grow two heads, never die. This is Hydra. Chapter 37. The Other Side. Leaving the Broadway area in Browns, halfway back to Manhattan, Phil Coulson returned to his car, separated from Hill and Pixiu. After the separation, Hill left New York and returned to Washington with Pixiu. More than 4 hours later, Hill and Pixiu returned to the villa. "Ah, it's the breath of home, Pikachu. Back at the villa, Pixiu opened his hands, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Sure enough, it's still quiet here. In New York before, all kinds of voices came. Although watching the blockbuster movie live is very cool, but at night, can we be quieter? It's so noisy, what if it makes others stay up all night? Keek, just kidding. The main thing is to go out and show off, and Pixiu is a little annoyed when he thinks about what will happen next. I really don't know how many people will want to trouble him later." "What, you said he showed that kind of strength, who would foolishly trouble him? What a joke! Is this world nuclear level?" "Definitely nuclear level. Since it is a nuclear level world, how do you know that others will not trouble you? Is the Hulk strong?" "This is not nonsense. Hulk is not considered strong, so it can be regarded as a strong existence on Earth. The number is counted by hands, and only one hand is enough. Hulk is so strong, but the military is not always looking for Hulk's troubles. In this world, unless you show the strength to make them completely desperate. Otherwise, there will always be some conspirators who will try their best to get you." The first thing Pixiu thought of was Hydra. This global terrorist organization during World War II claimed that if one head was cut off, two heads would grow back. During World War II, Captain America was destroyed and disbanded, and the remnants were taken in by the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, the others were not willing to die, and now they have turned a huge S.H.I.E.L.D. into a snake shield bureau. The ambition to rule the world has never been extinguished. Pixiu was even sure that Hulk left this time, if the military hadn't been watching all the time. Hydra might even take a shot at Banner. That's right, it was to shoot Banner. Because for now, they can't deal with Hulk. Even if it can deal with Hulk, the disturbance must be serious. The commotion is getting louder, which is not in line with the current style of Hydra's low-key development. Pixiu felt that Hydra must be secretly doing something bad. Definitely, Pixiu is just afraid of trouble. If Hydra sent a large number of people to catch him, he would not mind testing the power of 100,000 volts. Just when Pixiu closed his eyes and sighed, Hill on the side couldn't help but glanced at him, with a faint smile on his mouth, just because Pixiu looked naive now. Although she couldn't understand what Pixiu said, but being cute was over. But, after smiling, Hill looked at Pixiu and said, "You've worked hard today, go to bed early, and go get you some water." Saying that, S.H.I.E.L.D walked to the bathroom. "Thank you, pick up." Seeing this, Pixiu thanked S.H.I.E.L.D. "Lived here for a few months, Pixiu definitely has a shower." "What, you didn't see it? What a joke, why did he show you when he took a shower?" "Every time she takes a bath, S.H.I.L.D helps her put the water. He even prepared a clean towel beside him to wipe Pixiu's body after taking a shower." Although S.H.I.L.D would love to recommend himself, but Pixiu mercilessly rejected it. He didn't want to be hugged and fiddled with like a doll. However, after all, they have short hands and short legs. So in the end you need the help of a hairdryer. And this time, it was also the time when S.H.I.L.D was all smiles. Because by taking the opportunity of drying Pixiu's hair, she can finally rub Pixiu's furry body with her hands, making Pixiu's face swollen every time. He found that this woman was greedy for his body, it was too much. If the identities were swapped, he would definitely repay them 100-fold. After drying his body, Pixiu's body felt slightly swollen. But Pixiu didn't care, he shook off S.H.I.L.D's claws, and wandered back to his room. As for the swollen hair on the body due to the blower, it will return to its original state after a click. After returning to the room, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks with his hands. Crackling! A golden arc jumped out from the electric bag, and then Pixiu was shrouded in electric light. After undergoing electrotherapy, the swollen Pixiu returned to its original shape. Then plug in the wire, go back to the bed and hold the other end with your left hand, sit on the pillow at the head of the bed, and slide your right hand on the screen of the tablet that S.H.I.L.D put down. There are only two things to do next. One is to devour electricity, and the other is to surf the web. As for those bull-headed horse noodles that may be interesting to him, Pixiu believes that Nick Fury's braised egg will solve most of them for him, and let them all come if they can't. His 100,000-volt electrotherapy is just around the corner. At the same time, after S.H.I.L.D returned to the room, he immediately logged into the S.H.I.E.L.D internal network, and then established an independent connection with Nick Fury to discuss a series of things today, such as perfecting and supplementing Pixiu's information, as well as follow-up processing of Hulk, abominations, and the military. Definitely, these things have nothing to do with Pixiu for now. Now all Pixiu has to do is to continue to consume electricity and become stronger again. Chapter 38. Time flies. A month later. While Pixiu was still staying at home obediently devouring electricity, Nick Fury suddenly came to the door. In the villa room, Pixiu sat on the bed, with a tablet computer standing upright on the shelf in front of him. And Nick Fury stood by the bed. He was still dressed in the same way, black underwear and black fur coat. Before, Pixiu even doubted whether he hadn't changed his clothes. So Pixiu secretly asked S.H.I.L.D. It's not that Nick Fury hasn't changed clothes, but Nick Fury's daily outfit is basically the same, so it creates an illusion that he wears the same clothes all day long. In addition to the black fur coat, there is also a black plain coat. As for why Nick Fury likes black so much, maybe he thinks it matches his skin tone, or is black not easy to look dirty? In this regard, S.H.I.L.D said he did not feel anything wrong. Because her uniform in S.H.I.E.L.D is also all black, and there are many sets. After all, they are not ordinary people. Most of the time, they are basically in uniform. What are you doing, Pichu? Seeing Nick Fury staring at him with one eye, Pixiu rubbed his face with his right hand, looking confused. Nick Fury's arrival was unannounced, so he didn't know what this guy's intention was. Ahem, that Pixiu, today I plan to take you to meet your old friend. Nick Fury looked back to normal, coughed dryly and looked at Pixiu and said, "Hi? Old friend?" Hearing this, Pixiu was still in a daze. "I am a time traveler, and I have an old fart friend here." And why did he feel something was wrong with Nick Fury's tone of voice? Is there some conspiracy? So Pixiu turned off the movie playing on the tablet, opened the document and finished typing, and turned the screen of the tablet to Nick Fury. "What are you talking about, why can't I understand?" Seeing Pixiu's words, the corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched indiscernibly. At the same time, the thoughts in my heart became more firm. So he said, "Okay, you'll know when you get there, I'll wait for you outside." After all, Nick Fury turned and left the room as if he didn't want to see Pixiu again. Tisk, it's still a mystery. Seeing this, Pixiu pouted slightly, but still planned to take a walk with him. After all, you have to give Nick Fury some face, right? For more than a month, Pixiu did not find any information about him on the internet. It can be seen that S.H.I.E.L.D has done a good job in this regard. So, turning off the tablet, Pixiu jumped out of bed and unplugged the wire. He wanted to see which old friend it was. At this moment, Hill came in, smiled at Pixiu, then held the tablet in his left hand, held Pixiu in his right hand and walked outside. Little Geo stepped on Hill's arm, and his head rested on some soft place. Pixiu stared at the front and became dazed. "Come to Nick Fury's exclusive car." Nick Fury looked at Pixiu, who was sitting on Hill's lap leaning against her, and pressed a button on the steering wheel, and the car started to drive automatically. Turning to look at Nick Fury, Pixiu was typing on the tablet. Then he called out to Nick Fury, who was looking ahead. "Braised Egg, look here, pick up, dot." Nick Fury looked over his shoulder. "Hey, Braised Egg, let's make a deal, how about you tell me who that old friend you said is, and I'll tell you a big secret too." Seeing Pixiu's words, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Pixiu thoughtfully and said, "You can consider it. You can tell the secret first." Now, Pixiu is not just a magical creature in his heart. He was sure that Pixiu had some secrets. Although he is very curious about this secret, after repeated hesitation, he still chooses to keep his curiosity in his heart and try not to pry into Pixiu's secret as much as possible. His intuition told him again that it is definitely better to be friends with Pixiu than to be enemies. Even if Pixiu is just a weird rat-like creature capable of absorbing electricity and discharging it. Well, the mouth is still very odd, and I don't know how to respect people at all. Pixiu continued typing. "You're thinking about Peach, I can't trust you BD, you say it first and I'll say it later." Seeing Pixiu's words, Nick Fury took a deep breath, turned his head and looked ahead, without saying a word. I have to say that Pixiu really made him feel like facing that guy Tony. Seeing that Nick Fury ignored him, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand, and then typed on the tablet, "Hey, you are talking, I dare say you know my secret, you will definitely be shocked." Silence, silencing. Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged, as if he was already concentrating on driving, adhering to the principle of not talking to passengers while driving, and he didn't even turn his head to look at Pixiu. Although the car is completely driving automatically, it has nothing to do with him. Hill then relayed Pixiu's words to Nick Fury. Hearing this, Nick Fury kept his expression on the surface, but he was thinking secretly in his heart, guessing how credible Pixiu's words were. What kind of secret would he be shocked if he knew it? Alien invasion? The end of the world? Tisk, forget it. Seeing Nick Fury like this, Pixiu curled his lips, then leaned in front of Hill behind him, closed his eyes after finding a good position, and began to meditate. Seeing this, Hill's eyebrows flickered strangely, and in the end he just smiled. Chapter 39. After a little while. Ahem. Nick Fury coughed suddenly, then pretended nothing happened, turned his head to look at Pixiu, who was leaning comfortably on Hill, and closed his eyes, and said, "Why don't you get to the bottom of it first, how about we discuss that so-called secret?" Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu opened his eyes, gave him a contemptuous look, and then typed on the tablet, asking Hill to show it to Nick Fury. "Pixiu, you want to know that big secret that will scare you?" Slightly interested, Nick Fury said in a low-key manner. Tisk. Seeing this hypocritical face, Pixiu curled his lips, and then typed a few words on the tablet, no longer caring about Nick Fury's reaction, and continued to close his eyes and lie back. When Nick Fury saw it, his face was covered with black lines, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. "Pixiu, think about it now? It's too late to tell you." "Mommy fuck." Ziuan said in his heart. Nick Fury kept a dark face and refused to look at Pixiu. Because he was afraid that the more he watched, the more angry he would become. So far, Pixiu is the first person who can anger him to such an extent. Oh no, not people. Although angry, Nick Fury is calm. Anyway, he is also the head of the agent, so he won't be really angry because of this. It's just that being played by Pixiu made him feel a little uncomfortable. Farky, as Pixiu's benefactor father, is so aggrieved. Sure enough, it was time to make some changes. There was nothing to say next. A long time. Just when Pixiu was about to fall asleep, Hill's voice rang in his ears. Pixiu, wake up, we're here. Arrive. Pixiu opened his eyes suddenly, got up from Hill, and looked outside. It turned out that I seemed to be outside a single-family villa by the sea. Blinking his big eyes, Pixiu felt a little puzzled. What did Nick Fury bring himself here for? Let's go, I'll take you in to see your old friend. Nick Fury said something to Pixiu lightly, and then got out of the car first and walked towards the inside. Old friend. Hearing this, Pixiu frowned, rubbing his hands on his cheeks involuntarily. Beaches, villas, old friends. And many more. Thinking of something suddenly, Pixiu was slightly surprised. Is this the guy's home? If so, why did Nick Fury bring himself to meet him? Although he was puzzled, Pixiu still got out of the car. Hill followed behind, originally wanted to hug Pixiu, but he refused. In desperation, Hill could only hold the cold tablet and follow behind the soft Pixiu. You can't understand how comfortable that soft, fluffy doll feels when you hold it in your arms. If you really want to know, go buy a fluffy throw pillow. If you can't afford it, make do with pillows. Soon, Pixiu, Nick Fury and Hill entered the villa. Walking into the villa, a person appeared in Pixiu's eyes. Really? Seeing the person sitting in the hall of the villa, Pixiu's heart skipped a beat. It was none other than the famous Tony Stark. The one that announced the beginning of the Marvel movie universe with the sentence "I am Iron Man" also ended the 10-year curtain of the movie universe with the sentence "I am Iron Man." Who would have known at the beginning that a billionaire would end up being, well, one of the heroes who saved the universe? Hey, you guys are finally here. Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury, and Hill who entered the villa, Tony stood up from the sofa with a faint smile on his face, and said a word of welcome. Then the eyes shifted from Nick Fury to Hill. Seeing Hill, a charismatic beauty, Tony's eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed a little moved. But when he looked at Pixiu, he forgot about Hill's heartbeat. Getting a little closer, Tony looked at Pixiu curiously, and said, "You are the Pixiu that Nick Fury said, right? Listen to him, you also know me, but you can't think of my name, even a magical creature like you knows it." Then, Nick Fury said, "You are here this time to find me with important matters, and I am very interested in your important matters." Hearing Tony beep, Pixiu slightly rolled his eyes, and then glanced at Nick Fury who was standing aside, who seemed to be looking down and expressing that he was doing nothing. Sure enough, this guy is a conspirator. Obviously he was the one who pulled his confused self over, but it turned out that what he told Tony was that he had something very important to ask him, and it was a lie that came out of his mouth. Seeing Tony looking at herself with eyes that seemed to want to study herself, Pixiu couldn't help but took a step back, then looked at Hill and pointed to the tablet in her hand. Seeing this, Hill quickly turned on the tablet and put it in front of Pixiu. After Pixiu finished typing, Hill glanced at it, and paraphrased Pixiu's words with a strange look on his face. "Pixiu, big shit, isn't it? You said that this corned egg told you that I had something important to ask you. In fact, I was also dragged here in a daze. If you need something, you can find the corned egg." Hearing Hill's report, Tony's expression froze, and he looked at Hill with some uncertainty and said, "Beauty, are you sure it's big shit, not Stark?" Chapter 40. "Sir, it's big shit, not Stark." At this time, a voice sounded in the villa. "Jarvis." Hearing the words of the smart butler J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony's face darkened slightly, and he gave Pixiu a look, then turned his head to look at Nick Fury who was standing watching the show, and said angrily, "So, what's the matter with you bringing him to me?" If it wasn't for Nick Fury saying that Pixiu had something important to ask him, he wouldn't even agree to meet Nick Fury this time, who made him so interested in Pixiu? The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S did not arouse the surprise of Nick Fury and Hill. At the same time, Pixiu did not have any surprises. After all, besides the iron armor, Tony is most famous for JARVIS. With his hands behind his back, Nick Fury looked at Tony and said calmly, "What did you think about the last time?" "Stop, stop." Before Nick Fury could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Tony. Raising his hand, facing Nick Fury with his palm, making a stop motion, Tony frowned slightly and said, "I've already said that I have no interest in your Superboy team. If your purpose of coming here is only for this, then J.A.R.V.I.S can see off." Aside. Hill and Pixiu listened to Nick Fury and Tony talking, neither of them making a sound. "Then think about it again, let's talk about business." Nick Fury said something lightly, and he didn't seem to be surprised. After glancing at Pixiu, he looked at Tony and said, "Pixiu, I believe that you let J.A.R.V.I.S invade S.H.I.E.L.D's database, and you have already obtained a lot of information. I want him to live with you temporarily, and you will take care of him for a while." "What?" Even Pixiu was taken aback by Nick Fury's words. "What?" Tony looked at Pixiu in disbelief, and then looked at Nick Fury. "You said you want to foster this, Pixiu with me." "That's right." Nick Fury nodded lightly, his expression unchanged. "What are you doing?" Pixiu frowned slightly, and looked at Nick Fury with some puzzlement. Why is this guy changing his place so nicely? Could it be that he is planning something? Thinking of this, Pixiu couldn't help squinting at Nick Fury, rubbing his hands on his cheeks. Golden electric arcs sparked from the electric sac, and danced on his hands. "Tell me why." Tony looked at Pixiu, who was rubbing the electric arc with his hands, then looked at Nick Fury after a moment of silence, folded his hands on his chest, and looked closely at Nick Fury's right eye. It happened suddenly, he is not a fool. And after knowing Nick Fury's identity, he didn't believe that Nick Fury's purpose would be so simple. Since Pixiu was shot on Broadway, S.H.I.E.L.D has been wiping Pixiu's restricting and deleting all kinds of information about Pixiu on the internet. From the first contact, Tony found that Pixiu is very smart, he can even use a tablet computer, and his words are quite humane. Maybe it's some kind of biologically engineered weapon that S.H.I.E.L.D secretly concocted. At first glance, Pixiu is probably the baby of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a baby, Nick Fury dared to let it out. Isn't he afraid that he will abduct Pixiu? No reason. Nick Fury looked at Tony without blinking. "It's just because I have some things over there recently, so I can't be distracted from taking care of him. I want to ask you to take care of him. Your father is one of the founders of our S.H.I.E.L.D. You shouldn't mind such a small favor." Tisk. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Tony curled his lips subconsciously, looked at Pixiu after a moment of silence, then looked at Nick Fury and squinted his eyes and said, "In that case, then you can put him with me temporarily. Is there anything else you want?" After finishing speaking, Tony folded his arms and looked at Nick Fury and Hill. Obviously, he meant to see off the guests. "It's fine for now." Seeing that Tony agreed, Nick Fury twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, then returned to his original state in a flash, looked at Pixiu, who was standing there thinking, and said, "Pixiu, you can stay here for the time being, and you can talk to him if you need anything. I believe our billionaire Mr. Iron Man will be able to satisfy you." After finishing speaking, Nick Fury turned and walked outside. They came suddenly and left in a hurry, as if they didn't want to give Pixiu a chance to speak at all. Aside. "Pixiu, I will find time to visit you later, please pay attention to safety outside." Hill knelt down and looked at Pixiu, and when he said this, he seemed to want to reach out to touch Pixiu's head, but the sharp-eyed Pixiu noticed it, and immediately turned his head to avoid it. "Just kidding, you can touch a man's head whenever you want. Even if you are a beauty is no exception." He didn't touch Pixiu, and there was a look of disappointment on Hill's brow, but it was fleeting. Then he stood up and nodded to Tony, then turned and walked outside. After a while, only Pixiu and Tony were left in the villa. Then it's just us. Tony turned to look at Pixiu, folded his hands in front of his chest, raised his right hand and pinched his chin slightly, looked at Pixiu's body, and said with a half-smile. Pixiu, right? It seems that you were abandoned by that agent leader. Oh no, Braised Egg. Second idiot, pick up. Rolling his eyes at Tony, Pixiu came to Hill's tablet and started typing. He had now vaguely guessed Nick Fury's purpose. Chapter 41. Two idiots, come and see, Pikachu. After typing, Pixiu stood aside and said something to Tony. Tony was dumbfounded. This is the disadvantage of the language barrier. He always felt that Pixiu seemed to be scolding him, but he couldn't find any evidence. But when Pixiu pointed to the tablet, he realized what Pixiu meant. J.A.R.V.I.S, paraphrase. Instead of going over, Tony called J.A.R.V.I.S directly. Then, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. Mr. Big Shit, may I ask if you are rich? Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S report, Tony's face turned dark immediately, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking at Pixiu, he said angrily, I'm Tony Stark, not a big shit, please remember, I'm a Stark, not a big shit, definitely, you can also call me Iron Man. After squinting at Tony, Pixiu started typing again. This time, J.A.R.V.I.S did not need Tony to speak, it had already automatically relayed it. Okay, big shit, got it, big shit. Hearing this, Tony has dark hair, and he has an urge to get mad a little bit. How can this guy's mouth be so odd? Forget it, I'm a billionaire and Iron Man, what do I care about with a short-mouthed yellow-haired mouse? Everyone knows that I, Tony Stark, is very magnanimous. Reassuring himself in his heart, Tony looked at Pixiu and said. Then back to the topic, what do you mean by the question just now? You asked me if I have money, and I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire United States who don't know if I have money. Saying this, Tony didn't have any look of pride on his face, because it was the truth. Rich people are different. Seeing this, Pixiu muttered in his heart, and then typed on the tablet with a smile. Mr. Big Shit, you are so rich, so I should have no problem eating at your house. Oh yes, my meal is actually electricity, you should not be short of this money, right? When J.A.R.V.I.S related, when it was a little bit, Pixiu raised his hands and gestured in front of him. There was about a centimeter between the hands. At the moment, the smile on Pixiu's face is extraordinarily bright and lovely, and those bright brown eyes with black in them blink and blink, and I don't know how many women who like cute creatures can be fascinated. Hearing this, Tony automatically ignored Pixiu's address, then folded his hands in front of him, pinched his chin with his right hand, looked at Pixiu with a calm smile and said. Don't worry, since you live with me, I'm not a vicious stepmother, let's not talk about anything else, but I, Tony Stark, can still do it. Although I'm not very rich, I don't think it's a problem for you to eat for 100 years. Although he doesn't know about Pixiu's food intake, but looking at Pixiu's small body, Tony feels that Pixiu's demand for electricity is a bit large, but that is only for ordinary people. But who is he? He is Tony Stark, the United States, and even a well-known super billionaire around the world. Can't afford to take care of a yellow mouse? However, one day in the future, Tony recalled today's thoughts, and he shed tears of regret. Yes. Seeing that Tony is so confident, Pixiu couldn't help but smile wickedly. Then type again. Then Mr. Big Shit, I'm going to eat, please don't come to me if you have anything to do, and don't come to me if you have nothing to do, thank you. After typing, Pixiu picks up the tablet with some difficulty and walks towards a socket in the hall of the villa. After all, the tablet is about the same age as him. Although the weight is not a problem, but the volume is there, it is really difficult to hold the small arms and legs. At this moment, Pixiu suddenly misses Hill a little bit. Alas, a tool man is missing at this time. Dragging the tablet to the socket, Pixiu looked left and right, and finally looked at Tony who followed, with a look of curiosity on his face, and typed on the tablet. "Mr. Big Shit, can I trouble you to make a transmission device for me? It's almost like a wire. One end is connected to the power supply, and the other end is made into a ring shape that can be worn freely. The wire must be longer." "Transmission device, no problem." Shen Ling took a moment, and Tony nodded in agreement. Then Tony walked towards his specially modified laboratory under the villa. After Tony left, Pixiu contacted Nick Fury. "Pixiu, boiled egg, you are too unjust, isn't it just eating a little more electricity from you? Is it enough to control what you said at the beginning? You can't do it so soon." The other side. Nick Fury, who left in his exclusive car, heard the text message played by the intelligence system, and his face turned dark immediately, but he wanted to laugh in his heart. At the same time, I couldn't help complaining wildly in my heart. "A little bit of electricity? Fuck, I have absorbed more than 43 million kilowatt-hours of electricity in a month. Is this a little bit of electricity? More than 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity a day, which is almost the same as the normal electricity consumption of S.H.I.E.L.D for a day. And Nick Fury knows it's only temporary. After Pixiu absorbs enough electricity and evolves or mutates again, the demand for electricity will definitely be even more astonishing. Although he has a little money, he can't help Pixiu's wool. Coupled with the recent launch of a new project by S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury intends to use this to throw the trouble of Pixiu to others. And Tony is his next home. After all, they are rich, and part of S.H.I.E.L.D's funding comes from the Stark Group. First, it can save money, and second, it can meet Pixiu's needs. That being the case, why not do it? Chapter 42. I don't understand what it means, but Pixiu, you can stay at Stark's place at ease, you can ask him for anything you need, I believe he will not refuse. With a slight smile on his face, Nick Fury replied to Pixiu. Seeing this, Hill on the side rolled his eyes slightly. Definitely, she has no problem with Nick Fury's arrangement. Although she also wants to see Pixiu every day, this does not prevent her from doing business. S.H.I.E.L.D opened a new project. Nick Fury will personally supervise, and as the deputy director, she will naturally succeed Nick Fury, handle all aspects of S.H.I.E.L.D, and be responsible for new projects. So in the next period of time, she will be busy. If you leave Pixiu with Tony, everything will be guaranteed. Be it power or safety. As for whether Pixiu will be bullied by Tony, what a joke. Based on her understanding of Pixiu, if Pixiu didn't bully Tony, it would be Tony's luck. In the villa. This old fox. Seeing Nick Fury's reply, Pixiu rolled his eyes. By now, he knew what Nick Fury was going to do. It's nothing more than being reluctant to pay the electricity bill, so I found someone who was taken advantage of to take over. And Tony is the one who got taken advantage of. For the moment of silence for the confident and calm Tony just now, Pixiu typed a reply to Nick Fury. Fine. After lightly replying 2 words, Pixiu opened the browser. After surfing the web for a while, Tony came back with what he asked for. A bundle of chopstick-thick silver wires, with a plug at one end and a copper ring at the other end, and not far from the connection of the copper ring, there is something that looks like a switch. Walking over with the transmission device, Tony smiled and said, "Man, this is what you want. It's 10 meters long. I also installed a power switch." With that said, Tony put things in front of Pixiu. "Thank you, Pikachu." Saying thanks, Pixiu plugged the plug into the socket. Then hold the copper ring at the other end with your left hand, and turn on the power with your right hand. The powerful electric current was instantly conveyed to Pixiu. But as soon as he came into contact with it, he was completely swallowed up by the evolutionary system. Then, under Tony's gaze, Pixiu turned on the movie and sat down next to the tablet, watching the movie with relish, seemingly ignoring his existence. Seeing this, a look of disappointment flashed across Tony's brow. He also thought that Pixiu would have some kind of vision when absorbing electricity. As a result, the arc was not even seen. "Gentlemen," At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. "What's up?" Tony frowned slightly. "Sir, I detected that the electricity in the villa is losing rapidly. According to the current speed, the electricity lost in 1 minute is about 1000 degrees. "What?" Hearing this, even Tony was taken aback. 1 minute is about 1000 degrees, so the electricity consumed in a day can reach millions. Looking at Pixiu, who was leisurely watching a movie, a look of surprise appeared on Tony's brow. It is worthy of being a guy who can hit the same existence as the Hulk at once. Such a small body can hold such a powerful electric power. Ahem, that Pixiu. Suddenly thought of something, Tony called Pixiu. The big ears trembled. Pixiu turned his head to look at Tony, with a puzzled look on his face and a little bit of disgust. "This person, if you don't continue to study the iron armor, what are you doing here to disturb him watching a movie?" Seeing that Pixiu looked at him with some disgust, and Tony had black hair, he still asked. "Let me ask you a question, how much electricity do you need to absorb to be full?" Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help staring at Tony for a while. I didn't pause the movie until it made Tony feel creepy, and then started typing. "Why are you asking this?" "I'll just ask, after all, I'm in charge of the food." Tony smiled. "Pixiu, okay, I thought you were the same as that braised egg. You only had a little electricity, and then you couldn't wait to find me another home. You are such a poor and stingy guy." "Pixiu, actually, I don't know how much I need to eat. At present, there are still about 3 months. If I eat for another 3 months, I should be able to eat enough for the time being." 3 months? Hearing this, Tony's heart moved. J.A.R.V.I.S, calculate it. According to this speed, how much electricity will Pixiu use in 3 months? At this moment, Tony suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, please wait a moment, sir. Seeing this, Pixiu twitched the corner of his mouth, gave a charming smile, and then returned to his innocent appearance, opened the movie and continued to watch it like no one else was there. After a little while, J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, according to Pixiu's current absorption rate, calculated as 30 days a month, the electricity used in 3 months will reach 129.6 million. Fack. Hearing this huge data, Tony couldn't help cursing inwardly. That's right, it's Nick Fury. Sure enough, there is nothing good for this guy to find him. Cursing secretly, Tony regained his composure. Isn't it just 129.6 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, so there's no need to make a fuss. Anyway, 3 months is only tens of thousands of dollars. For a billionaire like him, tens of thousands of dollars is simply a drop in the bucket. He doesn't know how much he has to pay in taxes every year. Seeing that there was no one else around Pixiu, although he still had some thoughts in his heart, Tony thought about it and did not bother Pixiu, but turned back to the underground laboratory. He wants to continue researching the new generation of steel armor. Chapter 43. Time passed slowly. Pixiu watched 2 movies. Unknowingly, the time came to 3:30 in the afternoon. The door of the villa opened suddenly, and a figure walked in. Pixiu, who was watching a movie, shook his big ears and turned his head to look towards the door. "Miss Potts, sir is below, do you need me to remind him?" At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S also sounded. It turned out that the little Pepper came. Da-da-da. The crisp high-heeled footsteps sounded. Pepper's voice sounded, J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony, has he eaten yet? No. J.A.R.V.I.S is pretty honest. Please J.A.R.V.I.S, tell him I'm coming. Little Pepper made an angry voice. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, Miss Potts. After the words fell, Little Pepper also appeared in Pixiu's field of vision. Wearing a white lady's professional attire and high heels, she looked very tall, her slightly curly blonde hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, and her green eyes were very bright. What? At this time, Pepper also saw Pixiu and was immediately taken aback. But then she was attracted by Pixiu's cute appearance. With its furry body and big eyes, its lethality is simply not too great. Pixiu took a few glances at Pepper and stopped paying attention to her. What kind of creature is this? A mouse? It's not quite right. How can a mouse be so big and so cute? It feels like a creature in a painting. Pepper stood there looking at Pixiu, not daring to approach Pixiu without permission, but doubts arose in his heart. Pots. At this time, Tony's voice sounded. Tony. Seeing Tony coming out, Pepper hurriedly ran to Tony's side, pointed to Pixiu who was watching a movie and said, "What kind of creature is that? Why is it here?" "That's Pixiu." Tony glanced at Pixiu, then looked at Pepper and said with a smile, "I don't know what the creature is, but it was entrusted to me to take care of by a person, so just treat him as a mouse." Pixiu, mouse, is it really a mouse? Hearing this, little Pepper couldn't help but take another look at Pixiu, muttered something in a low voice, then looked at Tony with a slight frown and said, "Did you not eat again today?" Tony was stunned for a moment, and then smiled mischievously, "I forgot, I really forgot. Go sit over there and wait for me." Pepper pointed to the sofa not far away, said to Tony, and then walked towards the kitchen. "All right." Tony responded, but instead of sitting down, he came to Pixiu's side. He didn't speak, just stared at Pixiu. Being stared at by Tony, Pixiu, who was watching a movie, only felt uncomfortable for a while. So he paused the movie and said to Tony, "Didn't I ask you to sit there? What are you looking at here? Don't you know that it's very rude to stare at others all the time?" Definitely, to Tony's ears, it was Pika, pick up, Pikachu. Tony, who couldn't understand at all, had a headache, and was already thinking about whether to get a language translator that could translate Pixiu's language. Otherwise, he was afraid that Pixiu would scold him in front of his face, but he was stupid enough not to know. Helpless, Tony could only point to the tablet, and then said to Pixiu, "Type, please type, I don't understand what you're trying to do." So, Pixiu can only type. J.A.R.V.I.S quickly relayed the words after Pixiu finished typing. "Pixiu, your daughter-in-law told you to sit over there, can you be obedient? Don't come over and disturb me watching a movie, okay? You staring at me like this will make me suspect that you have some plans for me." "What?" Hearing the report from J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the kitchen. And little Pepper, who was in the kitchen, heard the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S, frowned slightly, and came to the door to look outside, just meeting Tony's eyes. "It's okay, no problem." Seeing Pepper, Tony smiled awkwardly. Pepper looked at Tony in disbelief, then looked at Pixiu on the ground, turned back to the kitchen without saying anything. But she was thinking about what J.A.R.V.I.S said just now. Tisk, grinding and chirping. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head. "You say that Tony, a playboy, can easily deal with other women. Why can't it work when it comes to the little Pepper? Is this love? Pooh, sour love. What did you mean just now?" Staring at Pixiu slightly, Tony lowered his voice angrily and said, "I have nothing to do with pots now, we are a pure superior-subordinate relationship, don't talk nonsense." Still stubborn. Pixiu looked at Tony with disdain, and then typed on the tablet. Seeing that Pixiu was typing again, Tony was afraid that Pixiu would say something surprising again, so he quickly said, J.A.R.V.I.S, "Don't paraphrase, I'll see for myself." J.A.R.V.I.S, "Yes, sir." After Pixiu finished typing and stood aside, Tony immediately picked up the tablet and looked up. Chapter 44. Why are you so stubborn? Not now? Does that mean that there will be in the future? Don't you dare to admit that you have no idea about Zyla, oh no, Pots. Do you dare to say? Do you dare to tell Posy that I don't mean anything to you? I don't even have to guess. I'm even sure you don't. Just now I created an opportunity for you, okay, you don't know how to take advantage of it, you are too inferior. Please don't say you know me in front of beautiful women in the future, thank you. Seeing Pixiu's typing, Tony's face was covered with black lines, and he had a new understanding of Pixiu. This guy is not only tongue-in-cheek but also gossip. Moreover, this is not a chat terminator. When you chat with others like this, it's easy for Tien to get bored, okay? After being speechless for a while, Tony looked at Pixiu and said, "What kind of creature are you? Is it an alien creature? Otherwise, how could you be so strange and have such a high IQ? Give me, Pichu, the computer." Pixiu said something, raised his right hand and pointed to the tablet in Tony's hand. Tony put the tablet in front of Pixiu. After a while, Pixiu finished typing. Tony picked it up and saw that there was another black thread. "Please call me Pichon, thank you." This is what Pixiu just typed. Taking a breath, Tony adjusted his emotions and looked at Pixiu with a serious look. "As your benefactor, shouldn't you tell me about your basic situation?" After guessing that Pixiu was thrown over by Nick Fury for eating and drinking, Tony said that he was a little swollen. There is a saying called "eat people short mouth, take people short hand." Since he came here to eat and drink, shouldn't he do something for the patron? For example, donate your body or something. Seeing Tony looking at him full of curiosity, as if he had plans for his own body, Pixiu glanced at him sideways, and rubbed the electric sac on his cheek with his right hand. Crackling! A terrifying golden arc jumped out immediately. Tony, who had been looking at Pixiu all the time, was taken aback, and subconsciously took a step back. He thought he would be attacked by Pixiu if he asked for information from Pixiu. However, after Pixiu rubbed the electric bag, he started typing on the tablet. "Pixiu, don't be afraid, I'm very kind. It seems that you are trying to save face, so I'll tell you some information about me quietly. You must know that even that braised egg doesn't know about it. How about it? I'm touched. He. Seeing what Pixiu typed, Tony twitched the corners of his mouth, smiled stiffly, and then said to Pixiu, "In that case, let's talk quickly, I am very moved." Pixiu nodded to Tony with relief, and then started typing. While Pixiu was typing, Tony stood by and watched. "Pixiu, on a continent called Arad, there is a supreme area called the Land of Eternity. In the Land of Eternity, there is a treasure called the Holy Grail. It is said that the Holy Grail can fulfill all wishes, so countless people want to get the Holy Grail." When he saw this, a look of anticipation appeared between Tony's brows. Pixiu, weirds, elves, witches, dragons, gods, and other races also participated in this battle for the Holy Grail. All major races came to Hakunuwa to fight for the Holy Grail in the form of games. Seeing this, Tony frowned slightly. During this war, there have been powerful players who possess the professions of brave, trainer, hero, and godslayer. They Stop! Finally, seeing this, Tony interrupted Pixiu, who wanted to continue typing with a black face. After a pause, Pixiu opened his eyes wide and looked at Tony with a puzzled expression. That puzzled look seemed to be saying, "Why did you interrupt me?" Tony looked at Pixiu with black lines all over his face, gritted his teeth slightly and said, "FK, do you think I'm stupid? Are you writing a novel or a script? And you've said so much, what does it have to do with you? Or, what do you want to say next? You are the incarnation of the Holy Grail, and as long as you get your approval, you can get a chance to make a wish. That's why you let me call you Skin God. What are you in a hurry for? Are you talking after watching it, Pikachu?" Looking at the impatient Tony, Pixiu looked at him with disdain, spoke a skinny language he couldn't understand, and at the same time typed this sentence in the document. "Tony. Okay, you fight, you continue to fight, I want to see what you say later." Speechless Tony folded his hands in front of him, and looked at Pixiu with his right hand. Tisk. Pixiu curled his lips in disdain, and continued typing. They gathered together and launched a devastating war, and finally destroyed the entire world. After tens of millions of years passed, the world was revived again. A magical creature was born between heaven and earth. This creature is called Pokémon. The legend about me, the Skin God, starts from a place called Zhengzin Town. Seeing this, Tony was already dumbfounded. Stunned? No, I was surprised by my IQ. Knowing that Pixiu was talking nonsense, he still foolishly finished reading it. Could this be the legendary trick of lowering other people's IQ to the same level, and then defeating him with rich experience? Fack. Unable to restrain himself from swearing, Tony immediately turned and walked towards the kitchen. He is hungry, he wants to turn grief and anger into appetite. Chapter 45. In the kitchen. Tony, what's wrong with you? Seeing Tony with a stinky face, Pepper, who was cooking for him, was puzzled. It's okay, but that Pixiu is really annoying. Tony shook his head. Then he looked at the fruit salad and sandwiches that little Pepper was making, his eyes lit up slightly, and he was about to reach out to grab a piece of the fruit salad and eat it. But just as he stretched out his hand, he was slapped off by Xiao Xiao. Go wash your hands. Little Pepper felt a little helpless. All right. Tony looked at his hands, and walked towards the faucet with a smile. Living room. Hey, young people are young and energetic, and they can't take jokes. Shaking his head with a smile, Pixiu with a comfortable smile on his face, opened the previous movie and continued to watch it. Sure enough, it's good for physical and mental health. After a little while, Tony and Pepper came out of the kitchen talking and laughing, each holding a plate in their hands. An inexplicable harmonious atmosphere permeated between the two. Sniff sniff. Pixiu, who was watching a movie, seemed to smell something, sniffed, and looked up in the direction of the smell. Then I saw Tony and Pepper. Tisk. Feeling the sour smell of love, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips slightly. Then he turned his attention to the things the two of them were carrying. At this time, Pixiu remembered one thing. That is, he has been in this world for almost half a year, and it seems that he hasn't eaten anything yet. Yes, not once. Because as long as he swallows electricity, he will not feel hungry. In addition, even if he'll return to the villa, he basically did not eat in the villa, and because of the sense of crisis brought about by knowing the future, he almost focused on becoming stronger. There is no feeling of hunger, so Pixiu subconsciously forgot to eat. Now suddenly smelling the smell of food, Pixiu found himself feeling a little hungry. So keep your hands small, and the movie pauses. Pixiu stood up, holding the transmission device and walking towards Tony and Pepper. Seeing Pixiu approaching, Tony and Pepper looked at each other with some doubts. Well, eat something, Pikachu. While talking, Pixiu pointed at the things in their hands. You want to eat this? Tony raised the fruit salad in his hand as if realizing something. That's right, pick up. Pixiu nodded. No. Unexpectedly, the next moment Tony turned the fruit salad in his hand and looked at Pixiu with a half smile. Thinking of Pixiu playing tricks on him before, he decided to play tricks back. There is a saying, it's not that we don't report, the time has not come. Now he seems to have found his chance. Seeing this, Pixiu was a little confused, he couldn't help but blinked his big eyes, and shook his long ears on his head. FK. Looking at Tony, who seems to be somewhat complacent, these two words are the mental state of Pixiu at the moment. Is this big dog going to float? Even the little Pepper on the side showed a strange look when he saw Tony's rare appearance, couldn't help but pursed his lips and smiled, and then gave Tony a blank look. Then he looked at Pixiu on the ground. Seeing the wide-eyed, dazed Pixiu, Pepper was also a little moved. Well, it's the kind of heart that sees a cute pet and wants to pick it up and me. Pepper is actually a woman who likes cute things. After all, most people in the world like cute and beautiful things. Definitely also interested in unusual ones. Or, all of them? Okay. At this moment, Pepper lightly patted Tony on the shoulder, then took a cherries with a toothpick stuck in it from the fruit salad plate, knelt down and handed it to Pixiu. Your name is Pixiu, right? Here you are. Pepper showed a gentle smile to Pixiu. Thank you, pick up. Pixiu thanked him first, and then took the cherries. After taking the cherries, Pixiu looked at Tony with contempt and said. Second idiot, look at you, how can you be so stingy, thanks to me giving you a chance." After finishing speaking, Pixiu didn't care about Tony's reaction, turned around and walked back. It's so interesting. Seeing that Pixiu is so humane, Xiao Jiao feels very interesting and can't help laughing out loud. However, Tony on the side had black hair, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he only felt that there were 10,000 words of fact in his heart that he wanted to say. Although he didn't understand, but seeing Pixiu's appearance just now, he can guess the general meaning. There is no doubt that he despises him. The other side. As Pixiu walked back, he called the system in his heart, "System, system, come out quickly, tell me if eating will be okay." Although he is already an extraordinary creature, who knows if he will react to ordinary food? "Master, don't worry, eat these ordinary foods in your stomach, and they will be broken down by the terrifying electricity in your body in an instant. You will only experience the corresponding taste and no other effects." The long-lost system took a bubble and told Pixiu the answer. That is not bad. It is said that Pixiu is in a good mood. Doesn't this mean that he can eat whatever he wants in the future? As for whether he is full or not, he hasn't been hungry until now, so who cares about that? When eating food, you must eat the taste, and what you eat is the feeling. In a good mood, Pixiu bit off half of the cherries in one bite. Wow, so delicious! Chapter 46. Time flies. Before he knew it, Pixiu stayed in Tony's villa for more than 3 months. The time has come to February 2009. Over the past 3 months, the relationship between Pixiu, Tony, and Pepper has improved a lot. During this period of time at Tony's house, on the outside, nothing major happened on the outside, but there must be turbulent waves in the dark, and everything is going on step by step. Pixiu also doesn't know much about S.H.I.E.L.D's new project. During these 3 months, Hill came to the villa to see Pixiu once every half a month. Although a little curious, Pixiu also didn't ask about Hill S.H.I.E.L.D's new project. And even if you ask, you may not get an answer. But Pixiu still made a little guess. In the end, the new project can only be linked to the space carrier that appeared as soon as the Avengers Alliance appeared. Because Tony once told him that Nick Fury asked him to help design some powertrain. Contacting the Avengers Alliance, Nick Fury seems to have said that the power system of the helicarrier has a lot of credit from Tony, and Pixiu can only rely on that. Also, with such a big guy, it is not so simple to want it to go to the sky. With the help of Tony, a great genius, the progress can undoubtedly be reduced a lot, so the space carrier can be put into use before the Avengers Alliance New York battle. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, 3 more advanced ships were obtained at once, although they were all gone in the end. This day, Tony was sitting on the sofa, while Pixiu was holding the copper ring of the transmission device in his left hand, stepped on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and was eating the fruit in the fruit salad with his right hand. Looking at Pixiu, Tony clicked his tongue in amazement. "Pixiu, how on earth can you hold so much electricity in your small body? It hasn't stopped for 3 months. In 3 months, not long ago, Pixiu has already collected 1 million evolution points to evolve to Samsung. Originally, Pixiu planned to find a room to start evolving. But Pepper pops up and makes Tony something to eat. Seeing this, Pixiu intends to grab some food first, and then evolve. During this time, Pixiu also ate a lot of other food. But in the end Pixiu found that he still has a soft spot for all kinds of fruits. After biting off half of a plump cherry, Pixiu glanced at Tony and didn't speak. Tony didn't care, and said with a little pride, "Yesterday, I completed the design of the Mark IV, and it will be finished in a while. I even have inspiration for the next generation of armor. Considering that the iron armor is inconvenient to carry, I plan to improve the weight and portability of the new generation, so that I can carry it with me when I go out." Crunch, crunch. Pixiu buried his head in his mouth and ate, as if he didn't hear what Tony was saying. But Pixiu still listened. Mark IV seems to be the one Tony wore to the fair in Iron Man 2. As for the easy-to-carry armor that Tony said, it should be the suitcase Mark V that I used to participate in racing competitions later. The plot of Iron Man 2 mainly took place in 2010, and it is now February 2009. Doesn't it mean that in half a year, Tony will find out that he has been poisoned by palladium? But now, Tony's body is considered normal. As for why Tony didn't want to take the shrapnel out of his body, maybe it was because there was no doctor who could safely remove the shrapnel with a high degree of confidence. In this regard, Pixiu wondered if he could recommend Doctor Strange to him. Oh no, Doctor Strange is still just a powerful surgeon. He had a car accident in 2016 and then became Doctor Strange. After a little while, Pixiu ate a little of each fruit in the fruit salad, then took out a piece of paper from the drawer beside him, wiped his hands and mouth, and cleaned up his hygiene. Then Pixiu typed on the tablet. Tony picked it up and took a look. Pixiu, I'm full, find me an empty room, don't enter the room to disturb me without my consent, otherwise I won't be responsible for anything. What are you going to do? After reading it, Tony looked at Pixiu with some doubts. At this time, Pixiu also turned off the transmission device, threw the copper ring in his left hand aside, heard Tony's doubtful inquiry, and started typing after Tony put the tablet in front of him. Pixiu, grow up. Grow up. Seeing this, Tony was a little surprised. But he still stood up and said, forget it, come with me. Pixiu followed behind Tony. After Tony found an empty bedroom for him, Pixiu drove Tony out, and after thinking about it, he locked the bedroom door from the inside. Then Pixiu communicated with the system in his mind. System, let's start evolving. System, Master, during the evolution period of becoming a 3-star creature and beyond, you will randomly integrate the ability of a powerful Pokémon, so the time required for evolution will be delayed. Randomly integrate the ability of a powerful Pokémon, is there such a good thing? Hearing the words of the system, Pixiu was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. Among the Pokémon, there are countless Pokémon, but they can be called powerful. The abilities they master are all extremely powerful and infinitely useful. For example, Celebi who can travel through time, Dialga who can control time, and I.F.L.T.L who can master the ability of rebirth against the sky, or dream, empty seat, etc. The presence. Wouldn't it be cool to get the creation ability of Arceus? Let's start evolving. Hearing what the system said, Pixiu couldn't wait any longer. He really wants to see which Pokémon's ability he will get after he evolves to 3 stars. System, okay, Master. As the system's voice fell, countless golden streamers appeared out of thin air, and then entangled Pixiu. 3 seconds later, Pixiu was wrapped in a golden light cocoon. Pixiu, who was wrapped in a light cocoon, felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was very warm and comfortable, and a strong drowsiness emerged quickly. After that, Pixiu fell into a deep sleep. When Pixiu fell into a deep sleep, the system also began to transform the evolution point into some kind of magical power, and then integrated this power into Pixiu's body, causing Pixiu to start metamorphosis. A series of golden arcs began to jump in the room. However, these golden arcs did not cause any damage to anything in the room. It seemed that these golden arcs were just illusions, not real at all. Meanwhile, the outside world. Tony sat on the sofa, pinching his chin slightly with his right hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. After shenling for a while, Tony said, J.A.R.V.I.S, can you detect anything unusual in the bedroom where Pixiu is? Chapter 47. Tony's voice fell, and the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S also sounded. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, just now, there seems to be a firewall in that room, and I can't break through that firewall to detect the situation inside. What? Hearing this, Tony was slightly startled and couldn't help frowning. Since Nick Fury broke into his home last time, he has optimized and upgraded the security system of the entire villa to ensure that J.A.R.V.I.S can fully control it. Definitely, for more private places such as bedrooms and toilets, if J.A.R.V.I.S wants to monitor, it needs his authorization to do so. Not long after Pixiu entered, J.A.R.V.I.S lost control of that bedroom directly, and even the firewall couldn't break through. You must know that J.A.R.V.I.S is the artificial intelligence that he has painstakingly developed. Looking around the world, as long as he thinks, there are only a handful of places that cannot be accessed on the internet. Even S.H.I.E.L.D, as long as he wants, can temporarily break through the S.H.I.E.L.D network for a period of time, and then get some secrets belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. A lot of Pixiu's information is what he asked J.A.R.V.I.S to get from S.H.I.E.L.D's database after he found out that it was related to S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, J.A.R.V.I.S can't even enter his own home. This made Tony curious about what was going on in the room. But thinking of Pixiu's advice, he still held back his curiosity. After all, Pixiu must be doing something very private, and he doesn't want to make Pixiu angry. He wanted to see how strong Pixiu was before, and Pixiu also satisfied his curiosity. Just a golden lightning bolt as thick as a thumb directly blasted a large section of the trunk of a big tree thicker than the mouth of a bowl into black scum. However, this is not Pixiu's full strength. The lightning that releases the electric shock at full strength is as thick as a wrist. According to J.A.R.V.I.S simulation calculations, Pixiu launches electric shocks with the maximum power. The power is very terrifying, the temperature can reach 400 degrees Celsius, the electric current passing through can reach 3000 amperes, and the voltage can be close to 200,000 volts. Pixiu didn't pay much attention to the calculation data of J.A.R.V.I.S after a brief understanding. After all, his electric shock wasn't pure lightning. The lightning released by the electric shock also contains mysterious power. The power that lightning can release cannot be summed up by simple data at all. Growing up, it should be growth, or evolution. Shaking his head, Tony returned to the laboratory with curiosity in his heart. He decided to design a set of steel armor that could resist lightning attacks and absorb external electricity as energy. For some reason, he always felt that it might be useful in the future. Time passed slowly. In the evening, little Pepper came to the villa again. Did not see Pixiu. Pepper looked at Tony with some curiosity and doubts and asked, "Tony, where is Pixiu?" For 3 months, Pixiu basically stayed in the living room all day long. As soon as she walks through the door, she can see Pixiu. And Pixiu is still there at noon today. Why come back a few hours later? Pixiu is gone. He's growing. Tony recalled what Pixiu said, and then gave an answer. Growing up. Pepper was a little surprised. Then I thought about the fact that Pixiu has been absorbing electricity for 3 months. Regarding the magic of Pixiu, we have been together for 3 months, and Pixiu has no intention of hiding it. Tony also showed her the video of Pixiu fighting the Hulk and the Abomination that night. So she also knows that Pixiu, who is as cute as a doll, is actually very powerful. Now Tony said that Pixiu was growing, and Pepper subconsciously guessed that Pixiu might become stronger. Because the word growth often means getting bigger and stronger. After chatting with Tony about the business of the Stark Group, Pepper, Tony's secretary, left. After all, Tony doesn't care much now. And Stark Group's such a large stall is basically placed on her. Although Tony let her make her own decision, when it comes to some important things, she will still discuss with Tony, and finally get Tony's consent before making a decision. After all, she and Tony are still just superiors and subordinates. Pepper left. Tony was back in the lab. Although the Mark IV has been put into production, but now he just has an idea of the portable Mark V that will follow, and he still needs to invest a lot of time in research. And he suddenly wanted to research a set of steel armor that could resist lightning and absorb external electricity and convert it into energy. Even if he was a genius, he couldn't do it overnight. Any success is based on repeated attempts and failures. Tony returned to the laboratory to continue researching the iron armor, and Pixiu also fell into a deep sleep because of evolution. Dusk fades away and night falls. Shining stars float in the night sky. A crescent moon stands in the starry sky, and the brilliance of the moon shines down, intertwining with the light of the human city on the ground. In the villa room. Compared with before, the golden light cocoon wrapping Pixiu is undoubtedly much bigger. The jumping electric arcs have disappeared, and even the golden light cocoon is gradually dissipating. Grains of golden light floated up from the light cocoon, and countless golden light particles floated in the air. The golden light was like stars forming a beautiful starry sky. The golden light cocoon gradually dissipated, obviously Pixiu's evolution has entered the countdown. Chapter 48. About 10 minutes passed. The cocoon of light wrapping Pixiu has all turned into golden light particles and floated into the air. With the disappearance of the light cocoon, it is also announcing the end of evolution. The sleeping Pixiu slowly regained consciousness. When Pixiu opened his eyes, the power of invisible carried Pixiu back to the ground. This feeling of becoming stronger is too comfortable. Feeling the change in his own strength, the feeling of surging power swimming in his body, Pixiu couldn't help but have a satisfied thought in his heart. Open your own data panel. Pixiu first took a look at his current appearance. It has dark orange fur on its large body and white belly. Forked ears are brown on the outside and yellow on the inside, with a curl at the end of the ear. Like Pichu, it has 2 brown stripes on its back. The long, slender black tail ends in a flattened, yellowish yellow tail that is electro-optic. It doesn't have fingers like Pichu, but instead has small round brown palms. Below the small black eyes, there are yellow electric pouches on the cheeks. The feet are large and the coat color is brown. Well, it is Raichu's standard appearance, which looks fatter than Pichu. After seeing his current appearance, Pixiu looked at his own data. Name, Pixiu. Gender, male sign. Category, Rat Pokémon. Level, 3 stars, Raichu. Attribute, electricity. Height, 0.8 m. Weight, 30 kilograms, constant under normal conditions. Skills, electric shock, coquetry, high-speed movement, lightning flash, 100,000 volts, destructive death light, electromagnetic levitation, shape change. Status, unevolvable, condition not met. There are 3 more skills. Seeing his 3 extra skills, Pixiu rubbed his little hands excitedly, and began to check the effect of the skills. Destroy death light, gather the lightning energy in the body and release a bunch of golden lightning rays from the mouth, which has a blasting effect. The specific power file size depends on the strength. Destroy the dead light, this skill seems to be in the animation, and many Pokémon know it, but Pichu, and Raichu don't seem to know this skill. Looking at the introduction of the effect of the ability to destroy the dead light, Pixiu fell into deep thought, and felt that there seemed to be something wrong. But Pixiu didn't think too much about it. Do you have a powerful ability, and you still despise it? Pixiu said he would not, so continue to look at the next skill. Electromagnetic levitation, use the lightning in your body to create an invisible and independent electromagnetic force field around your body, which will repel the external electromagnetic force and make you have the ability of flight. The specific effect depends on your strength. Seeing the introduction of electromagnetic levitation, Pixiu couldn't help but think of Magneto in X-Men. The skill effect is similar to Magneto flight, except that Magneto controls the Earth's magnetic field to make him fly, and this skill is to create an electromagnetic force field and use the principle of repulsion for flight. Electromagnetic levitation, the skill effect in the game is floating in the air by using the magnetic force generated by electricity, and can float within 5 rounds, but for him, it directly becomes the flight skill. After watching electromagnetic levitation, Pixiu looked at the last strange skill. Form transformation, super ability side skills, derived from Pokémon Latias. After the integrated transformation, you can freely switch between the evolved forms, and you can achieve a stealth state by controlling the refraction of light, and possesses the ability to transform into a human form in 3 minutes. Latias, it turns out that the ability of my integrate belongs to Latias. Seeing the introduction from Pokémon Latias, Pixiu had all the thoughts. Latias appeared in the chapter of the animation Patron of the Water City, and Big Brother Latios is the Asgardian of the Water Drop of the Heart. The abilities shown in the movie include visual sharing, invisibility, shapeshifting and so on. Definitely, in the animation TV, the Latias used by investigator Joey will also use skills such as freezing light, steel wings, dragon wave, and self-regeneration. Pixiu looked at the back of the introduction, and the skill of shape-shifting is obviously a brand new skill that the system integrates the two skills of stealth and shape-shifting. Seeing that he can transform into a human form for 3 minutes every day, the desire to complain in Pixiu's heart surged up. 3 minutes, the system, do you think I'm bump man? And it's fine if this time isn't permanent, at least you can make it longer, the system, tell me what I can do in 3 minutes. Ahem, master, you can actually do a lot of things in 3 minutes. Hearing Pixiu's complaint, the system replied weakly. Pixiu. Forget it, at least there are 3 minutes, right? Turning off the data panel, Pixiu thought for a while, and then used the skill form transformation to return to Pikachu form. Raichu's size is a bit too big for daily activities, and he's not as cute as Pikachu, isn't he? As for Pichu, it's a little smaller again. So Pikachu's appearance is more suitable. As for the changing human form of the form transformation, Pixiu is not in a hurry to change. Because he was afraid that when he became a human, what would happen if he didn't wear clothes on his body? Chiguakuo is wrong these days. Chapter 49. System, how strong is my physical fitness now? Pixiu moved his body to calm the surging power in his body, and asked the system in his heart. Although he knew that it had become stronger by dozens of times, he didn't know the specifics. System, master, now you can fight with normal Hulk or abominations only by relying on your physical fitness. Conventional thermal weapons such as rockets can't penetrate your defense, and hitting you will only make you feel a little pain. Only special weapons or thermonuclear weapons can kill you. Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, frowned slightly doubtful. System, why do I feel that what you just said seems to be ambiguous? Master, you're overthinking. It's just the literal meaning. The little one will get out first. The system said calmly, and then there was no sound, obviously already diving. Pixiu. This system, why does it feel a little floating? Forget it. Shaking his head, Pixiu stopped thinking about these nonsense. Walking to the door with small steps, Pixiu jumped up and pressed a button on the door. Click, the bedroom door automatically opened a crack. Pushing open the door, Pixiu walked outside. At the same time, in the underground laboratory, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang in the ears of Tony, who was studying Mark V. Sir, Pixiu has left the room. It's finally out. Hearing the reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony paused, glanced at Mark V, who hadn't made much progress, and Tony put the things away and walked outside. Tony said as he walked, J.A.R.V.I.S, how long has Pixiu been in there? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, until the door opened, Pixiu stayed in the room for 7 hours, 13 minutes, and 38 seconds. 7 hours is really long enough. Hearing this, Tony clicked his tongue slightly, and then accelerated with his feet. Soon Tony was in the living room. Then I saw Pixiu standing on the sofa with a tablet next to him. After seeing Pixiu, Tony couldn't help being a little taken aback. Then he walked over with a strange expression, and said as he walked, Pixiu, you didn't evolve, oh no, did you grow up? Hearing this, Pixiu glanced at Tony lightly, and then typed on the tablet. He knew that he had just stepped out of the laboratory, so he was not surprised by his appearance at this time. Tony came to the side of the sofa and sat down, and waited for Pixiu to pick it up after typing. Pixiu, I've grown up, what's wrong? Looking at Pixiu, Tony looked puzzled and said, are you sure you've grown up? Why hasn't your appearance changed from before? While speaking, Tony consciously put the tablet back in place. Pixiu typed lightly on it, and at the same time said in his heart, System, when can you give me a skill that can speak human language? System, don't worry about the master, after your level reaches 4 stars, you can speak out your words. Word of mouth is a good word to use. Okay, I got it, you can dive. After getting the answer, Pixiu replied indifferently. System. After Pixiu finished typing, Tony took it over and took a look. Pixiu, do I have to change when I grow up? Forget it, let me tell you, I just became stronger. I don't even know about it. Do you feel honored to know it? After reading it, there seemed to be black lines appearing on Tony's face. Well, mainly because of the latter sentence. Seeing Pixiu with the expression of "you've made a lot of money," Tony couldn't help complaining in his heart. You have consumed more than 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity here. Do I know what an honor it is for you to become stronger? Although complaining in his heart, Tony still asked curiously on the surface. Pixiu, how good are you now, can you go to heaven? Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but stare at Tony twice more, always feeling that this guy seems to have malicious intentions. After thinking about it, Pixiu typed. Cannot. Cut. At this time, Tony curled his lips in disdain. I thought you could go to the sky, but it still can't. It seems that you can't experience the pleasure of flying like a bird in the sky. At the end, Tony showed a little smug look on his brow. Really? Seeing Tony's smug look, Pixiu couldn't help but raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks, making a ball of electric arcs and playing with them, feeling a little helpless in his heart. After staying here for 3 months, the relationship between him and Tony and Pepper can be regarded as good friends. In addition, he likes to yell at Tony when he is free. As a result, Tony also holds back bad things in his heart from time to time, and once he gets the chance, he will find a way to beat him or hit him. It seems that this will make him happier. After being helpless, Pixiu glanced at Tony, and couldn't help but smile secretly. If he finds out that I can fly, he will probably have a wonderful expression. With this in mind, Pixiu ignored Tony, the idiot, closed the document, opened the browser, and started surfing the internet. Seeing that Pixiu ignored him, Tony suddenly thought of something and said, Pixiu, what do you think of us making a language translator? There is a delay every time I talk to you, and don't you feel tired typing? Chapter 50. Language Translator. Pixiu, who was about to surf the internet, gave a small pause when he heard the words, then turned his head to look at Tony, who had an expression of "I think that's a good idea," and couldn't help thinking for a while. Then typed. Can you do it? What? Seeing Pixiu's words, Tony stood up with a startled expression, looked at Pixiu and said in a fuss, who do you think is standing in front of you? An ordinary person. You suspect that the famous super genius Tony Stark can't make a language translator? Are you from Mars? Oh no, from Aquaman. Pixiu. Hearing Tony's sand sculpture-style speech, Pixiu's face was darkened, and he couldn't help rubbing his cheeks again. He had an idea of electrotherapy for him. Ignoring him, Pixiu typed. Since you can do it, then do it. Typing all the time to communicate with people is indeed a hassle, and it would be nice to have a translator. He won't be able to speak until 4 stars anyway. And to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars requires a terrifying 100 million evolution points. That's right, it's 100 million points, a full 100 times increase. If converted into electricity, it is 20 billion kilowatt-hour. Now, the power that the system can absorb per minute has increased to 10,000. That's right, the absorption efficiency has only increased by 10 times, which is simply outrageous. 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per minute is equivalent to 14.4 million kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. Calculated as 30 days a month, that is 432 million kilowatt-hours of electricity per month. It will take at least 46 months to collect 100 million evolution points, which is nearly 4 years. It is now 2009, and it will take nearly 4 years. It will take almost 2013 to collect 100 million evolution points to evolve to 4 stars. At the 4-star level, the strength can be comparable to or stronger than Awakening's Thor, so it seems that it will take nearly 4 years, which is not too long. After all, Thor of Awakening, with the blessing of Thor's power, can resist the energy impact of a small fixed star. Although he is almost cold, it can also be seen that he is powerful. But thinking of the 2012 New York War, Pixiu felt a little helpless. It would be great if it could be upgraded to 4 stars before the New York battle. Definitely, Pixiu also knows that he is a bit greedy. Even if the plot of the 2012 New York War comes ahead of schedule, with his current strength, he can completely walk sideways in it. It's even possible to punch and kick Loki and say what a weak god. And don't forget, he's a magician. Skills are his true ability. If the skills are fully used, and Thor in awakening fights, whoever wins may lose. Tony on the side didn't know that after such a short period of time, many thoughts appeared in Pixiu's head. After seeing Pixiu's approval, he immediately smiled and said, "Then let's go and show you around the laboratory of my great genius." After recovering, Pixiu followed Tony and walked towards the underground laboratory. "Go down the stairs." The transparent sensor door made of special tempered glass printed on the eyes is managed by artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, which can automatically identify authorized personnel. Coming to the door, Tony said, J.A.R.V.I.S, set secondary authority for Pixiu. As the sensor door opens, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S also sounds. "Okay sir, it has been successfully set up, welcome Mr. Pixiu." During the previous chat, Pixiu told Tony that he was a man. Hearing the voices of Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S, Pixiu who was following behind couldn't help but look slightly sideways. Set the secondary authority, which means that he can enter and exit here at will in the future. What does this mean? This shows that Tony really considers him a friend. I have to say that Tony did this, and Pixiu was a little moved. Tony didn't know the little touch in Pixiu's heart, and said while entering the laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S, postponed the Mark V armor plan, created a new plan, named Pi language, and then analyzed Pixiu's voice to calculate the production of an instant dialogue language translator. J.A.R.V.I.S, "Okay sir, the analysis and calculation are starting, and the relevant plan is expected to be available in 12 hours. 12 hours, so long?" Hearing this, Tony was a little surprised. J.A.R.V.I.S, "If Mr. Pixiu is willing to provide more sound information or let me scan the body structure, the process of analysis and calculation will be greatly shortened." Tony couldn't help looking at Pixiu, folded his hands in front of him, squeezed his chin with his right hand and said, "Describe the body structure and you will definitely not agree, so record the voice message. Come on, pick up, dot." Seeing this, Pixiu could only cooperate. Even though he didn't understand, Tony could tell that Pixiu agreed. So he said, J.A.R.V.I.S, "Start collecting sound information." J.A.R.V.I.S, "Ready to go." So Pixiu began to speak various words constantly under the leadership of J.A.R.V.I.S. For example, common communication sentences such as "Hello and my name is Pixiu." This recording took more than 3 hours, and it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. J.A.R.V.I.S, "A large amount of sound information has been collected, and the analysis results are expected to be available in 5 hours. 5 hours later, wouldn't that be almost 5 in the morning? Tony immediately said, "Then let's go to rest first, and when we get up early tomorrow morning, we will get the analysis results, and then we will start making an instant dialogue language translator." Pixiu definitely has no comment on this. So Tony went back to the master bedroom to go to bed early after a long absence, and Pixiu went back to the living room to hold the copper ring of the transmission device, turn on the power switch and continue to absorb electricity. Chapter 51. The next day, the sky was getting bright, and Tony got up. After a brief wash, Tony came to the living room. Seeing Pixiu sitting on the corner of the sofa, Tony couldn't help wrapping his arms around his chest. I saw Pixiu sleeping with his eyes closed, his long ears drooping softly, shaking from time to time. Looking at Pixiu like this, even though he has seen it many times, Tony still has a strange expression on his face. Because of this, Pixiu's cuteness is almost straight up. If he hadn't known that Pixiu was alive, he might have regarded Pixiu as a super cute cartoon doll that was specially customized and made with a lot of thought. Even if he is a playboy who likes beautiful women, seeing Pixiu like this can't help but feel healed, and he feels good. But when he thought that Pixiu was a man, oh no, a male, the healing feeling was gone. Less than half a minute after Tony came to the living room, Pixiu woke up after closing his eyes and resting his mind. Feeling Tony's gaze, he opened his eyes calmly and slowly. "You're awake." Seeing that Pixiu woke up, Tony smiled and said, let's go down and have a look." "Okay, pick up, dot." Hearing this, Pixiu nodded. After a while Pixiu and Tony came to the lab. "Tony, J.A.R.V.I.S, how's the progress?" J.A.R.V.I.S, "Sir, the first version of the Pi language instant conversation language translator has been successfully designed, but according to the calculation results, the success rate is less than 35%. So low." Hearing this, Tony frowned slightly. "You must know that there are no instant dialogue language translators on the market, but the audience for those translation functions is only human beings. It is not a simple matter to achieve instant dialogue translation between interracial languages." J.A.R.V.I.S, "Sir, after the first version is produced, after Mr. Pixiu uses it, I can analyze the problems during use, and then continue to improve and optimize. Rome wasn't built in a day. The steel battle armor was not made by him in a day or two. Succeeding in one step, Tony also knew it was impossible." Hearing what J.A.R.V.I.S said, Tony looked at Pixiu and said slightly, "It seems that this is the only way to go. Get one out first, and then keep trying. I still don't believe that I can even make arc reactor and steel armor, and I can still be stumped by a translator." Speaking of this, Tony's confidence in words and demeanor exploded. Also, people who are geniuses are often very confident in themselves. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, wouldn't it be the end of it? Is Tony Stark a genius? Definitely yes. Looking at this point in the whole world, I am afraid that no one will object to it. Take your time, Pikachu. Pixiu was neither disappointed nor surprised. He shook his little hand at Tony and said something, then turned and left the laboratory, and continued to go back to the living room to absorb electricity. After evolving to 3 stars, Pixiu's idea of becoming stronger is not so urgent. After all, with his strength, on the current Earth, the existence that can hurt him can be counted on both hands. As for human forces, Pixiu is not too worried. At any rate, he can now be regarded as having a brand in S.H.I.E.L.D. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed, Nick Fury could help him deal with 98% of the things. Hydra? Pixiu is not afraid of them now. If he dares to attack him, he will definitely kill all the Hydra he can find this time, and maybe he can use this to reduce one more of the 3 things he promised Nick Fury. As for the other big bosses, such as the destroyer brought down by Loki, this one has to be solved by Thor and that guy, so it shouldn't have much to do with him. In the early stage of the Marvel movie, those villain bosses are completely sufficient with his current strength. Even if Dormammu, who ascended to the god position in the movie universe, has Doctor Strange to negotiate terms with him, the Earth is only in danger after all. Although I don't know how much the so-called butterfly effect brought about by my own existence will affect the plot of the movie world, Pixiu is not panicked. As long as he doesn't mess with things, under the effect of the so-called world line convergence theory, the development of the plot of the Marvel movie will be closer to the original event. What's more, Pixiu is not afraid of unknown changes. Just kidding, he is also a systematic person anyway. Pokémon, with the help of the system, he has unlimited potential to evolve until he blows up all enemies. Even if the strength is not enough to not be able to float around, it is not enough to be timid. Definitely, although Pixiu doesn't have that strong desire to become stronger for the time being, he won't waste time for no reason. When he has nothing else to spare the time for, he continues to eat electricity. After all, there is still a snapping finger waiting. Pixiu is thinking about taking infinite gems as his own. Snap your fingers? If you don't get all 6 gems, I'll snap your fingers. And judging from Thanos' performance, Thanos, who has no gems, exploded with all his strength, and his strength should be able to reach the 5-star level judged by the system with 1 foot. After all, in the Avengers Alliance 4, even a gemless Thanos can beat a trio of Thor, Tony, and Captain America. As the overlord of the universe that deters countless planets in the Milky Way, Thanos did not rely on infinite gems to ascend to the position of overlord of the universe at that time. As the mighty Eternals on Saturn's moon Titan, Thanos knows all the Superman philosophies of the Eternals, which gives him almost incalculable amounts of strength, stamina, resilience, defense, and agility. Although Thanos is very strong, Thanos without gems is not even as threatening to Pixiu as Dormammu, who is the Lord of the Dark Dimension. After 10 years of development in the Marvel movie universe, Thanos is known as the strongest villain because he has gathered 6 infinite gems based on his strong foundation, and successfully wiped out half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Without infinite gems, in terms of the performance of the movie universe, in Pixiu's view, Thanos is really inferior to Dormammu. Chapter 52. Time passed slowly. Pixiu surfs the web while devouring electricity in the living room. And Tony participated in the development of the translator in the laboratory. Before I knew it, it was noon. Hill and Pepper came to the villa one after the other. When he came to the villa, he saw Pixiu sitting in the corner of the sofa. The corners of Hill's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "Pixiu, haven't seen you for 10 days, do you miss me?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to caress Pixiu. However, the next moment, Pixiu unceremoniously slapped him away with his right hand. Squinting at Hill, Pixiu said with a little disgust, "Woman, just speak well and don't move your hands. Although I know you are greedy for my body, I tell you that it is impossible." Definitely Hill is incomprehensible. But it doesn't prevent her from seeing Pixiu's slight dislike. But Hill didn't care, and found it more interesting. "Every time I find time to come here to play with Pixiu for a while, because the fatigue caused by dealing with a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs seems to disappear a lot, and the whole person feels a lot more relaxed. It would undoubtedly be better if Pixiu was willing to let her hug her." If Pixiu knew what Hill was thinking, he would definitely scoff at her. If the positions are swapped, Pixiu is still very happy. Pepper looked at the interaction between Hill and Pixiu with a smile, but didn't see Tony, so he couldn't help saying, "Where's Tony? Don't forget what to do down there again." Although he was asking, Zygiali's tone was very certain, with a little helplessness. Once Tony is involved in research, it is easy to forget to eat and sleep, which makes her very worried about Tony's body, so she often finds time to come to the villa. In desperation, Pepper walked towards the stairs leading to the laboratory. Apparently she was going to call Tony out. After a while, Pepper and Tony came to the living room. After that, Pepper and Hill walked into the kitchen and started preparing today's lunch. As for Pixiu and Tony, they were left in the living room. Looking away from the direction of the kitchen, Tony pressed his temples with both hands, then looked at Pixiu and said, "The trial version can be completed in half an hour, and then try it first. If it doesn't work, wait for J.A.R.V.I.S to analyze more information before making it. I'm afraid the relevant materials I store here are not enough. I will call Happy later and ask him to purchase some and ship them over." Although he has a laboratory, most of the stored materials are used for iron armor. To get a cross-racial language translator, and one that will not be affected by Pixiu's lightning release, the requirements for materials are quite special. After all, after the translator is out, it must be carried all the time. What if the translator is directly scrapped due to the electrical impact of Pixiu's discharge? "You'll be fine." Looking at Tony, Pixiu waved his right hand and said a word. "Correct." Leaning back on the sofa, Tony seemed to think of something again, and couldn't help but look at Pixiu with weird eyes. J.A.R.V.I.S told me before that your appetite has grown tenfold, and you can absorb 10,000 degrees of electricity in a minute, and the electricity you absorb in a day is as high as tens of millions. Even the power company sent me a message again, reminding me that there is a lot of power consumption here, and I want to ask what's going on. This villa was not built by Tony himself, but he bought it, but later he made some changes to the villa. But electricity, water, and internet are all the original settings of the villa. And even if you buy a house, it doesn't mean you don't need to pay utility bills. In the past, Tony didn't care about this matter at all. Because he directly charged tens of thousands of dollars to the villa's water and electricity account, according to his daily villa consumption, tens of thousands of dollars is enough for him to use for many years. It's just that once Pixiu came, the tens of thousands of dollars in the villa's account disappeared in a few days. Although there is no electricity bill. As for the power company, they just sent him a message to inquire about the situation. Instead of directly cutting off the power supply, it was entirely because they knew who he was. However, Pixiu heard the words, glanced at Tony, and typed calmly. Calm down, what's the fuss about such a small thing, and you only spend less than $20,000 a day. Is this little money worth the attention of a billionaire like you? Seeing Pixiu's answer, the corners of Tony's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a dark face. Did you make a mistake in your calculation? Do you think that the electricity bill is fixed? The power company has regulations. Once the monthly electricity consumption of each household exceeds a certain standard, the price will increase. You use tens of millions of kilowatt-hours of electricity a day. According to their standards, it means that you may use $300,000 to $400,000 a day. Do you know how many dollars you spent on me in the past 3 months? It's more than $3 million. Although this amount of money is nothing in my eyes, according to your current situation, it costs $300,000 to $400,000 a day. This is just the current situation. What about the future? In the future, Pixiu will definitely evolve, and the demand for electricity will be greater, so it will cost millions of dollars or even tens of millions of dollars a day. If the time is short, it's okay. If the time is long, I will be Tony. Even Stark, who is worth tens of billions, can't support your bottomless pit. Hearing this, Pixiu's big ears twitched, and he blinked and looked at Tony in a daze. Hearing what Tony said, he realized that he seemed to have forgotten this, and made a wrong calculation. No wonder Nick Fury is so eager to find him a home. Chapter 53. Tisk tisk tisk, so I spent millions of dollars without knowing it. After hearing Tony's words, Pixiu couldn't help but smacked his tongue and muttered inwardly after being astonished. More than $3 million in 3 months, even if rounded up to an integer of 3 million. If it is converted into RMB, even if it is only calculated according to the exchange rate of 1:6, it is 18 million RMB. He had never seen so much money. As a result, the electricity bill he has used up in 3 months now is as high as this amount. No wonder Nick Fury threw him to Tony in a hurry after only staying for a month after he evolved. It turned out that he loved his money. The dignified big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, if you deduct a little from any place, it is estimated that you can make a lot of money. Pixiu couldn't believe that he didn't have his own small coffers. Having been the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D for so many years, it is impossible for the small treasury to be less than $100 million. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D receives billions, or even tens of billions, in funding every year. As a result, just a few $1,000,000 scared him. Tisk, what a cheapskate. Anyway, they are also strategic partners, right? Secretly clicking his tongue and despising Nick Fury's stinginess, Pixiu typed. It's so much, you can't afford it even if you sell me, why don't you go to that marinated egg to reimburse me, he threw me here to eat and drink with you. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help looking at Pixiu with contempt. Who said that I can't afford to sell you? If you are willing to cooperate with me to study your body structure, it is no problem to give you $100 million as a reward. Why don't you think about it? At the end, Tony looked at Pixiu with malicious eyes. You're thinking about Peach. Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Just kidding, he doesn't know how special he is. In this world where black technology is flying all over the sky, if you dare to leave your blood or DNA to those scientists, who knows what kind of monster will be created in the end. The thing before Banner is a typical example. In order to eliminate Hulk, he gave a little bit of his own blood to Dr. Stern. As a result, Dr. Stern directly used that bit of blood to copy a lot of samples. Okay, no kidding. Seeing Pixiu roll his eyes, Tony couldn't help but smile, then put his left hand in front of his body, supported his left hand with his right hand, gently pinched his chin with his hand, looked at Pixiu Shenling and said, "To be honest, this problem must be solved. Although I have money, I feel inexplicably losing money by throwing money to the power company like this, so I have to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Well, for example, I build a power generating device myself." Having said that, Tony couldn't help but nodded slightly, and continued with a feasible expression. "Anyway, I have an arc reactor. I built a power generating device that directly uses the reactor as an energy source. The converted electricity is enough for you to absorb for a long time. Have a thought." Hearing this, Pixiu on the side couldn't help but slightly nodded. The original name of the arc reactor was Plasma Arc Reactor. It was a controllable small nuclear fusion reactor that produced huge energy and had almost no pollution. The electricity that an arc reactor can convert seems to be enough for New York City for a long time, whether it is a few months or a few years, Pixiu can't remember. After shutting down the arms manufacturing department of the Stark Group, which started out as arms, Tony wanted to use this to enter the energy field. Coupled with his identity as Iron Man, the market value of the Stark Group has exceeded by a large margin. If arc reactor is used as an energy source to convert electricity, this is undoubtedly a best of both worlds solution. Thinking of arc reactor, Pixiu couldn't help saying in his heart, "System, can you directly absorb the energy of the reactor?" "System, not for the time being. The essential energy produced by the arc reactor is nuclear energy. Although it can be converted into electrical energy, it is not electrical energy. Only the nuclear energy produced by the upgraded version of the reactor can barely reach the intensity of the original source level." Understood. Hearing the system's explanation, Pixiu immediately understood what the system meant. Tony's current reactor uses palladium as a transition element to carry out nuclear fusion reactions, and the nuclear energy produced cannot reach the original energy category judged by the system. After the upgrade, the nuclear fusion reaction is carried out with the new element, space gem energy, as the core, and the nuclear energy produced can reach the original energy level. As for what the system said, it can barely reach the source level, and Pixiu can roughly guess the reason. It is estimated that the strength of the new element, space energy, is reduced after the nuclear fusion of the reactor is converted into nuclear energy, but after all, the original strength is high enough, so it can still maintain a certain strength. That is to say, after another year, there is no need to stay in the room to absorb electricity every day. You can carry an arc reactor with you, which can absorb a large amount of energy and convert it into evolution points at all times. Thinking of this, Pixiu suddenly felt in a good mood. "Pixiu, what are you thinking?" At this time, Tony sounded a little puzzled. It turned out that he suddenly found that Pixiu seemed to be in a trance, and he didn't even seem to listen to his words, so he couldn't help feeling helpless. "This is your business, don't you care about it yourself?" Chapter 54. Pixiu, what are you thinking? Tony looked at Pixiu in a trance with some doubts and helplessness. "I'm still in a daze when I tell you about things related to you again, is there any mistake?" If he hadn't become good friends with Pixiu after a few months of quarreling, he wouldn't have bothered to waste so much time thinking about things related to Pixiu. Sorry, pick up. Came back to his senses, Pixiu quickly apologized, and then typed. "Sorry, just now I was thinking about the feasibility of the method Tony you mentioned, and found that this method is really good. As expected of you, Tony, you came up with such a good method so quickly." Pixiu couldn't help thinking secretly. "I can't help it. After all, I eat his food and use his food, and he was wrong just now, so let's say something nice for now." "Haha, you finally admit that I am a genius." Seeing Pixiu's words, Tony couldn't help raising his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth raised, and his face was full of a happy smile. After all, Pixiu has often teased him since he came here. Now that he can get a compliment from Pixiu, he feels flattered. With this thought in his mind, Tony couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then secretly said in surprise. FK, how could I have such an idea, do I, Tony Stark, need someone to admit it. In fact, he himself didn't know that being recognized by those who cared about him was different from being recognized by ordinary people. In other words, it's not that he doesn't know, it's just that he hasn't thought about it for the time being. If he didn't even care about the thoughts of the people he cared about, how could the relationship between him and his father, Howard, become so tense? He just wanted to be recognized. He cannot care about other people's thoughts, but he can't care about the thoughts of the people he cares about. Shaking his head, under the strange eyes of Pixiu, Tony returned to the topic, pinched his chin slightly with his right hand and said. Since you have agreed, then after the translator is finished, we can start designing a small power generation device that fits your body. Hearing that Pixiu thought of something, he couldn't help typing. What about your Mark 5? Seeing this, Tony smiled and said, that's just a concept, let's finish your two things first. Anyway, my Mark 4 is finished, and I'll go out for a walk in a few days. Looking at Tony, Pixiu couldn't help being slightly silent. What's wrong? Seeing Pixiu looking straight at him, Tony couldn't help frowning slightly, and then looked at himself, thinking there was something wrong. Pixiu shook his head, then typed. I have always wanted to ask a question, why can't you solve your physical problems? Tony froze for a moment, then looked down at his chest, and said slightly. Perhaps, keeping it can make me feel a kind of responsibility. Hearing this, Pixiu fell silent again. For a while, the air was suddenly quiet. What are you doing? At this moment, Little Pepper's voice sounded, breaking the silence. When he came back to his senses, Tony stood up with a smile, looked at Pepper and said. Nothing, is lunch ready? Little Pepper smiled and nodded, it's done, just clear the table and eat. Let me help. Tony said something with a smile, then turned his head and blinked at Pixiu, and walked towards the dining table. Pixiu rolled his eyes. Looking at Tony's back, Pixiu fell into deep thought. Do you want to tell him about the new elements in advance? Tony was so nice to him, he was a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, Tony found out that because of palladium poisoning, he couldn't solve it, so he gave up on himself, and even transferred the company to S.H.I.E.L.D, and even participated in dangerous racing competitions. Thinking of this, Pixiu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Pixiu, come over to eat. At this time, Tony's voice interrupted Pixiu's meditation. Coming. Pixiu came back to his senses, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and shouted, then turned off the power of the transmission device, turned on the high-speed movement, and appeared beside the dining table as a flash of lightning. Then jump up and jump to the exclusive seat that has been specially heightened. Normally, Pixiu would only eat some fruit on the sofa, and have dinner together like this, and only come to the dining table to eat when Xiao and Hill are both present. A short lunch allows everyone to experience the life of ordinary people. What is life like for ordinary people? When the family is together, it is enough to be plain and happy. After eating, Hill and Pepper stayed for a while, and then they left together. After all, they are very busy. After Hill and Pepper left, Pixiu did not continue to absorb electricity from the villa. Instead, I came to the laboratory with Tony and worked hard to speed up the development of a language translator. As for the power conversion device, neither Pixiu nor Tony was in a hurry. Things have to come one by one. What's more, Tony is just an ordinary person. Energy is limited, dual purpose, or even multi-purpose, will always bring more or less impact. And in these respects, Pixiu is basically the kind that has 10 orifices and 9 orifices. So get out the translator first, and then go to help think about how to get the power generation device. Chapter 55. Half a month later. Night fell, 11:30 in the evening. In the underground laboratory of the villa. Pixiu stood on the workbench, wearing an orange-yellow headset around his neck, and there were metal plates engraved with red lightning patterns on the outside of the 2 headset panels. This headset is actually an instant conversational language translator that Tony made. As for why it is a headphone shape, it is entirely because of Pixiu's request. Anyway, as for the shape, as long as the built-in is done, the shape can be made into many shapes. This translator is mainly made of titanium alloy, and some other high-temperature resistant and non-conductive materials are also mixed to ensure that the translator will not be easily damaged by Pixiu's lightning release. Well, it looks good. Looking at Pixiu wearing a headset-shaped translator, Tony supported his right hand with his left hand, pinched his chin slightly with his right hand, and couldn't help but nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then Tony said to Pixiu, "Then let's try it. It's time to see the effect of something that failed more than 20 times." Hearing this, Pixiu nodded. At the same time, he also has a lot of expectations. Raised his left hand and pressed the button on the left side of the translator. There is a button on each side of the translator, the power switch on the left and the charging unit on the right. After turning on the switch, Pixiu took a light breath and said, "Pick up, Tony." A second later, a gentle voice came from the translator. He speaks English, and the articulation is clear, but it feels a little mechanical. There is no doubt that instant conversational language translator research has been a success. Although Tony and Pixiu already knew this result during the simulation test, they were very happy when the real thing was produced without any problems. After all, this is the work they have worked hard for half a month and failed more than 20 times. You must know that J.A.R.V.I.S has to go through hundreds of thousands of calculations every time to get the best result, and then they still failed more than 20 times before they succeeded. If it weren't for the super artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, who knows how long it would take them to get this instant dialogue language translator out. Okay, today is a happy day, I decided to take out a bottle of my treasured wine to celebrate. Hearing the word Tony from the translator, Tony couldn't help laughing, clapped his hands and decided to drink some wine to celebrate first. But after talking about this, Tony suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help looking at Pixiu, sizing up Pixiu and saying, "By the way, Pixiu, can you drink?" Listening to the voice, "You seem to be a child. Are you an adult? It's best not to drink if you are underage. It seems that I can only enjoy it alone, comfortably." At the end, Tony clicked his tongue slightly, pretending to enjoy it. Hearing that Tony suspected that he was underage, and seeing Tony's appearance that deserved a beating, Pixiu was not happy at that time, and couldn't help but put his arms around his chest and threatened with a fierce look in his eyes. "Definitely can drink, why can't you drink it? Be careful that I drink all the wine you treasure." With Pixiu's kawaii appearance and the upright voice from the translator, the vicious feeling seems to be overflowing, as if this threat is a little cute. All right. Seeing that Pixiu threatened him, Tony was startled immediately, afraid that Pixiu would really drink up all the good wines in his collection for him. After all, many of them are hard to buy with money. So he quickly changed the subject, and while walking outside, Tony said to Pixiu, let's go, and see what we want to drink tonight." Seeing this, Pixiu also followed. In fact, he has been craving Tony's wine for a long time. Now that he finally has the opportunity to taste it, he will naturally not miss it easily. Half an hour later, Pixiu and Tony drank half a bottle of red wine, and then went back to their rooms to sleep. And Pixiu naturally sleeps in the living room. It is better to say that you are sleeping with your eyes closed. After evolving to 3 stars, Pixiu found that he was so energetic that he couldn't sleep at night, and he felt a little tired when he didn't sleep for half a month. Time passed slowly in the unique silence of night. Day after day, since getting out the translator, Pixiu can communicate with Tony, Pepper, and Hill without hindrance. After Nick Fury found out about this, he even found time to make a video with Pixiu. Then Pixiu said a word of marinated egg, which made his face turn black, and ended the video chat directly. Pixiu naturally curled his lips in disdain. "There is no harm without comparison, you look at others, Tony, you are looking at you." And just like that, time flies. Before I knew it, half a year had passed. At the moment has come to the end of the year, and Christmas is 1 month away. Everything has been peaceful for the better part of the year. But Pixiu knew that something would happen soon. Before, he thought about whether to tell Tony that the future city model left by Howard contained a key point for extracting new elements. Later, Pixiu had a secret chat with Tony, and pretended not to care about it, and pointed to the future city model, but Tony didn't pay much attention to it. That being the case, Pixiu also thinks it is better to let nature take its course. And the matter of palladium poisoning, he didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing for Tony. After all, this is also a part of Tony's growth, and the final result for Tony is good, not like the aftermath of the New York War that did more harm than good. Chapter 56. On this day, Pixiu came to the laboratory. Then I saw Tony sleeping on the workbench. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and then said, J.A.R.V.I.S, what happened to my armor? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, the simulation manufacturing of Pikachu's battle armor has been completed, and it is still in the simulation experiment. According to the current progress, if there is no accident, it will be put into real production in a day. Good. Hearing this, Pichu smiled excitedly. Pikachu battle armor is a set of steel armor that fits his Pikachu shape. To make him a suit of battle armor was offered by Tony a month ago. At first, when he heard Tony ask him if he wanted a suit of armor, he was a little confused. He knew how much Tony valued his armor. And Tony is a tsundere. In Iron Man number 2, because of his palladium poisoning, he wanted to give his good friend Rhodes a set of battle armor, but he pretended to have a fight with him. Do you really think that iron armor can be used whenever you want? What a joke, without Tony's permission, Rhodes wouldn't be able to use the Mark II at all. After all, every armor set is Tony's painstaking effort. The intelligent systems equipped with the battle frames are all subroutines split from JARVIS. As long as Tony disagrees, unless J.A.R.V.I.S can be defeated, there is no way to gain control of the battle frames. However, now that Tony actually asked him if he wanted a set of battle armor, Pixiu wondered if he hadn't woken up, or his brain was confused because of staying up too late. By the way, Pixiu has already met Rhodes, and the current relationship is not bad. After hearing Tony's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and Pixiu asked directly, Tony, are you out of your mind? You actually asked me if I wanted a set of steel armor. Isn't this your treasure? Are you willing to let others use it? What do you mean? Tony couldn't understand the meaning at the moment when he heard that his brain was in a trance, but when he heard Pixiu's words behind him, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Do you think I, Tony, is a stingy man? I don't want to be with that stingy brat. Although the steel armor is my treasure, you are also my friend. It's just a set of armor. It's not for those malicious conspirators outside. If Nick Fury heard the conversation between Pixiu and Tony, he would definitely say his famous quote. What happened to him? He obviously didn't even show up, so why is he always being blackmailed? It's so hard. Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu couldn't help but rubbed his cheeks and said, then why did you suddenly think of wanting to make me a steel armor? Tony raised his eyebrows and smiled and said, I just thought of it suddenly. I remember you can't fly? I'll build you one, so you can experience the feeling of flying like a bird in the sky. How about it, do you feel particularly moved when you hear this? Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Tony with a strange expression. Feeling a little complicated. There is an inexplicable feeling of wanting to laugh while being moved. After thinking about it, Pixiu coughed dryly, rubbed his cheeks and said, well Tony, I can actually fly. What? Hearing this, Tony's expression froze, and he looked at Pixiu dumbfounded. Co-author, was he tricked by Pixiu? Although he wanted to be angry, but thinking of Pixiu's character, and this was more than half a year ago, the corners of Tony's mouth twitched, and he looked at Pixiu with a dark face. This guy has a really bad personality. Forget it, adults don't remember the villain's faults, and if you think too much, you will only make yourself angrier. I comforted myself a few words in my heart, and didn't bother to delve into this issue further, Tony said angrily. Since you can fly, do you still want the iron armor? Yes, definitely yes. Hearing this, Pixiu immediately nodded. Although the steel armor is not very useful to him, but there is a set of tailor-made steel armor, even if it is just kept as a treasure, it is quite good. That's fine. Tony nodded, squeezed his chin and said, after I get the Mark V out, I'll start designing your armor, but I need some of your body data. By the way, considering your original ability, I will make some changes to the functions of the armor. My idea is not to add weapon functions to you, leaving only basic functions such as flight and communication. If you need, I can improve the function of the armor, directly absorb the electrical energy you release, and then convert it into the energy used by the armor, flight, weapons, and other functions. In this way, it may be possible to transform the arc reactor into a battery. Even if the energy of the reactor is exhausted, it can also absorb the electricity you release to replenish energy. In this way, it is very similar to the concept of a set of armor I imagined. Stop. Hearing Tony talking non-stop, Pixiu only felt a little pain in his head, so he stopped him quickly. You don't need to tell me these things in such detail, my battle armor can be as you just said. Tisk, alright. Seeing this, Tony pouted slightly. Recalling the scene a month ago, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks involuntarily. Treating him so well, it seems that he will take care of him more in the future. At least not watching Tony die from snapping his fingers later. Thanos, Infinite Gems. Chapter 57. At this moment, the sleeping Tony moved, opened his eyes, and straightened his body. Pixiu. Seeing Pixiu, Tony stood up and moved his sore body, asking. J.A.R.V.I.S, what time is it? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, it's 7:35 in the morning. Tony nodded, looked at Pixiu and said, I'm going to wash my face first. He stayed up late last night and fell asleep on the workbench again. He is still not sober. Go. Hearing this, Pixiu found the bloodshot eyes in Tony's eyes sharply, and Pixiu waved his right hand. Looking at the time, the poisoning caused by palladium element should appear soon. After a while, Tony washed up and returned to the lab. Looking at Pixiu, Tony smiled and said. Why come to the laboratory today when you have time? Do you want to see how your armor is doing? 4 months ago, he got the small reactor generator out. Although he modified it several times, the volume of the small reactor generator is still much larger than that of Pixiu, so the discharge generator was placed in a bedroom. After that, Pixiu basically stayed in the bedroom to absorb electricity. And only once or twice in 10 days and a half months. Now that Pixiu came to the lab so early, all he could think of was that Pixiu wanted to check the progress of the armor. That's right. Pixiu nodded. Tony rubbed his temples, and said, the 3D simulation has been completed, and everything is fine, but it needs to be tested after it is manufactured. There's no rush. Pixiu looked at Tony and asked thoughtfully. You seem to be very tired, do you want to take a rest? It's okay, it's just a sequela of staying up late. Tony smiled and didn't care, and then said, after you get your Pikachu armor out, shall we go to the sky to play together? Going to play? Hearing this, Pixiu subconsciously wanted to roll his eyes. Only someone with Tony's identity dared to say such things indifferently. But Pixiu is also interested. After he upgraded to 3 stars, he got the ability of electromagnetic levitation, but after so many days, he has not used it once. However, it seems to be quite good to use Chi on the steel armor. I agree. Thinking of this, Pixiu stretched out his hand and made a thumbs-up gesture to Tony. Well, Pikachu has fingers, but they are a bit short. 3 days later. The Pikachu armor is finally finished. The color is composed of gold and red, of which red is the main gold embellishment, and the reactor on the chest is round. The overall shape is not much different from Pikachu. Like a new skin? Soon, with the help of J.A.R.V.I.S controlling the mechanical arm, Pixiu put on Pikachu's armor. Inside the armor, Pixiu looked at the holographic operation panel and said, Xiaopai, how is the instant dialogue language translation system? When making this set of Pikachu armor, Tony also added the instant dialogue language translator function to the armor function. After all, it is impossible for Pixiu to wear a translator around his neck and wear armor. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, it is the name Pixiu gave to the intelligent system of Pikachu's armor. A sweet voice of Yuji rang in Pixiu's ear. S.H.I.E.L.D, sir, there is nothing wrong with the language translation system. Tony, can you hear me? Pixiu tried the instant conversation language translation function. Can hear. Hearing Pixiu's inquiry, Tony nodded and said, it seems that there is no problem integrating the instant dialogue translation function into the battle frame. There is no problem with the instant dialogue translation function, and Pixiu began to experiment with other functions. The first is the flight function. Most of the functions of iron armor are neural connection operations, as long as Pixiu gives instructions in his mind. Buzz buzz. Following Pixiu's command, ion flames were sprayed out from the armor's hands and feet. The power increased steadily under S.H.I.E.L.D's control, and with the thrust of the ion flame, Pixiu flew up unsteadily, and quickly mastered the balance. Then Pixiu stopped the flight. Come to the weapon function testing area with Tony. Pixiu stretched out his right hand and attacked the Coke cans more than 10 meters away. With the sound of Baiu, Pixiu shook his right hand slightly, and a beam cannon as thick as a thumb shot out instantly, blasting the Coke can into a pile of debris. There is no problem with flight and palm cannon, the next step is to try to recharge. With the thought of Pixiu, golden lightning was released from the electric pouches on both sides of his cheeks. Sir, it has been detected that there is a large amount of electric energy inside the armor, do you want to absorb and charge it? At the same time, Pixiu's voice rang in Pixiu's ear. Pixiu, recharge. Then Pixiu saw that the energy scale in the upper left corner began to increase, gradually increasing from the previous 100% to 101% and 102%. The speed is not very fast, and it may take 2 to 3 seconds to increase by 1%. Pixiu remembers that in Avengers Alliance 1, Tony ate a bolt of Thor's lightning, and his energy instantly soared to 300%. But Pixiu didn't care too much about this, anyway, he didn't want to use Pikachu armor to fight. Since there is no problem with charging, Pixiu turned on the flight function to consume the overflowing energy, and then stopped the test on the Pikachu armor. Chapter 58. The test is over, do you want to fly around in the sky with me? Seeing that the Pixiu test was over, Tony put his hands on his chest and made a proposal. Walk. Pixiu nodded immediately. Seeing that Pixiu agreed, Tony immediately went to put on the finished Mark IV. Then asked J.A.R.V.I.S to open the door to the underground garage. There is another floor under the laboratory, which is the underground garage of the villa. And the garage has a tunnel that leads to the outside. After arriving at the underground garage, Pixiu and Tony turned on the flight function of the armor, flew out of the villa along the tunnel, and flew over the Pacific Ocean. Nearly 1,000 meters in the air. Pixiu and Tony are flying side by side. Pixiu turned his head to look at Tony, and said, Little Pie, increase the flight speed. S.H.I.E.L.D, okay, sir. As soon as he remembered the words, the power of the propellers on his hands and feet suddenly increased, and with a swoosh, Pixiu rushed out, leaving Tony behind. J.A.R.V.I.S, speed up and catch up. Seeing this, Tony immediately increased his speed and chased after Pixiu. There were 2 bang bang bangs. The air behind Pixiu and Tony exploded. It turned out that both Pixiu and Tony's speed exceeded Mach 1, which is the speed of sound, and thus caused a sonic boom, which is a phenomenon in which the air seems to be torn apart. Just when Pixiu and Tony were flying happily in an Air Force base. Seeing the 2 supersonic unknown flight objects detected by the radar, the expression of the soldier sitting in front of the console changed slightly, and he quickly said to a soldier next to him. Quickly, contact Colonel Rhodes. After a while, Tony's good friend Colonel Rhodes came here. Rhodes frowned, what happened? The soldier immediately said, Sir, 2 supersonic unknown flight objects, one large and one small, have just been detected over the Pacific Ocean near the port of Malibu, California. Port Malibu, California. Hearing this, Rode immediately thought of Tony, because Tony's villa was there. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately walked aside and took out his phone to contact Tony. Over the Pacific Ocean. "Sir, Colonel Rhodes called you." The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang in Tony's ear. "Tony, on." After connecting, before Tony spoke, Rhodes took the lead in saying, "Tony, are you in the sky?" "It's me. The Mark IV has been built for a while, and the weather is fine today, so I plan to come out and test the performance." Tony replied with a smile. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Rhodes felt helpless. "We have detected two targets, one large and one small, one is you, and the other is who?" For Tony's words, he was very helpless. Tony was just flying around and it was making them nervous. "Tony, the other one is Pixiu." "What, it's Pixiu?" Hearing this, Rhodes was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim. "Swish swish swish." The soldiers around looked at him in unison. After reacting, Rhodes quickly lowered his voice and said, "Why is it Pixiu?" Although he and Pixiu have known each other, and they are also good friends. He only knows that Pixiu is quite smart, not inferior to humans at all. But I don't know much about Pixiu's other abilities. And he still doesn't know about Tony making armor for Pixiu. After all, he hadn't been to Tony's villa in over a month. "I built him a suit of armor." Tony didn't mean to hide it either. "What?" Hearing this, Rhodes was surprised again, followed by a wave of envy. After all, he has been greedy for steel armor for a long time. Although he also wanted a set of steel armor, but thinking of his identity, Rhodes suppressed this idea. After all, he is a colonel in the military. If he gets a set of steel armor, he will definitely cause a series of troubles. After all, some high-level military personnel have always coveted Tony's armor. They have always wanted to obtain the technology of the armor, and then use the technology to mass-produce the armor to arm the entire army. Once this happens, the world today will undergo major changes. When he came back to his senses, Rhodes said helplessly, "Okay, I see, I will come to the villa to see you tomorrow." After speaking, Rhodes hung up the phone. "Sir." Seeing Rhodes hung up the phone, the soldiers all around looked at him. With a serious expression, Rhodes said, "Convey it, as long as they don't cause any trouble, don't worry about them. If the media asks about something, just say it's a military exercise." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other and then relaxed. Undecided, military exercises. Good excuse. Whether others believe it or not has nothing to do with them. The other side. Tony contacted Pixiu. "Tony, Pixiu, just now Rhodes called me and said that we appeared on the radar detection of the military, which made them feel very nervous." Hearing this, Pixiu was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was darkened. "Damn, just on a whim, I didn't even turn on the anti-radar detection. If it weren't for Rhodes, the military might already have fighter jets waiting for them. If it is serious, it is very likely that the missile will be aimed directly, and then a big firework will be given to them." When he was speechless, Pixiu quickly said, Okay, don't trouble Rhodes, let's go back." After finishing speaking, Pixiu said, "Xiaopai, turn on anti-radar detection." "Xiaopai, sir, it's already on." "Okay, go back." Tony on the other side was a little bit unsatisfied when he heard the words, but he still agreed to go back. He could already imagine how Rhodes would be long-winded to him when he came tomorrow. After turning on the anti-radar detection, Pixiu and Tony returned to the villa. The next day, Rhodes drove to the villa alone. Then he complained to Tony. In order to help Tony solve his troubles, he was almost trained by his superiors. Luckily he dragged Tony out in time to get in front of him. When some people above heard that it was Tony who did it, they were really angry and helpless. Although they would love to teach Tony a lesson. But Tony has a special status, and now he has become Iron Man. As long as Tony doesn't do any major things that kill important officials of the country or treason, they can't do anything to Tony. And Tony also has a strong network. The Stark Group has many cooperations with the military. So this kind of thing, many people are willing to settle for Tony. Those who can't understand Tony can only be impotent and furious. Facing Rhodes' complaints, Tony apologized a few times immediately, and then took out the half bottle of wine left over from the last celebration drink from the wine storage to entertain Rhodes. After drinking good wine and Tony's kind words, Rhodes was very happy. In fact, he wasn't angry at all, he complained just to get something from Tony to fill his heart's envy for Pixiu's steel armor. Definitely, Tony, who has been good friends with Rhodes for many years, also understands. Perhaps this is the so-called tacit understanding. Chapter 59. Another 10 days passed. Before you know it, it's Christmas. In many Western countries, Christmas is equivalent to the Chinese New Year. Therefore, in the days before Christmas, many people are preparing corresponding things for Christmas. Things like Christmas pine trees, Christmas hats, and Christmas stockings. On Christmas Day, Tony's villa was also very lively. Hill, Pepper, Happy, and Rhodes all arrived here. In addition, Phil Coulson also came here. Adding Pixiu and Tony, there are 1 Pokémon and 6 people in total. Everyone decorated the villa together, and then each made some dishes to form a big meal. After eating, Hill and Phil Coulson stayed for about half an hour before leaving. After all, their status makes it difficult for them to live as ordinary people, and it is not bad to have a few hours when there is no vacation. Hill and Phil Coulson left, before Happy drove off with Pepper. After all, the company still has a lot to deal with. The Stark Group headquarters are located in Manhattan, New York. And Tony's villa is located in Malibu Harbor, California. From the map of the United States, California is in the west of the United States, while New York is in the northeast on the other side of the United States. The two states are almost separated by a distance of the United States. So when they came, they all flew to California. Otherwise, if you drive by yourself, you don't know how long you will drive. Hill and the others left, and the villa resumed its daily atmosphere. Back in the laboratory, Tony started to design the Mark V, while thinking about what kind of steel armor the Mark VI would be designed in the future. For example, make the anti-thunder armor that I thought of before. The other side. Pixiu returned to the room, turned on the small reactor generator, and began to devour the electricity converted from nuclear energy. Now half a year has passed. Not every day is spent gobbling up electricity though. But after more than half a year of accumulation, Pixiu has now obtained more than 8 million evolution points. Upgrading to 4 stars requires 100 million evolution points, and more than 8 million is only about 1/12 of the total. For this point, Pixiu is not in a hurry now. Pixiu also asked the system before, he is now 3 stars, and his physical fitness is enough to fight against the normal Hulk, whether he can absorb the lightning in nature. The answer given by the system left Pixiu speechless for a while. System, Master, with your current physical strength, you can indeed try to absorb the energy of lightning, but I don't recommend you to do so. First of all, the temperature caused by lightning can reach 3 to 5 times the surface temperature of the sun. Even if you are struck by lightning with your current body strength, Master, you will still suffer serious burns. Moreover, the energy of an ordinary lightning bolt is about 5 billion joules. Without considering the loss in the process of transmission and conversion, the converted electricity is only more than 1,400 degrees. So compared to absorbing lightning, which does more harm than good, the system recommends that the owner choose to start with mild energy. Hearing the system's answer at that time, Pixiu's face was darkened. It turns out that lightning in nature is completely dispensable to him. However, it means that when he becomes stronger in the future, he can directly rush into the thunderstorm and let the system swallow the entire thunderstorm. Although the power is a little less, it can be used to make up for it. But nothing definitely means that the risk factor of lightning is too high for him now, and the benefits are pitifully small, so it is completely possible to treat lightning in nature as non-existent. After hearing the systematic analysis, Pixiu decisively ignored the lightning in nature. He is not a masochist, he hurt himself for more than 1,000 degrees of electricity. The person who chooses to do this is either a masochist or an abnormal mind. What about relying on small reactor generators? Not only will it not be injured, but the system can absorb the maximum power every minute. After Tony has created a new element reactor, there is no need to convert electricity to absorb it, and the nuclear energy of the reactor can be directly absorbed and converted into evolution points. So choose the reactor, isn't it fragrant? Time flies. 3 months later. The time came to the end of March 2010. 3:25 p.m. Today, Pixiu did not stay in the room and continue to consume electricity, but lay on the pool chair beside the outdoor swimming pool outside the villa, enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the sun. Staying at home every day, if you don't come out to bask in the sun, you will get moldy. Pixiu. Tony's voice came, and Pixiu opened his closed eyes. He opened his eyes and turned around to see Tony walking over. So I got up and put on the translator that was on the side. Tony, what's the matter? Looking at Tony, Pixiu was a little puzzled. He keenly noticed that Tony's expression seemed a little weird. Nothing. After coming to the side, Tony has restrained the little bit of weird look on his face, and said with a smile. In 3 nights, there will be a Stark Expo in La Flushing, New York. I'm going to attend it. Are you going? Exposition. Hearing this, Pixiu shook his ears and rubbed his cheek with his right hand. He knew what was going on. It turned out that Tony had discovered that he was poisoned by overuse of palladium. No wonder he looked a little strange just now. Thinking in his heart, Pixiu said calmly and lazily. I won't go, it's too far away, and I don't want to go out to show my face. After all, with my appearance, I will definitely attract the attention of all those beautiful women. Then you will have no chance. Bah! Hearing this, the corners of Tony's mouth trembled slightly, and he said with a look of contempt. Let's not talk about whether I have the desire to hunt for beauty now. Do you think you can beat me, who is a billionaire and Iron Man, with just a little cuteness of yours? Believe it or not, as long as I think about it, the entire villa will be occupied by all kinds of beauties tonight. You cowhide, I can't compare to your money ability, okay? Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and looked at Tony with an expression of how amazing you are. Currency ability. Tony was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, that's a good name, it suits me quite well. Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, yes, you are right. Tony couldn't help supporting his right hand with his left hand in front of his chest, gently pinching his chin with his right hand, nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile. In the future, I will appear in public wearing armor, and when I introduce it to others, I will say that I am the Iron Man who combines super genius, handsomeness, and money ability in one. Go, play, don't block me from the sun here. Hearing this, Pixiu rolled his eyes, waved his hands in disgust, and made a gesture of chasing people away. Tony looked at his position in astonishment, then raised his head to look at the sun diagonally above him. His face was covered with black lines. God frankly blocked you from basking in the sun. Forget it, it's a pity if you don't go. Stark Group's Expo doesn't happen every year. I'm going to the company to see the situation. Tony sighed regretfully, then said. I won't be back until 3 days later. Since you don't go, forget it. After speaking, Tony waved his hand, turned and left the swimming pool, and walked towards the villa. After Tony left, Pixiu turned his head to look, with a pensive look on his face. Chapter 60. Seeing Tony leaving, Pixiu fell into deep thought. The Stark Expo is coming, and Tony also found out that he was poisoned by palladium due to excessive use of steel armor. Then he can talk to that Nick Fury guy next. Judging from the plot of the movie, Nick Fury has been monitoring Tony's situation. After a little while, under the gaze of Pixiu, Tony flew into the sky wearing the Mark IV and flew towards New York. Pixiu thought for a while and returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang. J.A.R.V.I.S, Mr. Pixiu, sir has a message for you, do you accept it? Pixiu, accept. Then Tony's voice came. Hey, Pixiu, I just took a look and found that there are still a lot of fruits bought by S.H.I.E.L.D in the refrigerator. If you want to eat something, you can go to the refrigerator to find it yourself. Anyway, it's not once or twice. Definitely, if you want to drink, I agree with you to go to my liquor store and drink whatever you want. Just treat it as compensation for being lonely these days and not being able to go with me." Hearing Tony's message, Pixiu couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek, muttering in his heart. Sure enough, is this about to start the distribution of wealth in the original plot? In the plot of Iron Man 2, Tony is distributing money because of palladium poisoning. Some modifications were made to the Mark II, which was later War Machine, and authorized to Rhodes, allowing him to put on the war armor and use it. It even made Pepper the CEO of Stark Group, and handed over the entire group to Pepper. This kind of behavior is completely arranging funeral affairs. After thinking of this, Pixiu returned to the room. Looking at the Pikachu armor placed beside the bed, Pixiu took out a tablet computer that he hasn't used for a long time, the one specially made by S.H.I.E.L.D. After turning on the computer, Pixiu found the function called anti-surveillance and turned it on, then entered the internal network, found Nick Fury's contact information, and sent a voice call. Beep beep. After waiting for about half a minute, the call was connected, and then Nick Fury's voice came first. Pixiu, why did you suddenly think of contacting me today, what's the matter? Pixiu, you've been monitoring Tony, right? Oh, who said that? Why don't I know? There was no abnormal change in Nick Fury's voice, it seemed that there was no surprise, only doubts. It really is an old fox. Hearing that Nick Fury's voice didn't change, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. If he hadn't known it a long time ago, I'm afraid he would have been bluffed by Nick Fury. Sure enough, as an agent, and also the leader of the agent, lies can be said to come out of his mouth. So he said angrily. Okay, who are you pretending to be stupid with here? I don't know you yet. Not only are you stingy, but you also have a lot of thoughts. You don't know what crooked thoughts you are thinking every day. Nick Fury in a certain base had black lines on his face when he heard this. Sure enough, even though they haven't seen each other or spoken to each other for more than half a year, Pixiu's mouth is still so uncomfortable. Come on, what's the matter? So Nick Fury said with a sullen face. Since Pixiu was so sure, he didn't bother to hide it from Pixiu. Yeah, it's okay to admit it at first. Pixiu curled his lips and said something, and then got to the point. Do you know what's going on with Tony now? Hearing this, Nick Fury on the other side narrowed his right eye, and said in a deep voice, What's the matter? I haven't read the latest surveillance report on Tony. Pixiu, you know about Arc Reactor. Nick Fury, go on. Pixiu, Arc Reactor. Tony has produced something that US.H.I.E.L.D. have not produced for so long, but because of Tony's continuous improvement, combined with his special situation, it has left a little sequelae. And this sequelae can sometimes be fatal. Are you sure? Nick Fury's expression gradually became serious. Pixiu smiled disdainfully, definitely, if I wasn't sure, would I be talking nonsense with you here? I see. Nick Fury replied, and then asked, is there anything else you want? No, by the way, don't reveal that I told you about this, anyway, even if I don't tell you, he will know about it soon if you monitor him. Pixiu replied, casually reminding him. Understood, since I'm fine, I'll hang up. Nick Fury said, and then ended the call. Tisk. Seeing the end of the call, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips. Then he rubbed his cheeks and muttered, when Tony's affairs are over, I should leave here temporarily, and then go to Mexico to play with Thor. As an electric-type Pokémon, why don't you try to play with a hammer? By the way, if I move Thor's hammer, will it attract the attention of the Heavenly Father Odin? Forget it, there is still a while anyway, let's talk. Stop thinking about these messes. Pixiu turned off the tablet, turned on the small reactor generator, and started to devour electricity to accumulate evolution points. Now he also has almost 15 million evolution points, which is more than 80 million short of 100 million, and it will take nearly 3 years to accumulate. Chapter 61. In a large base belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. After finishing the conversation with Pixiu, Nick Fury came to a room. Then log into his exclusive account and start looking at recent reports about Tony. After watching it for a while, Nick Fury didn't see anything wrong. After thinking about it, he used his authority to turn on the S.H.I.E.L.D intelligence system, bypassing the detection of J.A.R.V.I.S, and began to view some of Tony's files that were not very confidential. Definitely, this not-so-secret concept is only for S.H.I.E.L.D. With J.A.R.V.I.S, not everyone can view even ordinary documents. As for whether the intelligence system of S.H.I.E.L.D can be compared with J.A.R.V.I.S, this point can be seen from the fact that Nick Fury and Phil Coulson bypassed J.A.R.V.I.S and entered the villa in the movie. J.A.R.V.I.S is mighty, but he can't beat S.H.I.E.L.D. At least that was the case with the early J.A.R.V.I.S. Definitely, this is not to say that S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence system is far superior to J.A.R.V.I.S. There may be only half a caddy between them. In some small matters, if one party is a bit more concealed and the other party has not checked carefully, it will be difficult to discover the other party's small actions. So Nick Fury was looking at some simple files. If he wants to check the confidential information listed as iron armor, he may be discovered by J.A.R.V.I.S within a few seconds when he tries to break the authority. Soon Nick Fury saw a copy of Tony's blood test report. It shows metal poisoning, blood toxicity up to 14%. I see. Seeing this test report, Nick Fury thought about it. Then edited a few messages and sent them out. As night fell, there were stars. Let the time go by. 3 days later, the Stark Expo took place as scheduled. In the villa, Pixiu came to the laboratory and asked J.A.R.V.I.S to release the scene. After all, it is the Stark Expo, not only the large number of people at the scene, but also the grand occasion of the Stark Expo can be seen online after the real-time broadcast. Looking at Tony, who was captured by Feng Cao entering the arena in the live broadcast, Pixiu couldn't help showing a look of disdain. Sure enough, Tony was still Tony. Although I can see a different him after getting along with him, some habits are still the same as before. After Pixiu remembered, Tony seemed to have gone to Washington. Just to attend a meeting about iron armor. It appears that the meeting was chaired by a Hydra MP. It is estimated that the purpose is to ask Tony to contribute the iron armor to the country, but in fact he wants to secretly take back the technology of the iron armor to Hydra's attention later. In front of so many media and official personnel, facing the people who coveted his steel armor, although Tony did not turn his face on the spot, he was quite rude. After the whole meeting, the faces of the officials turned dark. But they had nothing to do with Tony. I have to say, from Pixiu's point of view, Tony's behavior at the meeting made him feel quite happy. For those with bad intentions, that's how it should be. He just likes the feeling of you can't understand me, but you can't kill me. Looking at the figure of Tony Feng Cao, Pixiu asked J.A.R.V.I.S to turn off the real-time broadcast screen, then returned to the room, turned on the small reactor generator and began to absorb electricity. Not long after, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly sounded. Mr. Pixiu, sir sent you a call. Get it through. Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand. Hey, Pixiu, today is so lively, it's a pity that you just missed it. Do you want to come to New York for a few days? As soon as it was connected, Tony's voice seemed to be smiling. What's the matter? But Pixiu was very calm. Well, it's like this. There seemed to be a slight curling of lips, and then Tony got straight to the point. After finally coming to New York, Paz refused to let me go for the time being, saying that I was the boss of the group, and asked me to stay for a few more days to help her handle the business of the group, and I can leave when she finds a satisfactory secretary. So, I'm not afraid that it's too lonely for you to stay alone in the villa. Why don't you come to New York? What do you think? It happened that there was a car race in Monaco after a while, and the person in charge sent me an invitation letter. I originally wanted to decline it, but now I plan to go and see it. After staying in the villa for so long, it's time to walk around. After all, life is short, and there are so many interesting things in the colorful world. We must know how to enjoy ourselves in time. Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand and played with the electric arc, muttering in his heart. What you said seems to make sense. If I hadn't known about your situation, I'm afraid I would really believe your nonsense. Also, life is too short to have fun in time, as if you didn't have time to have fun in time. The most important thing you should do now is to confess your love to Little Pepper. Although he complained in his heart, but thinking of what happened next, Pixiu still said, "Okay, since you have invited me so many times, if I refuse again, it will hurt your young heart. Get out." Hearing this, Tony over there couldn't help laughing and scolding, and then said, "Now that you've decided, come here. By the way, it shouldn't be a problem to help me bring Mark 5 over here, right? Good guy, so you treat me like a coolie." Pixiu couldn't help complaining. Tony smiled immediately and said, "How can you call it a coolie? Besides, the weight of a set of Mark 5 is probably about the same as a pebble to you." Regarding the divine power possessed by Pixiu's body, although he does not know the specific strength, he also knows that it is terrifying. Okay, I get it." Hearing this, Pixiu pouted. "Tony, then I'll wait for you in New York." After finishing the call, Pixiu turned off the generator of the small reactor, jumped directly onto the bed, wrapped the small quilt specially bought by Xiao Jiao around his body, and fell asleep soundly. Although it is fine for him not to sleep for more than half a month, generally Pixiu still sleeps. After all, if you don't even have any interest in sleeping, that's fine. Blink of an eye to the next day. The scorching sun rises into the sky, the blue sky and white clouds, and the gentle breeze is not right. Pixiu released lightning to swim around his body. After simple disinfection and cleaning, he put on a translator and went to the underground garage to find the suitcase armor Mark V. Pixiu activated the electromagnetic levitation skill, slowly floated up, and stretched out his right hand to hook Mark V's handle. Pixiu, J.A.R.V.I.S, open the door. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, Mr. Pixiu. Carrying Mark V, who was older than him, Pixiu flew out of the villa along the tunnel in the garage, and flew towards the sky. After ascending to an altitude of more than 50 meters, Pixiu moved his mind and flew out in a flash of yellow streamer, the speed exceeding the speed of sound in an instant. But because of the special electromagnetic field caused by the skills, apart from causing a little wind and waves, it did not produce the sonic boom phenomenon such as the supersonic speed of the steel armor. Chapter 62. Manhattan, New York. After some twists and turns, Pixiu finally came to Tony's villa in Manhattan. Why do you say it has gone through a lot of twists and turns? Because when Pixiu flew halfway, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know the way. Although I know the direction of Manhattan, New York, I don't know where Tony lives. Tony didn't tell him the address, and he forgot to ask, and even forgot to ask J.A.R.V.I.S for the address when he set off. It was noon and Pixiu hadn't arrived yet. When Tony was puzzled, he remembered that Pixiu didn't seem to know his detailed address yet, so he had to ask J.A.R.V.I.S to locate the translator. After all, the translator program is also a subroutine of JARVIS. If you really want to find it, you can still use satellites to locate it through a certain connection. As for getting lost, Pixiu said that he was indeed negligent. Fortunately, the problem is not very big. A detached villa in Midtown Manhattan. In the basement. Pixiu threw the Mark V in his hand on the sofa, and couldn't help complaining. It's so difficult. I never thought that I would get lost one day. Look, this is the side effect of staying at home for too long, so it is very correct to let you out this time, otherwise you would not even know that you will get lost. Not far away, with the help of the mechanical arm, Tony took off the Mark IV. Hearing this, Tony immediately said something, and there was a proud smile of "I know your embarrassment" on his face. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It seems that I need to remember the map or geographical location or something. Fortunately, after 2 evolutions, his memory has reached the level of photographic memory, and it is not difficult for him to remember these things. After a little while, seeing that Tony changed into a suit and tidied up his hairstyle, Pixiu couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do?" Tony tidied up his clothes, then mentioned Mark 5 and said, "Go to Stark Industrial Park, let's go, Happy is already waiting outside." Hearing this, Pixiu didn't say anything, just jumped off the sofa and walked outside. When I came outside, I found a car parked outside the villa, and Happy in a formal suit was standing there. Pixiu looked at the car that Happy drove. Well, it seems to be a Rolls-Royce, but he doesn't know what model it is. After all, Pixiu was just an ordinary person before time travel. I didn't have any savings for a year, so I was embarrassed to go home for the new year. I don't even bother to understand these famous cars. At most, I know some daily well-known brands from some things, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, Rolls-Royce, and so on. Well, definitely there is also Wuling Hongguang. After arriving in the car, Happy drove to the Stark Industrial Park. The Stark building, later the Avengers building, is still under construction, and it will be some time before it is completed and put into use, so the headquarters of the Stark Group are still in the Stark Industrial Park. Pepper also works in the Stark Industrial Park on a daily basis. Stark Industrial Park. Guided by Tony, Pixiu came to an office. Along the way, Pixiu has attracted the attention of others. When they came to the office, Pixiu and Tony found that Pepper was wearing a business attire with a ponytail, and at the moment was sitting behind the desk and looking down at the documents. Hearing the sound of the door opening, little Pepper said without raising his head, "Wait until I finish reading this file." "Pause, it's me," and Pixiu. Lowering his head and looking at Pixiu, Tony called Pepper. "Tony." Hearing Tony's voice, Pepper immediately raised his head. After seeing Tony and Pixiu, he put down the document in his hand, stood up and walked out while smiling and said, "Why did Pixiu come here now? Did he get up late?" Pixiu couldn't help rubbing his cheek with his right hand. "Ha ha ha, it's like this." Tony smiled happily and told Pepper about the matter. Seeing that look, Pixiu wanted to show him. But who knows, after little Pepper knew the reason, he couldn't help giving Tony a blank look. "Tony, why are you so negligent? What if Pixiu gets lost and is in danger?" "Forward." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help looking at Pixiu with weird eyes. With Pixiu's ability, even if he gets lost, who can hurt him? Although he really wanted to compete with Pixiu, he never took any action. It is because the anti-thunder armor has not been successfully researched. He didn't want to use ordinary armor to eat Pixiu's lightning, and then experience the feeling of electric shock. He wasn't a masochist after all. Okay, can you stop being entangled in this matter?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Pixiu interrupted them by rubbing his cheeks with both hands. "This is completely black history, okay? All right." Pepper and Tony smiled at each other. Tisk. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips. Is this considered a husband and wife? Nonsense. After that, Harper took Pixiu to visit the Stark Industrial Park. As for Tony and Pepper, they were discussing work matters. Well, before leaving, Pixiu seemed to have heard Tony talk about the transfer. It seems that he is already discussing with Pepper about making her the CEO. In this way, Pixiu played around with Tony in New York in the next few days. But Pixiu's interest is not high. First of all, there is no fun, and there are always a bunch of people staring outside. After a few days in New York, everyone returned to the California villa. 6 days later, in the villa's gym, Pixiu sat on the sofa and watched a movie, and from time to time grabbed a cherries or grapes from the fruit plate next to him and stuffed them into his mouth. Meanwhile, Tony and Happy practiced their fighting skills on the ring in the center of the gym. Little Pepper walked in and said as he walked, "Tony, the notary is here, can you please come over and sign the transfer agreement?" "I'm busy," Tony said, sweating profusely. Then he used a new set of tactics, which was an elbow to the shield on Happy's head. Happy took a step back and looked at Tony in a daze. "Which trick did you use?" "This is called mixed martial arts." It has been popular for about 3 weeks. Tony jumped lightly, and replied with a look of thought. Noticing this scene, Pixiu withdrew his mind from the movie and looked at Tony and Happy. This conversation is a little too familiar. So. Chapter 63. Soon, the door opened again. A lady wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black loose trousers, holding a document in her left hand, walked into the fitness room with a charming smile on her face. A head of brown-red wavy long hair was draped over his right shoulder and behind his back, and the top 2 buttons of the white shirt on his upper body were not buttoned, revealing a hint of whiteness. Really? Seeing the familiar face of the visitor, Pixiu knew it was her. Natasha Romanoff, one of the 6th-generation patriarchs of the Avengers Alliance, S.H.I.E.L.D, codenamed Black Widow, is a mortal danger under her beautiful and alluring appearance. Almost half a month has passed since Tony's poisoning, and Nick Fury has also arranged for Natasha Romanoff, who came back from the mission, into the legal department of the Stark Group. After arriving at the gym, Natasha Romanoff quickly took in the situation in the gym without leaving a trace. When she saw Pixiu standing on the sofa staring at her, she was slightly taken aback, but she still hid it well. But sharp-eyed Pixiu still found out. Although Natasha Romanoff concealed the fact that her ability had exploded, she still couldn't escape the eyes of Pixiu, who had already reached 3 stars. After looking away from Pixiu's expression, Natasha Romanoff took the document and came to Pepper, and then opened the transfer document for Pepper to read and sign. In the ring, Happy and Tony also set their sights on Natasha Romanoff. After seeing Natasha Romanoff, Tony was stunned for a moment, and then vaguely equated her with the personal assistant he would choose in the future. It is undeniable that Natasha Romanoff's appearance is in line with his or the aesthetics of most Westerners. Even Pixiu has been amazed by Natasha Romanoff before. The subsequent plot is basically the same as the plot of the movie. Natasha Romanoff was called into the ring by Tony and asked Happy to teach her a few tricks. As for Tony, he came to Pepper. While discussing with Pepper about his personal assistant, he used the table next to him to search for Natasha Romanoff's information using holographic operations. Wow, she's amazing. Tony was a little surprised when he saw Natasha Romanoff's profile. Seeing Tony's actions, Pepper was speechless. Please, this is boring. Tony continued to flip through the information, slightly surprised. She is proficient in French, Italian, and Latin. Who can speak Latin? At the end, Tony couldn't help but look at Pepper. Nobody spoke Latin, a dying language at that time. Pepper looked at Tony with a helpless expression. At this time, Tony turned to Natasha Romanoff's photos and zoomed in on one of the portrait photos. Tony raised his eyebrows and said, "Have you ever worked as a model in Tokyo?" "No." Seeing this, little Pepper looked a little strange. "She has been, I need her. She is proficient in everything." Looking at Natasha Romanoff's profile, Tony couldn't help but say. Hearing this, little Pepper's face turned a little ugly. And Tony was still looking at Natasha Romanoff's profile, well, mostly at the pictures. Seeing this scene, Pixiu on the sofa next to him couldn't help muttering in his heart, is it true that Tony didn't find out, or is it fake? Can't you see that Pepper is a little unhappy? Could it be that this is called bystander clearing? After glancing at Tony, Pixiu turned his attention to the ring. And at the moment, Happy saw Natasha Romanoff turn to look at Tony and Pepper, couldn't help but smiled and said, "Then the first iron rule is to keep an eye on your opponent." Saying that, Happy lightly punched Natasha Romanoff with his right fist. However, just when Happy was holding a winning ticket, Natasha Romanoff suddenly turned around, grabbed Happy's right fist with his left hand and twisted it, and then made him stagger with force. Immediately afterwards, Natasha Romanoff grabbed Happy's arm for strength, and his legs instantly clamped Happy's neck, and then directly threw Happy's whole body to the ground. The legs were still tightly locked around Happy's neck, and the hands were also locked around Happy's right hand. "Oh! My goodness!" Seeing what happened in the ring, Tony and Pepper all exclaimed. Especially Pepper was shocked, who did not expect Natasha Romanoff to be so strong. As Tony's bodyguard and driver, Happy used to be a boxer, and his fighting strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. But now he was defeated by Natasha Romanoff. By the way, the name Tony and Pepper know is Natalie Rushman. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help but want to laugh. When I first watched the movie, Pixiu laughed out loud when I saw this scene. At the same time, I was a little surprised by Natasha Romanoff. After a while, Tony had fingerprinted himself on the transfer document. Taking the file, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, "Is there anything else, Mr. Stark?" Before Tony could speak, Pepper on the side smiled and said, "It's all right, Miss Rushman. It is good." Natasha Romanoff nodded with a smile, and left with the transfer papers. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Tony looked at Pepper. "I want this." "No." Before Tony could speak, he was interrupted by the smiling Pepper. "Forehead." Tony couldn't help but choke. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips, and then refocused on the movie. "It's okay now, wait a few days to go to Monaco, wait for Yvonne Vank, Whiplash, to show up, and then let Nick Fury take what Howard left behind to Tony." Then he took the opportunity to remind him and let him understand Howard's painstaking efforts in advance. As for making Rhodes take away the Mark II later in the play and getting into trouble with Pepper because of self-abandonment and unclear explanations, Pixiu thinks that this kind of thing doesn't have to happen. If it's not so easy to explain to Tony, Pixiu has already told Tony bluntly some time ago that the key point of the new elements lies in the future city model left by your father. One day before the start of the Monaco racing competition, Pixiu, Tony, Pepper, and Happy took a private jet to Monaco in the south of France. Monaco is a city-state in Europe, one of the few celestial dynasties, and the second smallest country in the world. As for the smallest country, it is naturally a more famous celestial dynasty. Chapter 64. Monaco racing scene. Bang bang bang. Wow. Woo woo woo. The salute shot into the sky and then exploded. There were all kinds of noise and cheers all around, and the roaring engine of the racing car could be faintly heard from time to time. Happy drove the checked Rolls-Royce, Pixiu sat in the co-pilot, and Tony sat in the back with Pepper, visiting the outside scenery along the way. After a while, the Rolls-Royce stopped. Happy and Pepper got out of the car first, followed by Tony. After coming outside, the people on the nearby audience stage saw Tony and screamed excitedly, especially those women, who waved their arms and screamed like crazy. Because they all have thoughts about Tony and want to do something they love to do with him at night. Even just one night is enough for them to brag for a long time. Billionaire, Iron Man. No matter which one it is enough for them to rush over. And when two identities are added to one person, the allure to them increases tenfold or 100-fold. The other side. When Pixiu got out of the car on his own, many people also found him. People who saw Pixiu were stunned for a moment, and then all of them showed strange expressions. Pixiu's appearance has inspired many women's hearts. After all, cuteness is justice. Feeling those gazes staring at him, Pixiu shook his ears, resisted rubbing his cheeks to vent the uncomfortable feeling in his heart due to too many gazes. To be honest, even before crossing, he rarely went to crowded places to join in the fun. He really doesn't like this feeling. There's nothing wrong with being a bit lively, but after a certain level, Pixiu can't get used to it. Sometimes a quiet environment is more conducive to keeping the mind awake. "Come on, let's go in." Seeing Pixiu's discomfort, Tony said a word, and then walked inside first. As for Harpy, he was waiting outside with the Rolls-Royce, and the Mark V was also placed in the Rolls-Royce. After coming inside, there is no doubt that even if the people who can come here are of extraordinary status, Pixiu has become the one with the most eye-catching rate. For example, take Justin Hammer, currently the largest arms dealer in cooperation with the United States Department of Defense. In the past, the Ministry of Defense's cooperative arms dealer was naturally the Stark Group, but Tony closed the arms manufacturing department, so they had to find another partner. As for Hammer Industries, the arms company in the United States is second only to the Stark Group, although the gap between the second largest is a little bit bigger. Mr. Stark, was the journey going well? At this time, Natasha Romanoff, who was wearing a pink dress and had a good figure, came up with a smile on her face. Definitely. Tony said with a smile. When Pepper saw Natasha Romanoff, he was surprised, and the smile on his face froze. When Natasha Romanoff walked towards a table with a drink, Pepper asked in a low voice, "Tony, when did you hire her?" "What, you forced me to?" Tony smiled and lowered his voice back. "What did I force you to do?" The smile on little Pepper's face was about to disappear. At this time, a cameraman pointed the camera at them, and Tony smiled quickly and said, "Smile, don't look too blunt." Then he moved closer to Pepper and looked in the direction of the camera. He. Seeing this, little Pepper laughed twice, but still smiled and looked at the camera. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and then walked towards the table where Natasha Romanoff put the wine. In fact, things are very simple. Pepper has always disagreed with Tony hiring Natasha Romanoff as a personal assistant. So Tony quietly hired Mimi. Definitely, he knew about it. Although at the beginning he wanted to give S.H.I.E.L.D a thorough understanding, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Pixiu came to the table arranged for Tony, Xiao and the others, jumped onto the chair with a light jump, and then sat down and leaned on the chair. Sure enough, it is still so comfortable. The only downside is that there are no fruits, desserts, etc. on the table. After Tony and Pepper finished taking pictures, they also came to the table. Seeing Pixiu sitting there with his big ears shaking slightly, as if he didn't want to move at all, they couldn't help but smiled and shook their heads. Afterwards, the two walked not far away. After all, there are many business partners here, and since they are here, at least they have to say hello. Time passed slowly. While waiting for the car race to start, Tony went to the bathroom. When he came back, his expression seemed a little wrong. Then he announced his provisional decision to participate in racing. Hearing Tony's decision, Pepper was shocked. "Tony, what are you doing? Racing, such a dangerous thing." She didn't want Tony to participate in it. "Rest assured." Tony smiled confidently and said, "Trust me, it's fine. After all, I'm the famous super genius Tony Stark, and even Iron Man." "Tony, you." Hearing this, little Pepper couldn't help being out of breath. All right. Tony said something, winked at Pixiu who was looking at them, then quickly slipped away and followed the staff to pick out the racing car and uniform. The game is about to start, and he can still join, naturally because of his status. "Come on, Pots." Pixiu jumped to S.H.I.E.L.D's feet and said aloud. "What?" As soon as Pixiu made a sound, some people nearby suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Pixiu in disbelief. From the very beginning, they doubted whether Pixiu was some kind of advanced technological product produced by Tony's latest research, such as the existence of intelligent robots. As for why it is not in human form, it may be some kind of interest of Tony, who made Pixiu into a doll shape and cute appearance of a cartoon animal. Hearing Pixiu speak now, and there was a mechanical stiffness in the voice, they were no longer suspicious, but affirmed the thought in their hearts. Sure enough, Pixiu is a product of technology. Definitely some people also doubt whether Pixiu is some kind of mutated special creature. After all, even the existence of Hulk and Abomination appeared before, and there was Captain America, a superhero transformed by super soldier serum, decades ago. Anyway, no matter what, they all aroused considerable curiosity about Pixiu. Pixiu naturally noticed other people's gazes, and even faintly noticed some malicious ones. But he also hardly understands. It's fine to just move his mind. If he really dares to make a move, then he will make them regret it. Soon, the racing competition finally entered the countdown. Pixiu, Pepper, and Happy stayed in the auditorium and looked at Tony below. Well, Pixiu is hugged by Pepper, otherwise I can't see it. In the racing car, Tony turned his head to look at Pixiu and the others, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of thumbs up. Obviously, it was to reassure Pixiu and the others. Chapter 65. The racing competition is on time. When the organizer announced that Tony would also participate in the racing competition, the whole arena was boiling. Even the racers were very excited. Because if they win Tony, it will definitely be a capital to go out and brag about pretending. Maybe it can be used to flirt with girls, and it can greatly increase the success rate. And it's still under such high-profile circumstances. A corner. Justin Hammer stood there with 2 strong bodyguards behind him. Looking at the starting point of the track on the big screen, Justin Hammer put his left hand in front of him, put his right elbow on the back of his left hand, and gently pinched his chin with his index finger and thumb, showing a contemplative look. He really couldn't figure out why Tony would go to a dangerous car race. People with their identities should just be on the audience stage, as a spectator watching a play. Participating in racing, once an accident occurs, it is likely to be over. If it was him, it would be impossible to put himself in danger. While wondering about Tony's behavior, he couldn't help but have a slightly scary thought in his mind. That's hoping Tony has an accident while racing. As the second largest arms dealer in the United States, Hammer has been overwhelmed by the Stark Group. Later, after Tony closed the weapons manufacturing department, Hammer Industries and the Ministry of Defense reached a strategic cooperation, so Hammer Industries continued to move forward. At the same time, in a deserted corner, Natasha Romanoff, who was separated from Pixiu and the others, was reporting to Nick Fury with her mobile phone. "Sir, Pixiu also came to Monaco with Tony Stark, and appeared in front of many people. I found that many people have feelings for him." There was silence on the other side. Then Nick Fury's helpless voice sounded. "I see, when the time comes, give me a list, and I will send someone to talk to them." Natasha Romanoff: "Yes, sir." After finishing the call, Natasha Romanoff looked towards the first auditorium at the starting point, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. In the base, Nick Fury sent an instruction to the special operations team responsible for Pixiu's security, asking them to keep an eye on the information about Pixiu on the internet. Anyway, delete as soon as they can, and then ask them to prepare a few people, wait for his latest order to set off at any time, and go to talk to some people. Monaco. Boom. With a gunshot, the engines of all the cars on the track roared powerfully, and then rushed out of the starting line one by one. Many people in the audience were cheering and cheering excitedly. And being hugged by Pepper. Well, rather than hugging, it might be better to say holding Pixiu with both hands, at the moment is checking the entrances into the track, trying to find the figure of Yvonne Vank. But there are too many people here, and they are very forced. So after searching for a while, Pixiu couldn't find it either. We can only wait for Yvonne Vank himself to come out of the auditorium and appear on the runway. Time passed slowly. When more than half of the first lap was run, something unexpected happened to everyone. I saw such a scene appear on the screen of the camera responsible for broadcasting. A person in yellow overalls opened the iron gate next to it without the attention of nearby staff, and then walked directly into the racing track. Then the clothes on his body fell off automatically, revealing what looked like an exoskeleton inside, holding 2 long whips in his hands. White lightning danced on the 2 whips. Happy. Seeing that person, Little Pepper, who had been worried for some reason, felt the bad premonition in his heart become stronger at the moment, quickly looked at Happy aside. Happy frowned slightly, his intuition told him that something was likely to happen. So Happy nodded, and they were about to go out with the Little Peppers. They were going to the car, and then got the Mark V ready to send to Tony at any time. As for Pixiu, it was naturally brought along by Xiao Xiao. On screen. Soon, the first car was approaching, and when it found the man, it immediately turned to the right, trying to go around him. However, under everyone's gaze, the man swung the whip in his right hand fiercely, and even cut off the front end of the approaching racing car. Then, under the action of inertia, the racing car flew nearly 20 meters forward and hit the ground. Many parts fell apart, and even a faint flame burst out from above. What was a good car a few seconds ago is now almost a pile of scrap metal. As for the racer in the car, I'm afraid it won't end well. Ah! Most of the people who saw this scene couldn't help but let out an exclamation. When Little Pepper and Happy heard the exclamation, they subconsciously turned and looked at the big screen of the broadcast. Then I saw the frightening scene in the picture. Quick, Happy! Seeing this scene, Xiaojiao's expression changed drastically. He said something quickly, turned around and ran outside. Happy caught up and ran in front of Wong's to open the way for Pepper, Whiplash, Yvonne Vank, and Pixiu, who was supported by Pepper, saw the picture on the big screen, and his eyes couldn't help but narrowed. This guy, using the low-speed arc reactor he created, plus his own ideas, came up with a set of high-tech electric shock whips, which are quite powerful. With a wave of the hand and a whip of the electric shock whip, the racing car can be neatly cut in half, which shows the reason for its attack power. Although the attack power is very strong, as long as you don't get hit, you'll be fine. Moreover, in Pixiu's opinion, Yvonne Vank has too many weaknesses. Soon Happy, Xiao and Pixiu came to the car. Then Harpy drove the Rolls-Royce directly through the closed gate, then broke into the track, went retrograde along the track, and rushed towards Tony's position. Chapter 66. Little Pepper is so worried and anxious that he forgot about my ability. Inside the car, Pixiu saw the anxious and worried Little Pepper from the rearview mirror, and was a little speechless. In fact, he wanted to fly directly there before. But he ran away after being hugged by Pepper, worried about hurting Pepper he didn't break free. Later, he was carried by Pepper and ran for a while, thinking that Tony would not die for a while, so Pixiu didn't bother to remind Pepper that he was actually very strong, so he could go there first. Even now Pixiu doesn't want to make a move. Judging from the current plot development of the end of the world line, anyway, if there is no accident, Tony can completely kill Yvonne Vank. Even if an accident really happens under the so-called butterfly effect, if the situation is wrong, he can start the high-speed movement in a few seconds with his strength. If Tony knew about Pixiu's thoughts, he would definitely call him careless in making friends. Soon, the figures of Tony and Yvonne Vank appeared in the eyes of several people. At the moment Tony collapsed in embarrassment next to a broken racing car. Yvonne Vank stood in front of him with two electric shock whips in his hand, and slowly raised the electric shock whip with his right hand, ready to hit Tony lying on the ground in front of him. Happy. Seeing this scene, Little Pepper couldn't help yelling in fright. Sit tight. Happy squinted his eyes slightly, stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and Yvonne Vank, a vintage Rolls-Royce, rushed over. Duh! Yvonne Vank, who was about to hit Tony with a whip, heard the movement behind him, turned around suddenly and looked behind him, and then saw the Rolls-Royce rushing. His expression changed, and he wanted to fight back, but it was too late. Just like the original plot, Yvonne Vank was directly hit by the Rolls-Royce on the rear iron fence. Tony, are you okay? Little Pepper, who was still in shock, quickly looked at Tony who got up from the ground. I'm fine. Tony was also in shock. He didn't expect such a person to come out suddenly. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have beaten him to death. While thinking this way, Tony looked towards Yvonne Vank in front of him. Then I saw Pixiu who opened the window at some point and came out from the car. Pixiu quickly came to Yvonne Vank, stretched out his hand to Yvonne Vank who was lying on the front of the car, and punched him lightly on the head. With one punch down, Yvonne Vank let out a scream, and stopped pretending to be dead. He straightened up like a carp, and then fell down on the hood of the car again. Yvonne Vank was lying on the front hood of the car and twitching slightly. He was basically not threatening, because he was almost concussed after being punched by Pixiu. This is the reason why Pixiu controls his strength, otherwise Yvonne Vank's head will slam with a little force, and a pile of red tofu brains will explode. What dare you do? Seeing Pixiu's actions, Tony, Xiao and Happy looked shocked. Will you make up the knife? Hearing this, Pixiu turned his head to look at them, and said something lightly. Then he used his left hand to prop up Yvonne Vank, who was about to lose consciousness and twitched slightly, and pulled out his right hand towards his chest, and buckled the low-speed arc reactor. Here you go. Seeing this scene, Tony frowned, then gave Pixiu a thumbs up. Then he came to the car, took the arc reactor from Pixiu, and fell silent. Tony. Little Pepper came out, glanced at Yvonne Vank cautiously, and then looked at Tuhao somewhat puzzled. Fine. Tony shook his head with a smile, then put the reactor in the Rolls-Royce. At this time, the local police finally arrived. Seeing this, Happy quickly drove the Rolls-Royce backwards and let them catch Ivan Vank. In a corner, Justin Hammer, who had been watching the scene through the big screen, looked at Ivan Vank, who was taken away by the police, with the corners of his mouth raised, showing a smile. Well, it's the villain's kind of smile. After what happened with Ivan Vank, neither Tony nor Pepper are in the mood to stay in Monaco anymore. So after Tony dealt with the injury briefly, Happy drove a few people away in the car, heading towards the airport. Time passed slowly. On the same day, Pixiu and others returned to the California villa. At the same time, after receiving the report from Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury quickly checked the relevant information of Ivan Vank thoroughly. Finally, he took his things and let Phil Coulson and several other agents go with him to Tony's villa. As for Natasha Romanoff, without the donuts in the original plot, Nick Fury did not intend to expose her, but let her continue to undercover in the Stark group. Well, Pixiu knows Natasha Romanoff, so it's totally fine. It's past 11 o'clock in the evening. Villa Underground Laboratory. Tony clarified the reactor analysis he got from Ivan Vank. His expression was full of solemnity and doubts. This is indeed an arc reactor. Although the technology is not very good, it is just a low-speed reactor, but it is definitely a 100% arc reactor. He was very puzzled. How did Ivan Vank get out of this reactor? He at the moment has not found any relevant information about Ivan Vank's father. Tony. At this time Pixiu came to the laboratory. Seeing Tony and looking at the relevant information of arc reactor and Ivan Vank, he couldn't help but say, "Are you surprised?" "Is a bit." Tony didn't deny it either, nodded and said, "I really didn't expect that besides me, there would be someone else who could make an arc reactor. Although the quality of his is not comparable to mine, it is indeed an arc reactor. What I'm more confused about is where did his technology come from? I know that." Pixiu jumped onto the workbench, rubbed his cheek with his right hand and looked at Tony. "You know." Hearing this, Tony froze for a moment, then looked at Pixiu in surprise. "Well, it was the marinated egg that told me." Pixiu nodded and said, "I heard from him that there are still many relationships between Ivan Vank's father and your father. Wait for him to explain to you the details, he should be on his way now." Ivan Vank's father. Tony frowned involuntarily. J.A.R.V.I.S. Check the information of Ivan Vank's father. After a little while. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, Ivan Vank's father is Anton Vank. According to the data, Anton Vank was a physicist in the Russian Federation. Later, he went to Siberia somehow and died more than a month ago. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, I found that part of Anton Vank's data has been erased. Do you want to try to restore it? Being not. Hearing this, Tony looked at Pixiu, thinking that Nick Fury stopped and continued to check. It seems that when Nick Fury arrives, he should be told the whole story of these things, and there is no need to waste time for J.A.R.V.I.S. to try to recover the data inch. Chapter 67. The next day, it was just dawn. Nick Fury brought Phil Coulson and others to the villa. Except for Phil Coulson, who followed Nick Fury into the villa, all the other agents were guarding and waiting outside. In the living room of the villa, Nick Fury and Tony sat facing each other. Phil Coulson stands behind Nick Fury, while Pixiu stands on the coffee table. "What do you have to say?" Looking at Nick Fury, Tony scowled slightly. Nick Fury shifted his gaze from Pixiu to Tony, with a half smile on his face, and said, "What do you want to know?" "All." Tony leaned back, looking at Nick Fury without change. "Okay." Nodding his head, Nick Fury spoke slowly. "The thing on your chest is actually made according to unfinished technology." "Undone." Tony frowned slightly. "No, it's a finished product, it's just that I shrunk it down to make it work." "No no no." Nick Fury shook his head and said, 23 Your father said that the arc reactor was just a springboard for greater technology. He was planning to launch an energy competition back then, which would leave all opponents in the dust. He got a clue of super energy back then. In comparison, a nuclear reactor is like a 3A battery. Hearing this, Tony's expression changed slightly. he was surprised and puzzled. Super energy. The nuclear reactor is just a 3A battery compared to it. We must know that in today's arc reactor, the energy converted into electricity is enough for New York to use for several months or a year. Up to now, Pixiu has not consumed even 1/5 of the energy of the small reactor generator made for Pixiu, which shows its huge energy. After frowning, Tony asked, "Is it just him? Anton Vank is also involved." Anton Vank. Nick Fury smiled slightly, gestured and said, "He's like the other side of the coin. He thought it was a way to make a fortune, so when your father found out, he was deported. When he went back, Lao Russia found him useless, so he sent him to Siberia. For 20 years, he has been living a life of alcoholism and cynicism. Ivan Vank, the person who attacked you in Monaco, is his son. You also know that a person's growth is inseparable from the surrounding environment. In addition, Anton Vank passed away a few days ago, so..." Speaking of this, Nick Fury spread his hands, and Tony naturally understood the meaning. Just because Ndongmen was dead, Ivan Vank attacked him in Monaco, trying to kill him for revenge or something. And he suddenly went to participate in a racing competition, which naturally gave him a good chance to do it. After being silent for a while, thinking about what he said earlier, Tony frowned and asked, "What do you mean I haven't tried everything? What else have I not tried?" "Oh." Nick Fury looked at Tony suddenly and said, "Your father," he said, "well, he said you had only the wisdom and knowledge to carry out the plan he started." "He said?" Tony raised an eyebrow slightly. "Uh-huh." Nick Fury nodded, then looked at Tony and asked, "Did he mean you? If it were you, then you could solve the mystery of your heart." After speaking, Nick Fury stared into Tony's eyes. Tony's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth slightly and shook his head, as if a little sad and unwilling to say, "I don't know how you know these things, but he's not sure about me. What do you remember about your dad?" Nick Fury looked at Tony with a deep right eye. 10 minutes later, Nick Fury left with Phil Coulson. What they left behind was the box containing Howard's stuff. There are Howard's videotapes, as well as the design drawings of Arc Reactor and so on. In the laboratory, Pixiu stood on a high platform beside him. Tony found out the projector for his collection, and opened Howard's videotape. "Pixiu, what do you think my dad thinks?" While the videotape was playing, Tony suddenly made a sound, but his eyes remained on the screen. Listening to Howard's voice in the videotape, his expression was very flat. But if you look carefully, you will find that there seems to be some sadness in his plainness. Pixiu on the side heard the words, and said after a little silence, "Although I don't know much, but I think except for a few special cases, there are not many fathers in the world who don't like their children, but they are not good at expressing. There may have been some misunderstanding between you and your father. Tony, you can take a good look at what your father left you, and there may be answers in it." Tony nodded slightly when he heard this. His expression didn't change much, and he didn't continue to say anything. The two just watched the video quietly. As the video continued to play backwards, the two soon saw the end of the video. That's the scene where Howard said what he most wanted to say to Tony. Howard on the screen, leaning against the model of the future city behind him, 653's eyes seemed to span time and space, saw the current Tony, and said slowly, "Tony, you are too young to understand now, so I took this part for you first. It's all built for you, and one day you'll understand that this represents not just a human invention, it's my life's work, and it's the key to the future." When the sound comes here, what the picture presents is the future city model behind. Looking at the close-up of the future city model in the picture, Tony's expression changed slightly, and something seemed to emerge in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it for a while. Then the screen cut back to Howard, and the voice continued. "I'm limited by the technology of this day and age, but one day you'll know it all, and you'll change the world when you do, and my greatest creations will always be, you." Listening to the last sentence spoken slowly, and looking at Howard who was smiling slightly in the picture, Tony felt his nose a little sore for some reason. He finally heard the words. But he didn't hear this sentence until so many years later. But now times have changed, and things are different. Looking at the screen that had stopped showing, Tony fell silent, his hands clenched together at some point. Chapter 68. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help sighing in his heart. When he first watched the movie, he was a little moved when he saw this scene. Howard sure Tony? Definitely sure. As Howard said at the end, his greatest creation has only Tony. His life achievement arc reactor is just a gift he left to Tony. After all, it was because of improper communication and the personalities of the two that caused their relationship to be very tense. Maybe Howard is the kind of father who belongs to the strict father. Even though Tony was his pride, he still wouldn't show it on the surface, he would only show his majestic and best side in front of Tony. Coupled with Howard's tsundere and not good at words character, this made it almost impossible for him to express his thoughts in front of Tony. And Tony undoubtedly inherited Howard's character. In the original plot, Tony went to the company, looking for Pepper to explain and apologize, and then they resolved the misunderstanding and reconciled. But because he was not good at words, he didn't speak out the truest thoughts in his heart after talking for a long time. Now that the plot has changed a lot, Pixiu doesn't have to worry about Tony and Pepper getting into trouble. Tony. At this time, Pixiu interrupted Tony's meditation. When he came back to his senses, Tony looked at Pixiu with some doubts. Looking at Tony, Pixiu pretended to have a thoughtful expression and said, "It's like this. When I just saw the close-up of the future city model, I found that the architectural decoration of the future city model seemed to contain some information. Then I thought about what your father said, and I think the super energy clues that your father discovered may be hidden in the marinated egg. You can think about it carefully. Where did you put the model of the future city? Super energy, new elements." Hearing this, Tony also suppressed his previous thoughts, then frowned slightly and thought about all the clues. Thinking of the close-up given in the picture just now, a flash of inspiration flashed in Tony's mind. Could it be? Go, Pixiu. Thinking of a certain guess, Tony stood up immediately, said something to Pixiu, with a look of anticipation and joy on his face, and hurriedly walked outside. Pixiu didn't ask anything, just followed behind. Coming to the garage, Tony drove a silver-white convertible sports car and took Pixiu towards the airport. After a few hours. Stark Industrial Park. Pixiu and Tony came to the CEO's office. Under Little Pepper's puzzled gaze, Tony asked Happy to help, and moved a few future city models piled up in the corner covered with cloth to the car, and then spent several hours back to the villa. In the laboratory, Tony assembled the future city model divided into 4 parts, and then said, J.A.R.V.I.S, do a scan, I want an actionable projection. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. Then the blue light flickered on the model of the future city. After a while, the font that the scan is completed is a holographic projection appears. An operational holographic projection of a futuristic city model slowly rises. Tony stretched out his hand and grabbed the model, then came to the side, zoomed in and rotated the holographic projection screen. Looking at the circle in the center of the holographic projection of the future city model, Tony thought about everything. This looks like something, a bit like an atom. And the nucleus should be right here. Then Tony began to operate on the holographic projection like ecstasy. Pixiu looked around, but didn't make a sound to disturb her. Silently left the laboratory and returned to the living room. Anyway, just wait for Tony to follow the clues left by Howard to get out the new reactor. After returning to the living room, Pixiu thought about it, went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, then took out a plate of fruit, and went back to the customer to sit on the sofa. Pixiu, J.A.R.V.I.S, turn on the TV. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, Mr. Pixiu. Then the super large screen color TV hung on the wall was turned on under the control of J.A.R.V.I.S, and a blockbuster action movie was played automatically. In order to watch movies, Pixiu also asked J.A.R.V.I.S to make a playlist. Switch to the next one after watching one. If you encounter something ugly, Pixiu says to skip it, and J.A.R.V.I.S will switch to the next one. This matter is not worth mentioning to JARVIS. Then the painting style of the villa corresponds to the two extremes. Tony below was frowning slightly, trying to use his brain to study the clues that new elements could be extracted from the model. The Pixiu above is drinking a drink, eating fruit, and watching a movie with a relaxed face. Hey, Pixiu, I figured it out. In less than 10 minutes, Tony's excited voice rang in Pixiu's ear. Then I saw Tony trotting to the living room, striding to the side of Pixiu, with a look of excitement and anticipation on his face, and said to Pixiu, I didn't expect my dad to teach me a lesson even after he's been dead for 20 years. Pixiu nodded, looked at the TV without looking back and said, I see, since I found it, you can get it quickly. Forward. Seeing Pixiu like this, Tony was not only speechless, but then said, Aren't you going to help me? If you want me to help, tell me earlier, it's really. Pixiu couldn't help but glanced at Tony, and said with an expression of you didn't say it earlier. If you had said earlier, I would have known. If I knew earlier, I would definitely help you, don't you think so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing this, Tony's face was darkened, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Why does Pixiu's mouth speak so well? The good mood that was finally produced has almost disappeared now. J.A.R.V.I.S, please pause, thank you. 21. Saying something to J.A.R.V.I.S, Pixiu looked at Tony with contempt. Didn't you say you want my help? Tell me quickly what you want to do. Do you want to demolish Qianyo house? However, I think should be referred to such things as house demolition. Stop. Tony only felt his scalp tingling, and quickly interrupted Pixiu to say props. To extract new elements, you need to get a new element extraction device, so you need to make a small modification to the house, and the activation device requires a lot of electricity, just as your small reactor generator can also be used. Fine. Pixiu nodded, then looked around. Tell me, where do you want me to dismantle? I said it's not demolishing the house. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but smile helplessly. Chapter 69. After a little while, Tony stood somewhere in the living room, pointed to the ground and said, Pixiu, come here, can you make a hole with a diameter of about 20 centimeters here? Let me try. Pixiu looked at it, replied, and then came to the designated position. Make a fist with your right hand, aim at the position, and punch the ground. Well, almost a third of the calendar area is used. Nearly 1/3 of 100 tons, that is also a huge force of 33 tons. With a sound of pist, Pixiu's right hand sank into the ground, and then directly pierced the floor. Withdrawing his hand, he punched down the side of the hole again. After 5 punches, a hole the size of a football file appeared. Very good. Seeing the hole made by Pixiu, Tony praised it, and then put a few high-power cables connected to the small reactor generator into the hole. Go to the laboratory. After dropping the cable, Tony greeted him, and then strode towards the stairs. Pixiu followed. After coming to the laboratory, Tony did not ask Pixiu to help this time, but he used a hammer to smash a wall and made 10 32B holes of basketball file size. Then Tony went to the material library and took out the pipes needed to transmit energy from the box. After more than half an hour, looking at Tony's new element extraction device Prism Accelerator, Pixiu was looking forward to it. The new element reactor, which is a reactor with space energy as its core, contains and generates terrifying energy, which provided more possibilities for the steel battlesuit designed by Tony later. Phew, get ready, I'm about to start. The time to witness history. Coming to the control valve, Tony looked at Pixiu and said something, then tried to twist the control valve to divert the energy rays in the prism accelerator. But twisted and didn't twist. Sir, the maximum energy value has been reached. J.A.R.V.I.S reminded at this time. Understood. Picking up the big wrench at the front of the platform, Tony gritted his teeth and started twisting the control valve with all his might. The azure blue laser beam cut a deep hole in the wall, and then under Tony's control, it slowly moved towards the fixed triangular arc made of vibranium not far away. As the laser beam shoots on the vibranium triangular arc, a chemical reaction occurs between the mysterious and powerful energy and the vibranium triangular arc, thereby undergoing a qualitative change. The workbench was trembling slightly, and white light mixed with blue emanated from the triangular arc of vibranium. 5 seconds later, Tony hastily turned off the prism accelerator, looking at the vibranium triangular arc with a look of anticipation on his face. The light gradually converges. Soon, a triangular arc of vibranium emitting crystal white light appeared in the field of vision of Tony and Pixiu. The whole body is crystal clear, as if it is a crystal product. Yet this is a key point. A core that integrates new elements. Looking at Pixiu, Tony came to the workbench, picked up the fixed vibranium triangular arc with tweezers, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully, with a smile on his face. Stepping aside, Tony puts the vibranium triangular arc into a reactor built just for it. With the placement of the vibranium triangular arc, the reactor began to operate. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, the reactor is compatible with the new element, is it going to be tested? Test now. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S. inquiry, Tony didn't have any hesitation. J.A.R.V.I.S. Yes, sir. Taking another look at the brand new triangular vibranium reactor, Tony looked at Pixiu and couldn't help but say. Pixiu, thank you. Well, thank you for what? Hearing this, Pixiu looked at him with some doubts. Tony, if you hadn't reminded me, maybe I don't know how long it would take to discover the secret, and it would be impossible to research a brand new reactor so quickly. I see. Pixiu nodded suddenly, then shook his right hand and said. Actually, you don't need to thank me. I just discovered something by accident. Even without me, you can still find clues of new elements from it. Anyway, thank you. Tony smiled and said. Let's talk, is there anything you want? For example, my collection of wine, you can take whatever you want to drink. In his opinion, it was because of Pixiu's guidance that he was able to discover the clues of new elements so smoothly, and then successfully extracted the new elements. The successful extraction of new elements, this represents that his life is guaranteed. So it's a blessing in disguise. Want something? Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, looked at the triangular vibranium reactor that was being tested by J.A.R.V.I.S. and said. How about giving me one too? I feel that this new element should be of great help to me, and it may be able to accelerate my growth. Kin. Hearing this, Tony turned his head and glanced at the vibranium reactor, but there was no hesitation. He nodded and said, I'm going to prepare the vibranium triangular arc right now, and I'll get you one. Thanks. Pixiu thanked him sincerely. With the vibranium reactor, he can directly absorb the energy inside and convert it into evolution points. And the intensity of the energy in it can barely reach the original level. Small. Tony said something, and then went to make the vibranium triangular arc. Vibranium is very precious, even he doesn't have much here. But since it's for Pixiu, he doesn't have any reluctance to part with it. 10 minutes later, Tony, who made the vibranium triangular arc, did the same and successfully activated the second new element, the vibranium triangular arc. Then get out a reactor and put the vibranium triangular arc in it. Everything fell into place, and the second vibranium reactor was born successfully. At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. also sounded. Sir, the new element reactor has been tested and responded well, and will not cause any adverse effects on your body, you can replace the reactor now. Good news J.A.R.V.I.S. Hearing this, Tony handed the vibranium reactor in his hand to Pixiu, and then took the first vibranium reactor out of the tester. Then he lifted his clothes again, revealing the palladium element reactor on his chest. Pixiu glanced at it. I saw black veins centered on the location where the reactor was installed, spreading to the surroundings. Tony's chest was almost occupied by more than half of the black veins. With the palladium reactor removed, Tony took a deep breath and installed the triangular vibranium reactor. Chapter 70. Buzz Buzz. As the vibranium reactor was loaded, Tony's face gradually changed. It seemed a little uncomfortable, and then a little comfortable. Perhaps this is called pain and happiness. Ahem, ah. Tony couldn't hold back a cough, his chest heaved violently, and he sighed. It feels a little bit like coconut and metal. Wow, good. In the end, Tony couldn't help but let out a yell, with a look of comfort on his face. Ignoring Tony's yelling, Pixiu looked at his chest. I saw a slightly stronger blue-white light from the vibranium reactor, and the black veins on Tony's chest disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apparently the vibranium reactor was in operation to purify him, metal toxicity in his body. The birth of the vibranium reactor symbolizes Tony's second metamorphosis. The first time was after the kidnapping incident. After a little while, everything was back to normal, and Tony was gasping for air, which seemed to have just suffocated him for a while. The vibranium reactor on his chest has returned to its original state, shining with a faint blue-white light. Wow, it's so cool! When he came back to his senses, Tony couldn't help looking at Pixiu excitedly and said, "It's a pity that you can't experience this feeling, Pixiu, it's really so comfortable. Do you know that feeling like a larva turning into a butterfly, reborn? Although I don't know, but I feel like I just experienced a rebirth. This feeling makes me feel that the thyroid hormone in my body is boiling." Hearing this, Pixiu was a little speechless, but seeing Tony so excited, he was still happy for him. "No, I can't help it anymore, I want to go out to vent." At this moment, Tony curled his lips suddenly, and said a slightly misleading sentence. Pixiu's big ears twitched, and he couldn't help turning his eyes to Tony. "Vent?" Tony at the moment didn't notice Pixiu's expression, and said immediately after putting down his clothes, J.A.R.V.I.S, "Hurry up, assemble the steel battle suit, I'm going to fly like a bird in the sky." J.A.R.V.I.S, "Yes, sir." On the steel battlesuit wearing platform not far away, the nearby intelligent robotic arm started to move, and prepared all the parts of the Mark IV steel battlesuit in the wearing platform. Tony came to the dressing table, raised his hands diagonally upwards, and began to put on the Mark IV steel battlesuit. As the mechanical sound of clicking clicked continuously, more than 10 seconds later, Tony had finished wearing the Mark IV steel battlesuit, and then put his hands on both sides of his thighs, palms facing the ground. Past soon. A slightly yellowish flame beam shot out from the palm of the steel battlesuit. Then the next moment, Tony flew into the sky with a bang. The head hit the floor directly, almost smashing the entire floor above it. Startled, Tony hastily turned off the flight function, and then the whole person fell from above again, hitting the ground hard, causing countless cracks on the ground. Then Tony lay on the ground in a daze, still a little bit unrecovered. "I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha." Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help laughing. Is this the legendary Be Handsome for less than 3 seconds? Really? Looking at Tony lying on the ground, Pixiu smiled and couldn't help saying, "Tony, please give me another show. I will give you a cherries. I just ask you to perform again. I haven't seen enough of such wonderful performances." La. Tony, who came back to his senses, heard Pixiu's laughter and words, and couldn't help turning black, feeling embarrassed in his heart. He is dignified Tony Stark, the handsome representative, to be so ashamed. He doesn't think it's terrible to lose face, but the most frightening thing is that when you lose face, there are people beside you. Getting up from the ground, Tony ignored Pixiu's laughing and said with a black face, J.A.R.V.I.S, "What happened just now? The iron armor was out of control. This kind of thing only happened when I was studying the Mark II. Later, the experience became more mature, and this kind of thing never happened again. Now it's the 4th generation, and this kind of thing still happens." This made him feel very embarrassed, and the face of the super genius was completely humiliated. J.A.R.V.I.S, "Sir, the energy supply power of the new reactor is more than 100 times that of the old reactor, so with the configuration of the Mark IV battlesuit, certain function optimizations are required to adapt. Asking for flowers. There is still this problem, I didn't expect. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S answer, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched, feeling a little speechless. He was too excited to say it. Because the new elements were successfully extracted and the threat of death was resolved, they even forgot for a moment that the energy contained in the new vibranium reactor was not comparable to the previous ones at all. Then the scene just happened. It seems that we will start to study the 6th generation of Mark. Walking towards the dressing table, an idea popped into Tony's mind. Mark 6, in his design concept, is anti-thunder armor. In addition to the original ability of steel armor, it also has the function of defending against lightning attacks and absorbing lightning energy. He didn't intend to use the anti-thunder armor to deal with Pixiu, and he also told Pixiu about it, and Pixiu expressed his disdain for it. Well, it cannot be said that it is not used to deal with Pixiu at all. The main reason is that he wants to compete with Pixiu. Pixiu's ability is to control lightning, so if he wants to compete with Pixiu, he must be prepared. At least it must be able to resist electricity, right? Tony, I'm leaving first. On the other side, Pixiu shook his head, said something to Tony, then hugged the second vibranium reactor in front of him with both hands and walked towards the door. Fine. Hearing this, Tony turned his head and glanced at Pixiu, then curled his lips and muttered. I remember the ridicule just now, when I get Mark 6 out, I must give you a shot. After muttering, Tony took off the Mark 4 and said. J.A.R.V.I.S, get me an operable projection, and then integrate my previous battlesuit data, combined with the concept of the Mark 6 anti-thunder armor, and start analysis and calculation. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. On the other side, Pixiu, who returned to the room, held the vibranium reactor and communicated with the system in his heart. Chapter 71. In the room. System, how is the energy absorption at the source level calculated? Holding the vibranium reactor in both hands, Pixiu asked about the system in his heart. System, Master, in fact, the evolution point is the embodiment of the original energy. With the current efficiency of the system, it can absorb the energy of 1 evolution point per second. 1 evolution point per second. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu calculated in his mind. 200 degrees of electricity is equal to 1 evolution point. 1 evolution point per second, 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour, 86400 evolution points per day. 86400 evolution points if converted into electricity. Well, that's 17.28 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. If he absorbs electricity, he can consume 14.4 million degrees of electricity in a day without interruption. System, your efficiency is not equal. 713. After a simple calculation, Pixiu couldn't help asking. System, Master, do you think electricity can be compared with the energy of the source level? Cannot. Shaking his head slightly, then Pixiu thought of something, wondered. But according to the normal situation, isn't the more powerful source level energy more difficult to absorb? It stands to reason that if the efficiency cannot be equal, the efficiency should be lower than that of electricity. Master, did you forget something? The system seemed to have a helpless voice. What's the matter? Pixiu blinked and shook his ears. System, it means that the system absorbs the source level energy. It does not use the basic energy absorption plate, but the more powerful source level energy absorption plate. I remember that I told you, the Master, at the beginning. Have you ever said that? Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, as if thinking. Well, it seems that I did say it at the beginning. Ahem, cough, that system, I didn't remember it for a while. Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, his right ear trembled, and said with some embarrassment. After all, I have been in this world unknowingly for more than a year, nearly 2 years. For such unimportant things, you know that it is easy to be forgotten by others. System. If the system was an individual, at the moment would definitely have a black line on his face. Are you kidding me, such a high-end source-level energy absorption plate turned out to be not a very important thing, so what is the important thing? Without entanglement in this matter, Pixiu changed the subject and said. System, as long as I put the vibranium reactor on me, you can energy absorbing, right? System, yes, Master, it's just that the Master needs to be in contact with it after all. If it's too troublesome to hold, Master, you can make it into a necklace and wear it on your body. Necklace, put it on. Hearing this, Pixiu blinked his eyes and asked, what, can you do the system? Amount, 000. The system almost choked for a moment, and then said, Master, I don't have this function, my function template only has the three main sections of evolution, energy, and time and space. Time and space, does it mean traveling through the world? Hearing this, Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks, playing with the electric arc, and asked, since it's called time and space, do you have a storage space or a small world for the system? System, Master, this one doesn't have one. Pixiu, really not? System, this one really doesn't exist. Pixiu, I'll give you another chance, okay? System, Master, let my daughter-in-law think about it. Pixiu, GKD. System, okay, this can be available. That's right, this is my good system. Hearing this, Pixiu showed a satisfied smile on his face. But the system said again, Master, you need to get a space treasure that is at least the source level so that I can use its source to generate 10 small world templates under the main template of time and space. Origin level space treasure. Hearing this, Pixiu was taken aback for a moment, then curled his lips and said. Like a space gem or something. System, yes. Pixiu, are you talking about just absorbing power or the whole package? System, package. Understood, goodbye. After waving his hand, Pixiu didn't bother to talk anymore. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to use it right now. Anyway, he was poor and white, and he didn't have anything to take with him. The question is just that Pixiu wants to try whether it is possible to put an energy source such as a vibranium reactor into the storage space, and then let the system absorb energy directly from it. After all, it's not convenient to hold things in your hands all the time, isn't it? Space gem, even if he got it, he wouldn't dare to swallow it for the system. After all, this thing has a great impact on the plot. Who knows what kind of butterfly effect it will have in the future when the space gem is gone at the beginning. Is it a small wind and small wave or a hurricane and tsunami? Regarding this point, Pixiu said that it is hard to say, so if it is not necessary, Pixiu will not make big things without authorization. After all, he still has to live in this world. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to keep the space gem to devour energy and accumulate evolution? Small world? In case he integrates Arceus' creation ability when he evolves later, he can create a world by himself at that time, and he can use the space gem to replace it with a small world. As for whether it can integrate Arceus' ability, people always have dreams, right? Suddenly thought of something, Pixiu asked again, by the way, when the system absorbs the energy of the vibranium reactor, can it also absorb energy? System, okay Master, the two subsections are running independently. Pixiu, okay, you can quit now. System. After asking the question, Pixiu dropped the vibranium reactor on the bed. Then come to the right bedside, turn on the small reactor generator, hold the copper ring connected by the cable with the left hand, jump on the bed and hold the vibranium reactor with the right hand. However, after 2.4, Pixiu lay face up on the bed in a large font. Looking at the ceiling, Pixiu blinked, feeling very comfortable and happy in his heart. After all, with the vibranium reactor, he turns on the double suction mode, and the time to grow to 4 stars can be shortened by nearly half or a little more. In this case, when the battle in New York is coming, as long as he doesn't waste time, wouldn't he be properly awarded 4 stars? It's a little too comfortable. After a little while, staring at the ceiling, Pixiu suddenly felt a little bored. So he closed his eyes and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, here is a quiet piano piece. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, Mr. Pixiu. Soft piano music sounded in a random room. Meanwhile on the other side, Justin Hammer used his identity to clear the relationship, and then found Yvonne Vank. Chapter 72. Half a month later. Tony is still in the lab working on the nearly completed Mark 6. Pixiu is also absorbing electricity and energy from the vibranium reactor in the room. Suddenly thought of something, Pixiu turned off the generator of the small reactor, looked at the charging tablet beside him, and turned on the internal network of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once you find Nick Fury, send him a message. Pixiu, Braised Egg, has anything strange happened recently? After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response, and Pixiu was not in a hurry. After a few minutes, there was a beep from the tablet. Pixiu looked towards the chat window. Eagle King, what do you mean? What strange things? Do you know something? In the large S.H.I.E.L.D base. Nick Fury, who returned to his office, saw the message Pixiu sent him, ignored Pixiu's address to him, and looked directly at the content behind. After reading Pixiu's news, Nick Fury couldn't help frowning. Strange things? What happened? How could he not know? Is something going to happen again? Villa room. I don't know if it's fake, or I really don't know. Seeing Nick Fury's reply, Pixiu couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek, then began to guess how credible Nick Fury's words were. After thinking about it, Pixiu still replied. It's nothing, I'm just a little bored, so I want to talk to someone. Seeing Pixiu's reply, Nick Fury's face turned black, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he only felt that there was a merfolk in his heart that he wanted to give to him. Fuck. In the end, Nick Fury sent 2 words to Pixiu, then disconnected the call immediately, and even kicked Pixiu out of the chat channel in a very excessive way, and then banned for 3 days. Damn it, you kicked me and didn't say anything, you dare to silence me. Seeing the prompt on the tablet, Pixiu stared, couldn't help but groan, and said cursingly. Okay, you are drifting away. MD Authority Go actually banned me. If you have the guts, don't ask me for it in the future. Nonsense. Then Pixiu turned off the computer, let go of the vibranium reactor with his left hand, rubbed his hands together with his face, and released a large amount of golden electric arc from the electrical bag. Crackling. All of a sudden, the whole room was filled with the crisp sound of electric arc bursting. J.A.R.V.I.S, Mr. Pixiu, what's wrong with you? Detecting another unusual power surge in the room, J.A.R.V.I.S sent an inquiry. Fine. Hearing this, Pixiu curled his lips and said something, expressing his strong contempt for Braised Dan's authority behavior in his heart. MD, it's amazing to have permission. When he was angry, Pixiu was also thinking about it. It stands to reason that Thor's Meow Hammer fell during this period. After all, in the original plot, Phil Coulson set off for New Mexico when Tony was extracting new elements. Although it was because of me that Tony made the vibranium reactor ahead of time, the time actually wasn't too long ahead of time. If it hasn't fallen by now, it should be soon. Forget it, wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Pixiu didn't bother with this matter anymore. In fact, he is very greedy for some treasures of Asgard. For example, the treasure casket of ancient winters of the giants of Jotunheim family can be seen by Odin and placed in the treasure house. Pixiu estimates that the energy in it must reach the original level. After all, it is the treasure of the giants of Jotunheim family. It is said that it has the power to release the extreme cold enough to freeze a planet. Such a treasure is definitely of the original level. Also not bad is the eternal fire, source of power for the flame giant S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. who owns the eternal fire is a terrifying being capable of destroying Asgard and bringing Ragnarok. In terms of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D. in full bloom may be stronger than Thanos without gems. So the eternal fire is undoubtedly in existence at the source level. Definitely, whether it is the casket of ancient winters or the eternal fire, it is definitely not comparable to infinite gems. After all, the 6 infinite gems are the most powerful treasures created by several extremely powerful cosmic gods with the 6 powerful cosmic secrets produced by the Big Bang during the Big Bang. The gathering of the power of 6 infinite gems will have a terrifying energy that subverts the universe. As far as Pixiu knows, there has not been a treasure or weapon more powerful than 6 infinite gems in Marvel movies so far. After all, 6 infinite gems have run through Marvel for 10 years. As for what will happen next, Pixiu doesn't know for the time being. Although he has never read Marvel comics, he also knows that there are many things in comics that are more powerful than infinite gems. Although the Marvel movie universe is an independent universe, it evolves according to the stories of the comic universe after all, so the water in the movie universe is also very deep. At least parallel universes and multi-universes definitely exist. Definitely, although the movie universe is equally deep, Pixiu is not panicking. With the infinite evolution system and the ability to travel to other film and television worlds, Pixiu believes that one day he will be able to stand on the top of the Marvel movie universe, and even transcend the Marvel movie universe. After recovering, Pixiu came to the living room with the vibranium reactor in his hand. Then dumped the vibranium reactor on the couch, and get drinks and food from the fridge. Pixiu, J.A.R.V.I.S, the movie. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, Mr. Pixiu. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, another few days passed. On the way, Rhodes came to the villa. After discussing with Pixiu and Tony, he finally realized his dream and wore the Mark II Steel Battlesuit 980. After all, it is the future war machine, a member of the Avengers Alliance, so it cannot be missing, right? This day, Pixiu saw the news on the internet that Justin Hammer, the CEO of Hammer Industries, will hold an exhibition tonight. Just after reading the news, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, and Pixiu turned his head to look. I saw Tony, who looked a little tired, come from the laboratory to the living room. Looking at Pixiu, I opened his mouth and said, "Pixiu, Pazzi called me just now, saying that Hammer Industries has an exhibition tonight, and said that he sent us an invitation. Do you want to go?" Us. Pixiu shook his ears, then pointed at himself and then at Tony. "Well, it's us." Tony nodded affirmatively. "Forget it, I won't go, it's boring." Thinking of what might happen tonight, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head. "Not going." Tony pressed the Q&A hole, then shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, I won't go either." After speaking, Tony walked towards the kitchen. "No, I guess it's up to you." Looking at Tony's back, Pixiu couldn't help muttering in his heart, then turned around and grabbed a grape and threw it into his mouth. At this time, the tablet computer on the side suddenly lit up, and Pixiu took a closer look and found that it was Nick Fury. Chapter 73. Boiled Egg, why are you looking for me at this time? Seeing the call request sent by Nick Fury, Pixiu shook his ears and murmured in doubt, but he agreed with the movements of his hands without any delay. He wants to see what Nick Fury is up to. He still clearly remembers the last speaking revenge. "What do you want me for?" After connecting, Pixiu said somewhat unceremoniously. "Business." The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Pixiu's rude question, but thinking of the purpose of this time, Nick Fury still resisted the urge to end the conversation. "What's the matter, let's talk about it." Pixiu said in a flat tone, but his big jewel-like eyes rolled away, and a certain guess could not help but emerge in his mind. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Did you already know that?" "Huh? What do I know?" Pixiu pretended to be surprised, and then Fu said bluntly. "Boiled Egg, let me tell you, don't wrong me, be careful that I will sue you for defamation." Nick Fury. After a while of silence, Nick Fury continued. 3 nights ago, something fell in the enchanted wonderland of New Mexico. Last time you asked me if anything strange happened. Did you mean this? At this time, Tony, who came out of the kitchen, heard Nick Fury's voice, took a bite of the sandwich, and then came to Pixiu's side, looking at Pixiu with questioning eyes. Glancing at Tony, Pixiu nodded. Then he pretended not to know anything, and said doubtfully. "What are you talking about? I just wanted to talk to you last time. You said that something fell in New Mexico. What kind of thing can attract the attention of your big boss?" Nick Fury felt very helpless when he heard this, Why is this Pixiu so good at acting? Could it be that life is like a play, all relying on acting skills? Although he was very helpless in his heart, Nick Fury remained calm on the surface, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, you don't have to pretend anymore, it's you who exposed yourself, let's talk about it." Tisk. Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips, and then said, "Yes, I have a showdown, I do know what it is." "What?" Nick Fury's eyes narrowed. He only sent Phil Coulson to New Mexico yesterday, so he has no corresponding information yet. The reason why he looks for Pixiu is because he thought of what Pixiu looked for him last time. Although he didn't pay much attention to Pixiu's words at the time. But when he learns that something strange has fallen in the enchanted wonderland wilderness of New Mexico, he immediately thinks back to what Pixiu asked him that day. So he doubted whether Pixiu knew about this in advance. But at the beginning, it was just suspicion. He called, and he just wanted to test it out. Unexpectedly, Pixiu actually knew what it was. "Want to know?" The corner of Pixiu's mouth slightly raised, revealing a malicious smile. Tony next to him saw the change in Pixiu's expression, and couldn't help but mourn for Nick Fury for a tenth of a second. On the other side, Nick Fury felt a bit of a thump in his heart when he heard the words, but after thinking about it, he still gritted his teeth slightly and said, "I want to." "Okay, you want to know what I definitely want to tell you." The smile on Pixiu's face was extraordinarily bright. However, the bad feeling in Nick Fury's heart became more and more intense. He even subconsciously regretted why he sent this call to Pixiu. Is it because the flowers are no longer fragrant? Or is the sun no longer shining? "Pixiu, it's okay to want to know, but if you want to apologize to me, just say, 'Spirit God, I was wrong, I should never have banned you, please go and buy me some oranges.'" Hearing Pixiu's words, not to mention Nick Fury, even Tony on the side was stunned. Isn't this just a normal apology? But what does the last sentence mean? Tony decided to wait and let J.A.R.V.I.S look it up. He felt that what Pixiu said would definitely not be that simple. On the other side, Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses. The expression changes again and again. Although Pixiu's words seemed normal at first glance, but he always felt that there was a big trap buried in it. As a super agent's intuition, it gave him a kind of early warning. Leaving aside any traps inside, it seems unlikely that he and Pixiu will apologize. Gritting his teeth slightly, Nick Fury said with a dark face. "It's impossible, tell me, what do you want to say? I tell you not to go too far, or when Phil Coulson arrives, I don't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D can't find out the origin of a thing." "All right." Pixiu pretended to be helpless and sighed, then said in a compromised way. "How about this, the remaining 2 conditions are reduced by 1. Don't even think about it." Nick Fury refused immediately. "Nonsense." Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but spit and said, "You have to figure it out, you stingy guy didn't give me much electricity, and I can completely ignore the remaining 2 things. If I hadn't seen you all, especially because Hill treated me well, and because you brought me to Tony's place, I would have been too lazy to talk to you, so don't treat me like I'm giving you a little favor and give you my all. Zio bye. You." Hearing this, Nick Fury's face turned ugly, but he couldn't refute. Indeed, he sent Pixiu out in a hurry. Comparing the power Pixiu absorbed from him with the data he got from Tony, the gap is not too big. Even if he is Pixiu, the remaining 2 conditions can be regarded as non-existent. After all, everyone just cooperates according to what they need, and everyone knew it well at the beginning. To be honest, Pixiu still remembers the remaining 2 things. The first is because of Hill. And then there's Nick Fury's early patronage and the kindness that sent him across most of the United States to Tony. Otherwise, Pixiu would have left the remaining 2 things behind. As expected of my good friend Tony Stark, even the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D dared to attack directly, and he was very rude, and even had the kind of feeling that he wanted to turn his face immediately. Tony next to him heard the conversation between Pixiu and Nick Fury, and immediately lifted his spirits, and gave Pixiu a thumbs up. "Definitely, Nyo Zhao's," he didn't speak, just thinking about it in his heart. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Tony, and then continued to say to Nick Fury. Okay, I think with the help of Hill and you before, I don't bother with you about this, and the remaining two things are equally valid, so let's get into the topic. Then Pixiu briefly talked about Norse mythology with Nick Fury and Tony, who was listening. Two things are valid. Anyway, if the destroyer falls, there must be one less. Pixiu, who knows the plot, said that it should not be too simple to get rid of the remaining two things. Chapter 74. Hearing the Norse mythology, Tony and Nick Fury told by Pixiu, I was stunned. What does the good end do with Norse mythology? Although both of them knew that since Pixiu said this, it must be reasonable, and it must have a lot to do with the thing that fell in New Mexico. Seeing Tony's bewildered expression and Nick Fury's silence on the opposite side, Pixiu immediately understood. The two of them have opened up 9 of their 10 orifices, and there is still one road blocked. I just talked about Norse mythology, Thor knows it. Pixiu decided to get through the rest of them. Definitely no. Tony nodded subconsciously, and Nick Fury on the opposite side also replied. Thor, the powerful god in charge of war, strength, thunder and lightning, storms, etc. in Norse mythology, even surpassed the heavenly father Odin in about the 1st century AD. Therefore, he is considered by many to be the most powerful god in Norse mythology. Pixiu, the thing that fell in the wilderness of the enchanting fairyland in New Mexico is Thor in Norse mythology. Oh no, it should be called Thor's hammer, and the mythical Mjolnir. Definitely, it wasn't just the hammer that fell there, but Thor from Norse mythology. What? Hearing what Pixiu said about 890, Nick Fury and Tony were a little dumbfounded. How could it be so good that even the legendary gods appeared? Is this still the world they know? Nick Fury originally thought that he would know the truth of the world after seeing aliens, people with godlike abilities, and 2 strange creatures with cute appearance but terrifying inside. As a result, a godlike thing and god suddenly appeared. Thinking of the invincible power mastered by the gods in myths and legends, Nick Fury felt his eyelids twitch, and a sense of urgency that made him want to suffocate. As for Tony, well, I was almost skeptical about life. He, a super genius who studies science, unexpectedly heard that there are gods in this world. Even that god and his weapon landed in New Mexico. Is it true that others say that the end of science is theology? Looking at Tony's dumbfounded look, Pixiu could probably understand Nick Fury's expression on the other side, so he continued. Definitely, you don't have to be surprised. The water in this world is very deep, and the universe is so big that there are no surprises. Although both Thor and Mjolnir who fell in New Mexico are closely related to Norse mythology, you can actually regard them as a special and powerful race. You don't have to think too much about the gods. For example, Mjolnir is actually just Odin, Thor's father. He used a dead star's star core to integrate strange magic metals. It is different from myths and legends. If you want to kill Thor, you can try to launch dozens of high-yield thermonuclear weapons at once, maybe you can directly blow him up to nothing. Hearing Pixiu's explanation, both Nick Fury and Tony were speechless. Using the star core of a planet to build a weapon, even if this method deviates from the myth, it is definitely not far from it. It even sounds more shocking than mythical. And it is possible to kill Thor by launching dozens of high-yield thermonuclear weapons at one time. Remember, this is only possible, not absolute. The cost of doing so is too great. Hearing Pixiu's words, Nick Fury, the conspirator, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. A terrifying god suddenly appeared on the earth, and he didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if this god was angered by people on the earth. What's more, now that Thor has appeared, what about the Norse mythology Asgard gods behind? Such as Odin, the father of the king of God. In the face of this terrifying existence, the earth seems a little, CDFG, fragile. The sense of crisis in his heart made him move his mind. After taking a light breath to calm himself down, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked in a deep voice. Pixiu, how do you know all this? Hearing Nick Fury's question, even Tony couldn't help but look at Pixiu. Seeing his expression, he was obviously waiting for Pixiu's answer. Yes, this is a big point of confusion. How on earth did Pixiu know all this? The longer they get along with Pixiu, the more they feel that Pixiu is unfathomable. Hearing Nick Fury's question, Pixiu had already had an idea in his mind. You can think of it as a kind of super ability, or magic. Sometimes if something big happens, I will perceive something in advance. Pixiu, does magic really exist in this world? At this time, Tony, who had been listening quietly, finally couldn't help but speak out after hearing the words. Although he heard from Pixiu that the gods appeared in the myth, out of trust in Pixiu, although he believed in some in his heart, he still didn't believe it completely, and there was always doubt. After all, he is a scientist. If you tell him that science is okay, but when you say that theology almost subverts science, how can he believe it for a while? What's more, this is just hearing, not seeing it with my own eyes. Now hearing the word magic from Pixiu's mouth again, he finally couldn't help it. Yes, why not? Pixiu nodded, then said. I'm not too sure about the specifics of magic. Anyway, you just need to know that magic exists. For example, Thor gets 10 points of magic. Hearing this, Tony still couldn't adapt, and he felt that he needed to take a break. On the other side, when Nick Fury heard Pixiu's explanation, his eyes were slightly condensed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a little hesitation, he said slowly. Pixiu, can you handle this matter? He felt that Pixiu knew more than what he said before. Hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Pixiu immediately understood what he was thinking, so he rubbed his cheeks with both hands, and a bright smile appeared on his face again. If you want me to do it, yes, just one thing, I can help you solve Thor's big trouble. What do you think of such a good deal? Chapter 75. Pixiu, if you want me to make a move, yes, just one thing, I can help you solve Thor's big trouble. What do you think of such a good deal? Nick Fury was slightly silent. Hearing Pixiu's words, he didn't know what was going on, and always felt like he had lost 100 million. But thinking of the stakes involved, I can only agree to Pixiu's conditions. Nick Fury, yes, but you must promise me that the Thor in Norse mythology will not be hostile to the earth and mankind. Pixiu, I don't mean to be joking with you on this kind of matter. Speaking of the latter, Nick Fury's tone was very serious. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu shook his right hand very easily, and then said in a somewhat foolish tone. I promise, well, with me here, Thor will not be an enemy of mankind. Well, God is not S.H.I.E.L.D. But there is a mischievous God behind him, and he will not guarantee this. And look, there is one less condition. Hearing Pixiu's answer, the corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't say it, and this feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. It's like feeling constipated. But Nick Fury also knows that now is not the time to think about it. Nick Fury, since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you for the time being. I hope you won't let me down. After all, the consequences of this kind of thing are unimaginable, please. After speaking, Nick Fury ended the call directly. M1. Seeing this scene, Pixiu froze for a moment, then raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks, with a strange look on his face. Nick Fury would actually say please, which is almost subdued. It seems that although this guy likes to make troubles as the head of an agent, he is still a very good person in front of big troubles. Seeing the end of the call, Tony looked at Pixiu and asked, Pixiu, are you going to New Mexico? Although he was asking, he actually knew the answer. Yeah. Pixiu nodded. Thor went down to Earth. No matter what he did, he had to go and have a look. By the way, see if I can play with a hammer. I'll go with you. Tony said immediately. He is not worried about Pixiu's safety. After all, he knows that Pixiu is much stronger than him. Although the Mark 6 anti-thunder armor that can absorb lightning energy has been manufactured, and the energy core has also become a vibranium reactor. But he knows that even so, he is unlikely to be Pixiu's opponent. He wanted to go with him, mainly to see the legendary Thor. After knowing that there is such a thing as God, he believes that there are not many people who will not be curious. What's more, he was originally a person with a strong thirst for knowledge. Perhaps the more talented people are, the stronger their thirst for knowledge will be. What are you going to do? Pixiu couldn't help but glanced at Tony, and then said angrily. I see that you have a black aura lingering between your eyebrows, you may be in trouble recently, so you should stay here honestly and don't run around all day long. FB. What the hell, why does he feel a little nagging? Seeing that Pixiu refused to let him go, Tony curled his lips and said. Okay, if you don't go, isn't it just a Thor, what's so great about it? Tisk tisk tisk. Hearing this, Pixiu immediately looked at Tony with a "you are so sour" expression. Go quickly. Seeing Pixiu looking at him like this, Tony waved his hand in disgust, then turned and walked towards the laboratory. He wants to see if he can optimize and upgrade all aspects of Mark 6's anti-thunder armor, such as upgrading to anti-Thor armor. And the name of the latter sounds obviously more domineering than the former, doesn't it? Seeing this scene, Pixiu smiled and shook his head, then walked towards his bedroom with the vibranium reactor in one hand and the tablet in the other. After all, you are going out to do things, so you don't need to bring your things with you. After returning to the bedroom, Pixiu took off the translator and put on Tony's refurbished and optimized Pichu armor. The appearance of the optimized Pichu battle armor has not changed much, but it has become more suitable for the body, and the joints have become more flexible. At the same time, the flight power has been improved at full speed, it can reach the main Mach. Pi, send Tony a short message, and leave first. Putting on the Pichu armor, Pixiu walked towards the balcony and said. Asking for flowers. Xiaopai, okay sir, it has been sent. In response, Pixiu came to the balcony, then turned on the flight function of the battle armor, and flew towards the sky. As for the location and direction, with Xiaopai by his side, he didn't worry about getting lost at all. Originally, he wanted to fly over by himself. But out of various considerations, he decided to wear a battle suit. Meanwhile, New Mexico. Phil Coulson, already here, got a call from Nick Fury. Tell him that Pixiu will arrive here as soon as possible, and then take over the temporary command of this operation, and then let him play by ear, and listen to Pixiu in most cases. Hearing Nick Fury's instructions, Phil Coulson was a little puzzled, but he didn't say much. After all, he has also learned about the magic of Pixiu in many ways. 00. While waiting for Pixiu's arrival, Phil Coulson also led a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents to build a temporary quarantine area centered on Mjolnir. At the same time, Agent Hawkeye, who just finished his last mission nearby, was also sent by Nick Fury. If it wasn't for him and Hill not being able to pull away for the time being, even if Nick Fury didn't go by himself, he would definitely send Hill to take control of the overall situation. On the way, Xiaopai's voice suddenly sounded. Sir, there is a call from Ms. Hill. Hill. Pixiu froze for a moment, then said, take it. Hello, Pixiu. Hill's voice sounded. Pixiu was a little puzzled, aren't you very busy recently? Why are you suddenly free to call me? Could it be that Braised Egg who asked you to call me? Look at what you said. Hill said helplessly, it has something to do with the director, he told me everything you told him, and then I was a little worried, so I took the time to call you. All right. Pixiu smiled and said, don't worry, don't you know me yet? It's just a Thor. If you're not sure, even if you ask me to do it with conditions, I won't bother to care about it. All right, I know you're the best. Hill couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and first said something as a compliment, and then continued. Then I won't bother you for now, I'll come and see you when I'm busy and forget, goodbye. Pixiu, okay, bye. Chapter 76. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon. New Mexico, outside the Enchanted Wonderland wilderness. Pixiu is wearing a Pichu armor and flying at an altitude of more than 300 meters. Looking at the wilderness below through the holographic panel, Pixiu asked, Xiaopai, how long is it? Xiaopai, sir, according to the positioning, we will reach our destination in about 30 seconds. Understood. Pixiu responded, and then rushed out at an accelerated speed. 20 seconds later, Pixiu saw the temporary isolation area below. Then it fell towards the isolation area. There is a situation. Pixiu's appearance immediately attracted the attention of those S.H.I.E.L.D agents. On a sentry tower, a man wearing a black off-the-shoulder uniform and with short hair found Pixiu, immediately took out a folding bow from his waist, and then drew an arrow from his back and put it on the bow. The heart of 803 in the field of vision moves with Pixiu's movement. At this time, Phil Coulson also saw Pixiu, and immediately took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Let your guard down, one of your own." Hearing what Phil Coulson said, those vigilant S.H.I.E.L.D agents relaxed. Then he looked at Pixiu, who had landed on the ground with curious eyes. Phil Coulson came to Pixiu and said with a smile, "Pixiu, you're finally here. I didn't expect the chief to send you out this time." Pixiu nodded, then asked, "How about the hammer? Come with me." Hearing this, Phil Coulson said with a smile, then turned and walked ahead to lead the way. Pixiu lifted off, following Phil Coulson. After all, it's a little slow to walk. Following Phil Coulson, we soon came to where Mjolnir was. Looking at Mjolnir in the big pit ahead, Pixiu flew over and said, "Can't you pick it up?" "That's right." Phil Coulson nodded and said, "Now the staff in the bureau are looking for the reason. Obviously the hammer is here, but no one can make it move, even if it is pulled by a car. You definitely can't hold it, after all, this is the legendary Mjolnir of Norse mythology." Hearing Phil Coulson's answer, Pixiu said without looking back, "Mjolnir." Hearing this, Phil Coulson was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed slightly, full of surprise and uncertainty. "Phil Coulson, you say this hammer is Thor's weapon in Norse mythology?" Coming to the top of Mjolnir, Pixiu looked back at Phil Coulson. "Definitely, although there is a difference, it is indeed Thor's weapon Mjolnir." This. Phil Coulson was a little confused, not knowing whether to believe it or not. When Nick Fury told him that Pixiu would come to handle it, he didn't tell him anything else. So now when he hears Pixiu's words, even if he knows Nick Fury, he should know, but he still can't help but have doubts and unbelievable thoughts in his heart. After all, if someone suddenly told you that it was something from a certain god, would you believe it? Definitely don't believe it. After all, everyone has been educated in science since childhood, and for things like gods, demons, ghosts, they will only be regarded as the product of legends and fantasies. Although it was a little unbelievable, after Phil Coulson looked at Mjolnir, thinking about the situation of the hammer, the balance in his heart had already tilted towards believing. If this is the weapon of the gods, then all kinds of strange phenomena can be explained. The other side. System, does Mjolnir have energy? Pixiu looked at Mjolnir in front and asked in his heart. System, of course there are, but although Mjolnir is a divine tool, its real function is only an auxiliary controller, helping Thor control the power of Thor in his body. The Heavenly Father Odin added many powerful Asgard magics to it, thus endowing Mjolnir with the power to control lightning, but its original energy source is not electrical energy. Although the energy is very strong, it has not reached the level of the original source, so you, the master, unable to absorb Mjolnir's energy. But it is possible to absorb electricity by controlling lightning through Mjolnir. Oh, how do you suck it? Pixiu was a little curious. System, control the lightning to strike yourself. Pixiu. What the hell, strike yourself with lightning? It seems that things like reactors are still delicious. Then something came to mind. Pixiu asked again, System, Thor's power should be the original energy, right? System, yes. Understood. Pixiu nodded in understanding. Pixiu. At this moment, Phil Coulson's voice sounded, and Pixiu subconsciously turned his head to look. Then I saw Phil Coulson looking at himself with some doubts and said, "What were you thinking just now?" "Nothing, I was just wondering if I could pick up this hammer." Pixiu shook his head and said something, then turned his head to look at Mjolnir, and continued to ask in his heart. System, can I pick it up? System, Master, don't worry, the origin of your body is evolved from the pure power of the rule of thunder, which can meet the conditions for picking up this hammer. Understood. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu nodded thoughtfully. Hearing Pixiu's answer, Phil Coulson laughed again and said, if you can't hold it, how will you know if you don't try it? Pixiu, do you want to try it? Although I said so, I was a little bit looking forward to it, but Phil Coulson felt that the possibility of Pixiu not being able to get it was too high. After all, Pixiu said it himself, this is Thor's weapon in mythology. How can anyone be able to wield the weapon of God? Even Pixiu will discharge. If Pixiu knew what Phil Coulson was thinking, he would have laughed and picked up Mjolnir and summoned a few bolts of lightning to make him forgive the power of the natural spring lightning. But Pixiu obviously didn't know, because his back was facing Phil Coulson. Looking at Mjolnir, temporarily suppressing the idea of playing with 1.8, Pixiu turned to look at Phil Coulson and said, send a few people to a nearby town to find a handsome young man with slightly long blonde hair and a strong build. If you find them, let them bring him here politely. Well, just tell that man that you know where his hammer is, and he will definitely follow. His hammer, you mean? Hearing Pixiu's words, Phil Coulson grasped the key point immediately, and looked at Pixiu in shock. Yeah. Pixiu nodded. I see. Phil Coulson took a breath, then turned and left to pick the right agent for him. This kind of thing is not just letting a few people go casually. Chapter 77. The time came tonight. In a temporary tent. Pixiu has come out of Pikachu armor, sitting in a chair and surfing the internet on a tablet computer from Phil Coulson to pass the boring time. As for the Pikachu battle armor, it is next to it. If you want to wear it, as long as Pixiu says, the intelligent system S.H.I.E.L.D will control the Pikachu armor to separate from the middle to the two sides, and then put it on. Pixiu, I found it. At this time Phil Coulson came in, looked at Pixiu and said. Just now, the people I sent out found a blonde man who met the conditions you mentioned on the way back. He will be here in 3 minutes. Hearing this, Pixiu stopped surfing the internet and threw the tablet aside. Then he said, S.H.I.E.L.D, I want to wear a battle suit. Although in Phil Coulson's ear it was Pikachu. But the intelligent system S.H.I.E.L.D can use the translation function to know what Pixiu said. Then there was a clicking sound. Under the gaze of Pixiu and Phil Coulson, Pikachu's armor spread out from the center to the sides. The palladium element reactor on the chest spread out to the right. After putting on the Pikachu armor, Pixiu hung about half a meter above the ground, and said while flying outside. Come on, meet Thor in Norse mythology. Phil Coulson hastily followed with a look of anticipation on his face. After all, what I want to see later is not an ordinary person, but a legendary god. Once outside, stand at the gate of the quarantine area and wait for the coming Thor. At this time, an agent came over. Seeing the approaching agent, Phil Coulson smiled and looked at Pixiu and said. Pixiu, let me introduce you, this is. No need to introduce, I know who he is. However, before Phil Coulson could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Pixiu. Looking at the familiar faces and outfits, who else could there be besides Hawkeye? Looking at Hawkeye, Pixiu nodded and said. Agent Hawkeye, one of the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, and one of the capable men of Braised Egg. Oh yes, nice to meet you. Hearing Pixiu's words, Hawkeye looked at Pixiu with his eyes, and when he heard Pixiu's last words, he smiled and nodded to Pixiu, and then said. Nice to meet you too. Then it fell into silence again. After a little while. There are headlights in the distance on the road ahead. Moments later, two S.H.I.E.L.D vehicles pulled up ahead. 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agents and a blonde young man got out of the car and came in front of Pixiu, Phil Coulson, and Hawkeye. Pixiu looked at the blonde young man. Well, yes, this looks like Thor. Thor is also eyeing Pixiu, Phil Coulson, and Hawkeye at this time. After looking at Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, Thor turned his attention to Pixiu. Looking at Pixiu, a doubt appeared on Thor's brow. What is this? Something like a mechanical mouse? Although he was a little curious about Pixiu, Thor never forgot his purpose of coming here. He's going to get his hammer back and go back to Asgard. When Thor looked at Phil Coulson called Thor and asked, "Are you Thor?" "Thor? No, you should call me Thor, no, you should call me Thor." Thor shook his head, then looked around and said, "Where is my hammer? These mortals said they know where my hammer is." With that said, Thor turned his head to look at the 8S.H.I.E.L.D agents standing behind. Phil Coulson looked at Pixiu. After all, Pixiu is now the temporary commander here. In S.H.I.E.L.D, where the hierarchy is strict, the relationship between superiors and subordinates must be handled properly. "Come with us." Looking at Thor, Pixiu said something, then lifted up half a meter into the air and flew towards the inside. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged glances, seeing Thor following behind Pixiu. Seeing Pixiu who can talk and fly, Thor is a little surprised and curious. But thinking that he would see his hammer again soon, Thor put aside his curiosity and surprise at Pixiu, and hurriedly followed behind Phil Coulson and Hawkeye. As for the other S.H.I.E.L.D agents, they will naturally return to their corresponding jobs. After a while, everyone came to the center of the big pit. Pixiu looked at Thor, smiled and said, "Go ahead, the hammer is there." "My hammer." When Thor saw Mjolnir in the center of the pit, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and then he strode towards Mjolnir. Her! There was a sudden thunder in the sky, and a gentle wind rose, as if it would rain soon. However, the intercom in Phil Coulson's hand came out. "Sir, the value of the energy field around the hammer is increasing rapidly, and it has now exceeded the limit that can be measured. This." Hearing the words and feeling the changes between heaven and earth, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye couldn't help but glance at each other, and then suddenly turned their eyes on Thor, who was running towards Mjolnir. "Is this guy really Thor? Inside Pichu's armor?" Pixiu looked at Thor, who was excitedly rushing towards Mjolnir, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Be happy, be excited, how happy and excited you are now, how sad and desperate you will be later." Although Thor was sad and desperate when he couldn't hold the hammer, Pixiu felt like laughing. After all, Thor's back and forth reactions are too great. As for why he wants to laugh, it may be that his laugh point is relatively low. What's more, who makes the current Thor still an arrogant muscular man? With everyone watching, Thor came to Mjolnir's side. "Old man, I finally found you." With an excited smile on his face, Thor stretched out his right hand to the hammer handle, and lifted it. 217. Looking at the motionless Mjolnir, the smile on Thor's face froze. He looked at Mjolnir in his hands in disbelief, and then used both hands with luck. "Hold the handle of the hammer with both hands and lift it up vigorously." Buzz buzz. Mjolnir shuddered imperceptibly, then returned to normal. "How is it possible? No." Seeing that he couldn't lift Mjolnir, Thor seemed to be struck by lightning, and his face seemed to be a little pale. He held the hammer handle tightly with both hands, trying to lift Mjolnir up with his hands and feet. This time, however, Mjolnir was shaking without shaking. "Ah, why? Father, why?" Thor looked up to the sky and let out a roar full of despair and unwillingness, then plopped, and knelt down in front of Mjolnir with a distraught face. Click! At this time, a bolt of lightning accompanied the sky. Boom! Thunder followed closely behind. Between heaven and earth began to blow and rain. It seems that the changes in the weather are all caused by Thor. Bean-sized raindrops slanted down like a bead curtain. Thor, who was kneeling there, suddenly became a drowned chicken. Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other with strange expressions, and the same thought arose in their hearts. Is this guy really Thor? Chapter 78. There is no doubt that he is Thor. Pixiu turned his head and took a look, saw the expressions of Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, and said immediately, "It's just that he almost caused a big battle because of his bravery and recklessness. In order to train him and let him understand what a real king should do, he sealed his divine power and demoted him from Asgard. He can't take Mjolnir now, just because he hasn't figured it out yet, so he can't be recognized by the Heavenly Father Odin. Once he figured it out, he will immediately regain his divine power. After explaining the reason, Pixiu looked at Thor, who was lost in the rain, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then flew towards where Thor and Mjolnir were. Seeing Pixiu's actions, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Coming to Thor, Pixiu looked at him and said, "Do you want to pick up Mjolnir?" Thor, who was still in a daze, heard Pixiu's words, raised his head suddenly, fixed his eyes on Pixiu, and said urgently with a sun face, "What do you mean, you have a way to get me to pick it up again?" Mechanical mouse, as long as you are willing to help me Thor regain Mjolnir, I can fulfill your request when I return to Asgard. Mechanical mouse. Hearing Thor's address to himself, Pixiu's face was darkened. Well, Pikachu is indeed a rat Pokémon. But the essence is actually a creature like an elf. Even if you don't call him Pichon, you can call him Pikachu. What, Thor doesn't know? Well, those who don't know are innocent. Looking at Thor, who was looking at him eagerly, Pixiu showed a bright smile on his face. "Isn't it just to pick up Mjolnir, it's very simple." Saying so, Pixiu flew to the same height as Mjolnir under Thor's puzzled eyes, and then approached Mjolnir and stretched out his hands to hold the hammer handle. Not far away, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye also watched Pixiu's every move. Under the gaze of everyone, Pixiu grasped the handle of the hammer with both hands. When Pixiu grasped the handle of Mjolnir's hammer with both hands, a thick image suddenly appeared. Click! A brilliant lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was about to tear the sky in half. Buzz buzz! Mjolnir trembled slightly, and white arcs danced on the silvery grey square hammer head. With the big pit as the center, on the ground with a radius of 1 kilometer, countless fine gravel also danced lightly, and then lifted off the ground to a height of about 10 centimeters. In the data monitoring room of the isolation area, seeing the crazy soaring energy value in the instrument, the expressions of those S.H.I.E.L.D staff members changed drastically, and they even couldn't help taking a light breath. With Thor, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye watching, Pixiu lifts Mjolnir up. How is this possible? Seeing Pixiu lift Mjolnir up, Thor was shocked, his eyes were as big as a copper bell, and he stood up from the ground with a jerk, his whole body trembling. His hammers, other than his Mjolnir, which only his father Odin could afford, were lifted by a Midgard mechanical mouse. But as the master of Mjolnir, he can only make Mjolnir shake. Now Thor has some doubts about life. Oh no, it's doubting God. He felt as if he had been abandoned by the world. Not far away, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye saw that Pixiu picked up Mjolnir, who Thor couldn't even lift himself up, and the expression on Pixiu's face became very strange after a glance. Holding Mjolnir, feeling that the weight became very suitable, Pixiu weighed it in his right hand, looked at Thor, who stared wide-eyed and felt abandoned, and said with a smile, "Look, just pick it up, what a simple thing." Thor's face was ashen and lost when he heard this. "Here, take your hammer." Looking at Thor, Pixiu handed over the Mjolnir in his hand. Hearing this, the distraught Thor came back to his senses a little bit, looked at Mjolnir in Pixiu's hand, and slowly extended his trembling right hand towards Mjolnir bit by bit. Just halfway through, Thor's right hand froze in mid-air, trembling slightly. Unwillingness, loss, expectation, hesitation. All kinds of expressions appeared on Thor's face. He suddenly didn't dare to try. Because he was afraid that if he couldn't lift it, he might collapse. Seeing Thor, who is hesitant and dare not go forward, Pixiu said mockingly, "Why, is it true that Thor, the majestic prince of Asgard and the unparalleled valor, doesn't even have the courage to reach out and hold his own hammer now?" Hearing this, Thor subconsciously became angry, and then opened his mouth to scold Pixiu, but seeing Mjolnir right in front of him, he fell silent. "Things." Pixiu spat out 2 words in disdain, and then threw Mjolnir back to the original position. "I'm not trash." Hearing Pixiu's words, Thor's eyes turned red immediately, and he let out a roar, then took a step forward, stretched out his right hand and grasped the handle of Mjolnir's hammer and gave a sharp lift. Well, this time Mjolnir shook again. But Thor still doesn't bring it up. No. The desperate Thor raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, and then because of his emotional fluctuations, his eyes rolled white and he fell backwards to the ground with a plop. Damn it! Seeing Thor suddenly fall to the ground, Pixiu was taken aback, and hurriedly said to Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, who saw this scene not far away and saw the same change of expression. Hurry up, let someone take him down to have a look. Then Phil Coulson hurriedly called someone to take Thor down for examination and treatment. Damn, this is Thor, if something happens here, or something gets cold, the consequences will be very serious. After all, Pixiu also said before that Thor seems to be demoted to the earth, but in fact it is just an experience given to him by his father, Odin, the king of God. After all, Njodihao is his own cub, how could he really watch something happen to him? Looking at Thor being carried down, Pixiu was speechless for a long time. Is this a bit over the top post? Meanwhile, Asgard. After Odin entered Odin's sleep, Loki managed to obtain the Spear of Gungnir, an artifact symbolizing Asgard Wang Quan, and became the king of Asgard. Then he has been watching the whereabouts of Thor who was demoted to the earth, seeing everything that happened just now. Looking at Pixiu in the picture, a smile appeared on Loki's face. Nice, very nice, if you have the opportunity, you can keep it as a pet. Chapter 79. Asgard. In a palace. Thor's 4 friends, the 3 Asgard warriors Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral gathered together with the goddess Sif at the moment. Are we just going to watch Loki become king of Asgard? Volstagg, with brown red hair and a big beard, looked at the other 3 and said with a sullen face. Hogun with a yellow face sat aside and said helplessly. I always feel that something is wrong, I don't think Loki has the right to be king of Asgard. Be cautious. The blonde-haired Fandral stretched out his hand, stroked his mouth with his index finger, and said. In any case, Loki is indeed king of Asgard now. Sif, what do you think? Finally, the 3 looked to the goddess Sif. Looking at the 3 of them, Sif sighed slightly, and then said, let's go to Tianho and ask the matter clearly. Feasible. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded and agreed with Sif's proposal. Then the 4 teamed up to find Frigga, the queen who is Thor, the mother of Loki, and the wife of the heavenly father Odin. After a little while, when the group of 4 came outside the palace, they were blocked by 2 Asgard soldiers wearing golden armor and holding spears. 987 Sif immediately explained their purpose. However, the soldier on the right looked unchanged, and said lightly. The God King has an order, without his order, no one is allowed to disturb the Heavenly Father and the Queen of Heaven. Hearing this, the group of 4 was stunned, they didn't expect Loki to have such a skill. At the same time, Loki held the gun of Gungnir and came to the other end of Bifrost, in front of the Rainbow Palace guarded by the guardian god Heimdall. Seeing Gungnir in Loki's hand, Heimdall remained expressionless, and asked in a flat tone. What's the matter with God King coming here? The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, Loki looked at Heimdall with a faint smile on his face and said. Heimdall, I order you as the God King, you are not allowed to use Bifrost without my permission. This. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared between Heimdall's brows. The smile on Loki's face faded slightly. As ordered. 27. Feeling helpless, Heimdall still complied. After all, he is the patron saint of Asgard, guarding Bifrost, and has the king who is loyal to Asgard, Kfi. And now Loki is king of Asgard. Very good. Loki showed a satisfied smile on his face, then entered the Bifrost terminal hall, and said to Heimdall. Now, send me to Midgard. Yes. Heimdall unleashes the power of Bifrost. Earth, Midgard. After some examination, it was found that Thor's coma was only due to excessive emotional fluctuations, which caused him to lose his breath, so he passed out temporarily. Just let Thor sleep for a while and he'll come by himself. After hearing the test results, Pixiu, Phil Coulson, and Hawkeye were all relieved. Then Phil Coulson left the tent and quickly reported the situation to Nick Fury. When Nick Fury knew that because of Pixiu, Thor, the Prince of Asgard, passed out, he was so frightened that he almost didn't swear on the spot. But Nick Fury was relieved after knowing that Thor was fine afterwards. As for what Phil Coulson reported to Nick Fury, Pichu naturally knew about it. First, Phil Coulson took out his phone and shook it at him as he left. Then Phil Coulson is S.H.I.E.L.D's agent, Nick Fury's right-hand man and right-hand man. Could it be that he didn't report these things to Nick Fury instead of concealing them? This is obviously impossible. It doesn't matter if Nick Fury knows it or not. Time passed slowly. The next day, Thor, who had slept all night, gradually woke up. After getting up from the bed, he patted his head in a daze at first, looking around as if he was thinking about where he was. When he found that he seemed to be locked in a certain room, Thor immediately looked angry. But then the memory of last night came flooding back, and Thor froze in place. The whole person became distraught again. He sat back on the bed, lowered his head and looked at the ground, silently dazed. First, he was expelled from Asgard by his father's sealed divine power. Now even his hammer abandoned him. Life, oh no, God's life seems to have lost its meaning. In another room, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, who saw all the changes in Thor through surveillance, glanced at each other, and both saw the unbelievable look on the other's brow. Is this really Thor? Loki, who came to Earth through Bifrost, at the moment also came to the quarantine area. Relying on the magic of invisibility, Loki evaded all the S.H.I.E.L.D agents, passed by the room where Thor was locked, took a look at him and went straight to Mjolnir's location. Watching Mjolnir, Loki was in no hurry to get on the people. Instead, put your left hand in front of your body, put your right elbow on the back of your left hand, pinch your chin with your index finger and thumb, and watch Mjolnir think about how sure you are that you can move it. Meanwhile, in a room, Pixiu, who was watching a movie, suddenly found that his electric bag was getting slightly hot, and he felt a dark feeling in his heart, as if some relatively strong existence appeared nearby. The next moment, Pixiu thought of Loki. Appearing here can also make the electrical bag slightly warm, and there is no other existence except Loki. Pausing the movie, Pixiu puts on the Pichu armor. Then it flew outside. At the big pit, Loki stopped thinking for a few seconds, and then went straight to his hands. But apparently, Mjolnir didn't even shake despite Loki's exertion. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Loki withdrew his hand and looked around. Then Loki pretended as if nothing happened, with a handsome and elegant smile on his face, and walked towards the room where Thor was locked. Pixiu came to the monitoring room at this time. Seeing that Phil Coulson and Hawkeye are watching the monitor in Thor's room, Pixiu said, "Wait, whatever happens on Thor's side, don't act rashly without my order." Phil Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other in doubt, but they didn't say much. They just focused on the monitor in Thor's room. On the other side, Loki came to Thor's room. Thor. Looking at Thor with his head down in a daze, Loki called him all over. Loki. Hearing the familiar voice, Thor regained consciousness instantly, then raised his head suddenly to look in the direction from which the voice came. Loki's figure came into his eyes. Thor couldn't help being overjoyed. He quickly got up and came to Loki, and asked aloud with a look of excitement and anticipation. "Loki, why are you here? Could it be that the Father has forgiven me, so he asked you to bring me back to Asgard?" Chapter 80. Monitoring Room. Through the surveillance, they saw that Thor inside seemed to have found someone, and then talked to someone excitedly. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye frowned. "That's right, Loki casts a spell, and only Thor can see him. Therefore, through monitoring, in the eyes of Pixiu and others, they only saw Thor talking into the air with an excited expression, as if there was a person standing there, or something else. When this weird situation happened, Phil Coulson, as an agent, subconsciously wanted to take someone to Thor's room to check the situation. But when he turned his head and saw Pixiu, thinking of what Pixiu said just now, Phil Coulson held back in time. Noticing the changes in the expressions of Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, Pixiu said lightly, "Want to know why I didn't let you go? Wanna know who Thor is talking to again?" Hearing this, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other, nodded and then looked at Pixiu waiting for Pixiu's answer. Looking at the monitoring screen, Pixiu said slowly. Do you know Loki? Phil Coulson opened his mouth and was about to answer but was interrupted by Pixiu. Loki, the god of mischief and evil in Norse mythology, well, you can also add a god of fire. In Norse mythology Loki is a stepbrother to Father Odin, but the reality is different. Here, Thor is the eldest prince of Asgard, and Loki is the second prince. Now the existence that Thor sees is Loki, but because of magic, we cannot see him. I don't want you to disturb him. Naturally, it's because the two princes of Asgard are meeting. It's better for us outsiders not to disturb him, so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Hearing Pixiu's explanation, although Phil Coulson and Hawkeye felt that something was wrong, after thinking about what Pixiu said, they also felt that it was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. So the two just stared at the surveillance screen like this. As time went by, I saw that Thor's expression changed from excited before to dumbfounded, with disbelief and sadness on his face, and finally sat back on the bed in despair. Seeing the end, Phil Coulson couldn't help looking at Pixiu. Come on, go see our smitten Thor. Pixiu said something, and then flew outside. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye quickly followed. After coming outside, Pixiu suddenly felt that the electrical bag was slightly warming up, so he couldn't help but look around. Shenling said to Phil Coulson, who was a little confused. You go there first, and then wait for me to come over. Saying that, Pixiu flew towards the room where he lived temporarily. He felt as if there was something in it. And this feeling is very similar to when Loki appeared before. After returning to the room, Pixiu looked around, but found nothing. Relying on intuition, Pixiu looked at the chair he was sitting on, and said, Loki, come out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happens. Not coming out. Pixiu raised his right hand, facing the chair with his palm, and the palm cannon began to gather energy. Not bad. At this time, a voice with a faint smile sounded, and a sitting figure appeared on the chair. He was wearing a neat suit inside, and a grey mid-length trench coat on the outside. His shoulder-length black hair was combed behind his head, and he looked very handsome. The corners of the mouth were raised slightly, and there was a wicked smile on his face. There is no doubt that it is Loki, Princess of Asgard. Loki looked at Pixiu, clapped his hands in front of him twice, with a hint of pride between his brows, he said with a smile. You are very nice, how about being my pet? What? Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Loki a little dumbfounded. What should he say? Are you worthy of being a sister? To be honest, although Loki is a villain, Pixiu had a good impression of him when he watched the movie before, especially after he started to clean up the road from Thor early. Watching Avengers Alliance 3, seeing Loki being pinched to death by Thanos, he couldn't help but let out a groan in his heart. But good feelings are good feelings, and now Loki actually wants to adopt him as a pet when they meet, which is not bad. Pixiu thinks that our base girl should try what is called electrotherapy. For Loki, Pixiu once briefly understood his ability. The first is physical fitness. It seems that the original setting is to be able to lift 50 tons of heavy objects, have a longer lifespan than Superman, be able to resist conventional injuries, and be immune to all diseases and poisons on the earth. Seeking Flowers 0. He heals quickly from common injuries and can even reattach severed body parts, including the head. All of the above are just Loki's own racial abilities. Loki's magical attainments are even stronger, and he has mastered abilities including shapeshifting, astral projection, molecular rearrangement, energy explosion, creating illusions, telepathy, and teleportation. Definitely, this is just the original setting in the comics. Loki's performance in the movie universe is definitely not as good as in the comics, and many of the abilities he has mastered have no chance to be used, so he is severely weakened. But don't take Loki too lightly just because he's a comedic villain in the movie. Loki has never been weak, just because the opponents he faces are too strong. Compared with Hulk, who can lift 50 tons of weight and can reach hundreds of tons of strength normally, it seems that the difference is not 1 or 2 points, so Loki has no backhand power when facing Hulk. And in the plot of Avengers Alliance 1, Captain America shot Loki, and the attack hit Loki's body and basically did not cause him any damage. This shows how powerful Loki is physically. What is weakened in the movie is probably only Loki's magical attainments. Looking at Loki, Pixiu regained consciousness from the memory, felt the electrical bag was slightly warmed, raised his right hand to the right, and there was a palm cannon fired in seconds. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and another Loki was hit in the chest by Pixiu's palm cannon, and flew backwards under the powerful impact. At the same time, Loki, who was sitting on the chair, turned into a little bit of starlight and quickly disappeared. Apparently Loki in the chair is just an illusion. And the real Loki is the one who was just thrown away by Pixiu's palm cannon. When Pixiu turned his head to look, he found that Loki had disappeared. Even the electrical pouch is back in place, apparently Loki has just yo-yoed. For you to run fast. With a mutter, Pixiu flew towards Thor. Well, after leaving the room, Pixiu even closed the door. It is a good habit to close the door casually. Chapter 81. Outside the room. When Pixiu came here, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye and a bald agent with glasses were standing outside the door of Thor's room, and there was no rush to go in. Pixiu looked at the bald agent. He also saw this guy several times when he went to the monitoring room. It seems to be someone from Hydra. It's just that Pixiu didn't pay attention to him before. After all, Hydra is not worth mentioning to him now. But Pierce he still remembered. Although he is ignored now, it doesn't mean that Pixiu has forgotten that he asked Hydra's people to arrest him. There is one thing to say, but now Pixiu is not in the mood to pay attention to him. After all, Pierce is just an ordinary person, so weak. After being upgraded to 4 stars, after possessing the strength of Thor who is no less than the power of awakening Thor, that is, the power of Odin, it is almost 8 or 90 to kill him. Let him bounce around for a while now. Well, for the sake of Pierce not bothering him again. Sir, what's the matter? The bald agent saw Pixiu staring at him, and immediately showed doubts. He didn't know that Pixiu already knew his roots. Seeing Pixiu staring at the bald agent, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye couldn't help but look at the bald agent, and then at Pixiu, with doubts flashing across their brows. Fine. Pixiu looked back, and then said. Follow me in, Phil Coulson, you're all right outside. Yes, sir. The bald agent and Hawkeye were slightly taken aback when they heard the words, and then nodded. As for Phil Coulson, Pixiu has already said so, so he naturally has no opinion. After all, Pixiu is their boss now, even if only temporarily. Phil Coulson followed Pixiu into the room. Hearing the movement, Thor, who was in a daze, didn't even move his head. Tilting his head and staring at the front like this, his eyes are a little loose, like a salted fish that has lost the meaning of life. Seeing this, Pixiu and Phil Coulson couldn't help but glance at each other. Thor! Pixiu called him. Hearing Pixiu's voice, Thor moved. Then he slowly turned his head to look at Pixiu and Phil Coulson, and put his eyes on Pixiu. It's you, mechanical mouse of Midgard. Thor's deep voice sounded like a dying plant, lifeless. Gah! Hearing Thor's address to himself, Pixiu's face darkened slightly, and then he said angrily. Thor, please call me Pishin, if you can't, you can call me Pixiu. Skin God? God! Hearing this, Thor couldn't help but sized Pixiu up, and subconsciously revealed a look of disdain, but when he thought of Pixiu picking up Mjolnir, he fell silent again. The look of frustration on his face was even worse, and Thor turned his head to look aside, as if he had turned into a dead fish again. Seeing this, Phil Coulson couldn't help looking at Pixiu. Sensing Phil Coulson's gaze, Pixiu looked at Thor and said. You just met Loki. Hearing Pixiu's words, Thor's expression moved slightly, but he quickly returned to his original state. Pixiu ignored it and continued. Did Loki tell you that your father Odin is dead? Thor's expression changed again, a look of intense sadness appeared on his face. Pixiu, what if I tell you that Loki is actually lying to you? What? Thor was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to look at Pixiu suddenly, widened his eyes slightly and said. That's impossible, there's no way Loki could have lied to me. You sure? Pixiu smiled disdainfully, could it be that you have been cheated by Loki less often since you were young? This. Hearing this, Thor was stunned. It seems that he has been tricked by Loki many times since he was a child. The first time Loki lied to him when he was a child, he turned into a snake, because Loki knew he liked snakes. Then when he rushed forward happily, Loki suddenly changed back and stabbed him with a dagger. 82. No no no. Thor came back to his senses, shook his head and said in disbelief, impossible, although Loki likes to play pranks, he will never lie to me about this kind of thing. 17. Hearing this, Pixiu felt a little helpless again. I have to say that even though he was cheated by Loki again and again, Thor is really kind to Loki. The relationship between them is nothing to say. A family that fell in love and killed each other? Alright, you won't believe me anyway, why don't you go back to Asgard and find out? Pixiu spread his hands and didn't bother to explain to Thor. I can't go back. Thor heard the words, and the whole person froze again. Waste. Pixiu said these two words again, and then shot Suo your chest. Well, let Xiaopai adjust the lethality to the minimum. Humph. Being bombarded in the chest by the palm, Thor snorted and flew out, hitting the wall behind him, and then fell back on the bed, curled up and trembling slightly. Pixiu. Seeing Pixiu's sudden attack on Thor, Phil Coulson's heart skipped a beat and he was almost scared to death. Damn, what is this big guy going to do? It wasn't enough for Thor to be dizzy yesterday, and he even shot Thor today. While just hearing from Pixiu, Loki tells Thor that their father Odin is dead. But didn't Pixiu say that the father is not dead? Since the heavenly father is not dead, if something happens to Thor here, the consequences can be imagined. But seeing Pixiu raised his hand, Phil Coulson still endured it, intending to see how Pixiu would deal with it. If there is another unexpected situation, he will have to act according to his own judgment. Nick Fury, after all, is something he lets play by ear. Thor, who was curled up on the bed because of the pain, gradually recovered at the moment, looked up at Pixiu viciously, and yelled angrily and threateningly. Damn it, you mechanical mouse of Midgard, I swear, I must dismantle you, you dare to attack me, you are angering the gods. Why, are you still not convinced? 1.7. Hearing this, Pixiu smiled disdainfully, and then asked Xiaopai to separate Pikachu's armor, and use electromagnetic levitation to fly in the air, so that the real self appeared in Thor's eyes. Seeing Pixiu's body, the angry Thor couldn't help but froze for a moment. I have to say that even a rough guy like him has to admit that Pixiu's appearance is kind of cute. But thinking of Pixiu's behavior, Thor became angry again. Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed the electric pouch on his right cheek. The golden electric arc danced in his hand, looked at Thor who was startled by seeing the golden electric arc and said, "Do you know what this is? It's the power of lightning. Do you want to try it?" The Pikachu battle armor suspended in the air with the flight function turned on also made a sound. It was the intelligence system Xiaopai who received Pixiu's voice information and then translated it and played it. Chapter 82. What do you want to do? Hearing Pixiu's words and seeing the electric arc in his hand, Thor's pupils shrank slightly, his expression changed, then he looked at Pixiu angrily, and roared at him. BD, who gave you the guts to ignore a god over and over again? I'm Thor of Asgard. If you dare to attack me again, I swear that after I recover my divine power, I will catch you, a strange mouse, and lock you in a cage forever. Now, at once, apologize to me, and I may forgive you for offending a god. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help rubbing his right hand on his face again. What is this? Is it a shame? Pixiu stretched out his right hand to face Thor with his palm, and released an electric shock with appropriate power. MMP, who gave you the courage to speak so aggressively? Father Odin? Sorry, he's in Odin's sleep. Moreover, the purpose of degrading you is to train you. As long as there is no real threat to your life or something that really insults Asgard's face, Odin will not intervene too much. Besides, I'm helping Odin, helping him train his arrogant son, and let him understand early what kind of mentality he needs to have become the king of Asgard. So Odin should thank me. crackling. A golden lightning, not as thick as a little finger, shot out from Pixiu's palm and fell towards Thor on the bed. Ah, damn it! Seeing the golden lightning strike, Thor's expression changed drastically, showing panic, and subconsciously wanted to dodge. He's a good Thor, and he's good at controlling lightning. But that was a thing of the past. Now he is sealed by the Heavenly Father Odin, he can't even lift his own hammer, and his body like a man of steel has become only a little stronger than the mortals of Midgard. In this case, how could it withstand the lightning attack? And the lightning that Pixiu releases is still golden. This is the first time he has seen this kind of weird lightning, even if it is not as thick as a little finger, but who knows how powerful this kind of lightning is. Although he wanted to hide, Thor obviously couldn't hide. The shock fell on Thor in an instant. During Setsuna, countless golden electric arcs danced on Thor's body, and the sound of crackling electric arcs continued to sound. Ah! Thor let out a scream, fell on the bed and shivered, shaking like a salted fish trying to turn over, but couldn't turn over. When Thor was shocked by the electric shock, several white arcs appeared on Mjolnir's hammerhead in the big pit, which flashed by and then disappeared completely. But Pixiu is still keenly aware of it, after all his attribute is rain. When he noticed the strange change in Mjolnir just now, Pixiu couldn't help thinking for a while. It seems that there are 3 ways to restore Thor's power. One is to really let him understand that he is not a hammer god, but Thor, and let the power of Thor in his body awaken, so that he can naturally become Thor again. The second is the same as the original plot, let Thor learn to think about things with his brain and understand that as a king, he should protect his people and keep them in a safe situation, instead of letting them fall into war and danger. Well, die after you understand the truth. The third point, of course, is to die directly. After all, Odin put Thor on the earth to experience him, and he didn't really want him to die, so after encountering a fatal injury, the seal in Thor's body will automatically disappear. It's over, it's over. Seeing Pixiu's move, Phil Coulson in the rear regretted it to the point of scalp trouble. Had he known this earlier, he should have blocked Pixiu just now. Don't panic. Pixiu turned his head to look at Phil Coulson, comforted him lightly, then looked back at Thor who was convulsed by the electric shock on the bed, and said, "Do you know why Father Odin sent you to Earth? Do you know how stupid you were? Do you know what will happen to the people of Asgard if Asgard officially goes to war with Jotunheim because of you? Brains are a wonderful thing, but you don't use them. Think about it for yourself." After speaking, Pixiu returned to Pikachu's armor, flew towards Phil Coulson and said, "Come on, let's cocky, headless Thor think about it." Phil Coulson looked at Thor who had gradually stopped twitching, and then hurriedly followed behind Pixiu and walked outside. He now had many questions in his mind. After going outside, after closing the door, Hawkeye who was guarding not far away came over. As for the bald agent, he left. After Hawkeye came over, he looked around the room with some doubts, then looked at Phil Coulson and said, "What just happened? I seem to hear that what Thor's angry roar." "You can ask Pixiu." Phil Coulson smiled bitterly with helplessness and headache. Seeing this, Hawkeye couldn't help looking at Pixiu. "Nothing." Pixiu waved his hand, and said casually, "It's me who guides him on how to be a king." Phil Coulson. Hawkeye. Both of them were a little speechless. What made Phil Coulson speechless was that Pixiu didn't pick the point. "Hey, that's not right, it seems that this is also the point." And Hawkeye was speechless, because Pixiu actually went to teach a god how to be a king. Well, still the king of gods. Okay. Seeing the expressions of the two, Pixiu said indifferently, "Just do what you have to do. If Thor wants to leave 993, let him go and don't stop him. If you are worried, you can follow in secret. By the way, you'd better prepare in advance, I have a hunch that there may be a little trouble." Trouble? Hearing this, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye were taken aback for a moment, and then their expressions became serious. "Pixiu, what do you mean?" Phil Coulson looked at Pixiu puzzled, hoping he would give a clear explanation. Pixiu looked at the two and said, "Remember Loki?" Both Phil Coulson and Hawkeye nodded. "Before I left, it was because he found me. Pixiu continued. Then, I beat him up. What? Hearing this, Phil Coulson was shocked and looked at Pixiu in disbelief. You even hit Loki. It's still there. Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Hawkeye quickly grasped the point, and the word also is very essence. So, Pixiu just beat Thor. This time Hawkeye couldn't keep his composure either. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye felt their scalps go numb at the same time, and felt that their little hearts couldn't bear the shocking news one after another. He even killed the two princes of Asgard. Is this to make Asgard go to war on the earth? Pixiu is simply a troublemaker, okay. Chapter 83. Just relax a little bit. Seeing the two people whose expressions changed drastically, Pixiu waved his right hand and said, although I hit Loki, and the trouble should also be related to Loki, but it has nothing to do with whether I fight Loki or not. The trouble is directed at the big stupid guy inside. I believe you, Ghost, you are so bad. Hearing Pixiu's explanation, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye rolled their eyes together. Definitely, their complaints are just thinking about it in their hearts, saying that it is impossible to say it. Believe or not. Seeing the changes in the expressions of Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, Pixiu didn't bother to explain any more, and flew towards his room. He was going back to surfing the internet. Look at the time, last night at Justin Hammer's presentation, it should be very lively. For such a big event, there will definitely be a lot of related news on the internet today. Tony hadn't texted him, and he'd forgotten about it when he was thinking about Thor and Loki, and now it suddenly occurred to him. Time passed slowly. In a temporary room. Diddy. Not long after Pixiu returned to the room, he was using the tablet computer he brought from Phil Coulson to watch the relevant news about Hammer Industry on the internet last night, when suddenly a voice dialogue application popped up. Seeing that the signature is Eagle King, Pixiu swipe left directly. Well, the left side refuses, the right side answers. In a room in a base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mommy fuck. Looking at the rejected conversation, Nick Fury's face turned black, and he swears fiercely. Not long ago, Phil Coulson gave him a succinct summary report on the events in New Mexico. When he learned that Pixiu had beaten the two princes of Asgard, he was so angry that he almost violently hammered the table in front of him. He let Pixiu solve troubles, not let Pixiu cause troubles. But no matter how he looks at it now, Pixiu's behavior seems to be causing trouble instead of solving it. He is going to find Pixiu to have a good understanding of the real situation. It turned out that Pixiu was lucky enough to reject his call? What, are you kidding? Since becoming the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, who would dare to refuse his call application? Even the President of the United States or a few members of the above board of directors could not refuse his call application, and now he has been rejected. Pixiu's actions made Nick Fury a little irritable. Although he is a super agent, it is a must to control his emotions and stay rational. But super agents are people too. What's more, now that Pixiu has caused such a big trouble, even he really can't control his emotions. If Asgard goes to war with the Earth, he doesn't think that the current Earth, well, human beings can resist the attack from the gods. Pixiu told him before that Thor's hammer is made of the core material of a dead star. Forge a weapon out of the core of a planet and show just how strong Asgard from Norse mythology is. Once the Asgard gods of Asgard waged war on Earth humans. Thinking of this, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb, feeling like his hair was about to fall out. Oh no, the hair has already fallen out. That means the hair will grow back if it is angry. Nick Fury, who was annoyed because of Pixiu's refusal, took a few deep breaths to calm himself down temporarily. Thinking of the trouble Phil Coulson said in his report, he sent the application again. However, it was rejected again. Nick Fury's face turned darker, he even gritted his teeth slightly, and sent the application again. Then, get rejected again. Mommy fuck. This time Nick Fury couldn't bear it anymore, he clenched his fists and slammed the wolf on the workbench. Then with anger. Using authority, authorized person Nicholas J. Director Nick Fury, forcibly established a connection with the other party. Forcibly establishing a connection. A female voice sounded in the room. The charming fairyland wilderness, in the quarantine area. Seeing that the tablet suddenly went out of control, Pixiu froze for a moment. It was later discovered that the tablet had diverted the voice call by itself. Pixiu. Nick Fury's angry voice sounded. Hearing this, Pixiu's face was darkened. MMP, this marinated egg actually engages in permissions. Unable to win the authority go, Pixiu could only helplessly say. Tell me, what's the matter, can you not bother me? The Pikachu armor next to it records the sound and translates it with a delay of about 1 second. You. Nick Fury was both angry and helpless when he heard the words. Damn fuck, he is a big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. He has a lot of things to do in one day. If there is no business, he will waste his time talking nonsense with you. But he knew that now is not the time to get entangled in these things, so he suppressed his various emotions and said in a deep voice. Pixiu, what kind of trouble are you talking about? Oh, this matter, I thought it was something. Pixiu shook his ears, and said lightly. It's actually an old-fashioned battle for the throne. Loki wants to be king of Asgard and heir to Thor's throne, so you know that. In order that Thor's return to Asgard would not prevent him from becoming God King, Loki, with some prodding, would probably send something to kill Thor. As you know, the difference between Earth and Asgard is not 1 or 2 points. This. Hearing Pixiu's explanation, Nick Fury was speechless. It turns out that the co-author, the Earth is muddle-headed, involved in a fight for the throne of the Asgard princes. When gods fight, mortals suffer. It seems that the current situation on the Earth is like this. Relax. Seeing that Nick Fury was silent, Pixiu opened his mouth and said. With me here, I will keep things under control. In the worst case, a small town may be destroyed in half, it may be completely destroyed. After all, you also know that Asgard is a powerful force that rules the 9 realms, and the Earth is only one of the 9 realms. Strictly speaking, the people on Earth are still subordinate to Asgard. Fine. Hearing this, Nick Fury touched his pocket, Zhang-Tu sighed and said. Actually, I really believe in ability, but I hope you can do as little as possible to make my heart beat faster. I'm so old, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. If things are not handled properly and Asgard launches a war on Earth, then we are really the sinners of all mankind. All right, I'll do my best. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I have to say that what Nick Fury said made him want to complain. Chapter 84. The other side. Loki, who was blown away by Pixiu's palm cannon, returned to Asgard with a stinky face. In fact, he wanted to teach Pixiu a lesson. But Thor's there, and he doesn't want Thor to know he's been sent flying by an iron rat. In addition, he realized that Pixiu was not easy, so he decided to leave temporarily. He is quite confident in his duplication illusion magic. In the whole of Asgard, the only ones who can see through it are Odin and Frigga. Well, maybe Heimdall can see that too. But Pixiu, the Iron Mouse, actually saw through his duplication phantom, even ignoring his invisibility magic, found his body and knocked him away. So he decided to make a move later. After all, he is the god of trickery, not the hammer god who likes to use his muscles to go reckless. That's it for a few days. Loki, who was sitting on the throne in the hall, suddenly frowned. Through the induction of Gungnir's gun in his hand, he discovered that someone had just opened Bifrost. Could it be? Thinking of Thor's 4 friends who asked him to end Thor's exile some time ago, but he refused, Loki's face couldn't help but change. Thinking of a certain guess, Loki's expression became a little gloomy, and he stomped on the ground of 337 with the gun of Gungnir in his right hand, and a picture similar to a holographic projection appeared in front of him. In the picture, it is the Asgard foursome who came to Earth through Bifrost. Damn it! Seeing this scene in the screen, Loki couldn't help but cursed in a low voice, his expression changed again and again, and finally gritted his teeth slightly. You forced me to do this. Loki then arrives in the Asgard vault with the gun of Gungnir. All the way to the end. Loki summons the Destroyer, an Asgard weapon forged by Heavenly Father Odin. Looking at the tall destroyer armor, Loki looked slightly gloomy and said. I'm going to make sure my big brother doesn't come back. Destroy them all. Afterwards, Loki put away the casket of ancient winters and headed towards Bifrost. At the same time, Earth, the enchanted wonderland wilderness. 2 days ago, Thor followed Jane Foster, Dr. Eric and their assistant Daisy Louise to leave the isolation area. Because of Pixiu's advance order, Phil Coulson didn't let anyone stop them. After Thor followed the three out of the quarantine area, they came to the nearby town of Wong. And Phil Coulson let the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D hide in various parts of the town, monitoring the whereabouts of Thor and the others and various research materials anytime and anywhere. At the same time, Pixiu also asked Phil Coulson to let the staff in the isolation area keep an eye on the energy value changes within 100 miles. Once the abnormal energy field suddenly appeared, the residents of the town began to be evacuated. When the group of 4 came out of the town via Bifrost teleportation, the huge energy fluctuations caused by Bifrost were immediately detected by the equipment in the quarantine area. Phil Coulson was then notified immediately. After Phil Coulson received the notice, he asked the agent in the town to evacuate the residents of the town, and at the same time asked the agent in the quarantine area to prepare all the weapons and so on. After talking to Pixiu, Hawkeye and nearly 20 agents drove 7 or 8 cars to the small town. After all, Nick Fury told Phil Coulson everything Pixiu told him. Even if they know that Asgard is very powerful, they can't give up resistance just because the other side is strong. Therefore, holding a weapon in your hand can always give people a certain sense of security. Less than half a minute after Phil Coulson and Hawkeye left, Pixiu flew into the sky wearing Pikachu armor and flew towards the direction of the town. In the small town, Thor, Jane, Daisy, and Dr. Eric are in their small townhouse, discussing what to make for lunch. Entrance of the town. On the roofs on both sides, there is a S.H.I.E.L.D sniper lying on one side, holding a powerful anti-material sniper rifle, observing the situation outside through the scope. Seeing the Asgard group of 4 coming towards the town, the 2 snipers looked at each other, then turned on the microphone of the agent's headset and said in a low voice, "Base, found 4 suspected targets, CDFB, waiting for instructions, over. Take over the channel." After being notified by the base, isolated area, Phil Coulson, who was in the car, asked them to switch the channel, and then said directly to the 2 snipers, "Observe first, without the latest instructions, you can't act without authorization." "Yes, sir." Hearing what Phil Coulson said, the sniper snapped back. The sniper on the other side also heard the speech of his companion and Phil Coulson through the headset. So the 2 watched carefully. The Asgard foursome soon came to the town, and the 4 walked directly to where Thor was. On the way, Sif looked around and felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, so he couldn't help saying, "Do you feel a little strange? It's kind of like it's being evacuated here." Fondrel looked at the surrounding residents and those S.H.I.E.L.D agents who were evacuating in plain clothes, frowned slightly, nodded and said something. "Whatever." Vestag said indifferently, "We just need to find Thor quickly and take him back to Asgard. The rest has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement, and then quickened their pace. Soon they found Thor, and told you the truth. Knowing from 4 friends that Loki had cheated him, Thor was both angry and sad. Time passed slowly. When Loki used the power of the Casket of Ancient Winters to freeze Heimdall unexpectedly, he immediately opened Bifrost to send the destroyer to the Earth. At the moment, Pixiu, Phil Coulson, Hawkeye, and others also came to a place not far from the town. 8 cars surrounded by a distance of more than 10 meters, the huge Asgard logo pattern left on the ground because of the Bifrost transmission. The situation above changed suddenly. A cloud vortex with a diameter of about 50 or 60 meters began to form. The huge amounts of movement also attracted the attention of Thor, Sif, and others in the town. Boom! With a thunderous muffled sound, a beam of light mixed with rainbow light fell on the logo pattern left behind by the Asgard foursome. All the S.H.I.E.L.D agents drew their weapons one after another, stood behind the car or borrowed the car door to half cover themselves, and looked at the beam of light more than 10 meters away in readiness. 3 to 4 meters in the air next to Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, Pixiu was suspended there wearing a Pikachu armor. The light dissipated and the vision subsided. A tall humanoid metal figure appeared in everyone's eyes. It is the powerful Asgard weapon, the Destroyer armor. Chapter 85. The Destroyer comes. Phil Coulson and others were all taken aback when they saw such a large mechanical armor. If they hadn't known that it was sent by Asgard, they would have subconsciously wondered if it was something Iron Man Tony had come up with secretly. Pixiu. Phil Coulson couldn't help looking at Pixiu. Beat. Pixiu blinked, and after saying a word, he stretched out his right hand and fired a palm shot at the destroyer. And still on full power, that kind of thing. An adult male's wrist-thick energy beam shot out from the right palm of the battle armor. The palm cannon instantly hit the destroyer's chest. Boom! There was a muffled sound, but the destroyer just shook. Under attack, the destroyer locked the target on Pixiu, and the terrifying energy quickly gathered in its body. Orange-red light flickered inside the body, filled with destructive energy in the blink of an eye, and then fired a huge shattering beam at Pixiu from the face. Wherever the shattering beam passed, the incomparably hot air wave distorted the air slightly. But Pixiu knew that the destroyer would launch an attack after sending out a blow, so when the destroyer just sent out the energy beam, he quickly left the original position. After receiving Pixiu's order, Phil Coulson and others also launched attacks on the destroyer. Their guns did little damage to the destroyer, however. Even the fired rockets only made the destroyer pause for a moment. Although the destroyer in the movie has also been weakened due to reasons such as plot and more rationality, the destroyer can still be regarded as Asgard's strongest weapon. Judging from the current performance, Pixiu feels that the destroyer's combat power is at least a 3-star extremely high level, even 10 chips stronger than the normal Hulk and Abomination. The specific combat power is definitely not lower than what he guessed, and it can even reach the half-step 4-star level. You must know that this is only under the control of Loki. The destroyer has such a powerful combat power. If the person controlling it is Odin, then the destroyer will definitely be able to exert even more terrifying power. Under Odin's control, it is not impossible to reach 4 stars, or even 5 stars. Quick retreat. Seeing that all the weapons prepared were not available to the destroyer, Phil Coulson immediately gave the order to retreat. After all, at the moment does not run and wait for when. Sure enough, the gods are fighting, it's better for them mortals not to get close. Because Nick Fury needs detailed information on the scene, so they will go to the front line. But now it is more important to save your life as soon as possible. At the moment Destroyer also targeted them because of their attack. Energy converges and beams erupt. The goal is exactly where Phil Coulson is headed. Seeing this, Pixiu immediately blasted the destroyer's head with his palm. With a bang, the destroyer's head was smashed a little. The shattering beam thicker than the mouth of the bowl blasted towards a car next to it. Not good. The two S.H.I.E.L.D agents who just opened the car door and were about to drive away saw the shattering beam, and immediately changed their expressions and rushed to the side. The next moment, the shattering beam bombarded the car. Boom! Half of the whole car melted in an instant, and the remaining half also exploded, flying up with flames, and then smashed not far away. The flames continued to burn. The flames burned, and the black rock curled into the sky. The destroyer looked at Pixiu in the sky, and another shattering beam burst out. Pixiu quickly dodges. The shattering light beam hits the air, rushing out for a distance of tens of meters, and disappears after the destroyer stops the energy supply. In the small town. Must be Loki. Looking at the movement more than 1,000 meters away, the expressions of Thor, Sif, Fandral, and others changed. Quick, you guys leave quickly. Thor hurriedly said to Jane, Dr. Eric, and Daisy. How about you? Jane can't help but look at Thor. Vestag weighed the big axe in his hand and said with a smile. Don't worry, Thor will stay and fight with us. Guys. Hearing this, Thor frowned slightly and looked at the Asgard foursome and said. I'm just a mortal right now, I can't help you much, I'll only hold you back. I can only take these people to a safe place first. Buy us some time. As he spoke, Thor also looked at the nearby town residents who hadn't evacuated in time. We try our best. The four of Asgard looked at each other, a little surprised that Thor would be worried about these ordinary people, smiled in relief and then dispersed to prepare for the next battle. Then Thor, Jane, and others began to evacuate those town residents who did not evacuate in time. Asking for flowers. On the roof of the building on both sides of the entrance of the town. 2S.H.I.E.L.D snipers saw the scene more than 1,000 meters away clearly through the scope. After a brief hesitation, aim immediately at the destroyer, and then pull the trigger on the improved anti-materiel sniper rifle NTW-20. With two bang bangs, the high explosive bullet thicker than a finger pierced the air towards the destroyer. Boom! The high explosive bullet hit the destroyer and produced a detonation, but it only made the destroyer pause. Under attack, the destroyer turned sharply and looked in the direction of the town. At this time, Pixiu gave the destroyer's head a palm shot from behind. Hitting the destroyer and leaning forward slightly, immediately attracted the destroyer's hatred. For a while, the destroyer was actually kited. Asgard inside Asgard. Damn! Loki, who watched all this from the perspective of the destroyer, looked a little gloomy, and then said in a low voice. Destroyer, go kill my big brother and sift them, and ignore the rest. With that said, Loki shook the gun of Gungnir in his hand, conveying the command to the destroyer of Earth. After receiving the order, the destroyer ignored Pixiu and the others, and strode towards the small town. Anyway, those attacks can't hurt it. As a set of weapons and armor, the destroyer says it has no feelings and only needs to follow orders. Pixiu, what should I do? Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson immediately contacted Pixiu. Flying in the air, Chu looked in the direction of the town and said. How is the evacuation of the town going? Phil Coulson, most evacuated, the rest are evacuating quickly. Then leave the rest to Thor. Pixiu replied, and then flew towards the town. Hearing Pixiu's answer, although Phil Coulson felt a little helpless and anxious, it seems that he can only come according to Pixiu's arrangement. After all, the steel armor from Asgard is too powerful, and the weapons they prepared are useless at all. 10 seconds later, Pixiu came to the town before the destroyer. Through Xiaopai's satellite search, Pixiu found Thor who was helping to evacuate the residents. After locking Thor's position, Pixiu flies towards him. Sensing the movement, Thor looked up and saw Pixiu who was approaching, slightly taken aback. Chapter 86. What are you doing here? Watching Pixiu falling from the sky, Thor frowned slightly. Although he has thought through a lot of things after these 2 days, he still feels a little resentful when he thinks about what Pixiu did to him. Beside him, Jane Foster, Dr. Eric, and Daisy Louise moved a little closer to Thor, looking at Pixiu with curious eyes. They didn't see Pixiu when they went to pick up Thor. So they don't know Pixiu. Looking at the four of Thor, Pixiu said lightly. Do you know what's out there? What? Thor frowned slightly. Pixiu, the destroyer. What? Hearing this, Thor let out an exclamation. He didn't expect that Loki would get all the destroyers out for the sake of the throne, and his heart became more and more sad. Do you want to settle this matter? Looking at Thor, Pixiu of 803 in the armor showed a smile on his face. What do you want? Thor frowned and looked at Pixiu, feeling a little thumping in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. Thinking of what Pixiu did to him before, he found this feeling clearer. Follow me. Pixiu said something, and then came behind Thor. Under the watchful eyes of the three of them, Jane Foster reached out and grabbed the clothes on Thor's shoulders, then lifted Thor up and flew towards the destroyer. Thor. Seeing Thor being taken flying by Pixiu in the sky, whether it was the three of Jane Foster or the four of Asgard, their expressions changed and they shouted. Even the Asgard quartet would attack Pixiu to save Thor. After all, Pixiu doesn't fly very high, only 7 or 8 meters above the ground. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Thor was being held up by Pixiu, his armpit was a little uncomfortable, he heard the shout from below, although he didn't know what Pixiu was going to do, but he still told them not to worry. Now he has figured it out, since this incident happened because of him, then he should take the responsibility so as not to involve other people. What Pixiu said that day was almost a blow to his head, and after he calmed down, he curled up in the corner of the bed and thought about everything. After thinking about it for a while, he finally realized how stupid he had been before. Going to war with Asgard and Jotunheim? Once the war starts, the people of Asgard will fall into war and their safety will be threatened. As a real king, one cannot be afraid of war, but one cannot provoke war on his own initiative. Since he is a king, he should be responsible for his own people. As a king, what you want to bring to your people is safety and peace, not danger and anxiety. So even though Pixiu hit him twice and called him a waste twice, the hatred he had for Pixiu before has completely disappeared now. He was even beaten and scolded by Pixiu, and he still felt grateful. This feeling strikes Thor as something wrong. Therefore, when he saw Pixiu and thought about his previous experience, he felt a little bit aggrieved. The ground below. Although Thor said it was okay, the Asgard foursome followed Pixiu and moved out of the town. If it was Thor with divine powers, they wouldn't worry. But now Thor is just a normal guy. As close friends, how could they not be worried? After them, Jane Foster, Dr. Eric and Daisy Louise hurriedly followed, although Daisy Louise was a little unhappy. Soon, Pixiu came not far from the destroyer with Thor in hand. Spotting Thor, the destroyer stopped. Asgard! What are you doing? Seeing Thor being brought up by Pixiu, Luigi was a little stunned. He didn't understand why he brought Thor to the destroyer even if he didn't run away with Thor. Was it the fear that Thor wouldn't die fast enough? If Pixiu knows what Loki thinks, he will definitely give him a big thumbs up. Yes, that's what he thought. At the same time, Thor, who was being carried by Pixiu, looked at the destroyer more than 10 meters away, and asked with a puzzled face. Hey, that mouse, what the hell are you doing? Hearing Thor's words, the smile on Pixiu's face became even brighter. It's a pity Thor couldn't see it, otherwise he would have regretted it. Looking at the destroyer who was already accumulating energy, Pixiu said with a smile. I'm helping you. Pixiu said in his mouth, and under the disbelieving expressions of all the people who saw this scene, he threw the Thor he was carrying towards the destroyer viciously. No, Thor! The Asgard foursome and Jane Foster saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. Far away. It's over. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye, who were looking at the situation through the binoculars, were frightened by Pixiu's astonishing behavior, their hands holding the binoculars trembled, and they almost threw the binoculars away. Even Loki, who was sitting in the Great Hall of Asgard, was startled by Pixiu's actions and stood up. Thor, who was thrown towards the destroyer, also had his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This is Pixiu's solution? Sure enough, the feeling that something was wrong in his heart was right. Seeing the target approach, the destroyer instantly directed a shattering beam at Thor. Just a whoosh. Thor, who was in mid-air, was shot in the chest without any resistance, and then the chest was penetrated by the shattering beam, leaving a hole a little bigger than the mouth of the bowl. Then Thor thumped and fell hard to the ground. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. It seems that he did not expect that he would die like this. Seeing this scene, the Asgard foursome and Jane Foster were all stunned, looking at Thor, who fell to the ground motionless in disbelief, and couldn't believe it was real. Daisy Louise, who was following Dr. Eric, stretched out her hand to cover her mouth in fright, for fear that she would cry out in the next moment. At the same time, the moment Thor's chest was pierced by the shattering beam, Mjolnir in the isolation area trembled, and white arcs burst out. Then it soared into the sky, flying 1.3 toward the town at a terrifying speed exceeding Mach 10. Thunder clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and there were faint thunderclaps looming. Inside the Pichu armor, Pixiu turned to look in the direction of the quarantine area. He sensed a terrifying energy approaching rapidly, and it also carried terrifying electricity. There is no doubt that it is Mjolnir. Boom! Mjolnir flew over with dozens of terrifying bolts of lightning, and then hit the dead Thor in the astonished eyes of everyone. Afterwards, the dead Thor flew into the sky, the hole in his chest was restored, and his right hand held up Mjolnir. Soon Thor regained the armor and cloak transformed by divine power. His expression was serious, and his whole person was filled with a sense of majesty. Thor looked down at the destroyer. The destroyer also looked up at him. Chapter 87. Thor's eyes met the destroyer's. There seemed to be two electric currents fighting fiercely between them. Buzz buzz. Destroyer's body began to gather destructive energy, and it could be seen from the gap that its body seemed to be burning with raging flames, and the surrounding temperature rose by more than 10 degrees because of this. At the same time, Thor swung Mjolnir in his hands. As the destroyer sent out a shattering beam, Thor threw out his hammer too. The next moment, the shattering beam collided with Mjolnir. Boom! With a bang, the shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in a circular shape. The shattering beam bombarded Mjolnir, but Mjolnir seemed to be very strong, rushing towards the head of the destroyer with the shattering beam that could almost shatter all matter. A sound from Duin. Mjolnir slammed into the head of the destroyer with bolts of lightning. The destroyer's head was shapeshifted by Mjolnir, and then fell backwards and hit the ground hard, smashing the ground into a large pit and countless cracks. Thor landed on the ground, stretched out his hand, and Mjolnir flew back into his hand. At this moment, the destroyer, whose head was shapeshifting a large part, was also recovering quickly, and then struggled to get up from the ground. Obviously, that hit just now did not cause substantial damage to the destroyer. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up Mjolnir and threw it at the destroyer again. Under Thor's control, Mjolnir slammed into the destroyer again, sending the destroyer flying. While the destroyer was still in the air, Mjolnir slammed it into the ground from top to bottom, smashing the ground into a big hole full of cracks all around. Even the ground of the whole town seemed to shake because of the excessive force. After knocking the destroyer to the ground, Thor didn't stop. Controlling Mjolnir smashes the destroyer from top to bottom. Duin! 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 The crisp and dull explosions sounded again and again. The town trembled from each impact of Mjolnir. With the location of the destroyer as the center, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters is full of cracks, and even the houses are covered with dense cracks, which seem to be broken at the touch of a finger. As for the glass of the house, they have already turned into a pile of fragments. Seeing this scene, Pixiu's face and Pikachu's armor turned dark slightly. He remembered that after Thor regained his strength in the original plot, he quickly zoomed in and killed the destroyer. Why is it like there is no R key now? What are you doing to hit the destroyer with a hammer? Others are just a tool for getting emotional, can you give it a good time? And if he smashed it like this, wouldn't this small town really be destroyed in half? For Thor's strength, Pi was still a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Thor would reach half a 4-star level at most with Mjolnir, but his strength is obviously much stronger than the destroyer who also reached a half-step 4-star. Definitely, this does not mean that Thor's current strength has reached the 4-star level, it can only be said that his strength is closer to the real 4-star level. Outside the town, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye watched Thor's actions through the telescope. Although they were shocked by Thor's powerful strength, at the moment was more helpless. According to Thor's way of fighting, I am afraid that the town will be destroyed. Even if the town is not completely destroyed in the end, depending on the situation, it is very possible to destroy at least half of it. Meanwhile, Asgard. Seeing that Thor regained his divine power and fought against the destroyer, Loki's expression changed again and again, and he quickly came to Bifrost and opened Bifrost. Then I saw tall figures with ice-blue skin and blood-red eyes coming out of the Bifrost passage. Looking at these figures, Loki, surrounded by Gungnir's spear, smiled slightly and said, "Welcome to God's domain. Small town." Pixiu flew to Thor's side, and said to him, "Enough is enough, Thor, kill this guy quickly, are you fighting like this to destroy this place? Haven't you figured out anything these days?" Hearing this, Thor stopped Mjolnir's movements. Then he stretched out his hand and called Mjolnir back, then looked at Pixiu and hummed, "I definitely know." Then he swung the hammer and flew him obliquely above the destroyer. Suspended at a height of nearly 20 meters, Thor grabbed Mjolnir and quickly spun circles above his head. Well, it spins like a helicopter's propeller. Boom! There was thunder in the wind, and thunder clouds appeared above. Terrible lightning flashes shuttled through the thunder clouds, and a tornado-like thundercloud vortex quickly formed. The range of the thundercloud vortex is not very large, but it is still about 10 meters in diameter. Click, click. The destroyer, who was hit dozens of times by Mjolnir, was wriggling all over, and the places severely shaped by Mjolnir were recovering quickly. In just a dozen seconds, the destroyer was able to stand up from the ground. Looking up at Thor in the sky, the destroyer recharges, ready to unleash a shattering beam on him. At this moment, a powerful suction fell on the destroyer. The powerful suction directly sucked the destroyer off the ground, and the destroyer, who was caught off guard, was interrupted from accumulating energy, and vortexed in the air with the rotating electricity. But it is a super weapon after all, and the destroyer quickly adapted to the current state, and then quickly gathered energy again, shooting a shattering beam at Thor above. And Thor 180 is actually accumulating power, and the terrifying power is gathered on Mjolnir. As the destroyer fired its shattering beam, Thor swung his hammer at it too. At the moment Thor has already entered the state of human hammer and 1, and the power that erupts may have reached the terrifying level of a 4-star realm. Mjolnir rushed towards the destroyer with Thor, shattered all the smashing beams, and then slammed into the destroyer at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, the extremely dazzling light burst out, coupled with the deafening explosion. Phil Coulson and others who were thousands of meters away couldn't help but close their eyes and cover their ears. However, Pixiu was not affected, and you will soon be able to see the situation inside. In the huge dust cloud, pieces of broken metal smashed to the ground with a bang, bang. Then Pixiu saw Thor, holding Mjolnir, with a confident smile on his face, came out of the dust and walked towards him. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has some malicious intentions. Are you doing something? Seeing Thor approaching, Pixiu showed a bright smile on his face. Chapter 88. Under Pixiu's gaze, Thor stopped about 3 meters in front of him. Mouse. Looking at Pixiu, Thor weighed Mjolnir in his hand, and wanted to speak. Shut up. However, he was interrupted by Pixiu as soon as he opened his mouth. Rattling, rattling. Pikachu's battle armor opened to both sides, and S.H.I.E.L.D was in charge of controlling it. Pixiu came out from inside, rubbed his cheek with his right hand, and said angrily, "Thor, is this how you treat your guides?" S.H.I.E.L.D did an instant translation. Guiding mentor. Thor's face darkened, and he tightened his grip on Mjolnir's hand. Although he really wanted to refute, but he found himself somewhat unable to speak. Because what Pixiu did to him, he really looked like a guide. If it wasn't for Pixiu, he doesn't know how long it would take to figure it out. Right, you can see that you can't refute it. Pixiu looked at Thor with a smile and continued. I've already told you. Please call me Pichu or Pikachu. If you have a better relationship, you can also call me Pixiu, but you just want to call me Mouse. I'm not the mouse you know. It's more accurate for you to call me an elf than a mouse. So I don't want to hear you call me the word mouse again. Hearing this, Thor subconsciously thought of the dark elves he knew. But obviously Pixiu is not the same as dark elves. After all, other people are also humanoid. But Pixiu, exactly one of those mouse-like, cute pets? But, slightly narrowing his eyes, Thor looked at Pixiu with a sullen face. Leaving aside the matter of title, we should calculate the price you will pay for angering a god. Since you dare to attack me, Thor, with electricity, you cannot be forgiven. Thinking that he, as Thor, was electrified by a strange mouse, a mouse-like elf, if this spread, it would be embarrassing. What do you want? Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand and asked with a smile. Definitely retaliates in the same way. Thor said something in a serious tone, then weighed the hammer in his hand and said, "Are you ready?" He was not afraid of killing Pixiu with a flash of lightning. Since Pixiu can discharge electricity and fly, his strength is definitely not easy. What's more, he just wanted to vent the grievance in his heart, and attacking Pixiu would also weaken the power of lightning. As almost the most powerful warrior in Asgard, Thor can control his power very well. Ready. Pixiu said something with a smile, and then extended his right hand to Thor. Chi chi chi! Mjolnir in Thor's hand trembled, and then released a series of white arcs, trembling violently in Thor's hand, as if trying to break free from his hand. Feeling that Mjolnir was getting out of his control, Thor's face changed drastically immediately. He held Mjolnir tightly, and looked at Pixiu in disbelief. Damn, what did you do? Although he knew that Pixiu could afford Mjolnir, he felt that it was only because he lost control of Mjolnir before. In addition, Pixiu can discharge, so it is special to be able to afford Mjolnir. But the current situation has obviously exceeded his expectations. Pixiu was able to snatch control of Mjolnir from him. What are you kidding? Across the 9 realms, who can snatch Mjolnir from him but his father Odin? But Pixiu is doing just that right now. And Thor was horrified to find that no matter how he controlled Mjolnir, Mjolnir was still gradually getting out of his control, trying to fly towards Pixiu. Thor! At this time, the Asgard foursome, Jane Foster and others also rushed to the vicinity, but they were not too close, standing more than 10 meters away and watching Thor and Pixiu. After seeing Thor recovering his divine power, Xianzhong 4 people are not worried about Thor's safety at all. I just saw that Thor seemed to be a little panicked, and the Asgard block had. Xiaopai, keep an eye on them. Sensing the approach of the Asgard foursome, Pixiu spoke. Xiaopai in Pikachu's armor received the command, and immediately controlled Pikachu's armor to close, then prepared the weapon function, and turned to look at the Asgard 4. Something's wrong. At the same time, the Asgard foursome also discovered something was wrong. Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew that it must have something to do with Pixiu. After all, it was Pixiu who threw Thor to the destroyer before. If Thor hadn't recovered his divine power, he might have really turned into a corpse now. After discovering something was wrong, the Asgard foursome immediately attacked Pixiu. But Xiaopai was ready, calculated that the probability of the Asgard quartet against Pixiu was very high, and immediately flew towards the Asgard quartet, aiming the palm cannon at the 4 of them. Then Pippi's voice sounded, warning the Asgard foursome. It is detected that you are hostile to Mr. Please stay where you are and do not act, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The 4 members of Asgard froze for a moment when they heard Xiaopai's warning, but they looked at each other and nodded, and the 4 members immediately dispersed and rushed towards Pixiu. As for Xiaopai who controls Pikachu's armor, well, they ignored it. Verify hostility and activate defense. Seeing that the Asgard quartet did not listen to persuasion, Xiaopai's voice sounded, and then he shot the nearest Vestag with a palm bombardment. Vestag noticed Xiaopai's movement, and became alert in his heart. He quickly turned around and raised his weapon, the double-edged axe, in front of him to resist the palm cannon. Boom! The palm cannon hit the double-edged axe, and Vestager didn't even shake his hand holding the double-edged axe. Feeling the power of the palm cannon, Muyo let out a confident smile on his face. However, at the next moment, Xiaopai, Good Wang Hao, fired at him again. Volstagg confidently blocked the attack with his double-edged axe again. Boom! With a loud bang, Vestag only felt a powerful impact hitting the double-edged axe. His right hand holding the handle of the axe was numb, and then he backed up and hit a car. Bang the door of that car directly into shapeshifting. Xiaopai then launched an attack on Sif, Hogan, and Fondrel. With the supercomputing ability possessed by artificial intelligence, coupled with the mastery of the sky, the Asgard 4-member group was completely unable to do anything to Xiaopai for a while. Meanwhile, not far away, Pixiu looked at Thor, who was trying to control Mjolnir. His big ears trembled, and the smile on his face became more intense, which was in stark contrast to Thor with a hard-pressed look on his face. Come here, you! Shaking Mjolnir's right hand, Pixiu focused on Mjolnir. Chapter 89. Come here and get you! Pixiu gripped Mjolnir's paws, the electric pouches on both sides of his cheeks became hot, golden arcs were released, and the connection with Mjolnir instantly amplified. And this connection was left when he raised Mjolnir before. Between Setsuna and Mjolnir's hammerhead, white arcs scurry. Then he quickly flew towards Pixiu with Thor. Thor looks grave, his feet sinking hard into the ground, trying to steady himself and Mjolnir. Damn! Seeing himself getting closer to Pixiu, and his control over Mjolnir getting weaker and weaker, Thor's complexion became more and more ugly, and his heart felt a little tingly. He really didn't expect that Pixiu could snatch the control of Mjolnir from him. Even if he wants to use Mjolnir to control lightning now, he can't do it. Go and help Thor. Not far away, the Asgard foursome who were entangled by Xiaopai saw this scene, and when their expressions changed drastically, they wanted to get rid of Xiaopai's entanglement and help Thor. Sif, Fandral, and Hogun all rushed towards Pixiu, while Vertag immediately took the opportunity to get rid of Xiaopai and rushed towards Pixiu. Watch out! Vorstag jumped up, shouted in midair, and raised his double-edged axe to slash at Pixiu. Sir, be careful! Seeing this scene, Pi and Pikachu's armor immediately sent a reminder to Pi 810 Chu. Aware of Vistag, Pixiu instantly activated high-speed movement to cooperate with the electromagnetic levitation skill, left Thor and Mjolnir behind, and turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards him. Not good. Seeing Pixiu rushing towards him, Vistag's expression in the air changed. Although the idea of dodging had arisen, he had no time to dodge at all. Rushing in front of Vistag, Pixiu clenched his fist with his right hand and punched Vistag in the belly. What? Being hit in the stomach by Pixiu's punch, Vorstag's eyeballs bulged, and with a scream, he flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting Hogun and Fandral behind him. A hole! Seeing his friend being beaten, Thor's face showed anger. After regaining the control of Mjolnir, he held up the hammer and summoned a bolt of lightning to strike at Pixiu. Pixiu's incarnation flashed with lightning, and the lightning blasted the ground into a large pitch-black crater the size of a basin of water. The next moment, Thor found Pixiu appearing in front of him. The pupils shrank, Thor's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to react but it was too late. Pixiu landed a right hook on Thor's jaw. Boom! Thor, CDFB, rose on his back, and was sent flying by Pixiu's right uppercut. Pixiu turned into a golden lightning and chased after the victory, snatched Mjolnir from Thor's hand, and then swung Mjolnir, which was about the same size as himself, and smashed it on Thor's chest. Thor was like a badminton, hit the ground by Pixiu's hammer, nearly flattening a black car, and the whole person was in a state of bewilderment. Holding Mjolnir on Thor's chest, Pixiu looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "How is it, have you seen it?" Thor heard this, and looked at Pixiu with a confused and puzzled expression. As for why, because he couldn't understand. Oh, almost forgot. Seeing Thor with a puzzled and confused face, Pixiu suddenly realized that without Xiaopai's translation, even Thor would not be able to understand what he said. Does Thor know many languages? Definitely many. Thor understands the languages of many races in the universe. He understands the ethnic language of the little tree man Groot. But what he is speaking now is a unique ethnic language in another world. Even Thor, who is a master of languages, can't understand. Perhaps Father Odin has the means to understand. But whether it works or not, Pixiu is not clear. So Pixiu turned into lightning and flew towards Pikachu's armor. After detecting that Pixiu is approaching, Xiaopai also controls Pikachu armor to fly towards Pixiu. Throwing Mjolnir into the sky, Pixiu and Pikachu are combined together. Then catch the falling Mjolnir. Holding Mjolnir, Pixiu made a thought. Kaka. Thunder clouds appeared and surged above, and bolts of lightning fell. All eyes are on Pixiu. Thor got up and looked at Pixiu with a somewhat ugly face. He didn't expect Pixiu to be so powerful. Not only can it forcibly take control of Mjolnir away from him, but it can also explode at a speed comparable to lightning, and even possess strength not weaker than him. That uppercut just now made him feel pain in his jaw and teeth. Stopping to summon lightning, Pixiu looked at Thor and said, "How about Thor, are you convinced?" Thor's face darkened, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he didn't answer. Although he kept his mouth shut, he still admitted Pixiu's strength in his heart. After all, the people of Asgard worship the strong. If you want them to really agree, you must show your strength. As for the Asgard foursome, looking at Pixiu who was holding Mjolnir, was in a daze. Naturally, they knew exactly what was special about Mjolnir. In Asgard, apart from the Heavenly Father Odin, only Thor can use it. If it is someone else, without Mjolnir's approval, Mjolnir's weight will become as terrifying as a planet. But now Pixiu can lift Mjolnir. And outside the town, both Phil Coulson and Hawkeye were numb. At the same time, I have a clearer understanding of Pixiu's strength. This guy Pixiu, although he looks cute and harmless to humans and animals, he is actually a fearsome monster that can violently beat gods at will. If we compare them to ants, then it is very appropriate to describe Pixiu as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sure enough, there are too many monsters in this world. Such a world is too unfriendly to ordinary people like them. Maybe at some point he will die in a fight between gods in a daze. Back to you. Looking at Thor with a dark face, Pixiu shook his head bored, then threw Mjolnir back to him, looked at him thoughtfully and said, "It's too weak. Let's fight again when you realize your true strength. Now, you can go back to Asgard. After all, your younger brother, at the moment, is doing something there. Remember to teach him a lesson when you go back. Your younger brother is so blind that he is so arrogant that he wants me to be his pet." After catching Mjolnir, Thor's expression changed again and again. Finally he gritted his teeth and looked at Pixiu and said, "Pixiu, thank you." Then strode towards the Asgard foursome. As Pixiu said, the most important thing now is to go back and clean up the troubles Loki caused. Seeing Thor leading the Asgard foursome towards the outside, Pixiu thought for a while, but still didn't follow. Although he really wanted to go to Asgard for a walk. Chapter 90. After Thor and Jane Foster said goodbye, they called Heimdall to turn on Bifrost with the Asgard foursome. After a while, they finally returned to Asgard with the fallen Bifrost. Although Phil Coulson received the latest instruction from Nick Fury, let him find a way to keep Thor and the others, and see if he can arrange a meeting or something. Thor, who was in a hurry to go back and clean up Loki, just asked Phil Coulson to return him the equipment and materials they took from Jane Foster, Dr. Eric, and Daisy Louise. As for the meeting and talks, there is no need, and it shows that he has no hostility to the Earth, not to mention that Asgard is the Asgardian of the Nine Realms. For Thor's request, Phil Coulson looked at Pixiu. After all, Pixiu is still his temporary boss now. For this point, Pixiu naturally has no opinion. After all, Phil Coulson agreed to Thor's request in the original plot. Furthermore, with S.H.I.E.L.D's style of work, after obtaining those materials, they will definitely make a copy and enter them into S.H.I.E.L.D's database while researching. Now that the database is entered, those things are dispensable to S.H.I.E.L.D. And the most important point is that these things have nothing to do with Pixiu. After Thor and the Asgard foursome returned to Asgard, Pixiu said to Phil Coulson, "I'm done with the matter here, I'm leaving first." After speaking, without waiting for Phil Coulson to reply, he flew into the sky wearing Pikachu armor. Watching Pixiu leave, Phil Coulson couldn't help showing a wry smile. "I have to say, spending time with Pixiu was too exciting." Thinking of what he had experienced this time, he felt that he would apply for a 2-day vacation with Nick Fury after returning home. After all, it can be regarded as being up and down from beginning to end. On the way, Xiaopai's voice sounded. "Sir, there's a call from Mr. Stark." Pixiu, connected. After connecting, Tony's voice rang in Pixiu's ear. "Hey Pixiu, how is your situation going?" "Pixiu, it's over, I'm on my way back." "How is that Thor's strength?" Tony asked curiously. J.A.R.V.I.S has monitored through satellites and found that there have been many powerful abnormal energy magnetic fields appearing one after another in the charming fairyland wilderness of California. "Pixiu, it's pretty powerful, much stronger than the two big fat guys who were making trouble on Broadway at that time. After all, it's Thor, and he can also control the powerful lightning. I hit him 4 times in total, and I also grabbed his hammer to play with, and it felt good. Tisk tisk tisk." Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony couldn't help curling his lips and said, "You are too shameless. You seem to praise others for their strength, but it turns out that it is just to highlight the last sentence. For Pixiu's behavior of praising others on the surface but actually praising himself, Tony expressed his contempt. At the same time, Thor, whom he has not met yet, observes a moment of silence. After all, he has a deep understanding of Pixiu's black belly. However, his perception of Pixiu's strength has also been raised to a higher level. Pixiu said that Thor is much stronger than the Hulk and the Abomination, but he still defeated Thor and even robbed his Mjolnir. This shows how strong Pixiu is now. Aren't you convinced? How about our mid-lane solo? For Tony's contempt, Pixiu expressed his calmness and confidence. He knew that Tony's current Mark 6 was built to restrain his lightning power, and even took the name of an anti-thunder and lightning armor. As for why the Mark 6 is not called anti-Pixiu Warframe, Pixiu asked Tony. As a result, Tony explained that they were good friends, and the name anti-Pixiu battle armor was too targeted, which would easily destroy their friendship. If it is called the anti-thunder and lightning armor, it is straightforward and not very targeted. After hearing the explanation, Pixiu expressed strong contempt for Tony's deception. He can even say something that is too targeted and will destroy the friendship. What about the anti-Hulk armor behind it? Wait. It seems that Banner was his friend at that time, and Hulk shouldn't be counted? In this case, there seems to be no problem with the name anti-Hulk armor. But the two of Banner and Hulk are 10 people. So he named it anti-Hulk armor, which can actually be regarded as an anti-Banner armor. Anyway, no matter what, Pixiu has always expressed strong contempt for Tony's deceitful behavior. After chatting with Tony for a few more words, Pixiu ended the call. Anyway, there is nothing very urgent. If you have anything to say, you can wait until he gets home. Asking for flowers. After finishing the call, Pixiu asked S.H.I.E.L.D to increase the flight function to the limit. That is to say, it can reach the terrifying speed of Mach 3. At the same time, Asgard. Heimdall broke free from the frozen power of the Casket of Ancient Winters, killed the 2 ice giants guarding the side, and then opened Bifrost with the Guardian Sword. When Thor and Asgard returned to the Bifrost Terminal Palace, they saw Heimdall lying next to the Guardian Sword. Thor's expression changed slightly and he said, "You take him to therapy, I'll go to Loki." After speaking, Thor swung Mjolnir and flew towards Asgard with great speed. In the Great Hall on the top floor of Asgard, the king of the ice giants, Laufey, knocked down the Queen Frigga aside, and then came to Odin, who had entered Odin's eye with an excited smile. 0. In the dark, Loki, who was hiding, saw Frigga being knocked to the ground by Laufey. His brows were slightly frowned, his eyes were on Laufey, and his hand holding Gungnir's gun was tightened. When Laufey babbled for a while, an ice blade condensed in his hand, and when he raised it high to attack Odin, Loki raised the spear of S.H.I.E.L.D. A golden light beam with a faint color burst out from the top of Gungnir's spear. With a bang, Laufey, who was caught off guard, was directly hit in the back, and then flew out and fell in front of him. With just one blow, Laufey was seriously injured. Laufey, who was attacked by Loki, struggled to raise his head, and looked at Loki in disbelief, never expecting that Loki would attack him. However, it was the son of Odin who killed you. Holding the gun of Gungnir, Loki looked at Laufey indifferently, and then fired the gun of Gungnir again. All that was left of Laufey was a little scum like sparks. "Loki, you killed him." Seeing this scene, Frigga couldn't help showing a look of shock on her face, and then quickly walked to Loki's side, holding Loki in her arms. "Yes, mother." A smile spread across Loki's face. At this moment, there was an angry shout, and Thor appeared in the eyes of Loki and Queen Frigg. Chapter 91. The things in Asgard are also staged as in the original plot. In order to prevent the destruction of Jotunheim, Thor used Mjolnir to break Bifrost with one hammer after another, destroying the Bifrost Terminal Hall. A terrifying burst of energy sent Thor and Loki flying. Just when the two were about to fall into the cosmic void with the Bifrost Terminal Hall, the awakened Odin arrived in time to grab Thor's feet. While Thor holds Mjolnir in one hand and Gungnir in the other, Loki also holds Gungnir in the other. The void below created a wormhole due to the destruction of Bifrost, and the terrifying suction constantly devoured everything nearby. Looking at Odin who appeared, Loki's eyes were reddish, the corners of his eyes were slightly moist, and he shouted unwillingly. I could have done it, father, I could have. For you, for all of us 980. No, Loki. Looking at Loki below, a sad look appeared on Odin's face, and he shook his head slightly. Hearing this, the unwillingness on Loki's face disappeared, and he just looked at Odin with a blank face and reddish eyes, as if he lost all anger in an instant. No, Loki, don't. Thor noticed something at this moment, and yelled at Loki anxiously, trying to stop his move. Looking at Odin, Loki may let go of her right hand holding Gungnir's spear. The whole person fell towards the void below. No, Loki. Looking at Loki whose figure was swallowed by the wormhole, Thor's eyes widened and he let out a sad roar. Seeing this scene, Odin's face became even more sad. Earth, the United States. Beach House, 10880, Malibu Harbor, CA. After returning to the villa, Pixiu immediately took off the Pikachu armor, then took out drinks and fruits from the refrigerator in the kitchen, and said while returning to the living room. J.A.R.V.I.S, please put down the movie. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, Mr. Pixiu. Just before Pixiu entered the villa, the underground laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, Mr. Pixiu has returned. Tony, who was looking for information about New Mexico on the internet, immediately got up and left the laboratory with a touch of expectation, and walked outside quickly. Just as Pixiu sat on the sofa, he heard footsteps and Tony's voice. Pixiu, you are back, do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Hearing this, Pixiu immediately rolled his eyes, glanced at Tony, and said angrily with a cold face. Hey, can you stop saying such disgusting words, please? Could it be that after you haven't seen each other for a few days, you have a problem with your orientation, and you're even so BT that you don't even let off creatures of other races? The little skin in the Pikachu armor next to him made an instant translation. Hearing Xiaopai's instant translation, Tony's expression froze, and he froze in place. AX. Then Tony came back to his senses, pretended to be disgusted and wretched and said. A hole, how can you say such a thing, I'm going to throw up. Having said that, Tony shrugged and said solemnly. Okay, let's stop making trouble, and quickly show me the video. When he said this, Tony couldn't help turning his head to look at the Pikachu armor placed next to the sofa, with a look of strong curiosity and expectation on his face. Holding a plump and juicy peach with both hands and taking a bite, Pixiu shouted without looking back. Xiaopai. Okay, sir. Xiaopai's voice came from Pikachu's armor. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, just received a video file. Tony was overjoyed. J.A.R.V.I.S, playing on the screen. Oh, shit. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but yelled. The movie that was playing disappeared in an instant, replaced by the video he let Xiaopai record through the armor when the destroyer was about to appear. Pixiu's first-person view in the root video, Tony watched the video from beginning to end, all the way to when he returned Mjolnir to Thor. During the definitely period, there was a two-way screen, one was from Pixiu and Thor, and the other was when Pixiu controlled the war tool to deal with the Asgard foursome. After watching the whole process, Tony was both shocked and wanted to laugh. The shocking thing is because of the terrifying power erupted by the destroyer, Thor, and Pixiu, viewing it from a first-person perspective is like watching a super sci-fi blockbuster. Even leaving aside Pixiu, the destroyer, and Thor for the time being, when Pixiu controlled the armor to fight the Asgard foursome, the strength of the Asgard foursome also shocked him. After watching the video, Tony also knew that what Pixiu told him before was not bragging, and that Pixiu was indeed strong enough to beat Thor. As for the reason for wanting to laugh, it is naturally the matter between Pixiu and Thor. He couldn't help but silent for a second for Thor, who dared to call Pixiu a mouse, and judging from the conversation, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. With Pixiu's black belly, Thor was punished in the end. Are all the people in Asgard so strong? After watching the video, Tony couldn't help looking at Pixiu and asked. Okay. 1. Pixiu gnawed on a peach and said while chewing. Asgard people, even ordinary people, have a body density 3 times higher than that of humans on Earth, and they can easily bend or break steel on Earth. Those professionally trained fighters are even more amazing, and among all the fighters in Asgard, Thor is the strongest existence. With Thor's current strength, it doesn't take much effort to lift things of hundreds of tons, and with the strength of his body, even a special anti-material sniper rifle is difficult to break through. If you want to kill him, I estimate that even if you use a large-yield thermonuclear weapon, if you can't directly hit or get close to the explosion center, the possibility of death is 1.2 days. What's more, even if thermonuclear weapons are really used, Thor is not stupid and can hide. He can release lightning while running to destroy thermonuclear weapons. Oh my god! After listening to Pixiu's introduction, Tony couldn't help but click his tongue with shock on his face. According to what Pixiu said, just ordinary people in Asgard can be compared with the superhuman Captain America who has been strengthened by super soldier serum. And those fighters, elite fighters, are even more terrifying. It's just that Thor is so powerful, he can't imagine how powerful Odin, the heavenly father known as the king of god among the Aesir Protoss, would be. Is this the power of the Aesir Protoss in Norse mythology and myths and legends? Compared with it, the human beings on the earth seem to be completely out of the same dimension. Chapter 92. Autumn goes to winter solstice, winter goes to spring. Time flies by, year after year. Since the incident in New Mexico, it seems that things have returned to normal. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. The time came to 2012. In the villa room, Pixiu is lying on the bed, holding the vibranium reactor in one hand, and the copper ring connected to the generator in the other hand to turn on the double suction mode, absorbing the energy in the 2 reactors. After more than a year of steady accumulation, the distance from 100 million evolution points to evolve to 4 stars is still about 10 million. Judging from the efficiency of turning on the double suction mode, it will be enough to wait for about 2 months. Lying on the bed in a large shape, Pixiu closed his eyes and listened to the quiet piano music. In my heart, I was secretly thinking. It's already 2012, and it's almost time for the plot of the New York War. During the past 3 months, every time Hill approached me, he used video chats. It is likely that the space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D has been put into use, and she has also been on it to take charge of the command. That brat, since the incident with Thor last time, he should have made up his mind to launch a plan to use Tesseract to study super weapons. Although his starting point is good, there are too many hidden dangers involved in 23. For example, in the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, if the Insight plan launched using the space carrier technology was not blocked in the end, it is not known how many people will die under the conspiracy of Hydra. Research on Tesseract. Let Thanos know that the space gem is on the Earth again, and just use the rescued Loki to go to the Earth to help him obtain the space gem. The Earth now includes the other 8 realms of the 9 realms, and there are many powerful existences that Thanos fears, such as Ancient One, Odin, Hela, Flame Giant Surti, and even the Dark Elves can pose no small threat to him, so he wouldn't come in person at all. And Loki, the second prince of Asgard, happens to be a pawn in his exploration. If the plan is successful, he can successfully get the space gem at the lowest cost. Space gem, mind gem. Thinking that after the beginning of the Avengers Alliance, there will be 3 infinite gems on the Earth, Pixiu is a little excited. After all, this is the most powerful treasure in the movie universe as far as he knows. As for whether there will be any more powerful treasures than infinite gems in the movie universe after the 4th Avengers Alliance, Pixiu is not very concerned about this point. In the movie universe, the settings of the 6 infinite gems are treasures forged by the 4 gods of the universe after the Big Bang and the opening of chaos with the power of the 6 singularities that control the source of all things in the infinite plane. The 6 singularities correspond to the powers of the 6 infinite gems: force, space, time, soul, mind, reality. Each gemstone is a collection of cosmic rule powers. If the power of a gemstone can be exerted to its peak, it can easily destroy a planet, or even 10 bottoms. And when the power of the 6 infinite gems is gathered together, the power they possess can even surpass all existences in the universe, even the 4 great gods of the universe who created them. Theoretically, mastering 6 infinite gems can become a nearly omnipotent existence. It is precisely because infinite gems possesses this supreme rule power that after Thanos gets 6 infinite gems, he can wipe out half of the life in the universe with just a snap of his fingers. Therefore, according to Pixiu's estimation, there should not be anything more powerful than infinite gems in the movie universe. Definitely this is just his guess, and he doesn't know what the future will be like now. By the way, do you want Tony to study nanotechnology now? After thinking about it, Pixiu couldn't help but think of the scene in Avengers Alliance 4 where Tony used the nano armor Mark 50 to form a glove, wearing 6 infinite gems and snapping his fingers. Nanotechnology is a good thing. Steel battle suits are all condensed into a small device, which is not only convenient to carry but also fits together anytime and anywhere. Well, it seems to work. Thinking of this, Pixiu got up and turned off the generator, then put on the translation headset, took the vibranium reactor and flew towards the underground laboratory. The entrance to the underground laboratory. What? Pixiu glanced inside, but didn't see Tony's figure and couldn't help frowning. J.A.R.V.I.S, where's Tony? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, he's been away for 5 minutes. As far as I know he's on a date with a POTS girl. ZEX. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S answer, Pixiu's face darkened slightly. MD, is it great to have a girlfriend? Since Tony expressed his love to Pepper at his instigation a few months ago, Tony likes to run to Manhattan when he has nothing to do these few months, and even almost lives there. 2 months ago, the Stark building was completed and put into use, and Tony moved a lot of things there, although the base camp was still at the seaside villa. During this period of time, he was the only one in the seaside villa most of the time. Tony once suggested that he should go live with him in the Stark building. After all, it was a landmark building that he spent a lot of money to build. However, Pixiu temporarily rejected this point. That side will soon be the center of the battlefield, where is there a seaside villa where you can live comfortably? Then Tony returned to the villa yesterday and said that he would rest here for 2 days, but he was gone when he went to find him today. Pixiu said he was speechless. It was agreed to rest for 2 days? 670? Pixiu, J.A.R.V.I.S, sent Tony a call. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, just a moment. About 5 seconds later, Tony's voice sounded. Pixiu, what can I do for you? Pixiu, what are you going to do? Dining with POTS. During this time the group has a lot of business and talked about a lot of business cooperation, and then I plan to take her to relax. Tony's voice came with a bit of distress. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks, and electric arcs shot out, and he even had the urge to shiver. Abba, the sour smell of love is too strong, it almost hits him. Okay, let's go later. Pixiu said helplessly, remember to go back to the villa after the date. I have some things to discuss with you. There is no rush. You can go on a date first. Tony wants to go on a date with Pepper, and the reason is very reasonable, he can't bother them without Vision, not to mention that he actually wants to see Tony and Pepper get married sooner. Discuss what? However, Tony was a little curious. Chapter 93. Discuss what? However, Tony was a little curious when he heard this. Don't worry about the battle armor, it's just a concept. Pixiu first said something lightly, and then said with a joking smile. You should go on a good date with POTS first. It's best for the two of you to get married this year. If it doesn't work, it's okay for you two to get married next year, and then give birth to a lovely daughter for me to bully and bully. Get out. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but scolded and said, how did you know that POTS and I would have a daughter, and even if you have a daughter, you can't bully her. Okay, I won't bully her, okay. Pixiu rolled his eyes, then said impatiently. That's it, hang up first, J.A.R.V.I.S, please end the call. After speaking, Pixiu turned around and went back the same way. After a little while, back in the room, Pixiu used the tablet to contact Nick Fury, whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Nick Fury connected to the voice chat. What's the matter? Nick Fury cut to the chase. Nothing, he doesn't believe that Pixiu will look for him. He and Pixiu haven't been in touch for almost a year since the last New Mexico incident. Now Pixiu came to him suddenly. If he said nothing happened, he wouldn't believe it even if his hair fell out. Can't I chat with you? Pixiu couldn't help asking back. No. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. I'm very busy now, and I don't have the idea of wasting time with you for the time being. If there's nothing else to do, let's do it first. What are you busy at? Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said disdainfully. Are you looking for that living fossil, or are you researching Tesseract to develop a super weapon? Nick Fury on the other side immediately changed his face when he heard the words, subconsciously wanted to say how did you know, but luckily he held back in time because of his excellent quality. Seeing Nick Fury's silence, Pixiu could still imagine his expression, so he continued. Why, are you surprised? Actually, don't be surprised. Not long ago, my foresight ability was activated, and then I got some related news. What I just said is part of it. Hearing this, Nick Fury calmed himself down, at least on the surface. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, what else do you know? Ahem, I don't know much, just a little bit. Pixiu was a little humble. But hearing Pixiu's words, Nick Fury's face turned black. Hey, it seems to be very dark. Sure enough, Pixiu's mouth is out of tune at all. Don't know much, just a little? Is this a little bit the fingertip universe that Pixiu once said? Can't be an honest person every day? There seemed to be thousands of complaints in his heart, Nick Fury said with a dark face, angrily. Pixiu, don't give me a sloppy eye, you have to know what you know, it's all important secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it's someone else, I can even arrest him directly. What are you looking for me for? Just to show off that you know some important secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not that bored yet, okay. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu slightly rolled his eyes and said something, and then got straight to the point. Has Phil Coulson found Captain America? Why are you asking that? Nick Fury frowned slightly. Pixiu, can you stop asking why, and if you want me to reveal a little bit of what I know, can't you answer my question honestly? Okay, you go on. Nick Fury's mouth twitched. Although chatting with Pixiu is uncomfortable, but in order to get something useful, he knows that he has to endure some pain that he shouldn't have to bear. Tisk, answer my question first. Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips. Nick Fury. After being speechless for a while, Nick Fury still said, on the way back. Pixiu, how is the Tesseract research going? Nick Fury said with a black face, this can't be said. Pixiu, you really can't tell. Nick Fury, can't really say. Nick Fury's tone was firm. So what about Pixiu, but he won't say anything about it. All right. Pixiu said indifferently, if you don't say it, don't say it, anyway, you can't make anything, and you will attract terrible enemies. What's the meaning? Hearing Pixiu's last words, Nick Fury's originally calm state of mind collapsed again. Attract fearsome enemies? Can you finish the sentence at once? Why do you want to make people feel so frightened? Ah! Pixiu smiled like a sneer, and then said. What do you think a Tesseract is? A simple product of alien energy technology. This thing is something that many powerful beings and civilizations in the universe want to get. It was once obtained by Odin, the father of Asgard. Due to the strength of Odin and Asgard. So those coveting can only suppress the thoughts in their hearts. Now that Tesseract is in your hands, you still want to use the power of Tesseract to study weapons. Don't you know that this is actually sending a signal? What signal? Nick Fury looked extremely dignified. Pixiu, a signal to start war, telling those powerful existences and civilizations who covet Tesseract, Tesseract is here with me, do you want it? Come and hit me if you want it. Nick Fury. Merfolk, it is obviously such a serious matter, why did it come out of Pixiu's mouth, as if it was a joke? Suppressing the thought of complaining in his heart, Nick Fury said in a deep voice. You mean, in the future, there will be alien civilizations coming to Earth to steal Tesseract? Children can be taught. Pixiu nodded. Hearing this, Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, looked up the meaning of this sentence, his eyes twitched, and then he said with a dark face, aside from this, is there anything else? Ma no Zhao, yes. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't seem to care much, Pixiu curled his lips and said two words lightly. Nick Fury, what is it? Pixiu, I won't tell you to look for it. Nick Fury. Resisting the urge to curse, Nick Fury said angrily. That's fine, I understand what you said, if there is nothing else, it's fine, I have to go to work. With that said, Nick Fury ended the call. After finishing the call, Nick Fury crossed his hands on the table, and then put them on his chin, lost in thought. Alien civilization. He made up his mind to start the Tesseract project, isn't it just to prevent the Earth from having the confidence to fight against them when they appear in the future? Chapter 94. In the villa. Tisk tisk tisk, I look forward to when you come to find me. Seeing that Nick Fury ended the call, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and only felt in a good mood. MDZZ, the Wang Liang I ate at Tony and Zijiali's place was almost full. Now chatting with Braised Egg, I feel much more comfortable. Sure enough, when we are uncomfortable, we must find someone to talk to. If you keep holding it back, if you hold yourself back and become psychologically dark, it will be very bad. In a good mood, Pixiu decides to have something to eat and drink. So he threw the tablet away, and Pixiu flew towards the kitchen. In the evening, Pixiu took a relaxing sleep after a long absence. Time passed slowly. The next day, Pixiu was still asleep in the dreamland, when the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang out in the room. J.A.R.V.I.S, Mr. Pixiu, sir, let me inform you that he will return to the villa in 3 minutes. Ah, who? Pixiu, who was a little drowsy, subconsciously responded. Afterwards, Pixiu regained consciousness instantly. With a whoosh, he flew into the air and rubbed his cheeks with his hands. The golden arc crackled and danced all over the body, restoring the body's condition to its peak. Perhaps, this is called self-electrotherapy. After waking up, Pixiu immediately asked, J.A.R.V.I.S, how long will it take for Tony to arrive? After being translated by the translation program, J.A.R.V.I.S said, there are about 2 minutes left. Pixiu, okay. 217. Putting on the translation headset, Pixiu flew towards the living room. To be precise, it should fly to the kitchen. 3 minutes later, Pixiu was eating a pear from California with both hands on the sofa in the living room, and Tony came out of the underground laboratory in a neat suit. Pixiu, tell me, did you need me yesterday? Tony, who came to the living room, saw Pixiu on the sofa, and immediately showed curiosity. Swallowing the pear meat in his mouth, Pixiu glanced at him and said, no nanotechnology. No. Hearing this, Tony immediately looked at Pixiu angrily and said, who am I in your eyes? I am a super genius in the scientific world, and you actually asked me if I knew a nanotechnology, and if I made a mistake. Nanotechnology originated from a speech entitled There is Still a Lot of Room at the Bottom given by the late physicist Richard Feynman in 1959. Technology is divided into nanosystem science, nanochemistry, nanomaterials, nanobiology, nanoelectronics, nanofabrication, nanomechanics. Wait, shut up. Hearing that Tony was going to give himself a forced science education, Pixiu didn't even bother to eat the pears, and interrupted him quickly. A big drop of cold sweat seemed to overflow from his forehead. I should get straight to the point and ask him politely if he knows what nanotechnology does. I used to be a scumbag who was better than the top and more than the bottom, and I chose liberal arts in high school. You tell me about physics and chemistry, and they are very high-end ones. This time, I really made myself feel guilty. Hearing that Tony was going to educate himself, Pixiu almost couldn't resist giving him electrotherapy, making him swallow everything he was going to say later. As a scumbag, if you insist on listening to knowledge that you don't understand, you will suffer. Seeing Pixiu's head ache, Tony smiled slyly, and then said seriously. Okay, it seems that the matter you asked me to discuss is related to nanotechnology. Tell me, what exactly is it? In fact, he said that on purpose just now, just to tease Pixiu, wanting to see how Pixiu looks like with a headache. However, in view of previous experience, Tony is very smart to accept as soon as it is good. He is not greedy at all. The next time he gets the chance, he will do it again. In the field of IQ and knowledge, Tony said that he must not advise Pixiu. You cannot be defeated by force, but we are intellectuals, and we must use knowledge to determine the outcome. Finding that Tony seems to be a bit malicious, Pixiu couldn't help but glance at him. Then it gets to the point. Have you ever thought about getting a set of nano armor? Nano armor? Hearing this, Tony froze for a moment, then raised his hands and put them on his chest. The right elbow is propped on the back of the left hand, the thumb and index finger of the right hand are pinching the chin slightly, the eyes are slightly narrowed, and the brows are full of thoughts. I have to say, what Pixiu said moved him very much. But it seems a bit difficult to handle. After all, if you want to use nanotechnology to make a set of steel armor, it is completely different from the current armor form, and you can't make it just by thinking about it. Even if he is a super genius, he can't guarantee that he can get it out in a while. After pondering for a moment, Tony couldn't wait to look at Pixiu and said, Pixiu, your idea is very advanced, and it also moved my heart. Now I have a feeling of wanting to calculate the feasibility of this idea. Forget it, don't talk about it, I'll try it now. After speaking, Tony immediately turned around and strode towards the underground laboratory. Seeing that Tony was going to study the nano-armor without delay, Pixiu blinked his eyes, his big ears quivered slightly, feeling a little dazed. But then Pixiu didn't bother to care about him, anyway, he just had to wait for the results. Delivering a workable concept and leaving the rest to our super talented scientist Tony Stark is a reasonable assignment. So next, Pixiu is leisurely and contented on the top, while Tony is dead brain cells on the bottom. The days passed. 10 days later. Just yesterday, Tony, who was driven to sleep by the dissatisfied Pepper, got up from the bed in a daze. In order to research the nano-armor, Tony has been feeling a little obsessed these days. He checked all kinds of information and calculations, and even stayed up all night twice in a row. Pepper, who came to visit, was very angry when he saw Tony's thick dark circles. After all, he was with Pepper. Seeing that Pepper was angry, Tony didn't want him to worry, so he forced himself to go back to the bedroom and start resting. Due to lack of sleep for a few days and excessive mental exhaustion, Tony almost fell asleep. In fact, Pixiu found out that Tony persuaded him during the night, but Tony swore that it was only a day or two, and he used to feel that this kind of thing didn't bother him. Now that Tony has said that, what else can Pixiu do? Are we going to knock Tony out and put him to sleep? Well, even though he had such an idea, he still didn't make a move. Although I let Tony figure it out, Pixiu still said sullenly. Tony, just stay up all night and use your brain. Do you know what kind of programmers are the most? Don't blame me for not reminding you when you become like a corned egg. Then, he was kicked out of the laboratory by Tony after saying this sentence. The reason is that his scumbag should not hinder his super genius from contributing to science. To this, Pixiu said, you are a bully and a bullshit. Chapter 95. Just as Tony woke up, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded in the bedroom. Sir, Mr. Phil Coulson is here. Phil Coulson. Tony frowned slightly, not understanding why Phil Coulson came to him, but he still said. Let him in. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, he's here. Tony. Speechless for a moment, Tony came to the bathroom and began to wash up. Although a guest has arrived, in view of the behavior of the guest, he decided to hang him for a while. At the same time, on the sofa in the living room, Pixiu holds the vibranium reactor in his left hand, and wears a translation headset around his neck. With his right hand, he grabs cherries, grapes, and strawberries from the fruit plate on the side and stuffs them into his mouth. Hearing footsteps coming from the direction of the door, and judging from the weight of the footsteps, it was not a woman but a man, Pixiu couldn't help turning his head to look. A figure wearing a black suit, holding an ultra-thin notebook in his hand, with a worrying hairline, a sunny face and a friendly smile came into his eyes, making Pixiu shake his ears. After glancing at it, Pixiu withdrew his gaze, looked at the big screen and asked curiously, "Phil Coulson, how did you get here?" Seeing the notebook in Phil Coulson's hand and thinking of the plot of the Avengers Alliance, Pixiu definitely knew why he came. But he just wants to know what to ask, not to mention that Phil Coulson doesn't know what he knows what he's here for. According to the original plot, Phil Coulson should be looking for Tony in the Stark building at this time. But because of his reasons, now he came to the seaside villa. "I have something to do with you and Tony." Phil Coulson walked towards the sofa, the smile on his face disappeared a little, and he looked around with a serious expression and asked, "Where's Tony?" "Down there." Pixiu nodded, and after eating a grape, thoughtfully said, "Phil Coulson, it must have been that braised egg who asked you to come. Could it be that something big happened? He, the director of the Magic Arm Bureau, can't even save a bit of face." Pixiu. Hearing this, Phil Coulson couldn't help showing a wry smile. "You have to understand that an unknown enemy attacked one of our bases and took a very important item, and Officer Hill was injured, so Director Nick Fury." "Wait, Hill is hurt?" Hearing Phil Coulson's words, Pixiu couldn't help being taken aback, subconsciously exerted force with his right hand, and crushed the cherries he had just grasped together with the core inside. After what Phil Coulson said, Pixiu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Regarding the plots of Marvel movies from Steel 1 to Avengers Alliance 4, he dare not say that he can remember all of them. Except for the big incident of Li Xiangxiang, he has long forgotten some things. For example, he remembers that Loki attacked S.H.I.E.L.D's base for studying Tesseract with a psychic scepter, and then took away Tesseract while using the psychic scepter to control people like Hawkeye and Dr. Eric. But there are some other things in it that he has no impression of. Or I used to have a little impression, but gradually forgotten as time went by. Even if he has become a Pokémon now, and he is still strengthening in all aspects to the point that he is not weaker than Thor and Hulk, including his memory has reached the level of photographic memory. But because he didn't have a deep impression before, and he didn't go to recall all the plots carefully from beginning to end. So forget about Hill getting hurt while chasing Loki. Listening to what Phil Coulson said now, the relevant memory fragments clearly emerged in my mind. To be honest, after getting along with Hill for so long, Pixiu relied on his ability, and he could see that Hill had missions except at the beginning. But later on, when Hill got along with him, it was the kind that didn't carry any purpose. Therefore, Pixiu gradually recognized Hill in his heart, and regarded her as his true friend. Now hearing about Hill's injury, Pixiu felt a little angry. After recalling the relevant clips, Pixiu also knew that although Hill was injured, it was not serious. Even so, he was determined to teach Loki a lesson. How could Pixiu sit idly by when someone he recognized was injured? If Hill wasn't recognized, Pixiu wouldn't care much even if she knew she was hurt. After all, it has nothing to do with him. But, most importantly now, Hill is someone he approves of. Then Loki, the party concerned, is responsible for this. "Pixiu, are you okay?" Seeing Pixiu suddenly crushing the cherries and then showing a pensive expression, Phil Coulson's heart jumped for some reason, as if someone was about to be unlucky. "Well, it's fine." Pixiu came back to his senses, released electricity to purify the cherries on his hands and body, and then flew towards his bedroom with the vibranium reactor, saying, "Tony should be out soon, you can talk to him first, I have something to do." Asking for flowers. This, well. Seeing the back of Pixiu's departure, Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then thinking of what happened just now, he also vaguely guessed what Pixiu was going to do when he left. When Pixiu returned to the bedroom, Tony also came out of the bedroom and came to the living room. Then Phil Coulson started his own mission here. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Pixiu turned on the tablet, found the separate communication Hill left, and sent her a video chat. Beep beep. After a while, there was no connection on the other side. I almost forgot again. Seeing that no one was answering the video, Pixiu suddenly thought of something, rubbed his cheeks depressed and muttered. Loki has made such a big deal, that BD guy has already asked Phil Coulson to issue a 7-level alert, and even prepared for war. There are so many things to deal with, how could Hill have time to read his own news? It seems that this period of time has been too comfortable, and the state has declined a bit. The voice gradually fell. Pixiu took a deep breath, rubbed a ball of electric arcs on his cheeks with both hands, and then pinched them away. His eyes became sharper. Then Pixiu turned around and flew outside. When I came outside, I happened to meet Tony and Phil Coulson, who seemed to be going to the underground laboratory. Seeing Pixiu, Tony smiled and said, "Pixiu, you came out just in time, let's take a look together and see what Phil Coulson brought us." Pixiu nodded. Then the three came to the underground laboratory. Phil Coulson handed the belt to Tony. But Tony spread his hands and said, "Excuse me, I don't like people handing me things directly, can I trouble you to put them on the workbench next to me?" Phil Coulson. Although he was speechless, he still put the notebook on the workbench beside him. Tony walked over to open the notebook, and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, please scan the contents. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. Chapter 96. Laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S entered the notebook brought by Phil Coulson through the internet, and then released the files inside. On the workbench, the corresponding holographic projection appears. Pixiu glanced at it. There was a video of Loki, and the Tesseract and the machine used to study Tesseract energy in the S.H.I.E.L.D base. Tony, on the other hand, looked at the holographic projection of Tesseract and stared slightly, with a pensive look on his face. Because of Tesseract's projection display, he thought of something. That is the isotope of the vibranium reactor. It seems that the new elements he extracted based on the clues left by his father Howard seem to be the energy contained in this Tesseract. And Pixiu saw Tony staring at Tesseract, and immediately said, "Don't think too much about it. The energy of the new element is actually the energy in the Tesseract. Currently, your father found the Tesseract from the sea area where Captain America crashed on July 17. Later, through research on Tesseract, he discovered the clues of super energy, and then, as mentioned in the previous video, due to the limitations of the times, your father could not go further. That's why he made the relevant clues into a future city model and left it to you. I hope that the proudest son in his life can continue to explore." After speaking, Pixiu looked at Phil Coulson and said, "What did you want me and Tony to come over here, join that Avengers team?" Phil Coulson nodded slightly and said, "Director Nick Fury meant exactly that." Tisk. Hearing this, Pixiu curled his lips and said, "Then who else did he invite to join?" "Banner, should I say Hulk, and Captain America, even Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye." "How did you know?" Phil Coulson looked at Pixiu in surprise. After all, there are not many details about the formation of the Avengers team in S.H.I.E.L.D. Not counting Nick Fury himself. Plus he is only known to Hill, Natasha Romanoff, and Barton. Even the members of the Security Council on S.H.I.E.L.D. only know that Nick Fury established the Avengers team. Even several members of the Security Council did not quite agree with Nick Fury's establishment of this Avengers team. In their view, this is completely unnecessary. But Pixiu even knew about the list of Avengers that Nick Fury told him not long ago, which surprised Phil Coulson. "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Pixiu glanced at Phil Coulson and said, "Can you contact Braised Dan? Contact him, I want to talk to him." This. Phil Coulson hesitated for a moment, but nodded after thinking about it. Then he took out a mobile phone with a completely different style from the market from his pocket, found Nick Fury's number, and called him. Pixiu took the phone from Phil Coulson, held the phone in both hands, and waited for Nick Fury to answer. After a little while, the phone was connected, and Nick Fury's voice sounded. Phil Coulson, what's the matter, is something going on with Pixiu and Stark? Pixiu, it's me. ZX. Hearing this, Nick Fury, who was heading to the space carrier, twitched slightly, and then said in a deep voice. Is there a problem? Nothing. Pixiu said something first, and then said mockingly. How about it, have you seen how powerful the Asgard people are? Loki, Thor's younger brother, Asgard's second prince, can easily break into your base and steal the Rubik's Cube by himself. Nick Fury's face was as black as ink, and he said with a little anger, you came to me to talk about this. Definitely not, that's not the main purpose. Pixiu pouted, and then said. Do you know what Loki's purpose is for stealing Tesseract this time? What is it? Nick Fury's expression moved slightly. When Pixiu said this, Phil Coulson and Tony on the side also looked at him. After glancing at Phil Coulson and Tony, Pixiu continued. Definitely invade the Earth and turn the Earth into his territory. Well, the idea is very good. Invasion. Nick Fury's face changed slightly when he heard the words. You mean Asgard is going to war with Earth? From the corresponding reports from New Mexico, he clearly understood the strength of the Asgardians. And they know so little about Asgard. Even from the perspective of mythology, except for some basic situations, the rest are useless at all. For example, Loki, in mythology, is the righteous brother of the heavenly father Odin, Thor's uncle. But the reality is that Loki is Odin's son, Thor's younger brother. Because none of them know how powerful Asgard is. However, judging from what Pixiu said before, Asgard is the Asgardian of the 9 realms, and the strength of the heavenly father Odin and Asgard is enough to make countless civilizations in the entire universe fear. From this, we can also get a glimpse of how strong Asgard is. Once Asgard and the Earth go to war, the probability of the Earth's defeat is as high as 9%. For the remaining 10%, it is natural for the Earth to use all thermonuclear weapons, with the idea of perishing together, and there may be a chance to change the outcome. If Pixiu knew what Nick Fury was thinking, he would definitely smile with disdain. With thermonuclear weapons, you have to be able to hit others. If war is really going to start, Asgard will directly open the Bifrost Terminal Hall, and use the power of Bifrost to easily flatten the surface of the Earth. They also died together, what a joke, it's not on the same level at all. No no no. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu shook his head slightly and said. It's not that Asgard wants to go to war with the Earth. Asgard is an Asgardian of the 9 realms. If it is not necessary, how could it go to war with other worlds in the 9 realms? It's just that the second prince, Loki, has ideas about the Earth. Hearing this, Nick Fury froze for a moment, and then an idea popped up in his mind. Not Asgard, just Loki, a 0.6 person? Is this Loki stupid? Although the Earth is not Asgard's opponent, isn't there even a way to deal with him alone? Isn't it strange where Loki got his courage? And Pixiu could roughly guess what Nick Fury was thinking, so he went on to say. Loki can't definitely make big waves on the Earth by himself. Although others don't have Asgard's backing, he has the help of others. Let me tell you, there is a huge alien fleet waiting for Loki's signal in the universe, and they are the confidence that Loki wants to dominate the Earth. As soon as Pixiu's words came out, not only Nick Fury, but even Phil Coulson and Tony's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 97. A massive alien fleet is here to help Loki take over Earth. Hearing Pixiu's words, the expressions of Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and Tony all changed drastically. One can imagine the strength of an alien fleet capable of invading across planets. They really didn't expect that Loki came to Earth to do things. Although he didn't bring Asgard, he also brought a fleet of alien civilizations. Don't worry too much. Seeing the changes in the expressions of Phil Coulson and Tony, Pixiu shook his ears and comforted him. Loki has fallen out with Asgard now. He is doing something on Earth. If Asgard finds out, they will definitely send someone to deal with him. Well, like his big brother Thor, you can pull him into the Avengers at that time, and let him help deal with the alien army brought by Loki." Hearing Pixiu's words, Nick Fury came back to his senses and asked in a deep voice. "How do you know Thor will help us? What brain?" After complaining, Pixiu said angrily. "Didn't I just say that Asgard is the Asgardian of the 9 realms, and the alien fleet brought by Loki is 23 outside the 9 realms, and it is related to Loki? How could Thor not take action? If he doesn't take action, you tell him how many people Loki killed on Earth, and I promise he won't have any opinions at that time, and even say that this younger brother Loki has no blood relationship." Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Tony. Hearing Pixiu's words, the three looked a little weird. Is it so realistic? By the way, do you want me to join the Avengers? Pixiu ignored their astonishment and continued to ask. That's right. Hearing this, Nick Fury didn't mean to deny it either. Don't even think about it. But just as he admitted, Pixiu blocked him with one sentence. Then Pixiu continued. It's impossible to join the Avengers. I'm actually a peace-loving person. Oh no, Pokémon, the most annoying thing is to fight and kill. And when is it time to repay the wronged person? The premise of revenge is to be bullied. I don't want to be bullied, and then I will find a way to get revenge. But what? Nick Fury subconsciously asked. Pixiu, however, you can use the remaining condition to let me make a move. Nick Fury's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and said. It is good. Although he really didn't want to use up the last condition, but thinking of the alien fleet that Pixiu said, he touched his pocket and decided to use up this condition. Very good. A bright smile appeared on the face of the last article. Let me tell you one thing, in fact, even if you don't look for me, I will do it. Are you kidding? Loki hurt S.H.I.E.L.D. You know S.H.I.E.L.D. is one of the few friends he has in this world. He decided to give Loki an electrotherapy. If it's just the people on Earth fighting among themselves, as long as it doesn't involve him or wants to destroy the world frantically, he doesn't bother to care about it. But the alien fleet came to the Earth to do things. He said that it is impossible to sit idly by. There is a saying that is good, family members can express their understanding when they make trouble, but if you, an outsider, come to make a move, then the nature of the matter is different. There are countries and powers on the Earth, but outside the scope of the Earth, it is a matter between the ball and the ball. After all, what we pay attention to is unity with the outside world. He can't go back to the previous world now. The Earth in this world is his future home. How could he let others mess around in his future home? Although he will make a shot, he still has to flick the remaining one condition from Nick Fury. Sure enough, when Nick Fury heard Pixiu's words, his face turned dark instantly, his whole body was trembling slightly, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has held his Niao for too long, and he is about to take it no longer. At the moment, in Nick Fury's heart, there are already 10,000 lines of mere fake forming, only one missile detonated. If it was any other time, even if he was tricked by Pixiu, he wouldn't be too angry. But for such a big matter now, he hasn't played with Pixiu, which makes him a little bit out of control. Inside the laboratory. Ugh! Seeing that his chief was fooled by Pixiu again, the corner of Phil Coulson's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, and then mourned for Nick Fury for a few seconds. As far as he knows, it seems that every time the chief of the bureau talks with Pixiu, he will be put in a bad mood, and then his face will be black, which is like losing thousands of dollars. Miserable, really miserable. Tony on the side gave Pixiu a thumbs up with a funny face. Sure enough, Pixiu is still the same Pixiu, with the same black belly. It was obviously a matter of deciding to make a move, but in the end, Nick Fury's conditions were also fooled. Well, if it were him, he would almost do the same. After all, if you have the conditions in the hands of others, it is tantamount to letting yourself be restricted by others. As an honest person who does whatever he wants and doesn't want to be ruled by rules, Tony said that he really can't bear the feeling that he is controlled by others. 597. Pixiu didn't care what happened to Nick Fury, and continued. Then what? Do me a little favor, tell S.H.I.E.L.D. that I will help her teach that Loki a lesson, and let Loki know the consequences of hurting her. After speaking, Pixiu actively hung up the call and returned the phone to Phil Coulson. Although Loki snatched the Tesseract not only hurt Hill, but also killed many people. The others however have nothing to do with him, but if Loki hurts his friend it's okay. That's right, Pixiu is such a protector. It cannot be said that Pixiu is too realistic or cold-blooded. If he was on the scene at that time, he wouldn't mind saving them, after all, he has that ability. But he is not the savior, it is impossible to do whatever for some irrelevant people. The world is so big, and countless people are suffering every moment. Pixiu said that he is not God, and he cannot save so many people. So you can only care about the people around you. Just like what little Spider-Man said in the movie, if he can't even protect those few streets, what ability will he have to protect the whole world? Chapter 98. Throwing the phone back to Phil Coulson, Pixiu looked at him and said, "What are you going to do now?" Phil Coulson took the phone and said after hearing the words, "After telling you what happened, my next task is to pick up Captain America and take him to the space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely you can go there with me now, or I will send you the coordinates of the space carrier later, and you can go there by yourself." After speaking, Phil Coulson looked at Pixiu and Tony with a questioning expression. Regarding the space carrier, Phil Coulson has no intention of hiding it. After all, they have already been put into use, and Pixiu and Tony can be regarded as half of us, and Tony even participated in the design of the power system of the space carrier. Pixiu and Tony looked at each other. "We'll go there later by ourselves." "That's fine, I'll go first." Hearing this, Phil Coulson nodded, then turned and left. As for the laptop, he didn't take it away, after all, S.H.I.E.L.D is not short of such a little money. Moreover, the Stark Group is also one of the sources of funding for S.H.I.E.L.D. Giving a laptop to Tony, the big boss of the Stark Group, is not handing over to those outsiders. Phil Coulson leaves. Tony looked at Pixiu and couldn't help asking, "Pixiu, what is it that Loki really brought an alien fleet to attack Earth?" "Yes, can I still lie to you?" Pixiu nodded, gave him a blank look, and said, "But don't worry too much, he can't take down the Earth, after all, it's just a small fight, if the matter is serious, there will be a tall man to stand up to it." "Tall, who?" Hearing this, Tony became curious. "Don't say it, don't say it." Pixiu shook his head mysteriously. "FB." After being stunned for a moment, Tony couldn't help but glanced at Pixiu with resentful eyes. This aroused people's curiosity, and then didn't solve it, which is really disgusting. Alas! Seeing this from Tony, Pixiu only felt goosebumps all over his body, and said with a chill, "If you look at me like this again, be careful, I'll shock you." Cough cough. Tony coughed dryly when he heard the words, and then said seriously, "Since there is an alien fleet, let's go to the Stark building first, where I put the latest steel battle suit. Actually, we don't need to go now, anyway, we will go later." Glancing at Tony, Pixiu pretended to be thoughtful and said, "What you have to do now is to let Pepper, Happy and the others come here, and let the employees of the Stark Group leave the Stark building, and even try to leave Manhattan as much as possible." "Why?" Tony frowned. "Pixiu, because my foresight ability foresaw that after the vanguard of the alien fleet came to Earth, Manhattan seemed to be the first place to appear. So for the sake of their safety, you'd better let them all go back to rest for 2 days, and then get back on track after we have resolved this matter." The reason why Pixiu didn't take Tony to the Stark building to sit on the sidelines is to let the people on Earth know what they really have to face. If there is no threat of alien civilization, the Earth people will always only fight among themselves. Although there will be rivers and lakes wherever there are people, but at least there is a potential threat of alien civilization, and there will be less internal fighting among the people on Earth, right? Definitely, the premise is to let the whole world know the horror of alien civilization. The alien fleet will appear in Manhattan. Hearing this, Tony's expression changed slightly, he took a deep look at Pixiu, and then said, J.A.R.V.I.S, contact POTS for me. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. After a little while, Little Pepper's voice sounded, "Tony, what's the matter?" "Tony, Potts, are you in the Stark building now?" "Pepper, no, because Rushman resigned suddenly and she couldn't be contacted, which disrupted my plan. So Happy and I just arrived at the airport, ready to go to Washington to re-sign the new energy contract." "Tony, what do you want?" "Rushman suddenly resigned." Hearing this, Tony was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Pepper and Happy had arrived at the airport to fly to Washington. Hearing this, Pixiu on the side couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek. Natasha Romanoff has been undercover in the Stark group for more than a year. During this period, she also asked for leave several times due to other tasks, but most of the time she was with Pepper. Now suddenly resigned and can't be contacted, apparently because of Loki's taking Tesseract. Natasha Romanoff, the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, is definitely going to participate in this operation. She will definitely meet Tony at that time, and everything will naturally be exposed. And the long time in the Stark group is almost over, so Nick Fury will definitely let Misha resign and leave. On the other side, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Potts, don't rush back to New York after you and Happy sign the contract in Washington, because something will happen in New York for some reason." "What's the matter, Tony?" Pepper was puzzled. Tony glanced at Pixiu, smiled and said, "This is the secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can't say it now. Potts, you and Happy will stay there for a few days. By the way, let the employees of Stark Building get off work and go home to rest for 2 days. 2 days off?" Hearing that, the doubts in Zijiao's heart became even worse. What will happen? Although she was puzzled, she didn't continue to ask after she heard that it was S.H.I.E.L.D's secret. So he said, "Okay, I'll make an announcement later. The company's operation has been very stable. It's only been 2 days. The company's top management can go home and work, and it won't affect Stark Group. Good money." Then Tony chatted with Pepper for a few more words before ending the call. After finishing the call, Tony looked at Pixiu. Pixiu flew up and said, "Go wear the steel battle suit, and ask Phil Coulson to send the coordinates of the space carrier. Let's go to the space carrier first. I haven't seen an aircraft carrier that can fly yet." "All right." Although Tony wanted to replace the Mark 7 with more functions than the Mark 6, but hearing what Pixiu said, he temporarily let go of this idea. Although the Mark 7 weapon has more functions, the Mark 6 is also sufficient. Next, both Pixiu and Tony put on their battle armors, and after receiving the coordinates sent by Phil Coulson, they left the villa and flew towards a certain sea area in the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 99. Time passed slowly. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. When Pixiu and Tony came here according to the coordinates sent by Phil Coulson, a huge aircraft carrier parked in the sea appeared in their vision. On the surface, there is no big difference between the space carrier and the general aircraft carrier. If you don't say anything, just seeing this scene, who would know that this is actually an aircraft carrier that can go to the sky? At the same time, the combat command room of the space carrier was born. Hill was wearing a custom-made S.H.I.E.L.D black uniform, with a small headset on his right ear, standing on the deputy podium at the bottom right of the center podium, looking at the workbenches and staff around him. On the vice podium, there is a 32-inch main operation screen in the middle, and a 27-inch operation screen on each side, displaying the function panel of the space carrier. "Sir, the radar has detected 2 flight targets approaching rapidly and cannot identify them." At this time, the voice of a staff member came from the headset next to Hill's ear. Hill's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Call me the monitoring screen." "Staff, yes." Then Hill turned to look at the operation screen on the right. The screen on the operation screen changed, and the monitoring screen on the space carrier appeared. Seeing 2 figures, one big and one small inside, Hill smiled slightly and said, "It's our own people, let them board the ship." "Yes." The staff responded, and then conveyed the order to 703. Above the space carrier. "Come on, let's go down." Looking at the helicarrier below, Pixiu said something to Tony, and then flew to the flight deck of the helicarrier first. When Pixiu and Tony landed on the flight deck, 3S.H.I.E.L.D agents rushed over and took Pixiu and Tony to the combat command room below. Along the way, Pixiu and Tony attracted the attention of many people, but they basically just took a look, and then went to finish their own affairs. On the flight deck of the space carrier, there are several Quinjets developed by S.H.I.E.L.D, and several F-35 fighters that can carry nuclear weapons. Led by the 3S.H.I.E.L.D agents, Pixiu and Tony came to the battle command room. Pixiu glanced around, and then saw S.H.I.E.L.D standing on the deputy command platform. And S.H.I.E.L.D also looked towards them. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Pixiu had to admit that S.H.I.E.L.D from at the moment looked very attractive. The long hair is tied into a ball at the back of the head, the bangs are divided into 7s and 3s, and a bunch of hair hangs on the shoulders on both sides of the ear, exuding a capable and serious feeling. When S.H.I.E.L.D saw Pixiu, a smile appeared on his face. Some nearby S.H.I.E.L.D agents who happened to see the smile on S.H.I.E.L.'s face couldn't help being taken aback, feeling, CDDG, a sense of amazement in their hearts, because they never see S.H.I.E.L.D smiling at all. When working, S.H.I.E.L.D always has a slightly cold face, a serious and meticulous appearance, and S.H.I.E.L.D looks not bad at all, so they always have the impression of a cold beauty in their hearts. Now they suddenly saw S.H.I.E.L.D smiling, and they all froze for a moment because of the amazement. But then he immediately calmed down, and then continued to deal with the matter at hand. Pixiu and Tony came to the conference table area behind the main console. Pixiu looked around, and then flew directly to the oval conference table. When Tony saw S.H.I.E.L.D, he waved to her and said hello, and looked around with great interest. Oh yes, at the moment it has removed the helmet from the steel battle suit. As for Pixiu, although it is also possible to charge, but did not do so. S.H.I.E.L.D came to the conference table, raised his hand and clicked on the small headset on his right ear. Looking at Pixiu, who was tightly covered by Pikachu's armor, he couldn't help but smiled and said, I heard from director Nick Fury that you have to teach Loki a lesson for me because I was injured. Pixiu nodded slightly, without any intention of denying it, and said, anyway, you are also my personal messenger, which means you are my man. Loki has hurt my man, how can he do it if you don't teach him a lesson? Otherwise, if I say it, I will lose my dignity as a skin god. It must be positive. Hearing Pixiu's last words, S.H.I.E.L.D laughed for a while, then looked around at Pixiu, and said with a smile. Since I'm all yours, after this time is over, can you let me hug you to sleep? Inside Pikachu's armor, Pixiu rolled his eyes slightly when he heard the words, and said with contempt. You're greedy for my body again, it's too much, you're just thinking about Peach. Yeah, I'm greedy for your body. However, S.H.I.E.L.D was blunt, and the smile on his face became a little bit thicker, without embarrassment at all. She just loves Pixiu's body, and she still wants to hold Pixiu in her arms and need fiercely, so she admits it honestly. And after being with Pixiu for so long, she also knows the meaning of some famous sayings and phrases that Pixiu often says, so she can deal with them calmly. Pixiu. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D being so honest, what else could he do? Choking for a moment, Pixiu looked at the main command console in front, which is where Nick Fury is, and couldn't help but ask if he didn't see Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D, that low, where's Nick Fury? Anyway, there are so many S.H.I.E.L.D agents here, let's give Nick Fury a little face. It's okay to call him a corned egg in front of S.H.I.E.L.D's cronies, but it would be too uneducated to call him a corned egg anytime, anywhere, and in front of so many people. After all, it can be regarded as a joke in private, but the nature of it is different on the surface. S.H.I.E.L.D, on the way, should be here soon. Pixiu, oh. Hearing this, the doubts in Pixiu's heart disappeared immediately. He was a little surprised that he didn't see Nick Fury at first. After all, he remembered that in the original plot, when Captain America and the others arrived on the space carrier, Nick Fury was already on it. Hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D said, it was obvious that Nick Fury also came later, just because they all came earlier than Captain America. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D looked around and suddenly thought of something and said, Pixiu, let me take you to your room first. I have something to do here. Okay. Upon hearing that, Pixiu had no objection either. #B. Hill turned around and looked at the combat command room, walked around to the main command console, and Tony, who was clicking and stroking on the operation screens on both sides, said very speechlessly. Don't move around, okay, or I'll be in trouble. Because of Pixiu's relationship, Hill often went to Tony's seaside villa before. After a long time, the relationship between Hill, Tobeo, and Pepper is pretty good. After all, there is a bridge called Pixiu in the middle. Okay, I'm not moving. Hearing Hill's words, Tony gave a sly smile, then turned around and raised his hands, walking towards Pixiu and Hill, and said as he walked. Would you like to take us to the room? Then I also want to see what kind of room you have arranged for me, a billionaire, let's go. Chapter 100. I'll have someone take you there. Hearing Tony's words, Hill felt helpless on his brows, then looked at Pixiu and said. Well, fine. Pixiu nodded. Then Hill turned around and called a S.H.I.E.L.D female agent with good looks and a good figure and said. Haley agent, please take them to their room. Yes, sir. The female agent named Haley nodded, then looked at Pixiu and Tony and said. Please follow me. After finishing speaking, Bian walks ahead lead the way for Pixiu and Tony. After a little while. After showing Pixiu and Tony the way, Agent Haley left directly. The room arranged for them by S.H.I.E.L.D is next to each other. Pixiu's is 1-011, Tony's is 1-012. After returning to the room, Pixiu looked at the decoration of the room. The decoration of the room is not bad, it is simple and fresh style, the space is not very big, only about 15 square meters, which is about the same as the side sleeper in a general room of 100 square meters. On the left side of the bed is a white bedside table, and on the right wall is a computer desk that can be folded up and down at 90 degrees, The desk goes to the end of the bed, and there is a wall wardrobe. There is even a shower toilet at the end of the bed against the wall. I have to say that the space is well utilized. The lock of the room is a combination lock, the password is very simple, it is the corresponding room number. For example, the password of the room where Pixiu is now is 011. Definitely want to change the password is also possible, Pixiu changed the password to 110, which is the other way around. Coming to the bedside table on the left, Pixiu said. Xiaopai, open the battle armor. Pippi, okay, sir. Kakaka, Pikachu's battle armor stretched out from both sides of the Chinese side. When Pixiu takes off the armor, the intelligent system Xiaopai controls the armor to close. Rubbing his cheeks with his hands, after the electric current swam through his whole body, Pixiu flew up, then turned off the electromagnetic levitation in the air, and fell towards the single bed below. Duan. After falling on the bed, Pixiu bounced upwards, and then lay down on the bed in a large font shape, staring at the ceiling above in a daze for a while, and gradually closed his eyes. At the same time, next to it in room 1-012, Tony took off the Mark 6 steel battle suit, and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, scan the room for surveillance. After a little while, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S came from the steel battle suit, Sir, no monitoring was found in the room. Understood. Tony raised his hands in front of him, squeezed his chin with his right hand, looked around the room, and finally set his sights on the foldable computer desk next to the right bedside. Taking off his leather shoes, Tony came to the bed, and then turned the computer desk that was almost against the wall to 90 degrees, and the silver-white computer desk was placed flat in front of him. Looking at a circular button in the upper right corner, Tony pressed it. Buzz buzz. A crack appeared in the middle of the smooth surface of the computer desk, and then parted to the sides, and a computer screen that was starting up appeared in front of Tony's eyes. Seeing this scene, Tony couldn't help touching his chin, a smile appeared on his face. Then said, J.A.R.V.I.S, take over this computer. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir, please wait a moment. Just when J.A.R.V.I.S took over the computer in room 1-012, in a corner of the combat command room. A staff member who was originally relatively leisurely changed his expression when he saw the pop-up prompt window, sat up straight quickly, and then began typing on the keyboard in front of him with both hands. Then one after another red pop-up windows appeared. Seeing this scene, the staff member hurriedly got up and walked towards Hill. "Sir." 1 meter away from Hill, the staff member said. "The computer in room 1-012 just left our network monitoring, and even our main system lost control of the computer system in room 1-012. I tried several times and couldn't recover." Room 1-012. Hill frowned slightly when he heard the words. After thinking that the room was allocated to Tony, he was speechless and helpless, but he still said with the same expression, "Don't worry about him, you can go back." "It is, sir." The staff member was taken aback when he heard that there was no need to worry about it, and then he responded and quickly returned to his work. Time passed slowly. Not long after, a transport helicopter arrived on the helicarrier, and Nick Fury, who was wearing a black leather coat, and Natasha Romanoff, who was wearing a brown coat, came down from above and headed for the combat command room. Came to the main command console in the combat command room, clicked on the control screens on both sides to look at it, and then looked at Hill. Nick Fury said, "Ask for her flowers." "What about Stark and Pixiu?" "Hill, they're back in the room, and Tony just took control of the computer in his room away from us." "Sure enough, he has his style of acting." Nick Fury said something mocking, and then asked, "How's the probe for Tesseract going?" "No progress." Hill shook his head. Nick Fury, "Where's Loki from Dominion?" "Hill, we have now obtained the permission to monitor streets in countries all over the world. Once Loki is detected by surveillance, we will know immediately." Nick Fury nodded, then looked at the time, turned to Natasha Romanoff standing at the conference table and said, "0. Go out and pick up the captain and Banner, they should be here too." "It is good." Natasha Romanoff nodded, then turned and walked outside. At the same time, 2 Quinjets coming from different directions are getting closer to the helicarrier. The other side. In an abandoned factory. Figures controlled by the psychic scepter walk around inside, among them are Hawkeye Barton and Dr. Eric. It looks like they are working on some kind of machine. At the same time, Asgard. As Loki appeared on the Earth, he was also discovered by Heimdall, who could see the 9 worlds and hear all directions, and then told Odin and Thor about Loki's appearance on the Earth. "What, Loki is not dead?" Hearing Heimdall's words, Thor stood up from his seat and looked at Heimdall with disbelief and surprise on his face. Heimdall nodded, and then told what Loki was currently doing on Earth. "What?" Hearing that Loki was wreaking havoc on the Earth, and getting the Tesseract to take over the Earth, Thor looked angry again. Then he looked to Odin, who was sitting on the throne holding the gun of Gungnir, and begged, "Father, let me go and bring back Loki and Tesseract." "Go." Odin nodded, then raised the Gungnir gun and stomped the ground. A terrifying Bifrost dark energy enveloped Thor and took him towards the Earth. Chapter 101. Jingle Bell. Pixiu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, when suddenly a bell rang. Then Tony's voice came from the door. "Pixiu, open the door." Slowly opening his eyes, when Pixiu was about to open the door, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a button engraved with a small door pattern on the wall above the head of the bed, jumped up and twitched lightly. The door opened automatically, and then Tony pushed the door open. Seeing Pixiu standing on the bed looking at him, Tony smiled and said, "It seems that you are having a good time here. I want to go back and get some things. Do you want to go together?" "Bzax. You go back to get things, why do you want me to go with you?" "Is this the same as before? I'm going to the toilet, do you want to go with me?" So he rolled his eyes. Pixiu lay down on the bed again, closed his eyes, and said, "No, go to 570 by yourself." In the Pikachu battle armor, Pikachu received the voice message and made an instant translation. All right." Seeing Pixiu's appearance of Wanyan salted fish not wanting to turn over, Tony spread his hands, then turned and walked outside, saying as he walked, "It's a pity, I still planned to show you something good." When he was about to walk to the door, Tony looked back at Pixiu. "See you." Pixiu stretched out his hand and scratched his belly, and even turned over to face him. "Tony." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Tony shook his head and left the room, closing the door behind him. After Tony left, Pixiu rolled over from the bed. Looking in the direction of the door, Pixiu thought thoughtfully in his heart. "Good stuff, what stuff?" As for the nice things Tony said, he really hadn't figured out what it was. Could it be that he found out that Nick Fury used Tesseract to study weapons? Thinking of Tony's messy actions on Nick Fury's console before, and thinking of what Tony did on the helicarrier in the original plot, Pixiu found that it seems very possible. After all, in the original plot, Tony didn't know as much as he does now, so after reading the information Phil Coulson brought him, he became suspicious of Nick Fury. I wonder if Nick Fury is up to something in the dark. Therefore, after boarding the space carrier, Tony placed a small, unknown device on the blind spot under Nick Fury's control console, so that J.A.R.V.I.S could invade the S.H.I.E.L.D system. Later, he talked to Captain America, which made Captain America question Nick Fury a little bit, and quietly went to pry a warehouse on the space carrier at night. Forget it, never mind, after all these things, there is one more important thing that deserves my attention after the start of New York. Shaking his head, Pixiu lay back on the bed again. After a few minutes of silence, Pixiu suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes and got up, looked at Pikachu's armor and said, "Xiaopai, send Tony a call." "Xiaopai, okay, sir." 5 seconds later, Tony's voice came from Pikachu's armor. "Tisk tisk tisk, call me at this time, is it Pixiu that you regret not leaving with me?" "Oh, it's a pity that I have left the space carrier now, and I will be back at the villa in 10 minutes. It's too late for you to find me. I tell you, I'm running a covert operation, want to know?" "I'm sorry it's too late, I'll think about whether to tell you after I figure it out." As for Tony was speechless for a moment, before Pixiu interrupted him, "Have you finished? Can I say something after you have finished speaking?" Well, you say." Tony choked on being interrupted. "Pixiu, go back and get your things, help me get the translation earphones." "You just want me to help you get the translation headset?" Tony was a little startled. "Pixiu, that's right, otherwise what do you think you're going to do?" Tony, okay, is there anything else?" Pixiu, "No more." Tony, "That's fine." After finishing the call, Pixiu put on the Pikachu armor. Instead of activating the flight function of the armor, he activated his own skill electromagnetic levitation and left the room. Coming to the combat command room, Pixiu saw Nick Fury standing on the main command console at a glance. After all, where he stood and him were so conspicuous. But Nick Fury didn't see Pixiu, because he was facing away from the entrance and looking at one of the 2 operation screens on the left. When Pixiu came less than 2 meters away from Nick Fury, who was looking at the operation screen, frowned and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Pixiu in Pikachu's armor, Nick Fury's mouth twitched. To be honest, he hasn't met Pixiu for too long. Well, including on the web. Even chatting with Pixiu is just a voice call. Seeing Pixiu now, he couldn't help but think of the scenes when Pixiu PD'd him off and played tricks on him. So his face couldn't help but become a little ugly. "Why do you look so stinky, don't you welcome me?" Seeing the change in Nick Fury's expression, Pixiu couldn't help asking. "No way, I'm used to getting along with Nick Fury in this way, and I can't change it for a while." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Nick Fury glanced at the subordinates around him, he kept comforting himself in his heart, let himself calm down, looked at Pixiu calmly and said, "Nothing, after all, you are my good partner." "That would be nice." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pixiu immediately heard the yin and yang in his words. After all, only a few people knew about the things between him and Nick Fury. Looking at Pixiu, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "You are not resting in the room, what are you doing here?" Pixiu looked around, exchanged glances with Hill, and then said, I estimate that the other people you invited are coming soon. As the main force of this operation, I must also meet other people, right? Go, go. Hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but waved his hand, looking a little disgusted. He wished that Pixiu would go away quickly, and he felt a little uncomfortable when Pixiu stayed by his side for a while. Well, unless Pixiu is willing to agree to him with 70, 80, or 90 conditions. If Pixiu knew what Nick Fury was thinking, he would definitely give 0.62 short middle fingers, and then send a sentence of "You are thinking of Peach." Seeing Nick Fury's look of wanting him to leave quickly, Pixiu couldn't help but smile, and said while falling on the chair next to the conference table. No, I'm going to sit here and wait for them to come by themselves. Nick Fury. Some nearby agents who noticed the conversation between Pixiu and Nick Fury all had strange expressions, as if their officers had suffered a lot from Pixiu. After all, who is Nick Fury? He is not affected by ordinary things at all. Chapter 102. Correct. After being speechless for a while, Nick Fury suddenly thought of Tony who had left, staring slightly and asked, Do you know what Stark is going to do when he leaves suddenly? A few minutes ago, Tony left without saying hello, which made Nick Fury a little puzzled, wondering why Tony had come and left. And he didn't even say hello, which would be too disrespectful to him. Not very clear. Sitting on the chair, Pixiu pretended to be puzzled and said, But I know where he's going. Nick Fury, where to? Pixiu, go home. Nick Fury. The corner of his mouth twitched undetectably. Nick Fury turned to look at Hill and asked, How long will it take for the captain to arrive? Hill looked away from Pixiu, heard that he clicked on the operation screen, then looked at Nick Fury and said, Sir, about a minute. Nick Fury nodded slightly, and then said, How is the preparation of the World Research Room? Hill, it is well equipped and everything is ready. Nick Fury 23, is the function usage of the mothership calibrated? Hill nodded, it's all calibrated and ready to go up at any time. Very good. Hearing that everything was in order, Nick Fury nodded slightly again. Time passed slowly. In a minute, 2 Quinjets landed on the helicarrier's flight deck one after the other. Wearing glasses and wearing a brown jacket, Banner stepped out of the first Quinjet and looked at the scene on the helicarrier with a look of amazement on his face. After all, it was his first time on an aircraft carrier. At the moment Banner and Captain America, they still don't know that this aircraft carrier is actually an aerospace carrier that can go to the sky. Natasha Romanoff walked over and chatted briefly with Banner. After all, Banner's appearance here has a lot to do with her. A moment later, the Quinjet that Captain America and Phil Coulson were on landed on the flight deck, and the two walked out. Seeing Phil Coulson and Captain America coming out, Natasha Romanoff and Banner looked at each other, then walked towards Phil Coulson and Captain America with a smile on their faces. Seeing Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson introduced to Captain America with a smile, This is Agent Romanoff and Dr. Banner. Coming to the side, Natasha Romanoff looked at Captain America and nodded with a smile, saying hello, hello, Captain. Captain America also nodded with a smile, hello. At this time, Natasha Romanoff looked at Phil Coulson and said, You have to go to the bridge, they have already started tracking. Understood. Phil Coulson nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Captain America and Banner and said, See you later. After speaking, Phil Coulson walked towards the combat command room in the bridge. After Phil Coulson left, Captain America couldn't help looking at Banner, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Dr. Banner, it's nice to meet you. I heard that you can find the Rubik's Cube. They told me you too. Banner froze for a moment, but still reached out to shake Captain America's hand, and then said, Well, is that all you said? Captain America smiled slightly, That's all I care about. Hearing this, Banner looked at Captain America and nodded involuntarily. Then he looked around and said, Does everything seem strange to you? Captain America looked around, Shenling said. In fact, there is also a sense of familiarity. Hearing this, Banner looked around and nodded as if he understood. Gentlemen. At this time, Natasha Romanoff from behind looked at the two with a smile and said, "We better hurry in." Boom! At the same time, the sound of huge amounts of water came from all around, as if huge waves were churning. The staff on the flight deck put on their oxygen helmets one after another, and one by one quickly fixed the fighter planes on the flight deck on the deck. Captain America and Dr. Banner heard the words and saw the actions of other people on the deck. After looking at each other, they walked towards the edge of the electric panel and looked outside. While walking, Captain America looked at Natasha Romanoff suspiciously and asked, "Why, is this actually a submarine?" Even Banner was a little puzzled. After all, he didn't know that an aircraft carrier could dive or something. So he jokingly said as he walked, "It turns out that they wanted to lock me in an airtight iron tank hidden deep under the water." However, Natasha Romanoff just smiled and didn't say much. Anyway, Captain America and Banner will naturally know after the space carrier takes off. Coming to the edge of the deck, Captain America and Banner looked out to the sea. "I saw that the sea surface was churning violently, as if there was a bottomless pit below absorbing water, and a sea vortex was gradually forming." Then Captain America and Banner felt like they were on the rise. "No, it's not that I am rising, but the aircraft carrier I am on is rising." As the heli-carrier gradually rose, the turbine engine originally hidden in the water also appeared in the eyes of Captain America and Banner, and the two finally understood. It turned out that this was not a submarine, but an aerospace carrier. The two looked at each other, and they could see the look of surprise on the other's face. "Gentlemen, let's go in." Seeing the surprise on the faces of Captain America and Banner, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help reminding with a smile. Captain America and Banner nodded hastily. The three of them walked towards the combat command room inside the bridge. And as the space carrier rose higher and higher, there were fewer and fewer people on the deck, and soon all of them entered the mothership. Combat Command Room. When Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, and Banner came here, Nick Fury was standing on the main command console, holding the handles on both sides with both hands, and issued one order after another. "Check the hover power. Staff, the circling power check has been completed, and the position is stable. Nick Fury, get ready to go full steam ahead and crank up your output. Staff, the power has been fully turned on, all engines are working stably, and everything is ready." Hill looked at the various data displayed on the operation screen in front of him, and said, S.H.I.E.L.D emergency procedure, 19326, has been activated. After finishing speaking, Hill turned to look at Nick Fury and said, "Sir, we have reached the predetermined scale." "Very good." Nick Fury nodded, "Let's disappear." Hill put his hands on his hips slightly, looked around and said, "Activate the background reflection panel." At the same time, Captain America, Banner, and Natasha Romanoff, who entered the combat command room, also saw Pixiu on the chair next to the conference table. Seeing Pixiu, the expressions of the three were different. Chapter 103. The three of Natasha Romanoff are found entering the combat command room. Pixiu turned the chair in one direction, looked at them and greeted them. "Natasha Romanoff, Dr. Banner, we meet again, Captain, for the first time, nice to meet you." Seeing Pixiu wearing Pikachu armor, Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, and Banner had different expressions. Natasha Romanoff nodded to Pixiu with a smile. When she was undercover in the Stark group, she met Pixiu quite a few times. After all, she was Tony's assistant at first, and then became Pepper's assistant. For Pixiu to know her true identity, she also learned it from Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff was very happy to see Pixiu again. After all, not many women can resist Pixiu's cuteness. "Hello, who are you?" But Captain America was purely puzzled, looking at Pixiu with some astonishment. He didn't understand how the mouse-like robot in front of him could recognize him, and looking at the appearance of this robot, how did it resemble the steel battlesuit built by Howard's son? As for Banner, looking at Pixiu, he was a little surprised. Because he always felt as if he had met Pixiu, and Pixiu just said "we met again," which meant that they had met before, but he couldn't remember it at all. "I can't remember where I've seen Pixiu before, but he always feels a little familiar." When he was surprised, Banner looked at Pixiu and couldn't help asking. Well, have we met somewhere? Come on one by one. Pixiu looked at Captain America and said, Captain, you can call me by my name Pixiu. As for my identity, you can just treat me as the support that Nick Fury invited. After finishing speaking, Pixiu smiled at the suspicious Banner and said, Dr. Banner, we actually met once, on the streets of New York, but at that time you had transformed into Hulk, so it's normal that I don't remember. New York, Hulk. Hearing this, Dr. Banner was a little taken aback. Although Pixiu reminded him, he still couldn't remember. After all, after becoming Hulk, their memories are not shared, only some feelings are shared. Because Hulk has met Pixiu, he will feel a little familiar when he sees Pixiu, but he can't remember that he has met Pixiu at all. He also learned about the battle with Hatred on the streets of New York last time through the internet afterwards. Everyone, are you done talking? At this time, Nick Fury's voice sounded. Everyone looked subconsciously, and saw him turn around from the command console and walk towards them. Seeing Nick Fury, Captain America looked at Pixiu, then looked around, and walked towards Nick Fury, reaching for his pocket while walking. He took his wallet out of his pocket and drew a $10 ticket to Nick Fury. Seeing this, Nick Fury took a look at it, then smiled and folded it up and put it in his pocket. BZAX. Seeing this scene, which is barely a famous scene, Pixiu's expression suddenly became a little strange. Because he didn't understand that Captain America was going to give Nick Fury $10. Is this the United States style of humor? Or is it a tip, entrance fee, or something? Pixiu said he didn't understand. After Nick Fury accepted $10, Captain America visited the combat command room. Looking at this, Pixiu felt that the $10 might be the ticket price to enter the helicarrier. Nick Fury took the money and didn't care about Captain America. He reached out to Banner and said, Thank you for coming, Doctor. A strange look appeared on Banner's face, but he still extended his hand to shake Nick Fury, looked at him and said, Thank you for your kind invitation. Yes, it is indeed a cordial invitation. He was originally a small village doctor, but Nick Fury directly asked Natasha Romanoff to bring a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D agents to surround his residence. So many people came to him, isn't it a warm invitation? After shaking hands, Banner looked around and asked, How long, then, are you going to want me to stay here? Nick Fury, help us find the Tesseract and you'll be free. Understood. Banner nodded, then walked to the left, asking as he walked, Is there any progress? Nick Fury followed him, pointing down to the area Phil Coulson was in charge of. Then Banner looked over to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson folded his hands in front of him, turned to look at Banner and said, We monitor every camera on the planet with unlimited access, mobile phones, laptops, as long as they are connected to the internet, they are our targets. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff, who was whispering with Pixiu, also came to a computer, looked at Hawkeye's photo and information, looked at Banner and said, But we still can't find them. Captain America, who was visiting around the combat command room, also moved a little closer when he heard the conversations of several people. Hearing what Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff said, Banner pondered slightly. We should narrow our search. Saying that, Banner took off his coat, looked at Nick Fury and asked, How many spectrometers do you have here? How much do you want? Seeing the banner, Nick Fury spread his hands and asked lightly, with a feeling of being rich and powerful. Banner looked sideways slightly, but still said, Call all the lab guys and tell them to put all the spectrometers on the roof and calibrate them to gamma rays. I will set up a tracking algorithm, and then identify the tracking from the source, so that at least we can filter out some targets. Can you give me a place to work? Said Banner looked at Nick Fury. No problem. Nick Fury nodded after hearing Banner's words, looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, Agent Romanoff, take Dr. Banner to his lab. Okay. Natasha Romanoff responded, and then left the combat command room with Dr. Banner. Pixiu watched all this from his position and didn't make a sound. He doesn't want to interfere with things here, because he wants the New York war to start normally. As for him, he can do the finishing work after the matter is confirmed. Regarding things to be confirmed, he also asked the system, Zhao, before. But the system told him that everything in the future is full of unknowns and needs his own exploration. And the existence of the system is only to help him become stronger. As for how to do it, it all depends on his own decision. Pixiu also readily accepted the explanation of the system. After all, such a system is more reassuring. Chapter 104. Natasha Romanoff takes Banner to the lab. Next, everyone was busy with their own affairs. After greeting Hill, Pixiu also returned to the room. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, night fell. Room 1-011. Jingle bell. The doorbell rang, and then a female voice came from the door. Sir, Director Nick Fury is looking for you. Outside the door of Pixiu's room, Agent Haley, who led the way during the day, stood there. On the bed, Pixiu, who was in a daze of boredom, heard the words and glanced towards the door, and then his spirits lifted slightly. It seemed that they had found Loki. Pikachu armor on the bed, Pixiu flew towards the door. After opening the door, he nodded to Agent Haley outside the door, and then flew in the direction of the combat command room. Along the way, everyone gave way to Pixiu. In fact, Pixiu didn't plan to wear Pikachu armor to run around on the helicarrier, but who told him not to bring a translation headset before. I asked Tony, who went back to bring it for him, but Tony hasn't come until now, and I don't know what he's going to do. It's too boring. So for the time being, wear the Pikachu armor. Anyway, after a period of time, you will be able to collect all the evolution points for evolution, and you will be able to speak out after the level reaches 4 stars. After a little while. In the combat command room. Nick Fury, Hill, Phil Coulson, US 353 team, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and others are all here. Pixiu, you are here. Seeing Pixiu, Nick Fury said directly. Just now, we found Loki's trace in Hanover, Stuttgart D country. From the camera surveillance, it seems that he has no intention of hiding his whereabouts at all. I asked the captain to set off with the Romanoff agent, and I also notified Stark. Do you want to go with me? Go, why not go? Hearing this, Pixiu showed no hesitation. After spending a day on the space carrier, he was bored to death. Seeing that Pixiu agreed so readily, Nick Fury couldn't help but look at Pixiu a few more times, and was a little surprised in his heart. After all, Pixiu was not such a Pokémon in his impression. But since Pixiu agreed, Nick Fury didn't bother to think about it so much. He just nodded and said, Okay, whether you go there by yourself or with the captain and the others, you make your own decision. For him, as long as Pixiu doesn't cause trouble, then he is very happy. Thinking of the last time in New Mexico, Pixiu directly beat the 2 princes of Asgard all over, and also beat Thor several times. He expressed a very headache. But this time, he hoped that Pixiu could teach Loki a lesson. No problem. Pixiu nodded, then looked at Natasha Romanoff and Captain America and said, Then let's go. As he said that, he turned around and flew outside. Captain America and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and followed after seeing this. After coming outside, the 2 agents handed Captain America's equipment to him. One is a brand new captain uniform designed by Phil Coulson, which contains a lot of hard work of Phil Coulson, a die-hard Captain America fan. The other is naturally Captain America's famous equipment, Captain America's shield. The material is the original Edelman metal, and the specific components are composed of vibranium, iron, and some chemical substances by chance. Captain America's shield. You must know that before Avengers Alliance 4, it has always been invincible, able to resist extreme pressure, extreme temperature, radiation, electromagnetic spectrum, and other attacks, and even rebound attacks. Although its mythical road has been cut by the angry Thanos until the 4th of the Avengers Alliance. But there is no denying the strength of the Captain America shield. What's more, the real meaning of this shield is not a weapon or the like, but a heritage sustenance belonging to the great spirit of Captain America. After Captain America went to the room to quickly change into his equipment, Natasha Romanoff started a Quinjet and headed for Hanover in Stuttgart D. On the way, one pilot drives the Quinjet, with Natasha Romanoff in the passenger seat. And Pixiu and Captain America are sitting in the cabin, one on each side. At this time, Xiaopai, sir, Mr. Tony has a call request. Pixiu, connected. Then came Tony's voice. Pixiu, have you gone to the country? Pi, CDDJ, Chu, on the way, what's the matter? Understood. Over there Tony smiled and said. Originally, I wanted to join in the fun, but if you go, I won't go. Why? Pixiu was a little puzzled. Tony said angrily, you have already passed, and when my past is not over, then why should I go there, why not go directly to the space carrier? Hearing this, Pixiu was speechless for a while. Then he thought of something. Pixiu smiled and said, go, why not go, that's fine, I'll try not to make a move, let you pretend to be aggressive. Screw you. Tony laughed and scolded angrily. I believe you, Pixiu, you have a very bad heart, are you going to fool me, and then let me go for nothing? How is this possible? Pixiu asked back in disbelief, Tony, is this the impression that I, Pixiu, is in your mind? Look at me, who is so cute, will I be as shameless as you said? However, Tony on the opposite side said without any hesitation, please remove the word like, thank you, Pixiu, you are not like at all, but are at all. Pixiu, Tony, your words make me so sad. He. I saw Tony sneered twice, and said disdainfully, sad, I will believe what you just said. Natasha Romanoff in the co-pilot seat and Captain America on the opposite side heard Pixiu's voice, and they could roughly guess the complete conversation between Pixiu and Tony. Natasha Romanoff is okay, after all, she's no stranger to it. But Captain America has a weird look on his face, wondering if he is really old. This form of dialogue between true good friends made him feel a little familiar and nostalgic. After all, he had owned it before, even if the performance was a little different. All right. Pixiu didn't bother to pretend, and said directly. Seriously, hurry up and meet me in the country, remember to bring my translation earphones, I don't even bother to take the initiative to hit him with a little Loki, I'll leave it to you to deal with. Real. Tony on the other side was still a little skeptical. Thinking of his previous experience, he couldn't believe Pixiu's mouth about this kind of thing. Oh, really, who would lie to you out of boredom? However, Pixiu said something helpless, and then continued, it's okay, the phone bill is too expensive, you come here quickly, remember to bring my things. Xiaopai, end the call. The next moment, the call was hung up. There was a bright smile on Pixiu's face, but unfortunately no one could see it. #B. Seeing that the call was hung up, Tony on the other side was stunned when he thought of Pixiu's last words. Calls are too expensive? What? Chapter 105. After more than an hour. De State, Stuttgart, Hanover. When Pixiu, Natasha Romanoff, and Captain America rushed to the sky above their destination, they happened to see through the monitoring that in the original plot, Loki created several duplications to surround those who attended the party. At the moment Loki has returned to his appearance in God's domain. He is more than 2 meters tall, wearing a golden 2-horned helmet on his head, and a dark green cloak behind him. Holding a scepter inlaid with mind gem in his hand, it looks quite majestic. Looking at the monitoring screen, where a white-haired grandfather stood up and confronted Loki, Captain America looked slightly condensed, turned, and walked towards the back of Quinjet. Captain America walked and said, I'll go down first. Natasha Romanoff glanced back, then opened the rear hatch, lowering the Quinjet. Just when Loki, with a smile on his face, pointed at the old man with his psychic scepter, and was about to release an energy beam to kill chickens and monkeys. Captain America jumped down from behind Quinjet, held the shield in time and knelt down on one knee, blocking in front of the old man. Boom! The light blue light beam emitted by the psychic scepter hit the shield, and instantly reflected back and hit Loki's abdomen. The huge impact directly made Loki scream in pain and lay on the ground. Loki raised his head to look at the person who came, the smile on his face had disappeared, leaving only a touch of anger. Captain America stood up, looked at Loki standing up from the ground, and said with a smile. I remember the last time I came to the country, there was also a person who put himself above everyone else, and was killed in the end. It turned out to be a soldier, an outdated person. Hearing this, looking at Captain America, Loki showed a disdainful smile instead. Captain America looked at Loki indifferently, "It's not me who is obsolete." At the same time, Natasha Romanoff also drives the Quinjet about 10 meters into the air, fires the Quinjet's onboard Gatling gun at Loki, and issues a warning. "Loki, put down your weapons and surrender." However, Loki looked at Captain America, then at Quinjet above, and still smiled disdainfully. In Loki's heart, he really looks down on the Earthlings, just because the Earthlings are too weak. Or in other words, in the entire Asgard, the vast majority of people look down on weak people, not just for people on Earth, any race is the same. Because what they advocate is their own powerful strength. Definitely the existence of this concept is inseparable from the strong physique possessed by Asgard people and the development of Asgard civilization. After all, any ordinary Asgard warrior can almost lift a tank with his bare hands on Earth. Even Loki, a melee magician, has a terrifying aura that can lift 50 tons of weight. I have to admit that the weak physique of the people on Earth is really not at the same level as that of the Asgard people. Even Captain America, who has undergone super serum strengthening, is only comparable to the average Asgard in terms of physical fitness. Just when Loki smiled dismissively and was about to launch an attack on Captain America, a voice suddenly sounded. You're big. *:*. Dazed for a moment, Loki couldn't help raising his head to follow the prestige. Then he saw a familiar figure appear in his eyes, and his expression couldn't help changing slightly. "That's right, it is Pixiu flying in the air. So it's you, Iron Mouse." At the moment Loki's face was full of anger, apparently thinking of the last time Pixiu beat him out, which was a shame for him. Loki held the scepter's right hand tightly, gritted his teeth slightly, looked at Pixiu and said angrily. "Originally, I saw that you still had some spirituality, and wanted to take you as a pet at my feet, but because of what you did, I decided to tear you into pieces now." Before the words fell, Loki suddenly raised his psychic scepter and pointed at Pixiu in the sky, and a light blue light beam as thick as an arm shot towards Pixiu. Loki doesn't know Pixiu's true strength. Because the last time he saw Thor recovering his strength, he knew that things were out of his control. That's why Loki didn't see Pixiu beating Thor behind him. If he knew Pixiu's true strength, he would not easily attack Pixiu, even if he is holding the psychic scepter given to him by that terrifying existence. "Hey!" In the air, Pixiu was a little surprised when he saw Loki attacking him, but his movements did not slow down a bit, and he dodged before the energy beam hit him. Originally, Pixiu didn't intend to fight Loki's opponent now. After all, he also promised Tony before that he would leave this be to him to pretend, so he can't be easily fooled, right? **. But now that Loki is attacking him, the nature is different. Electromagnetic levitation, high-speed movement, start. Pixiu instantly turned into a flash of golden lightning, rushing towards Loki at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Not good. Seeing this scene, Loki's expression changed, and he was about to dodge immediately. At the same time, Captain America, who saw Loki attacking Pixiu, also rushed towards Loki. But the next scene made Captain America stop in shock after running for 2 steps. I saw Pixiu turned into golden lightning and hit Loki with a bang. The next moment, Loki flew towards the building behind like a tennis ball being kicked into the air. 0. There was a muffled bang. Loki bumped into the big pillar of the building behind, and directly knocked out a human-shaped imprint that was probably 7 or 8 centimeters deep and covered with densely packed tiny cracks. Then he plop fell to the ground, curled up on the ground and twitched. As for the psychic scepter, it was left aside. At the moment Loki had a look of pain on his face, and let out a soft hum from his mouth. He had a feeling of pain all over his body, especially the chest where he was hit by Pixiu's punch, and it felt like the place where he was hit, one of the sternum inside was about to break. A strong feeling of tightness in the chest occurred, and he couldn't help opening his mouth slightly to gasp for air. That's right, Pixiu just punched Loki in the chest. But because the speed is too fast, it is only a blink of an eye to hit Loki, so in the eyes of Captain America and others, it is as if Pixiu directly hit Loki. What? But at this time, as Loki was blown away by Pixiu, a female scream suddenly sounded. Those who were kneeling or standing up all around came back to their senses, and then ran away into the distance. Pixiu and Captain America glanced at those fleeing in a panic, and then stopped paying attention to them. At this moment, a flame beam approached rapidly in the dark night sky. Chapter 106. In the night sky, a flame came at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, there was a burst of singing. Well, it's coming out of Quinjet's loudspeaker. At the same time, in Quinjet, Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled at first when he found that Quinjet's control system was out of control, but when he heard the sound that followed, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Agent Romanoff, did you miss me? This Tony. Hearing the singing from Quinjet, Pixiu and Pikachu's armor had black lines on his face. Sure enough, he was a man pretending to be like the wind. Unexpectedly, with him joining, Tony actually invaded Quinjet's system when he appeared on the stage, and released music to set off his own. Is this the hardcore version of BGM? And at the moment Tony, who came to the sky, couldn't help being stunned when he saw Loki, who was already lying dead. Then he turned his eyes to 143 on Pixiu, and Tony couldn't help but get a black hair. Although he doesn't know the specific reason why Loki lay dead, but he is sure that it has something to do with Pixiu. So Tony came to Pixiu's side. Seeing Pixiu said angrily, "Pixiu, I really believed in your evil, I knew that you must be fooled